9 Sun God King Chapter 1 to Chapter 74. An abject prince. At the beginning of the world, the earth was dark and cold. Several years later, 9 brilliant suns emerged from the heavens and hung high in the sky. Their radiance illuminated the boundless earth and nurtured the 9 suns' spiritual energy. Spirit energy nourished the world for millions of years, giving birth to all living things, forming the mysterious land of the 9 suns. It was unknown when humans had appeared in the land of the 9 suns. They comprehended the heavenly Tao, peeped into the secrets of the heavens, created the mysterious Tao technique, absorbed the 9 suns' spiritual energy to refine their bodies and souls, cultivated the power to defy the heavens, and became the ruler of all living beings in the land of the 9 suns, Xianxia Empire, Imperial City Palace. At night, the Imperial Palace was brightly lit. Fireworks bloomed in the sky and shone brightly, enveloping tens of thousands of pavilions and palaces. This was to celebrate the newly crowned crown prince. South of the Imperial Palace, in a secluded group of old buildings. On the roof of a small building, a young man frowned as he looked at the beautiful fireworks in the night sky. His eyes flashed with determination as if he was recalling the past. The youth's name was Xianxia. He was 15 this year. His father was the Xianxia Emperor and his mother was the Empress, but she had passed away many years ago. He was originally the crown prince, but 5 years ago, he was plotted against and deposed. 5 years ago, the crown prince's grand preceptor was determined to be a cultivator of demonic arts. He was a martial artist of the demonic path and cultivated one of the forbidden demonic arts. When this matter spread out, it suddenly caused a huge uproar, and the entire nation was shocked. In order to protect himself, the grand preceptor fled the palace, and his whereabouts were still unknown. After that, the old officials jointly petitioned the Xianxia Emperor to abolish the crown prince. The reason was that the crown prince had been tutored by the grand preceptor since he was young, so it was very likely that he had secretly cultivated demonic arts. Moreover, they also asked the emperor to appoint a new empress and crown a new crown prince to restore the prestige of the country. The emperor might have been pressured by the courtiers to do as he was told, so Xianxia's position as crown prince was abolished. However, the old officials did not give up. They were worried that Xianxia would accumulate resentment in his heart and secretly cultivate demonic arts. In the future, he would usurp power and take revenge on them. Therefore, they acted first and reported later. They captured Xianxia, who was only 10 years old at the time, and forcibly extracted 4 of the 5 spirit veins in his body. Xianxia was born with 5 spirit veins. Such martial talent was extremely rare. After 4 of his spirit veins were taken away, he only had 1 left. The originally talented crown prince had become a mediocre prince overnight. Spirit veins were extremely important in cultivating martial arts. The more spirit veins one had, the more spiritual energy one could sense. The faster and denser the spiritual energy one could absorb, the faster and smoother one's cultivation. Xianxia had the 5 sun spirit vein to begin with. His talent was extraordinary and he could sense the spiritual energy of the 5 suns. Furthermore, after being brutally stripped of 4 spiritual veins, he was left with only 1 spiritual vein. He could only sense the spiritual energy of 1 sun. No matter how hard he worked in the future, it would be hard for him to become a strong cultivator. You conspired to frame me and elder sister grand preceptor. Not only did you steal my position as crown prince, you also destroyed my spirit vein and severed my martial arts foundation. This enmity is irreconcilable. In the future, when I, Xianxia, am successful in my cultivation, I will definitely uproot your power. Xianxia swore in his heart. His current situation was all thanks to those treacherous old officials. Empress, Crown Prince, don't think that I don't know that you are involved in this matter. It doesn't matter if I don't become the Crown Prince, but for destroying my spirit vein and severing my martial path, I will slowly settle the score with you. Xianxia possessed 5 spiritual veins and was also the Crown Prince. In the future, he would definitely become a martial arts expert and experience the vast and mysterious 9 suns 9 desolate world. He did not care about the position of crown prince or emperor because strength was everything. After he jumped down from the roof, he put on his special weight-bearing equipment and began his night cultivation. The various weight-bearing equipment on his body added up to more than 500 kilograms. Because he only had 1 ordinary spirit vein, he could not quickly absorb spiritual energy to temper his body. Therefore, he could only use this arduous method to temper his body and obtain strength. I must become stronger. My fate must be in my own hands. He wore a few hundred kilograms of heavy equipment and practiced a set of spirit tiger fist. This set of fist techniques was something he had bought with all his savings. Although it was of a low grade, it could absorb spiritual energy while tempering his body. For the past 5 years, in order to change his fate, in order to possess strength and protect his dignity, Xianxia had cultivated arduously every day and night, rain or shine. The fireworks to celebrate the crown prince only stopped late at night. The sky above the palace was shrouded in thick smoke and the smell of gunpowder was thick. Xianxia was so tired that he felt weak. Although it was hard to cultivate day and night, it made him feel that his strength was increasing. This was the motivation for him to persevere. I'm really tired today. There must be a great effect. I'm going to rest. He came to the well and was about to draw water to take a bath when an old man suddenly walked over. This old man was the chief steward of the palace. Steward Wang, what's the matter? Xianxia hurriedly asked when he saw the old man. Fifth prince. Steward Wang said solemnly. When Xianxia saw Steward Wang's expression, he turned serious as well. The emperor has ordered that in 10 days, all the princes who have yet to step into the 4th level of the martial body stage must join the army and head to the border to fight against the Beastman army. Steward Wang's expression was solemn as a hint of sympathy flashed across his eyes. When Xianxia heard this, his expression changed drastically. His body suddenly trembled as he clenched his fists tightly, producing a crisp "gg" sound. A prince who was unable to step into the 4th level of the martial body stage at the age of 15 was seen as having no fate with the martial way. It took a lot of resources to raise a group of princes. If the princes were to join the army, not only would they be able to gain the goodwill of the people and soldiers, they would also be able to increase the goodwill of the empire among the commoners. This was also a rule of the Tianqin Empire over the years. There were 9 levels of the martial body realm. The first 3 levels were mainly focused on qi refinement. If the spirit vein was too weak, it would be difficult for one to sense the sun's spiritual energy in the world. Xianxia only had one spirit vein. He could only sense the spiritual energy of one sun. This was the main reason why his cultivation was slow. If it was anyone else, they would have given up on cultivating martial arts. Only he was persisting. If you escape at the last moment, once you are arrested, you will be tortured to death. Xianxia could not hear the voice behind Steward Wang. He did not know when Steward Wang had left. He stood beside the well in a daze, his mind blank. It was as if he had fallen into the depths of a cold well and was constantly struggling. This feeling of helplessness made him despair. When he was 10 years old, he was still a young child. 4 of his spirit veins had been extracted by a treacherous official and the poison concubine. At that time, there was no one to help him. From then on, he swore that no matter how much suffering he had to endure, he would become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he not be bullied, would he not be taken away by others, and would he not despair in the face of adversity. At this moment, he was once again in a desperate situation. He was once again engulfed by despair, as if he had returned to 5 years ago, to the moment when his spirit vein had been extracted. For the past 5 years, he had been ridiculed in every way in the imperial palace. No matter how many difficulties he had encountered, he had not given up on cultivating martial arts. After arduous training, he finally welcomed a glimmer of hope. He had finally stepped into the 2nd level of the martial body stage. At that moment, his eyes were brimming with tears. His arduous cultivation had finally paid off. From then on, he firmly believed that as long as he worked hard, he would one day become a martial arts expert and change his fate. Legendary spirit vein. After the banquet to celebrate the crown prince ended, the luxuriously dressed princes and princesses chatted and laughed. When they passed by Xianxia's dilapidated pavilion and saw Xianxia sitting by the well in a daze, they immediately guessed something. The former crown prince is about to become a soldier and head to the border to feed the beastmen. This change is really great, hee. It's all that demoness' fault. She cultivated some demonic art when she had nothing better to do. Otherwise, how could he be where he is today? His mother also offended many people in the palace when she was alive. No one will help him. That's right, the new crown prince originally had 5 meridians. Later on, he successfully fused with one of Qin Yan's spirit veins. Now, he has a talent of 6 meridians. Furthermore, he has stepped into the 6th level of the martial body stage at such a young age. He is much stronger than Qin Yan back then. Furthermore, he is very handsome. The new crown prince will definitely not disappoint us. He will be the future heavenly Qin emperor. He's going to the Xianxia martial school tomorrow, right? That's a very powerful martial arts academy. Hearing the conversation from afar, all sorts of emotions surged in Qin Yan's heart. One of the 4 spirit veins that had been extracted from him had been fused with the new crown prince. Fusing with a spirit vein was an extremely difficult task. Amongst the 10,000 spirit veins, it was difficult to find one that was perfectly compatible with him. It mainly depended on luck, but the new crown prince had successfully fused with it. It was his own spirit vein that allowed the new crown prince to possess a rare 6th spirit vein. Qin Yan's heart was immediately filled with grief and anger. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Bastard treacherous official, bastard empress, I will shatter all of you. He roared as he crazily struck the stone well, causing blood to spurt out from his fists. Suddenly, he felt a comfortable warmth coming from his wrist, causing him, who had lost his mind due to anger, to immediately wake up. Big Sister Grand Preceptor gave me something before she left. Qin Yan hurriedly looked at his wrist. It was a 9-pearl bracelet that was stained with his blood. He carefully looked at the bracelet. There were 9 black beads on it, about the size of a longan core. The surface was uneven and lusterless. Because there were only 9 beads, it looked very sparse and ordinary, not good-looking at all. Before Big Sister Grand Preceptor left the palace, she came to find me in a hurry and told me to keep it safe. She didn't tell me what it was. Qin Yan stared at the mysterious 9-pearl bracelet and frowned slightly as he recalled what had happened back then. The 9-pearl bracelet released a warm current that flowed from his wrist into his arm. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and sensed carefully. He discovered that the warm current was actually formed by the convergence of 9 different spiritual energies. Shocked, he opened his eyes and looked at the bracelet on his wrist in disbelief. As long as one was a human, they would be born with a spirit vein, known as the Yang spirit vein. Those who could only sense the spiritual chi of a single sun would find it hard to become powerful martial artists. They were destined to be mediocre for the rest of their lives. A 2-sun spiritual pulse would be better, and a 3-sun spiritual pulse would be considered a mid-level talent. 4-sun spiritual pulse is above average talent. 5-sun spiritual pulse and 6-sun spiritual pulse are rare geniuses. 7 yang spiritual veins were known as super geniuses. 8 yang spiritual veins were even harder to find in 10,000 years. As for the 9 solar spiritual vein, it only existed in legends. Through the mysterious 9-pearl bracelet left behind by the Grand Preceptor, Qin Yan could sense 9 types of spiritual energy. This was equivalent to the 9 yang spirit vein, a legendary talent. He was extremely excited. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and carefully observed the bracelet. Each bead had a complicated pattern on it. The fine lines crisscrossed each other, but upon closer inspection, it was not messy at all. It was very natural. In order to confirm if it was true, he tried to absorb the spiritual energy again. Sure enough, he could absorb 9 different types of spiritual energy into his body. He had only absorbed the 9-sun spiritual energy for a moment, and the fatigue in his body had lessened by quite a bit. The 9-sun spiritual energy is truly powerful. I have the talent of a 9-yang spirit vein, so I might be able to step into the 4th level of the martial body stage within 10 days. That way, I won't have to join the army. Qin Yan was overjoyed as his heart thumped wildly. This joy made his entire body tremble with excitement. He never expected that the mysterious bracelet given to him by the Grand Preceptor would be able to reverse his fate. Qin Yan, who was overwhelmed with emotions, took a deep breath to relax and maintain a calm heart. In the 9-yang world, the spiritual energy of the 9 suns was different and filled the world. The more spirit veins there were, the more sun spiritual energy one could sense, and the more types of spiritual energy one could absorb. After the spiritual energy released by different suns was absorbed into one's body, it could even fuse and evolve. The effect was not as simple as adding them together. Due to the nourishment of the 9 suns spiritual energy, Yin only needed to absorb it for an hour before his fatigue was completely swept away. The injuries on his fists also rapidly healed under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. He couldn't wait to enter his room and borrow the 9 Pro bracelet to absorb the 9 Sun spiritual energy to cultivate. He had to make the best use of his time to break through and cultivate a powerful strength. He had to grasp his own fate in his hands. Yin entered his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He closed his eyes, calmed his heart, and began to draw energy. The 9 Sun spiritual energy flowed through the pitch-black bracelet like a trickle. It slowly flowed into his body, turning into 9 colored threads that converged and flowed through his limbs and bones. After the spiritual energy entered the body, it was still spiritual energy. Although it could be stored in the body, after a long period of time, the spiritual energy would slowly leak out of the body. At this time, he needed to refine the spiritual energy into inner qi and store it in his dantian. The first 3 levels of the martial body stage mainly focused on qi refinement. The first level of qi drawing, learn to sense spiritual energy and draw it into the body. The second level was to nurture spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy entered the body, it would fuse with the flesh and blood, strengthening the body. The third level of qi refinement would refine the spiritual energy into inner qi and allow it to flow through his limbs and bones. Yin was stuck at the second level of the martial arts realm. He had not made any progress for a long time, making it difficult for him to break through to the third level. The key to breaking through to the third level was to introduce a large amount of spiritual energy into his body to nourish his muscles and blood, making his body stronger. After that, he turned his body into a millstone, causing the spiritual energy to circulate rapidly throughout his body. It rubbed against the blood in his body and produced inner qi. Previously, he only had 1 spirit vein and could only draw in the spiritual energy from 1 sun. There was only 1 type of spiritual energy, which was extremely weak and difficult to circulate. And through the 9 Pro bracelet, he could draw in the spiritual energy of the 9 suns. Now, the 9 types of spiritual energy were flowing through his body, quickly fusing into his flesh and blood. His muscles, bones, and flesh were growing rapidly. Early in the morning, the 9 suns lined up in a straight line and rose from the horizon, driving away the darkness and coldness, bringing warmth and light to the land of the 9 suns. After cultivating through the 9 Pro bracelet for an entire night, Yin naturally woke up. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. They flickered with light and he looked extremely spirited. His temperament had changed greatly. He clenched his fist and the aura in his body flowed. A ball of air flowed into his arm and he punched out, creating a gust of wind. It's a success. I finally cultivated inner qi and stepped into the third level of the martial body stage. Yin's eyes could not help but moisten as he felt incomparably excited. He secretly sighed at the terrifying power of his legendary talent. In just a single night, he had broken through. If it was the previous 1 spirit vein, he would need at least 2 to 3 years to break through without any resources. Big Sister Grand Preceptor, what happened to you? I will definitely find you. He looked into the distance, his thoughts in a mess. The Grand Preceptor's origins were mysterious. She had been invited to the palace by his mother a long time ago and was responsible for teaching him martial arts. She was a gentle and peerless beauty who had been very good to him since he was young. Spiritual energy Pill. The new crown prince possessed the 6 Xiang spiritual pulse. This was the most talented prince in the history of the Tian Qin Empire. As for the current Qin Yun, because he had the 9 Pro bracelet, it was equivalent to obtaining the 9 Yang spiritual pulse. This kind of talent had only appeared in legends, and it far surpassed the 6 Yang spiritual pulse in all aspects. Qin Yun opened the door to the courtyard and saw a group of people passing by in a hurry. This group of people were rushing to the crown prince's palace. They were going to send the crown prince off to the Tianxian martial school. Right now, everyone wanted to curry favor with the crown prince and seek benefits for themselves. Back then, when Qin Yun had just been conferred the title of crown prince, this group of people had also fawned on him. However, 5 years ago, after he was stripped of his position as crown prince, those who had once flattered him immediately cut off all ties with him, especially those who had received the Grand Preceptor's favor. They immediately put on ugly expressions and used the most vicious language to curse the Grand Preceptor. This was to prove that they had nothing to do with the Grand Preceptor and avoid being punished. These lowly people, for their own selfishness, they would do things that go against their conscience. In front of great power, they are like ants. Qin Yan had already seen through this group of people and was even more determined to become stronger. Crown Prince? The throne? I don't care. He closed the door and began to cultivate in the small courtyard. I need to learn the Qi explosion technique as soon as possible. This is the only martial arts technique that Big Sister Grand Preceptor left for me. Qin Yan circulated his inner Qi and guided it to his arm before punching the ground. Whoosh. The moment the inner Qi rushed out of his fist, it exploded. It caused a wave of air to surge out from his fist. The withered leaves on the ground were instantly shattered after being hit by the air wave, and a crater was formed in the mud. The Qi explosion technique was a self-defense martial art that the Grand Preceptor had imparted to Qin Yan. The power of this cultivation technique was that even if one did not cultivate inner Qi, they could still use weak spiritual energy to create a Qi explosion and unleash a very strong power. The longer I condense inner Qi, the greater the power. I'll try condensing inner Qi for 10 breaths of time. Qin Yan took a deep breath and silently counted the time in his heart. After 10 breaths, a surge of inner Qi trembled in his dantian. He released his inner Qi according to the technique of the Qi explosion technique and punched a large rock. Bang! His fist fiercely smashed on the rock, causing a gust of air to surge in all directions. The rock cracked and broke into many small pieces. Qin Yan heaved a sigh of relief. His face was pale and his arm felt a slight pain. However, his heart was filled with joy because the power of the Qi explosion technique was very strong. That punch just now had at least 1,000 pounds of force. That's right, as long as I break through to the 3rd level of the martial body realm, I can go to the Spirit Pill Pavilion to collect the pills. Qin Yan suddenly thought of this matter. In the Tianqin Empire, once the princes and princesses broke through to the 3rd level of the martial body stage, they would be able to go to the Spirit Pill Pavilion to receive 5 spiritual energy pills. After resting for a moment, Qin Yan headed for the Spirit Pill Pavilion. On the east side of the Imperial Palace, there was a medicinal garden. It was more than 10 acres of land and was surrounded by walls. The Spirit Dam Pavilion was located in the medicinal garden. It was a classic 3-story building. Qin Yan jogged for a moment and arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Dan Hall. He saw many guards lined up in a long line. They all came to collect a spiritual energy Dan. Every year, they could collect one. When the guards saw Qin Yan arrive, they did not salute the prince. This was because everyone knew that Qin Yan's power was gone. In another 10 days, he would be forced to join the army and be completely abandoned by the royal family. He would never have a chance to make a comeback. Qin Yan could also sense the contempt the guards had for him. He was secretly displeased, but he did not say anything. All these years, he had lived like this. Because he was a prince, he did not need to line up to receive the spiritual energy pill. He directly walked to the window at the very front. The person in charge of distributing the pills was a round-faced middle-aged man. When he saw Qin Yan, his tone was very bad. He did not hide the contempt in his eyes as he said with a mocking tone, "Fifth Prince, what are you doing here?" The round-faced middle-aged man was the Empress man. Now that the Empress was in power, she could cover the sky with one hand in the palace. As the Empress' loyal dog servant, he was quite arrogant. Qin Yan frowned and said coldly, "I'm here to collect the spiritual energy pill. You are only at the 2nd level of the martial body realm, don't come here to cause trouble." The round-faced middle-aged man sneered and said, "I know you really want to break through, but don't forget that you were no longer the crown prince 5 years ago. Right now, the new crown prince is a true dragon among men, a proud son of heaven." The round-faced middle-aged man wanted to mock him, but Qin Yan's powerful and slender hand had reached out at an unknown time and bit his neck like a wolf. Pung! Qin Yan grabbed the round-faced man out of the window and threw him heavily to the ground. His foot stepped on the fat face and his voice was filled with an imposing aura as he said, "Dog slave, remember this. Even if I'm not the crown prince, I'm still the esteemed 5th prince. It's not your turn to be impudent in front of me. Using a slave to bully a master is a capital crime. Even if I kill a dog slave like you, there won't be any consequences." When the guards in the queue saw Qin Yan's strength, they were alarmed. They had all seen that Qin Yan had used inner Qi. Only a 3rd level martial body could release inner Qi. This meant that Qin Yun had already stepped into the third level of the martial body realm. The round-faced middle-aged man who had been taught a lesson was very certain that Qin Yun was at the third level of the martial body realm. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Qin Yun while trembling. He pleaded for mercy and fear. This lowly one will immediately get the spiritual energy pill for the fifth prince. The middle-aged man got up and hurriedly entered the house. He took out 5 spiritual energy pills and came in front of Qin Yun. He bent down and respectfully handed them over. The other guards also lowered their heads and bowed to Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun was only at the third level of the martial body realm, he could already feel the charm of power. Only by grasping powerful strength would one be able to gain respect and not be looked down upon. Otherwise, one could only allow snobbish people and evil people to trample on one's dignity. Qin Yun took the spiritual energy pill and turned to walk towards the entrance of the herb garden. He saw a young girl and a youth walk in. The young man was handsome and the young girl was beautiful. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes. They laughed and talked. It was very sweet. Yo! Isn't this Qin Yun? You will be forced to join the army in 10 days. I thought you had already committed suicide. The youth was dressed in a dazzling golden red brocade robe. His face was filled with a disdainful smile as he spoke to Qin Yun. He was the 4th prince. His name was Qin Tianyi, and he was the younger brother of the crown prince. He had just stepped into the 4th level of the martial body stage and was also here to collect the spiritual energy pill. When the guards saw the 4th prince, Qin Tianyi, arrive, they immediately bowed. The round-faced middle-aged man even jogged over. Qin Yun looked at Qin Tianyi expressionlessly and said, I'm not a coward like you who would think of suicide when you encounter difficulties. I just stepped into the 3rd level of the martial body stage and am here to collect the spiritual energy pill. With that, he looked at the young girl beside Qin Tianyi. The young girl was wearing a snow-white dress. Her face was beautiful and she had a refined beauty. Fury of Qi explosion. A few days ago, Qin Yun had heard that Yuan Yening had broken through to the 4th level of the martial body realm. She had come here to collect the spiritual energy pill. Other than the princes and princesses, the descendants of the nobles could all come to the spiritual pill pavilion to collect the pills. When Yuan Yening was young, she had suffered from a strange illness. She had always been weak and sickly. Later on, she was cured by Qin Yun's Grand Preceptor's miraculous medical skills. Therefore, she had a very good relationship with Qin Yun when she was young. However, after Qin Yun was stripped of his position as crown prince, the two of them had not met much. When Yuan Yening and Qin Tianyi heard that Qin Yun had stepped into the 3rd level of the martial body realm, they were extremely surprised. This was because Qin Yun only had 1 spirit vein. Without the nourishment of a large number of pills, it was impossible for him to break through to the 3rd level of the martial body realm. Qin Yun smiled at Yuan Yening and said gently, Sister Yening, long time no see. A girl really changes 18 times. I almost couldn't recognize you. Yun. Brother. You just received 5 spiritual energy pills, right? Yuan Yening lowered her head slightly and said softly with a slightly shy expression. Qin Tianyi's expression suddenly changed when he saw Qin Yun and Yuan Yening conversing so intimately. Everyone found it strange. Qin Yun was already in such dire straits, yet he still had the favor of a beauty. Qin Yun walked to Yuan Yening's side and said with a smile, Sister Yening, you are also here to collect the pill, right? You are much stronger than me now. You are already a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial body realm. The 3rd level and the 4th level was a watershed. At the 3rd level of the martial body realm, one would need to use a large amount of inner qi to condense an inner yuan. Only then would one be considered to have stepped into the 4th level of the martial body realm. Inner yuan could allow a person to store a large amount of inner qi in their body. It was extremely important to martial artists. It was not difficult for a talented person to condense inner yuan. However, it was extremely difficult for people with only 1 or 2 meridians. When Qin Tianyi saw Qin Yun and Yuan Yening chatting and laughing, his expression turned uglier and uglier. Everyone could tell that he was jealous, but he did not flare up. He only clenched his fists and kept a straight face. Brother Yun, you will be joining the army in 10 days. Although you are a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial body mirror, it is impossible for you to step into the 4th level of the martial body mirror within 10 days. Yuan Yannying's words made Qin Yin feel that something was amiss. He could not help but frown as he continued listening. You only have one spirit vein, so you are destined to have no fate with the martial Tao. I know this isn't your fault, it's all the Grand Preceptor's fault. Big Brother Yun, accept your fate and give the spirit energy pill in your hands to Tianyi. Yuan Yannying, shut up. Without waiting for her to finish, Qin Yin shouted angrily, if the Grand Preceptor had not treated you back then, would you be where you are today? I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person. As Qin Yin shouted, the anger and inner qi accumulated in his heart surged out, forming a strong gust of wind that blew Yuan Yannying back a few steps. Yuan Yannying's long hair was blown into a mess. Because she could sense Qin Yin's furious killing intent, her beautiful face turned pale from fright. Her delicate body trembled slightly, with Qin Yin's aura, even the surrounding guards were secretly terrified. Yuan Yannying could not help but feel a sense of disgust after being shouted at by Qin Yin. Her tone turned cold as she said, it's just a waste for you to eat the spiritual energy pill. Why don't you give it to Big Brother Tianyi? I'll get my father to take care of you in the army. The reason why Qin Yin was crippled had a lot to do with the Empress. However, the Yuan Yannying in front of him had actually asked him to give the spiritual energy pill to the Empress's youngest son. It was obvious that Yuan Yannying was trying her best to curry favor with Qin Tianyi. Apart from pity, the way Yuan Yannying looked at Qin Yin was filled with contempt and disgust. Qin Yin was infuriated once again. He clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were resolute. His tone was firm as he said coldly, I, Qin Yin, would rather die on the battlefield than need any care. With that, he walked towards the door. Halt! Qin Tianyi suddenly shouted coldly. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Qin Yin. Qin Tianyi's face was filled with pride because Yuan Yannying was trying to curry favor with him. It was as if she was announcing to everyone that she had nothing to do with Qin Yin anymore. What is it? Qin Yin said coldly. Qin Tianyi suddenly grabbed Qin Yin's collar. His face was filled with arrogance and his tone was insolent. He said with a sneer, Sister Ying is right. You are just a cripple. Eating the spiritual energy pill is just a waste. You are not worthy of eating the spiritual energy pill at all. Why don't you give it to me? The spiritual energy pill was a low-grade spirit pill. It cost 4,000 crystal coins each. 5 of them would be 20,000 crystal coins. It was not a small amount for a prince. What if I don't give it to you? Qin Yin's eyes revealed killing intent as he said slowly. Give it to him. It's really a waste for you to eat the spiritual energy pill. And Big Brother Tianyi has the 4-sun spiritual vein, so he can absorb the spiritual energy pill better. Yuan Yannying, who was at the side, urged. When Qin Yin heard Yuan Yannying's words, the anger that he had suppressed for a long time surged up in an instant. At this moment, his mind was blank. His body involuntarily circulated the inner qi in his body with all his might. He crazily gathered his inner qi in his arm. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm worthy of eating the spiritual energy pill or not. Compared to me, you guys are even less worthy to eat spirit qi pills. Qin Yin's voice was extremely cold. It was like an unsheathed sword, emitting a cold aura that sent chills down one's spine. This is your fate. Your life is cheap, this is how it should be. Qin Tianyi grabbed Qin Yin's clothes. His face was ferocious as he shouted, you damned cripple, hurry up and hand over the spiritual energy pill. As Qin Tianyi cursed, he actually waved his hand, wanting to slap Qin Yin in the face. Qin Yin was already infuriated. The inner qi in his arm suddenly exploded. He raised his palm and quickly slapped Qin Tianyi's face, boom. This slap was fast and ruthless, landing on Qin Tianyi's face. At this moment, Qin Yin's condensed inner qi was released to his heart's content along with his anger. Ah! After Qin Tianyi was beaten, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered, his entire face was deformed and distorted. Broken teeth and blood splattered everywhere, and his body rolled on the ground. Fortunately, he was at the 4th level of the martial body realm and did not immediately faint. However, his head was dizzy and he could not even stand up. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They were all scared silly. Yuan Yannying, who was at the side, was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. Qin Tianyi, who was the first to attack, was actually knocked to the ground by Qin Yin's sudden palm strike. Qin Yan was only at the third level of the martial body realm. Why was his inner chi so powerful? To be able to defeat a fourth-level martial body martial artist. Inner Yuan, you dare? He is the son of the Empress. He is also my future husband. Yuan Yenying, who was at the side, hurriedly shouted. She did not call him Brother Yun like before. Qin Yan said with a sneer, in 10 days, I will be joining the army. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well drag someone down with me. No one would doubt his words, he was weak and was forced to join the army. If he went to the front lines to fight, he would definitely die. He would definitely do anything. Qin, just as Yuan Yenying said a word, Qin Yan's cold and emotionless gaze shot over, causing her face to turn pale as she took a few steps back. She was so frightened by Qin Yan's intense killing intent that she did not dare to make a sound. Qin Yan grabbed Qin Tiany's throat and shouted, "Give me the spiritual energy pill. This is your last chance." Qin Tiany's throat was being forcefully gripped. His injured face was also in pain as he struggled bitterly. A few guards rushed over, but they did not dare to act rashly. Qin Tiany endured the pain and nodded. Then, he glanced at the round-faced middle-aged man in charge of distributing the spiritual energy pills and shouted with difficulty, "Quick! Give it to him." The round-faced middle-aged man trembled as he took out 15 spiritual energy pills and handed them to Qin Yun. Qin Tiany had just stepped into the fourth level of the martial body realm and was able to receive the reward of 15 spiritual energy pills. However, they had all been snatched away by Qin Yun. After Qin Yun took the spiritual energy pill, he released Qin Tiany and looked at Yuan Yenying. He said with a sneer, "You want this kind of trash? For an ungrateful person like you, in order to enjoy glory and wealth, it's not strange for you to marry this kind of trash." After saying that, he left without looking back. Everyone looked at Qin Yun's proud back and exclaimed in their hearts, no one had expected that Qin Yun, who was at the third level of the martial body realm, would be able to beat Qin Tiany, who was at the fourth level of the martial body realm, into such a sorry state. Yuan Yenying bit her lips as she stared blankly at the guards carrying Qin Tiany away. Qin Yun returned to the small building and looked at the 15 spiritual energy pills. He frowned and muttered to himself, there are still 10 days before the Hualingwu Academy comes to recruit students. They only accept people at the fourth level of the martial body realm. I have to break through quickly. As long as I enter the Hualingwu Academy, I will have a stable environment to cultivate in. The spirit chi pill contains a large amount of spirit chi, which can help me break through quickly. As long as he could condense an inner yuan in his dantian, he would be considered to have stepped into the fourth level of the martial body stage. Inner yuan could store a large amount of inner chi. At the same time, it could also refine internal chi and make it purer. To condense inner yuan, one first had to continuously absorb spiritual energy into the body, then convert a large amount of spiritual energy into inner chi and store it in the dantian, and finally condense the inner chi into inner yuan. It was not difficult, but it was not easy either. If it was someone with a lot of spirit veins, they could easily cross this threshold. After Qin Yun ate a spiritual energy pill, he quickly sensed 9 streams of spiritual energy circulating in his body, which made him pleasantly surprised. The mysterious 9-beaded bracelet could not only absorb the spirit chi of the 9 suns, but it could also sense the 9 types of spirit chi contained in the spirit chi pill, which meant that it could be completely absorbed. People with 6 sun spiritual veins can only absorb 6 types of spiritual energy from pills. And Qin Yun could absorb 9 types of spiritual energy. This was the advantage of having more spirit veins. Therefore, the more spirit veins one had, the higher one's talent in martial arts was. In the following period of time, Qin Yun refined the spiritual energy pill every day, refining the spiritual energy that surged into his body into inner chi. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The inner chi in Qin Yun's dantian was vigorous and pure. It gathered together and condensed into a sparkling golden cyclone, causing his dantian to swell up. He used his mind to control the cyclone in his dantian, causing it to constantly shrink. Not long after, Qin Yun suddenly felt that his abdomen was very hot and somewhat uncomfortable. However, he could only endure the discomfort brought about by the scorching heat and continue to shrink the cyclone. Time slowly passed, the sky was about to brighten. Today was the day the prince would join the army. If Qin Yin could not step into the fourth level of the martial body stage, he would be forced to join the army. At this moment, he was channeling the Nine Suns' spiritual energy into his body. Suddenly, Qin Yin's body, which was drenched in sweat, emitted a faint golden mist. It was as if he was about to condense his elemental energy. Early in the morning, sunlight shone in through the window. Qin Yin let out a muffled grunt as golden mist suddenly spewed out from his body. A gust of air surged out, causing the things in the room to crackle and sway. I've finally condensed my elemental energy and stepped into the fourth level of the martial body realm. He clenched his fists in excitement. If he could break through before the ceremony, he wouldn't need to join the army. After Qin Yin was happy, he packed his luggage and carried his bag. He walked out of the small building that had accompanied him as he grew up and rushed to the square of the imperial palace. In the past few days, there had been a heated discussion in the palace. It was the matter of Qin Yin stealing Qin Tianyi's spiritual energy pill. Many people found it strange because in the past 10 days, the Empress did not cause trouble for Qin Yin. Therefore, everyone speculated that the Emperor of Tianqin was secretly obstructing him, allowing Qin Yin to spend the last 10 days in the empire in peace. The spacious square of the imperial palace was bustling with noise and excitement. Today, the palace was open to the public. People outside could come in and sign up for the army or sign up to enter the Hualingwu Academy. The entire day would be very lively. The southern district of the plaza was the most lively. This was because the famous Hualingwu Academy had sent many teachers to recruit students. Many people were queuing up to register. In the eastern part of the plaza, it was also very lively. There was going to be a ceremony for the princes to join the army here, and the princes who had joined the army had already started to resist. Qin Yin rushed to the east side of the plaza and saw a few dejected princes standing on a large red carpet being watched. They were all pitiful 15-year-old wretches who had yet to step into the fourth level of the martial body stage. The ceremony for the prince to join the army was very grand. After all, he was a prince, so he had to be a little more dignified. However, no matter how dignified they were, they could not make the princes happy. All of them looked as if they had been castrated, their faces filled with grief. Don't be depressed. Qin Yin, the former crown prince, will go with you. Someone teased from the side. Qin Yin was once the crown prince and had such a high status. However, because he was weak, he was forced to join the army. This was equivalent to being executed. Everyone was filled with emotion. The most heartless royal family. At that moment, Qin Yin was standing beside the red carpet. He did not stand on the red carpet in the middle. Why didn't he stand in? This puzzled everyone. Not long after, a shining golden phoenix sedan chair was carried by many people as it slowly arrived. There was a group of guards and palace maids following closely behind the sedan chair. This was the Empress sedan chair. A chief steward came forward and announced loudly to the crowd that the emperor had urgent matters to attend to and could not come here to preside over the prince's enlistment ceremony. Therefore, the empress would take care of this matter. Qin Yin had not seen the emperor for several years. He vaguely felt that the emperor would secretly help him from time to time, but he could not explain why he had such a feeling. The luxurious sedan chair arrived and a coquettish woman wearing a dazzling phoenix robe walked down. This was the Tianqin Empress. Her luxurious phoenix robe flickered with a faint crystal light as spiritual energy lingered around it. This was a set of armor that had a certain level of defensive ability and was priceless. When the Empress got off the sedan chair, everyone immediately bowed. Dispense with the formalities. The Empress's tone was indifferent. Her eyes were cold and sharp as she swept her gaze across the crowd. She had a cold and arrogant majesty to her. Her gaze stopped on Qin Yin. Her cold eyes narrowed slightly as a sinister glint flashed across them. Her youngest son, Qin Tianyi, had been injured by Qin Yin 10 days ago. 15 spiritual energy pills had been snatched away. If not for the emperor's secret obstruction, she would have attacked Qin Yin long ago. Now, when she saw that Qin Yin was about to join the army and die, she felt much better. As for Qin Yin, he wished that he could kill this sinister woman. Beautiful teacher, a prince who has yet to reach the fourth level of the martial body stage at the age of 15 must join the army and head to the border. The Empress's face was as cold as frost as she looked at Qin Yin coldly. She shouted sternly, "Qin Yin, what are you still standing there for? didn't you hear what I said? Qin Yan stood calmly by the red carpet as if nothing had happened. When he heard the Empress's question, he smiled and said, "What a pity. I have already stepped into the 4th level of the martial body stage, there's no need to go. Hurry up and start now, hurry up." The moment these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and a commotion broke out. Everyone knew that Qin Yun had become a cripple 5 years ago. A few days ago, he had broken through to the 3rd level of the martial body stage and injured Qin Tianyi. When this news spread, it shocked the entire imperial city. And now, after only 10 days, he had broken through to the 4th level of the martial body stage. Such a cultivation speed was unbelievable. Lying to avoid joining the army is a felony. The Empress did not believe Qin Yun's words at all. Killing intent surfaced in her cold eyes as she shouted coldly, "Hurry up and stand in there. I have just cultivated my elemental energy and am already a 4th level martial body martial artist." Qin Yun opened his palm and forced out a sparkling mist from his palm. The inner qi overflowed like a fluorescent light. This was an obvious characteristic of condensing inner yuan. It was only because the inner qi was thin that it looked weak. Qin Yun only had one spirit vein, but he was able to step into the 4th level of the martial body stage at the age of 15. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment and doubt as they discussed this matter. The Empress's expression changed slightly as she said loudly with a slightly anxious voice, "In order to avoid joining the army, you must have used some secret technique to cause your inner qi to leak out. Quickly invite the teachers from the Hualing Wu Academy over. They are in the south district of the plaza. Let them appraise it." Seeing that Qin Yun was about to join the army, as long as she bribed someone in the army, she would be able to secretly kill him. However, she could not accept what had happened. A guard hurriedly ran to the south district of the plaza to invite a teacher from the Hualing Wu Academy over. Qin Yun was very calm because he was able to condense elemental energy. He was indeed at the 4th level of the martial body realm. He was not worried at all. "Your Majesty, the teachers of the Hualing Wu Academy are very busy. They don't have the time to come over, so they asked you to move over." The guard walked over and whispered. The corner of the Empress's eyes twitched. She was secretly infuriated, but she could not say anything. The Hualing Wu Academy was very strong and did not fear the imperial power of the empire. "Let's go," the queen said expressionlessly. "All right, I'll sign up for the Hualing Wu Academy as well." Qin Yun smiled. He was also looking forward to his life after entering the Hualing Wu Academy. When the Empress heard this, she became even more anxious. If Qin Yun were to enter the Hualing Wu Academy and accomplish something in the future, it would be a huge hidden danger for her. There were many people in the southern area of the Imperial Palace Square. There was a long queue. The people who came to sign up were all disciples of famous sections. They were all handsome and beautiful, and all of them were dressed in luxurious clothes. Their faces were filled with pride that was commonly seen among disciples of noble families. The moment Qin Yun arrived, he saw Qin Tianyi, whose face was swollen like a roasted pig head. When the Empress saw Qin Tianyi, her face turned cold. Her heart was filled with anger. Her youngest son, Qin Tianyi's talent, was not bad. However, half of his face had been swollen by a piece of trash like Qin Yun. He had even been robbed of 15 spiritual energy pills. Now, he had become the laughingstock of the palace. What infuriated her the most was that if Qin Yun had really broken through to the 4th level of the martial body realm, it was definitely because he had eaten a large number of spiritual energy pills that he was able to break through. Furthermore, 15 of the spiritual energy pills were snatched from her son. This was undoubtedly a great help to Qin Yun. Yuan Yening was also here. She was dressed in a gorgeous blue dress. At a young age, she was beautiful and noble. She was originally chatting and laughing with others, but when she saw Qin Yun arrive, her expression changed slightly. She did not dare to look at Qin Yun. 10 days ago, she was very certain that it was impossible for Qin Yun to break through. Furthermore, she had asked him to give the spiritual energy pill to Qin Tianyi. But now, Qin Yun had broken through to the 4th level of the martial body realm. This was like a ruthless slap to her face. A guard walked over and whispered to the Empress. They said that if Qin Yun really steps into the 4th level of the martial body realm, he will be qualified to enter the Hualing Wu Academy. When Qin Yan heard that, he quickly walked over. There were 10 teachers who had come to recruit students. The most eye-catching one was a female teacher with long hair that draped over her shoulders and wore white clothes. The female teacher was very beautiful, but her face was ice-cold. She seemed to be a very strict teacher. The Crown Prince's Grand Preceptor was also a woman. Qin Yan was more inclined to have a female teacher, so he walked over to the female teacher's side to register. The old officials also rushed over. When they learned that Qin Yan had cultivated his elemental energy, they rushed over. When Qin Yan saw the group of old officials arrive, he was infuriated. He secretly swore that when he became stronger in the future, he would definitely make these old fellows pay a painful price. The Empress and the generals and ministers all had solemn expressions as they walked to the side of the female teacher and waited for the results. The female teacher would conduct a simple examination of the students who had signed up. Although she was being watched, she was not affected. She did not even look at the group of powerful ministers. Moments later, it was almost Qin Yan's turn to be interviewed. He had already come to the front and took the opportunity to size up the beautiful teacher. Her face was sparkling, her skin was like jade, and her appearance was extremely beautiful. When she was serious and focused, she was cold and serious. She had a cold and arrogant temperament that was completely natural. A light breeze blew over, causing her hair to flutter. She was cold and arrogant, yet gentle and elegant. Qin Yan could not help but be entranced. Among all the beauties he had seen, only the Grand Preceptor could compare to her. There was a sign on the female teacher's desk with her name and profile written on it. Xianxia, 23 years old, born with 6 meridians, 9th level of the martial body realm, an outstanding student of the Tianxian martial school. When he saw the introduction of the beautiful teacher, Qin Yan was even more shocked. She was already at the 9th level of the martial body realm in her 20s. If he were to break through again, he would be able to step into another great realm, the martial Dao realm. At that time, he would be able to truly touch upon the great Dao of martial arts. One had to know that in the imperial court of the Tianqin Empire, those insufferably arrogant generals and old officials were all old ruffians in their 70s or 80s. However, they were only at the 8th or 9th level of the martial body realm. There was also the Heavenly Profound Academy. It was an academy that was even more terrifying than the Hualingwu Academy. It was filled with mystery and only accepted people with outstanding talent. Xianxia was at the 9th level of the martial body realm at such a young age. It was very puzzling for her to be a teacher. Next. Finally, it was Qin Yan's turn. The Empress, the old officials, and the people from the various aristocratic families immediately perked up. Whether or not Qin Yan was truly at the 4th level of the martial body realm would soon be clear. Xianxia said softly, Qin Yan? Qin Yan said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I am Qin Yan. I have already cultivated my elemental energy and am a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial body realm. I wish to enter the Hualingwu Academy to cultivate in the martial Dao. War of the Princes. Qin Yan, if you are really a martial artist at the 4th level martial body realm, you will definitely become a student of the Hualingwu Academy. Although Xianxia's voice was cold, it was very pleasant to hear. Release your inner qi. The most obvious characteristic of the 4th level of the martial body is that your inner qi overflows like a fluorescent light. Qin Yan nodded. After taking a deep breath, he circulated his inner qi and opened his palm, forcing the inner qi out of his palm. Everyone stared at his palm and saw a sparkling mist slowly appearing like a sprout of grass. Everyone burst into laughter at the sight of this weak mist that was as thin as a firefly. What is this? The inner qi that comes out of my fart is stronger than this. Just this little bit of inner qi? I'd better go home and practice for another 8 to 10 years. One needs to cultivate inner yuan to be considered to be at the 4th level of the martial body stage. Does he have inner yuan? Everyone jeered and laughed, constantly mocking and ridiculing him. Qin Yan turned a deaf ear to the mockery of these people. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he looked at Xianxia and said, Teacher, I just condensed my inner yuan this morning. I'm still not familiar with the control of my inner yuan and inner qi. When the Empress heard the commotion from the crowd, she heaved a sigh of relief and sneered, This is just a bit of inner qi that you forced out. You have not stepped into the 4th level of the martial body stage, and it is impossible for you to break through. Don't embarrass yourself. Teacher Yang hasn't even made a decision yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Teacher Yang was a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm at such a young age. This was authority. Are you as strong as Teacher Yang? Are you as beautiful as Teacher Yang? No. Even Teacher Yang's toes are prettier than your face. Qin Yin was fearless as he ridiculed the empress. It was taboo for a woman to have someone say that she was not as beautiful as the other person, and Qin Yin had even said that the empress' appearance was worthless in front of everyone. Sure enough, the empress was so angry that her eyelids twitched and her body trembled. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and dug her nails into her flesh. Her eyes were filled with a sinister light as she roared in her heart. She swore that she would make Qin Yin suffer a fate worse than death. No one doubted Qin Yin's words. The empress was indeed not as beautiful as Teacher Xianxia, so they remained silent. Qin Yin looked at the silent crowd and said with a sneer, "Did you see that? Everyone thinks that Teacher Yang is prettier than you." Everyone immediately cursed Qin Yin inwardly. They had never admitted to it. Xianxia frowned. Her intelligent and charming eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Qin Yin. Of course, she could tell what level Qin Yin's inner chi was at. It had indeed reached the 4th level of the martial body realm, but she was a little unsure. Just as everyone had thought, Qin Yin only had one spirit vein. It would be difficult for him to reach the 4th level of the martial body realm in a short period of time. "Give me your hand," Xianxia said softly. Qin Yin acknowledged with a grunt and extended his hand. Xianxia used her 2 delicate fingers to lightly tap on the pulse on Qin Yin's wrist. She could feel his inner yuan through his pulse. After she felt the inner yuan, she said in surprise, "There really is inner yuan in your dantian. You only have one spirit vein, yet you are able to cultivate inner yuan. This is really rare." Qin Yin had truly stepped into the 4th level of the martial body realm. When everyone heard Xianxia's words, they were bewildered. There was an uproar as they began to discuss in low voices. The youths who had mocked Qin Yin earlier felt a burning pain on their faces. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. The empress' expression was even more unsightly. That was because Qin Yin would be able to enter the Hualingwu Academy and escape from her control of the palace. "Teacher Yang, you must consider it carefully." Qin Yin's previous grand preceptor of the crown prince was a demoness who cultivated in demonic arts. She might have secretly imparted demonic arts to him, which was why he was able to advance by leaps and bounds. The Hualingwu Academy has inherited the righteous martial way and is respected by others. Don't ruin your reputation because of this. Teacher Yang, please hand over this scourge, Qin Yin, to us to deal with. We guarantee that we will not harm his life. We will only cripple his elemental energy and spirit vein. The old officials walked over one after another. Their evil old faces were filled with hypocritical worry as they advised Xianxia not to accept Qin Yin with a face full of righteousness. When Qin Yin saw the old officials speak of him as an unpardonable evil, his anger immediately surged. He cursed angrily, "In the past 5 years, I've gone through a lot of hardships to cultivate, but you bunch of evil old dogs want to kill me, cripple my elemental energy vein, and ruin my martial path. You are truly a bunch of heartless old beasts. You. How dare you scold us old officials who have done our best for the country? Quickly take him down." An old official shouted angrily. Just as a few armored men walked over, Xianxia hurriedly stood up and walked to Qin Yin's side. "I can tell if Qin Yin cultivates demonic arts or not. He has passed my assessment and is a student of the Hualingwu Academy." Xianxia's cold voice was filled with dignity. It was obvious that she wanted Qin Yin as her student. When the empress saw Xianxia protecting Qin Yin, she frowned slightly and said, "Qin Yin only has one spirit vein, but he has cultivated inner yuan. He must have cultivated an evil demonic art to be able to advance by leaps and bounds. In my heavenly Qin Empire, those who cultivate demonic arts will be executed by 1,000 cuts." She insisted that Qin Yin cultivated demonic arts. "Bitch, shut up. I originally had a 5-yang spiritual pulse, so my talent was rare. But because you, lowly servant, joined forces with this group of evil old dogs to plot against me and the Grand Preceptor, you violently extracted my 4 spirit veins. One of the spirit veins has been successfully fused by your son. The spirit vein was bestowed by the heavens, but it was forcefully taken away by you. You are all evil. Even the people of the demonic Tao might not be able to do such a thing, but you sanctimonious fellows who speak of benevolence and morality have done it. Qin Yun pointed at the empress and the group of old officials as he circulated his energy and shouted loudly. His angry voice echoed throughout the plaza of the underground palace. The empress and the group of old officials were so angry that their faces revealed ruthlessness. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, wishing that they could kill Qin Yun on the spot. At that moment, the fourth prince, Qin Tianyi, walked in front of Qin Yun and shouted, "Back then, you used the authority of the crown prince to condone and protect the female grand preceptor. That was why she managed to cultivate a demonic art to great success and came to harm our heavenly Qin Empire. You have committed such a heinous crime. It is our kindness to let you live until now. Your spirit vein helped my royal brother achieve the 6 spirit vein body. This spirit vein will definitely flourish on my royal brother's body. You should not hold a grudge in your heart." When the old officials heard this, they all praised Qin Tianyi's words. Haha. Stealing someone's spirit vein is a heartless thing, yet you can actually say it in such a righteous manner. How shameless. Forget it, help me tell your royal brother to wait, I will definitely take back my spirit vein from him. Qin Yun's angry laughter suddenly turned extremely cold as he said, "I will definitely get back at the person who stole my spirit vein tenfold." Qin Tianyi sneered, "Because of your dog-shit luck, you were able to step into the 4th level of the martial body stage. But what can you do? You only have one spirit vein, so you are destined to be a martial arts cripple. It will be difficult for you to reach the top. And my royal brother has the 6 spirit vein and is also the crown prince of the empire. A martial arts cripple like you, what right do you have to ask for a spirit vein from my royal brother?" He really overestimated himself. "The reason why I was injured by you in the Spirit Pills Pavilion was because you ambushed me when I was unprepared. This was my negligence." A trace of anger appeared on Qin Tianyi's face as he shouted at Qin Yun, "Today, do you dare to fight me fair and square? You can't even defeat me, so don't even think about defeating my royal brother." Proud and elated, everyone hurriedly retreated, giving them a wide space to fight. The empress and the old officials did not stop them. They were very confident in Qin Tianyi. Qin Tianyi had 4 spiritual veins and had sufficient cultivation resources for many years. He was much stronger than Qin Yun in all aspects. "Fourth prince, you will definitely win against him." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in black armor. He was General Yuan Yenying's father, and Yuan Yenying was standing beside him. After you defeat him, I will reward you with 20 spiritual energy pills." The empress's cold eyes flashed with viciousness, hinting that Qin Tianyi had to cripple Qin Yun by hook or by crook. The old officials seemed to have seen Qin Yun's miserable defeat as all of them revealed complacent smiles. Qin Tianyi had started earlier than Qin Yun. With the support of the empress and the old officials, he had a lot of cultivation resources and his foundation was more solid than Qin Yun's. That was why everyone was so confident in him. "Let me be the host of this competition. Since it's a martial arts competition, death and injury are inevitable. When the time comes, you can't blame anyone else. Xianxia, you did not stop him." This was an opportunity to test Qin Yun's foundation. When she saw that Qin Yun and Qin Tianyi were ready, she shouted softly, "Begin." As soon as the shout fell, Qin Tianyi was the first to attack. His footsteps were steady and his speed was very fast. He charged at Qin Yun like the wind. To be able to do this at such a young age, many seniors secretly nodded in praise. Qin Yun's eagle-like eyes stared at the charging Qin Tianyi. At the same time, he secretly accumulated his inner qi and prepared to use the qi explosion technique. As expected of the Empress's son. He has such a solid foundation at such a young age. His aura is even, his steps are steady, and he is calm. He will definitely become a great person in the future. It seems that Prince Tianyi was indeed attacked by Qin Yun shamelessly. When everyone saw Qin Tianyi's movement technique, they all praised him. After Qin Yun was crippled, he had been neglected for 5 years and had no one to support him from behind. Recently, he had to rely on medicinal pills to make a breakthrough. He also did not have any martial arts cultivation techniques, so he would definitely lose. Daddy, Big Brother Tianyi is really amazing. He's much stronger than me. Yuan Yanning chuckled, her eyes filled with admiration. Of course, my eyesight has never been bad. It's definitely not wrong for you to marry him. Great General Yuan laughed heartily and said, Qin Yin won't live past today. When Qin Yin heard General Yuan's words, he was infuriated. Yuan Yanning had been treated by the Grand Preceptor back then, but in order to curry favor with the Empress, he had forgotten this favor. When Qin Tianyi rushed towards Qin Yun, he could not help but feel elated when he heard everyone's praises. Then, when he saw Qin Yun standing there motionlessly with openings, he felt even more disdain. As for the inner qi that Qin Yun had accumulated for a long time, it had already surged to his arm. The inner qi of the fourth level of the martial body realm was even stronger and thicker. The powerful force brought about by the inner qi caused his fists to tremble slightly. Thump thump thump, Qin Tianyi walked over with steady steps. When he approached Qin Yun, his speed suddenly increased and he leaped in front of Qin Yun in an instant. Hula, the inner qi in Qin Tianyi's fist surged out, emitting a hoo-hoo sound as it charged towards Qin Yun's face. Such a smooth attack made everyone exclaim in admiration. In contrast, Qin Yun seemed to be so frightened that he couldn't move, making people feel that he was much weaker. Bang! Qin Yun's face suffered a heavy punch. His head tilted to the side and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He did not dodge at all and used his own face to receive Qin Tianyi's heavy punch. Prince Tianyi's speed is too fast, Qin Yun doesn't even have time to dodge, so weak, someone exclaimed. Qin Tianyi succeeded and was secretly pleased with himself. He looked at Yuan Yanning and smiled proudly. At that moment, Qin Yun's body trembled as his bones emitted a thunderous sound. The inner qi that he had been accumulating for a long time surged into his fist, producing a strong explosive force. When Qin Tianyi reacted, it was already too late. Qin Yun's fist was like a thunderclap as his inner qi was like a violent gale. It was like a ferocious bolt of lightning striking Qin Tianyi's abdomen, causing a boom that resounded through the sky. Qin Tianyi let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out blood. He covered his abdomen with both hands and knelt on the ground. Immediately after, Qin Yun's thigh flew up. The wind from his leg whistled as if it was tearing through the air, kicking towards Qin Tianyi's chin. Ah! Qin Yun had actually won. The people who had praised Qin Tianyi earlier were all dumbfounded. They could not believe what had just happened. No one had expected Qin Yun to take the punch head-on in order to distract Qin Tianyi. Then, he would seize the opportunity to launch a thunderous counterattack. After Qin Tianyi punched Qin Yun, he was indeed very pleased with himself. He believed that Qin Yun would be powerless to retaliate. However, not only did Qin Yun retaliate, his strength was also astonishing. The surroundings were silent. The young disciples of the famous sects looked at the dying Qin Tianyi on the ground. They were also at the fourth level of the martial body realm, but their strength was not that terrifying. A few old officials rushed over and checked on Qin Tianyi's injuries. Their faces immediately turned ashen. His elemental energy has dissipated and his spirit veins have been severely damaged. An old official glared at Qin Yun. How delightful. Although Qin Yun's mouth was bleeding, he still laughed maniacally. The son of the heavenly Qin Empress, who had a noble status, had been crippled just like that. Furthermore, he had been crippled by Qin Yun. This was inconceivable. Yuan Yanning's beautiful eyes widened as she stood there in a daze. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Qin Tianyi had just been praised by others and was believed to have a high chance of winning. But now, he had been crippled. She looked at the proud Qin Yun with a complicated expression. She bit her lips. The person she had looked down on had actually become so powerful. Xianxia frowned. Qin Yun's strength shocked her. At that moment, she decided to make Qin Yun her student. Qin Yun. You are so ruthless. It was just an ordinary spar, yet you were so ruthless. You deliberately injured a prince with a limitless future. Quickly take down this villain. The Empress was extremely furious. Her ice-cold voice was trembling. He kept saying that I'm trash, but he lost to me. He's not even as good as me, yet he said that he has a limitless future? I'll leave him with his dog life. You shouldn't hold a grudge. Qin Yun used Qin Tianyi's words to retaliate against the queen. Qin Yun, die. An old red-clothed official behind the empress suddenly roared and released a thick wave of inner chi that formed a shockwave that charged at Qin Yun. Bang! The shockwave exploded when it struck Qin Yun's body, forcing him back a few steps as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The red-clothed old official took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Qin Yun. He raised his palm and was about to strike when he saw Xianxia suddenly appear in a flash and stand in front of Qin Yun. "He's my student. If you want to kill him, you have to pass through me first." Xianxia's voice was cold and her killing intent was oppressive. She released an invisible wave of inner chi to block the red-clothed old official's palm that was about to land. Xianxia and the red-clothed old official were circulating their inner force and fighting through the air. Hualingwu Academy teacher Yang. Qin Yun's strength is so terrifying and his attacks are so vicious. This is not normal. If you take this devil as your disciple, even you will suffer a calamity. Please let go and hand over this disciple of the devil Dao. I will only cripple his elemental energy and spirit veins and will not harm his life. The red-clothed old official was at the 9th level of the martial body stage and had cultivated for 60 to 70 years. However, the young woman in front of him had a cultivation that was on par with his. I can naturally tell if Qin Yun cultivates demonic arts or not. If there are any consequences, I am willing to bear it. Xianxia stood in front of Qin Yun. As she was fighting with the red-clothed old official, she suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past her. Qin Yun was like a swift and fierce leopard as he charged at the red-clothed old official. He slapped him hard in the face. "Old bastard!" Qin Yun roared angrily as his explosive palm exploded like a thunderbolt. It was deafening. The red-clothed old official did not expect that Qin Yun, who had been injured by his inner chi, would still have such terrifying strength. His face was burning with pain from the slap. He was a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm and a highly respected old official. He had actually been slapped in public. Not only did this cause him to lose face, the worst thing was that he was fighting with someone and was suddenly interrupted, causing the internal energy in his dantian to become chaotic. He had no choice but to stop and retreat before circulating his energy to heal his injuries. Everyone was alarmed when they saw this. They could not help but admire Qin Yun's courage. Even at this stage, he still had to use all his strength to slap the red-clothed old official. As the saying goes, don't hit a person's face. The red-clothed old official had also suffered great humiliation. A few old officials rushed over and channeled their inner chi to suppress the red-clothed old official's injuries. However, he still spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. He looked like he was severely injured. "Qin Yun, are you all right?" Xianxia cried out softly. She did not expect Qin Yun to suddenly attack. 5 years ago, I, Qin Yun, was only 10 years old. I was a weak child and did not have the strength to resist you. But now it's different. I am a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial body stage. Although my strength is far inferior to you evil demons, as long as I still have a breath left, I will never lower my head to you and I will never retreat. Qin Yun's voice was impassioned, it carried a very wild aura, it caused people to feel alarmed. A few old officials discussed something in low voices with the empress who had an ugly expression. The empress, who was in a fit of anger, suddenly gave a long sigh as though she had endured it. They had almost clashed with Xianxia just now. If this continued, it would only intensify the conflict. They did not dare to provoke the Hualingwu Academy. Xianxia's body looked delicate but she stood in front of Qin Yun like a tall mountain. She swept her gaze across the empress and the others and said with a sneer, "In the battle between Qin Yun and Qin Tianyi, Qin Yun won with his strength. As for all of you, you are unconvinced. You even allowed an elder at the 9th level of the martial body realm to attack a junior. You brought this upon yourselves." Qin Yun clutched his aching chest and coughed a few times. He said, "They can even bear to lay their hands on a 10-year-old child. They are capable of doing all sorts of crazy things." The empress looked at Qin Yun with a ferocious gaze that was filled with ice-cold killing intent. She said, "Forget it, the Hualingwu Academy can protect you for a moment, but it can't protect you forever. The matter of you crippling this empress will not let it go." When she saw how protective Xianxia was towards Qin Yun, she could only put the matter aside for the time being. No matter which power it was, unless they had no other choice, they did not want to become enemies with the powerful martial arts academy. This meant war. Today, all the martial arts families of the Heavenly Qin Empire are here. I will also use this opportunity to announce a major event. An old official said. Something big? What was it? Just as everyone was feeling curious, they heard the old official say, more than 10 years ago, the Tianshao Empire and the Tianqin Empire had secretly arranged a marriage between Princess Yulan and Qin Yun. Now, the two countries have discussed this matter again and decided to cancel their engagement. Although the engagement has been cancelled, everyone does not have to worry about the relationship between the two countries. This is because the Tianshao Empire has already agreed to let Princess Yulan and the newly established crown prince be engaged. Therefore, this is a great thing for us. Xiao Yulan was the princess of the Tianshao Empire. Not only was her appearance peerless, her martial talent was even more astonishing. She possessed the 7 Yang spirit vein and was only 16 years old this year. She had been recruited into the Tianxian martial school, and because of this, her name had spread far and wide. However, no one knew that such a devastatingly beautiful girl had actually been engaged to Qin Yun. Fortunately, it had been cancelled. Otherwise, no one would be able to accept Xiao Yulan marrying a cripple like Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not say a word. He pretended to be at a loss, making people think that he did not know about this matter. In fact, he had known for a long time that there was an engagement contract in his bag. It was left to him by the Grand Preceptor before he left. The Empress sneered, Qin Yun's 4 spirit veins have been extracted and his position as crown prince has been abolished. If Princess Yulan marries him, it will definitely damage the prestige of the two empires. Qin Yun's expression was calm, but he was very unhappy in his heart. He still had some impression of the Tianqin Empire's Princess Yulan. He had seen her a few times when he was young. At that time, he had addressed Princess Yulan as little sister. However, in his impression, Princess Yulan was petite and weak. Her haggard appearance was very lovable. This was a matter from 10 years ago. The Empress smiled coldly and said, a year later, Princess Yulan will come to our imperial palace to hold a grand engagement ceremony with the crown prince. Qin Yun, if you are still alive at that time, you must come and participate in this grand event. Qin Yun secretly gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely participate. He could accept the cancellation of the engagement. After all, he did not have any feelings for Xiao Yulan. However, after the engagement was cancelled, he could not accept Xiao Yulan remarrying the son of the Viper Empress. He had the talent of the 9 Sun spirit vein and firmly believed that he would have enough strength to mess up the engagement ceremony. Everyone was secretly thinking about this matter. Thinking about it carefully, Qin Yun had been crippled and the Empress had obtained the greatest benefit. Her son had become the crown prince and successfully fused with Qin Yun's spirit vein. As for Princess Yulan, who was originally Qin Yun's fiancée, she would also be engaged to the new crown prince. At this moment, everyone was even more convinced that Qin Yun and the Grand Preceptor had been framed. A grand engagement ceremony will definitely invite the famous families of both countries to witness it. An old official announced loudly. Everyone was looking forward to the engagement ceremony in a year's time. If Qin Yun came, with his personality, he would definitely put on a big show. At the same time, they would also be able to see Princess Yulan's peerless beauty. Xianxia Yu's eyes flickered as if she was thinking of something. She said softly to Qin Yun, I'll bring you back to the Hualingwu Academy to heal your injuries first. You still have to awaken your martial spirit in the afternoon. Martial spirit. The Cloud Dragon mountain range was more than 200 miles away from Tianqin Imperial City. Within the mountain range, strange peaks were like a forest, towering and lofty. They were enveloped by a vast ocean of mist. A raging river traversed the mountain range like a raging dragon. The Hualingwu Academy was located outside the Cloud Dragon mountain range, beside the Cloud Dragon River. It was surrounded by huge stone walls, looking like an ancient city. From afar, it looked like a ferocious tiger crouching beside the Cloud Dragon River, exuding a majestic aura. After the carriage drove through the main entrance of the Hualingwu Academy, magnificent and tall buildings could be seen everywhere. There were groups of pavilions and palaces, and there were countless gardens. The imperial palace was nothing more than this. The carriage arrived at a large courtyard on the west side of the Hualingwu Academy and stopped at the entrance. Xianxia woke Qinyan up and asked, "Can you walk by yourself?" "Yes." The 9 Sun spiritual energy that Qinyan absorbed through the 9 Pearl bracelet has a very good effect on nourishing his body and healing his internal injuries. He is much better now, but his face is still somewhat pale. Xianxia was about to help Qinyan up when she saw him jump off the carriage. She could not help but exclaim, "You've recovered quite well." Qinyan felt somewhat guilty and said, "Teacher, I have caused you trouble. The tuition fee for this semester is 20,000 crystal coins. I'll pay it for you for now. You owe me. The Hualingwu Academy is very strict. If you are unable to pass the final exam, you will have to drop out. Before that, you must return the crystal coins to me." Xianxia's serious expression caused Qinyan's heart to tremble. 20,000 crystal coins was not a small amount, but he firmly believed that he would be able to gather it within the semester. "I'll take you to the classroom to rest first. When the rest of the students arrive, we'll begin to awaken our martial souls." Xianxia brought Qinyan into the courtyard. There were many classrooms inside. The innermost classroom was the one led by Xianxia. There were already a dozen or so students in the classroom. Most of them were the descendants of ministers and generals of the imperial court, or the outstanding descendants of various martial arts families. They were all carefully selected by Xianxia. Many of them recognized Qinyan. The students who knew Qinyan were all astonished. They had come to the Spiritual Martial Academy earlier and did not know what had happened in the square of the imperial palace. The moment Qinyan entered, he was met with all sorts of gazes. Mockery, doubt, disdain, surprise, he turned a blind eye to all of this. His experiences over the past few years had made him even steadier. "In the afternoon, I will help you awaken your martial souls. Wait here patiently for my return. Remember, no matter how illustrious the families behind you are, as long as you cause trouble here, you will have to pay a heavy price." Xianxia's voice was stern and ice-cold. It contained an oppressive aura, causing people to not dare to doubt her words. After she left the classroom, the frightened students all let out a sigh of relief. The Hualingwu Academy was very powerful. There was a mysterious power supporting it from the shadows. Even the Tianqin Empire did not dare to casually provoke it. Those young and vigorous students did not dare to be arrogant at this moment. They all obediently sat in their seats, waiting for Xianxia to return. In the afternoon, the enrollment ended. There were a total of 20 students in Xianxia's class. "Now, let's begin awakening the martial spirit." As soon as Xianxia entered the classroom, all the students stood up. Her serious expression made everyone nervous. Awakening the martial spirit was the most crucial step in martial arts. It would affect one's future martial arts career, which was one of the reasons why the students were so nervous. "Sit down." Xianxia's stern gaze swept across and she nodded. Then, she took out a small pagoda that looked like it was carved out of crystal and carefully placed it on the podium. She placed her hand on the crystal pagoda and said, "This is the spirit pagoda. It can awaken the martial spirit in a person's body. After the martial spirit awakens, the spirit pagoda will light up. The higher the quality of the martial spirit, the different colors of the spirit pagoda. There are brass, silver, gold, platinum, and purple gold. There are a total of 5 stages of martial spirits. Teacher Yang, what stage of martial spirit is considered qualified?" A student raised his hand and asked. Xianxia nodded and said, "A silver martial spirit is considered qualified, a gold martial spirit is even better, and a platinum martial spirit is the best. As for a purple gold martial spirit, people who can awaken a martial spirit of this level are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns." "Teacher, what stage is your martial spirit?" a young girl asked doubtfully. Xianxia's jade-like face suddenly revealed a trace of pride as she placed her jade-like hands on the spirit pagoda. The originally exquisite and translucent crystal pagoda suddenly emitted an intense white gold light, causing one's eyes to feel a stabbing pain. "This is a platinum martial spirit." After her jade-like hands left the spirit pagoda, the dazzling white gold light immediately disappeared. Seeing the rare platinum martial spirit, everyone was extremely surprised. They hoped that they also had a martial spirit of this level. All of you, start awakening your martial spirits now. Xianxia held a booklet and shouted, Wang Xiaojiang. A short and skinny youth raised his head and puffed out his chest as he confidently walked up. Wang Xiaojiang placed his hands on the spirit pagoda and asked, and then? Close your eyes and relax your entire body. Xianxia said. Wang Xiaojiang immediately closed his eyes and relaxed his entire body. Very quickly, a cool feeling surged through his entire body. A cool breeze blew out from the small window of the spirit pagoda. The spirit pagoda also began to light up. It was a faint silver light, far less dazzling than Xianxia's. It's the silver wind martial spirit, not bad. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and took out the pen to record it down. Wang Xiaojiang was very pleased with his beautiful teacher's exaggeration. He swaggered back to his seat. The next person to go up for the test was a young girl in a red dress. She looked rather cute, but her eyes were filled with pride. However, she could not be arrogant in front of Xianxia. Tang Qingyu, let's begin. Xianxia said. Very quickly, Tang Qingyu's results came out. The small window of the spirit pagoda overflowed with water droplets that shone with a silver light. This was a silver water martial spirit. It was not bad. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. The students that Xianxia had chosen had awakened 2 silver martial spirits in a row. They were all considered qualified. After the third student went up, intense flames spewed out from the window of the small pagoda. The spirit pagoda turned golden. This was the gold fire martial spirit. Yan Zhongming, gold fire martial spirit. Very good. A smile appeared on Xianxia's cold and charming face. The tall youth laughed complacently. That was because he, Yan Zhongming, had a gold martial spirit. It was the best martial spirit to awaken. Luo Qinghao, silver fire martial spirit. Ma Hongming, silver ice martial spirit. After testing more than a dozen students, most of them had silver martial spirits and only 1 gold martial spirit. And there was not a single platinum martial spirit. It was indeed very rare. Yi Weixian, it's your turn. Xianxia shouted, her eyes revealing a trace of anticipation. Yi Weixian? I heard that everyone in the Yi family has a thunder martial spirit. This is a very powerful martial spirit. I wonder what rank it is. Thunder martial spirit, you can tell that it's very powerful just by hearing it. The martial spirits that we awakened before were all relatively common ice, wind, water, fire, and earth. They are all things that can be found on the streets. The students exclaimed in a low voice. When Yi Weixian saw how much everyone was looking forward to him, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He revealed a proud smile and strode up to the podium. After he touched the spirit pagoda with both hands, lightning flashed out of the small window of the spirit pagoda. The most surprising thing was that the spirit pagoda flickered with a golden light. Gold thunder martial spirit. Xianxia was slightly shocked and said, the Yi family truly lives up to its reputation. Thank you for your praise, teacher. I will definitely use my martial spirit well. Yi Weixian's face was filled with a proud smile. Mysterious black Yi Weixian was secretly unhappy and thought to himself, what good martial soul can a person of the same bloodline have? Everyone also felt that Qin Yun was at most an elemental martial spirit that could be found on the streets. There was nothing to look forward to. In addition to the elemental martial spirit, there were also weapon martial spirits, namely saber, sword, spear, hammer, axe, and beast martial spirit. These 2 types were rare. Apart from that, there were also some rare martial spirits known as legendary martial spirits. For example, the space martial spirit, the time martial spirit, the life martial spirit, the transformation martial spirit, and so on. It was obvious that the students Xianxia had chosen all had elemental martial spirits. I have nothing to look forward to. Qin Yun smiled faintly. He did not care about his martial spirit. Xianxia said, under normal circumstances, people with 1 spirit vein would give up on cultivating martial arts because it's too difficult and it's difficult to condense inner yuan. However, only by condensing inner yuan could he awaken his martial spirit. Therefore, people with 1 spirit vein rarely reach the standard to awaken their martial spirit. There's an ancient book that says that after a person awakens their martial spirit, the rank of their martial spirit will be very high, at least platinum rank. Now, everyone understood why Xianxia was looking forward to it so much. It was because Qin Yun was in such a rare situation. She wanted to personally see if it was true. Qin Yun looked at Xianxia's charming and beautiful eyes and saw a hint of fanaticism. He thought to himself, could it be that teacher Yang is researching something? The reason why a person with such high qualifications like Xianxia would come here to be a teacher was most likely because she wanted to study martial spirits. Qin Yun is also looking forward to his martial spirit. He said, I hope that the record is true. Just as he stretched out his hands to touch the spirit pagoda, a loud boom suddenly came from outside, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. This kind of movement, could it be a legendary martial spirit? When the martial spirit awakens, to release such a strong sound wave, it is very likely that it is a sound wave martial spirit. Xianxia's face was filled with shock as she rushed out of the classroom. It came from the class next door. The legendary martial spirit had actually appeared in the classroom next door. Everyone hurriedly rushed out. This was a rare sight, and they could brag about it in the future if they went to take a look. Only Qin Yun was still in the classroom. His hands had already touched the spirit pagoda. The spirit tower suddenly shook slightly, and the small window spewed out flames. What's going on? Were these flames and vibrations? The flame was the fire martial spirit. The other one is the vibration martial spirit? Is this also a legendary martial spirit? Qin Yun was alarmed as he immediately sensed the vibrating power and flame power that entered his body. The two forces entered the inner yuan in his dantian, like two clusters of translucent flames. This was a young martial spirit that had just awakened. Dual martial spirits? While Qin Yun was shocked, he was overjoyed. He closed his eyes and taught himself without a teacher. He used his mind to control the martial spirit that was trembling like a small flame in his inner yuan. This should be the vibration martial spirit, a legendary martial spirit. What level is it? Qin Yun opened his eyes. When he saw the spirit pagoda, he was so frightened that a chill ran down his spine. The spirit pagoda was actually black. It was terrifyingly dark, so dark that it made one's scalp go numb, and the spirit-reaching pagoda was also shaking non-stop, as if it was going to shatter at any time. What rank was the pure black spirit pagoda? The highest was only purple gold. Damn, what the hell is a black martial spirit? Qin Yun himself was frightened. He took a deep breath and retracted his hand. He was worried that the spirit pagoda would shatter. The people who went to the next class also came back, and they all sighed at what they had seen and heard in the classroom next door. What a freak, a silver-ranked sound wave martial spirit, that is a legendary martial spirit. With his 4-sun spiritual pulse and legendary martial spirit, his future is limitless. That guy is from the Jiang family. This time, the Jiang family is in trouble. Is this the first time a legendary martial soul has appeared in our Tianqin Empire? Ahead of the Tianshao Empire. This should be the first time it has appeared. The students came back with faces full of shock and exclaimed continuously. The Tianshao Empire had a legendary martial spirit for a long time. The one who recently awakened a legendary martial spirit was Xiao Yuan. Yang Shiyua's words stunned everyone. Why hadn't they heard of it? Xiao Yuan is not here to awaken her martial spirit, of course you don't know. Yang Shiyu said before glancing at Qin Yun. Xiao Yuan was Qin Yun's ex-fiancé. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Qin Yun, have you awakened your martial spirit? Of course I've awakened it. It's a fire martial spirit. Qin Yun did not know the grade of his fire martial spirit. He planned to hide the black vibration martial spirit first. When everyone heard that it was a common fire martial spirit, they all lost interest. Compared to the sound wave martial spirit next door, it was simply too inferior. Yang Shiyu said, Qin Yun, place your hand on the spirit pagoda and let the fire martial spirit absorb the inner qi. What Qin Yun had done just now had caused the spirit pagoda to turn a terrifying black color. All right. Qin Yun secretly looked forward to the grade of his fire martial spirit as he placed his hands on the spirit pagoda. Under everyone's gaze, the transparent spirit pagoda suddenly flashed with a purple light. Purple gold flames spewed out from the windows of the small pagoda, almost blinding the eyes of the students. Purple gold martial spirit, it was actually a purple gold ranked fire martial spirit. The light was even more dazzling than Yang Shiyu's platinum martial spirit. Purple gold. Xianxia took a deep breath, her jade-like face filled with pleasant surprise. This was even more shocking than when she saw the sound wave martial spirit. Is this very powerful? Qin asked in surprise. Xianxia looked at Qin with eyes filled with joy. She slowly nodded and said, "Of course the purple gold fire martial spirit is very powerful. The martial soul could bestow internal qi with the power of attribute and strengthen it at the same time. The higher the grade of the martial spirit, the stronger the inner qi. With the same level of inner qi, if the purple gold martial spirit was released, it would be at least half as strong as the platinum martial spirit. If it was used well, it would be twice as strong. A silver or gold-ranked martial spirit is much weaker than a purple gold-ranked martial spirit." Yan Zhongming, who had awakened the golden fire martial spirit, said disdainfully, "He only has one spirit vein and his martial talent is very poor. It's difficult for him to raise his cultivation. No matter how good his martial spirit is, it's useless." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was difficult to raise one's cultivation with a one-sun spiritual pulse. No matter how good one's martial soul was, it could not change one's talent. What a waste of such a good martial spirit. Purple gold martial spirit, let me take a look. It's not bad. If he had a 3-sun spirit vein, then it would be heaven-defying. What a pity. Looks like Yi Weishuan's golden thunder martial spirit is the strongest. Everyone began to mock and ridicule him. Now, Xianxia was certain that a person with a single spirit vein would have a very high-grade martial spirit. This was not a rumor. It was just that she did not understand why it was like this. Qin also had the mysterious black vibration martial spirit. After careful consideration, he decided to hide this matter. After all, he had yet to figure out what black represented. Otherwise, he would be mistaken for a demon or something. The students present did not think highly of him, but he did not care. Inscriptions. I'll now tell you how to use the inner force mental cultivation method after awakening your martial spirit. Through the martial spirit's inner yuan, you can condense spiritual energy. Xianxia immediately began her lecture. Everyone took note of it seriously. After she finished speaking, she asked the students to ask questions about the parts they didn't understand. These students all came from prestigious families and had a good foundation. Even if there was something they didn't understand, as long as they were given some guidance, they would immediately understand. After the students finished asking their questions, Xianxia continued her lecture. If there are no other questions regarding the cultivation of mental strength, then I will begin to talk about the main points of cultivating inner force mental cultivation methods. Only after awakening the martial spirit could one cultivate the inner force mental cultivation method. The main purpose of the inner force mental cultivation method was to cultivate the inner yuan and inner qi. It was very important for martial arts cultivation. It could allow the inner yuan and the martial spirit to complement each other and cultivate the inner qi of the attribute. And martial techniques could explode the power contained within one's inner yuan. A good martial technique could perfectly display the power within one's inner yuan to the extreme, allowing a martial artist to become even stronger. Martial techniques and inner force mental cultivation methods were collectively referred to as martial arts. They were divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, which were relatively common. Above them, there were even stronger ones, and very rarely, they were the spirit grade, profound grade, and earth grade. Each grade was further divided into lower and upper grades. After Xianxia finished speaking, she let the students ask questions that they did not understand. When she saw Qin raise his hand, she asked, "Qin, is there a problem?" Qin said anxiously, "Teacher, I don't have an inner force cultivation method. What should I do?" Inner force mantra was very important. Only after condensing inner yuan would the family pass on the inner force mantra. This was to prevent young people who were eager for quick success and instant benefits from cultivating when their foundation was not stable, which would lead to qi deviation and disastrous consequences. Qin breakthrough was too hasty. He didn't have the time to learn the inner force cultivation method of the Tianqin royal family. When the students heard this, they all laughed out loud. The heavenly Qin royal family's Qin spirit art is a high-grade spirit-level inner force mental cultivation method. It's a pity that it's not fated with you. Without an inner force mental cultivation method, this can be considered as crippled. Sigh, how pitiful. His spiritual meridian was already weak, and now he doesn't even have an inner force mental cultivation method. Inner force mental cultivation methods cannot be taught to outsiders. It is simply impossible to obtain a good inner force mental cultivation method. Let's see what he can do without the inner force mantra. Everyone happily added insult to injury and mocked Qin Yan felt extremely depressed as he lowered his head to think of a solution. Suddenly, a fragrant wind assaulted him. Xianxia walked to his side and handed him a booklet. This is the Black Yang art. It is only a high-grade inner force mental cultivation method, but it can allow you to pass through the early stages. When you have a certain amount of strength, you can find a better one. Return it to me after you have memorized it. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely cultivate properly. Qin Yan quickly stood up and said gratefully. Everyone else was mocking and ridiculing him. Only Xianxia was helping him. This almost moved him to tears. High-grade inner force mental cultivation method was not bad, but the other students did not think much of it. This was because their inner force mental cultivation method was at least a low-grade spirit level. However, they were extremely jealous of Qin Yan for being able to receive Xianxia's attention. Go back to your dorms and rest. There will be a freshman assembly tomorrow morning. After saying that, Xianxia walked out of the classroom. The students' dormitory was located on the east side of the teacher's compound. There were many independent houses, and the environment was quiet and comfortable. Qin Yan was arranged to stay in residence number 10 with 4 other students from his class. Not long after the 4 students entered the house, they were called away. It's already quite late. What are they doing? When Qin Yan saw the 4 students leave, he thought to himself. Right now, he was the only one in this small house. He went to his room and sat on the bed. He closed his eyes and recalled what Xianxia had said. Then, he used the 9 Pro bracelet to absorb the 9 Sun spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the Hualing Martial Arts Academy is really dense. After Qin Yan absorbed the spiritual energy, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Then, he began to cultivate his mental energy. After awakening his martial spirit, he would be able to cultivate his mental force through his martial spirit. Mental force could enhance one's perception. Without using one's eyes, one could sense the surroundings and form an outline in one's mind. The stronger one's mental force was, the stronger one's perception would be. In the classroom, Xianxia had explained in detail the main points of cultivating mental force. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would be able to cultivate it. Not long after, Qin Yan cultivated a small ball of mental force and stored it in his mind. After he closed his eyes and released this bit of mental force, he could sense things within a meter of him. It was just that it was rather blurry and not clear enough. My mental force is out of control. What's going on? Qin Yan was alarmed. For some reason, his mental force suddenly went out of control and entered the 9 Pro bracelet. He only felt a slight tremble in his head before an empty space appeared in his mind. At the same time, there was a string of information that allowed him to know the name of the 9 Pro bracelet, 9 Yang Divine Spirit. This is a storage space? Qin Yan shouted in his heart. Not only could the 9 Yang Divine Spirit absorb the 9 Sun spiritual energy, it also had a storage space inside. This sudden discovery made him ecstatic. Storage spirit artifacts were very expensive. They cost at least 1 million crystal coins and they weren't easy to buy. A storage space the size of a room isn't small either. Qin Yan carefully observed the storage space. In the future, he would be able to store anything good in it. Bamboo slips? After he put his bag in, he saw 3 bamboo slips in a corner of the storage space. Bamboo slips were very ancient items. Now, they were all made of paper. With a thought, the 3 bamboo slips immediately appeared in his hand. When he saw the contents, Qin Yan exclaimed in surprise, "Spirit inscriptions." He hurriedly opened the other 2 scrolls. After taking a closer look, he was deeply shocked by the contents inside. 36 spirit inscriptions, 18 Xian inscriptions and 9 Dao inscriptions. Qin Yan took a few deep breaths before he could calm his agitated heart. Spirit inscriptions, Xian inscriptions, and Dao inscriptions were created by the ancients through observing the celestial phenomena at night and observing the movement of the sun, moon and stars. They were extremely profound and mysterious. After the ancients comprehended it, they carved the patterns on their weapons and armors, making them stronger. From then on, spirit artifacts with all sorts of miraculous abilities appeared. Later on, they were used to set up formations, allowing them to set up a variety of array formations and enchantments. Spirit inscriptions were used to refine spirit artifacts, Xian inscriptions were used to refine even more powerful Xian artifacts, and Dao inscriptions were used to refine Dao artifacts that were comparable to the power of the great Dao laws. It was said that the Tianqin Empire had never produced a Dao artifact. Spirit inscriptions, Xian inscriptions, and Dao inscriptions were collectively known as inscriptions. They were controlled by a small number of powers, and the few spirit inscriptions that circulated among the people were all very ordinary basic spirit inscriptions. I've obtained so many rare inscriptions, I'll definitely become an inscription master. Qin Yun was secretly excited. I must keep this a secret. If others find out that I have mastered Xian and Dao inscriptions, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. The vast majority of people did not have the chance to learn spirit inscriptions. Even many great powers yearned to master precious inscriptions. Now that Qin Yun had obtained 3 scrolls of inscriptions, it was an opportunity to become an inscription master. If it was before, he would not have dared to think of such a thing. Ban Zhan right now, I can only figure out the inscriptions myself. I can't tell anyone else. Qin Yun carefully observed the 9-yang divine spirit once again. The 9-yang divine spirit has 9 beads. My mental strength is not strong enough, so I can only open the first bead for now. The easiest bead to open already had so many mysterious runes. The other 8 beads that were even harder to open might have even better things. This made Qin Yun want to become stronger as soon as possible and open the other 8 beads. I'll start cultivating the black yang art now. I want to become stronger as soon as possible. Qin Yun began to memorize the black yang art that Xianxia had given him. He had cultivated mental force, so his memory had improved by a lot. He could quickly memorize it. In this book, there were detailed annotations from Xianxia. Qin Yun also memorized it in passing. It would help him understand this cultivation technique. After memorizing it, he followed the mantra and circulated his inner qi rhythmically, allowing it to flow through his entire body. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, or sometimes still. During the initial stages of cultivating an inner force cultivation method, the main point was to activate the inner yuan and make it beat like a heart. This meant that the inner force cultivation method had reached the initial stage. After the inner yuan beat, it could push the inner qi to circulate rapidly in the body. It could refine the inner qi and make it more vigorous. Xianxia had said that it would take at least 10 days for the inner yuan to beat. Some people would even need 2 or 3 months to do so. However, after Qin Yun cultivated the black yang art late into the night, he suddenly felt the inner yuan in his dantian throbbing. He did not know what was going on, but he had been cultivating according to the black yang art. His inner yuan had unknowingly begun to throb. After he recovered from his shock, he carefully felt the pulsing inner yuan. Soon, Qin Yun realized that every time his inner yuan pulsed, inner qi would surge out violently, pushing the inner qi in his meridians to circulate rapidly through his body. When the inner yuan contracted, it would also absorb a large amount of 9 sun spiritual energy into his body. The 9 sun spiritual energy entered his body and rapidly flowed through his body. In an instant, it turned into inner qi and then entered his inner yuan. After being refined by his inner yuan, it turned into an incomparably pure inner qi. After a few hours, Qin Yun's body was covered in mist. The surrounding 9 sun spiritual energy constantly entered his body. His inner qi surged like waves as it surged through his body, nourishing his body. The inner yuan absorbed more and more inner qi. Not only was it growing stronger, but it could also store more inner qi. A high-level inner force mental cultivation method is already so powerful. If it's a higher-level inner force mental cultivation method combined with my 9-yang divine spirit, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? Qin Yun clenched his fist. Only a better cultivation technique can make good use of the 9-yang divine spirit and the purple gold martial spirit. The martial spirit was located in the inner qi. The stronger the inner qi, the stronger the martial spirit and the stronger the inner qi. The 3 were closely linked and complemented each other, Through the purple gold fire martial spirit, Qin Yin had cultivated a powerful inner yuan. The next morning, Qin Yin woke up naturally. When he opened his eyes, he realized that his body was in excellent condition. His inner qi was much stronger. He immediately looked at his dantian and discovered that his dantian was surrounded by a thick white mist. His inner yuan was even brighter, like a pearl. Let's see if we can release flames. After he controlled his inner qi to pass through the purple gold fire martial spirit, his inner qi seemed to have been ignited. Then, he hurriedly forced the ignited flame out of his palm. Success! He looked at the weak flame in his palm and said with a smile, maybe it's because my inner qi is still not enough. Otherwise, it would be purple fire. Qin Yin was looking forward to the moment when he could release the purple flames. As for the black vibration martial spirit, he did not know what to do. The only thing he could be sure of was that the vibration martial spirit could bring him great power. My roommates haven't come back for the entire night. What are they doing? Whatever, let's go to the freshman competition first. After washing up and filling his stomach, he hurried to the classroom. Xianxia had said that they would gather in the classroom first. The freshmen that the Hualingwu Academy had recruited this year could be said to be filled with talents. The Jiang family had produced a disciple with a legendary martial spirit. This was the most shocking. In addition, there were also the rarer sword martial spirit and tiger martial spirit. They were all disciples of large clans. As for Qin Yin's purple gold fire martial spirit, it also caused many people to exclaim in admiration. It looked like it had the potential to turn the tables, so it was also the focus of discussion among the martial arts school students. Qin Yin rushed to the classroom. He was the only student there. Xianxia stood on the podium. Her beautiful face was ice cold, as if she was suppressing her anger. The moment Qin Yin entered the classroom, he felt Xianxia's formless anger pressing down on him. It made him feel somewhat afraid. He asked softly, "Teacher, am I late?" Xianxia was expressionless as she said coldly, "From now on, you are the only student in my class." This? What's going on? They? Could it be? Are they all dead? Qin Yin asked in surprise. He really thought so because he was the only one in the dormitory. They've changed classes. It was decided last night. Xianxia's expression was very ugly. The students she had chosen all had good aptitudes, but they had agreed to change classes together last night. Qin Yin recalled the situation last night and hurriedly said, "Teacher, I saw them being called away last night and they didn't come back for the entire night." Xianxia suppressed her anger but her face was still covered in frost. She said, "Qin Yin, don't worry. Even if you're the only student, I will continue teaching you." Qin Yin nodded slightly. He suspected that the Empress was the one behind the transfer. Most of the students in this class came from the famous nobles of the heavenly Qin Empire. As for the Empress, she was the only one who had the ability to cover the sky in the heavenly Qin Empire. "Come, let's go to the martial arts practice grounds to participate in the freshman competition." Xianxia angrily walked out of the classroom. It was impossible for her not to be angry when her dignity was provoked. In the middle of the Hualingwu Academy, there was a spacious martial arts practice field. Nearly 400 freshmen arrived at the martial arts practice field one after another. Class by class, they lined up and waited for the meeting. When the students who had changed classes saw Xianxia arrive, they didn't dare to look at her. Their eyes were evasive. They had changed classes due to the pressure from their families. Many older students were watching from the side of the square, as if they were waiting for a good show to happen. Their faces were filled with anticipation. After the freshman competition began, an old man surnamed Zhang, Principal Zhang, began to speak a lot of nonsense before announcing the end of the freshman competition. The Hualingwu Academy had officially begun this semester. At this moment, the classes had also been determined. There were a total of 16 freshman classes. Xianxia's class was the 9th class, and it also had the least number of people. Qin Yin was the only student. On the stage, Principal Zhang suddenly shouted, "Now, let the new class battle begin. Teachers of each class, come up and draw lots to determine your opponent." Class battle? Qin Yin was taken aback. He suddenly understood why Xianxia was so angry. It was obvious that this class battle required many people to work together to win, and right now, Class 9 only had one student. Initial success in cultivation technique. Teacher, is this class battle important? If it's not important, we don't have to take it to heart. Qinyan comforted Xianxia. The class battle is not as simple as winning or losing. It determines the resources of a class for the semester. If you lose, you will not be able to obtain any resources. If you win, you will be able to obtain a portion of resources. Xianxia said, if you don't have any resources, this semester will be bitter. This? The corner of Qinyan's eyes twitched. This was clearly asking people to fight with their lives on the line. He asked, Teacher, what do these resources include? 20,000 crystal coins, 2 mid-grade spirit pills, qi refining pills, will be distributed within the class. In addition, there is also a high-grade martial skill. All the students in the class can learn it. If you win 2 matches in a row, you will get double the amount. When Qinyan heard the resources that Xianxia mentioned, he cursed the Empress in his heart. The Empress must have known these rules, which was why she had the other students transfer classes. This resulted in Class 9 only having one student and losing the class battle. When the surrounding older students saw Qinyan's anxious expression, they found it extremely funny. Class 9 is about to lose without a fight. The group battle requires at least 10 people. Class 9 only has one person. Who asked Qinyan to offend the Empress? I have to say, the Empress is truly brilliant. With such a move, Qinyan won't be able to obtain any resources this semester. Without resources to cultivate and without progress, he will have to scram next semester. Once he's not a student of the Hualingwu Academy, the Empress will be able to deal with him. Haha, Class 9 is really pitiful. I wonder what Teacher Yang is thinking right now. Her expression is very ugly. The older students watched from the side as they chatted and laughed. Because of a special situation this year, there is only one student in Class 9. In order to ensure fairness, the rules of the class battle have been changed from group battles to individual battles. This year's class battle will be 2 rounds of individual battles. The moment Principal Zhang said this, Qinyan suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. This year's freshman class battle had actually cancelled the team battle. Many people, including Xianxia, were very surprised. The Hualingwu Academy does not allow anyone to cause trouble in the dark and destroy fairness. Rules are dead and people are alive. They can be flexible in special situations. Principal Zhang said coldly. He was also very dissatisfied with the Empress's actions. Even so, Class 9 still has no chance of winning. Yesterday in the palace, although Qinyan was able to defeat Qin Tianyi, he was also injured by an old official. His internal injuries should not be light. The other classes are filled with talents. There are people with legendary martial spirits and a few with 4 or 5 meridians. They are not weak. The injured Qinyan is definitely not their match. Even if Qinyan wins the first round, he won't be able to win the second round. He has to win 2 rounds in a row. When Xianxia heard the crowd's discussion, she whispered to Qinyan, you don't have to be sad. We won't be participating in this class battle. We'll think of another way to obtain resources. Qinyan needed to fight 2 consecutive matches. He had to win consecutively in order to obtain resources. For him, 2 consecutive battles were not easy. There were many students from other classes, and both battles were fought by different people. Teacher, my elemental energy is beating and my injuries are healed. I want to fight. Qinyan said to Xianxia in a very soft voice. For the sake of rich resources, for the sake of his class and Xianxia's glory, he had to go up and compete. He could not back down. Really? Hurry up and circulate your energy to make your elemental energy beat. Xianxia was alarmed as she hurriedly grabbed Qinyan's wrist to confirm further. Qinyan took a few deep breaths before closing his eyes. He circulated the black yang art and his elemental energy began to pulse. Xianxia quickly sensed that Qinyan's elemental energy was pulsating. What shocked her even more was that the elemental energy was pulsating violently. It could no longer be called a pulsation, but a violent vibration. She was the one who had given Qinyan the black yang art. She knew it very well. If she wanted to cultivate it to the basics, it would take at least 10 days. However, the current Qin Yun had not only cultivated it to the basics, but to the small success realm. It had only been a single night. The progress of learning a cultivation technique was usually divided into 5 stages: initiation, small success, large success, great perfection, and perfection. Xianxia suppressed the incomparable shock in her heart and said to Qin Yun seriously, "You can fight. But remember, don't force yourself. If you enter your foundation, it will have a great impact on your future. I'll go up and draw lots now." The freshmen's class battle was to let the freshmen understand the cruelty of competition. If they lost here, they would only lose resources. If they lost outside, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. After drawing lots, Xianxia obtained Class 7's lot. Their Class 9 was going to fight against Class 7. If they lost a match, they would be eliminated. In the end, there would only be 4 winners. It was very cruel. If they won a match, they would obtain an additional portion of resources. While it was very tempting, it was also accompanied by a great deal of risk. As long as they lost a match, they would not have a single resource. It was extremely cruel. "Alright, now each class will elect a representative," Principal Zhang shouted. Xianxia's class naturally did not need to be chosen because Qin Yun was the only student. Soon, each class had chosen their representative for the first round. The person fighting Qin Yun was Yan Zhongming, who had just transferred to Class 7. He possessed the 4-Sun Spirit Pulse and the Golden Fire Martial Spirit. Yan Zhongming is the grandson of General Yan. Back then, this old turtle had a share in extracting my spirit vein. Qin Yun thought to himself. "Remember what I said before." Xianxia reminded him again. Qin Yun was her only student. Nothing could happen to him. Without a doubt, the number of people paying attention to the battle between Qin Yun and Yan Zhongming was the most. Yan Zhongming is the grandson of a general. He has been heavily influenced by the martial way since he was young. His strength is definitely not ordinary. Of course. As for Qin Yun, he was crippled at the age of 10 and has been neglected for 5 years. It was only because of his dog's hit luck that he defeated Qin Tianyi. Now that he still has internal injuries, how can he be a match for him? Qin Yun walked onto the battling platform. When he heard the mockery and ridicule from the crowd, he secretly clenched his fists. The humiliation and ridicule he had endured for the past 5 years were just a form of training for him. Today, he was going to display the results of his training. "Qin Yun, kneel. Apologize to the Empress." When Yan Zhongming saw Qin Yun go up on stage, he used a commanding tone and shouted at Qin Yun, "As long as you admit your wrongs, I can show mercy." What big words! Even my royal father has never allowed me to kneel and bow. Who do you think you are? Your grandfather is a general. Could it be that he is already the emperor of Tianqin? Qin Yun said with a sneer, "Your grandfather is just an old dog under the empress." You are actually proud of him? The spectating students let out a low laugh, causing Yan Zhongming to be instantly enraged. He roared, "My grandfather is not someone a cripple like you can insult." He suddenly extended 3 fingers and said with a cold voice filled with contempt, 3 moves. I only need 3 moves to turn you into a complete cripple. Class 7 and Class 9, begin. An old man shouted at this moment. The furious Yan Zhongming flew towards Qin Yun like an arrow that had left the bow. His footsteps were extremely light. This is the falling swallow steps. A high-level footwork. Yan Zhongming has only learned a few moves, but it is already very powerful. The falling swallow steps is a pretty good martial art. Tiger Fist Rage. Yan Zhongming's footsteps were light as he flew like a swallow. With a whoosh, he arrived in front of Qin Yun. He suddenly clasped his 2 fingers together and gathered a large amount of inner qi on them. His fingertips trembled slightly as a transparent mist spewed out. Then, he stabbed Qin Yun's lower abdomen at an extremely fast speed. The lower abdomen was where the inner yuan was. The strength of Yan Zhongming's attack was at least 5,000 jin. It was obvious that he wanted to shatter Qin Yun's elemental energy. It was only a sparring match, but they used such a ruthless method. Seeing this, many of the older students frowned. They knew that Yan Zhongming was doing this to please the empress. In the blink of an eye, Yan Zhongming's 2 fingers had stabbed into Qin Yun's lower abdomen. In that instant, everyone was certain that Qin Yun's elemental energy would definitely be crippled. Xianxia was infuriated. She finally understood why Qin Yun hated the empress and those sinister old officials so much. Yan Zhongming was secretly delighted. He believed that this move would definitely succeed. However, when his two fingers came into contact with Qin Yun's abdomen, it felt like he was stabbing steel. While he was shocked, he suddenly felt a burning pain on his wrist, as if he had been bitten by a scorching fang. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Despite being struck by Yan Zhongming's attack, Qin Yun remained motionless like a mountain. He even grabbed Yan Zhongming's wrist. "You are really ruthless." Qin Yun's voice was ice-cold and gloomy, filled with anger. As he spoke, he grabbed Yan Zhongming's wrist and forcefully twisted it. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. "Aha!" Yan Zhongming let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm had been twisted off by Qin Yun. Only the flesh was still attached to his shoulder. It was painful to look at. Qin Yun clenched his fist tightly as his energy surged. He struck at Yan Zhongming's abdomen. The furious punch was like a ferocious tiger roaring in anger. Ah! Yan Zhongming's abdomen was hit, and he let out another blood-curdling screech as blood spurted from his mouth. "Stop!" A teacher flew over and shouted. Qin Yun's tiger-like fist did not lose its momentum. Like the roar of a ferocious tiger, it took the opportunity to charge at Yan Zhongming's face. Yan Zhongming, who was screaming in pain, was ruthlessly smashed by the fist. His body spun and flew off the stage, fainting. The teacher of Class 7 came over to inspect. Frowning, he said, "His inner yuan has dissipated, quickly carry him for treatment." No one could say anything because Yan Zhongming was also very ruthless in his attack just now. "The 3 moves are over. The one who has become trash isn't me, it's you." Qin Yun looked at the unconscious Yan Zhongming on the ground and said coldly. The winner was Qin Yun, whom no one was optimistic about. Furthermore, he had crippled Yan Zhongming in 3 moves. The older students let out an uproar as they repeatedly mentioned Qin Yun's moves in surprise. Qin Yun's 3 moves were indeed astonishing. The changes in his punches were smooth and his inner chi was ferocious and domineering. He could control it with ease, causing many teachers to exclaim in admiration. "Isn't that Spirit Tiger Fist? This is something that can be found on the streets. Qin Yun's inner chi is not weak. What's going on? Didn't he suffer from internal injuries? Why does it look like nothing happened? The strangest thing is, why didn't he suffer any injuries after being stabbed in the stomach by Yan Zhongming? Does this guy really only have a one-sun spiritual pulse? Maybe it's because of his purple gold fire martial spirit. With such a high-level martial spirit, it might even make his inner chi stronger." Qin Yun had been training his body crazily for 5 years and his body was already extremely strong. Just now, he had circulated the Black Yang tactic and his elemental energy had crazily vibrated. He had pushed out waves of extremely strong inner chi, causing his abdomen to swell and become extremely stiff. He had successfully blocked Yan Zhongming's attack. When inner chi was cultivated to a certain level, it would flow through the skin and flesh, making it invulnerable. Furthermore, Qin Yun had cultivated his inner force cultivation method to a small success overnight. His inner chi was released through his martial spirit and was twice as strong as Yan Zhongming's inner force. This was also the key to his victory. An old man shouted, "Class 7 Yan Zhongming has lost. Class 7 has been eliminated. Class 9's Qin Yun has won and will enter the second round of the competition." At the beginning, the students of Class 7 were very pleased with themselves. They believed that Yan Zhongming would easily defeat Qin Yun, but now, all of them had bitter expressions on their faces. Their resources for the semester were gone. This was all because of Yan Zhongming's defeat. They now believed that it was because Yan Zhongming had underestimated his opponent and ignored the fact that Qin Yun possessed the purple gold fire martial spirit. Only Xianxia knew that Qin Yun had cultivated his inner force cultivation method to the small success stage, so his inner chi was very strong. Qin Yun walked down the dueling platform and came to Xianxia's side. Xianxia's eyes were filled with admiration as she smiled at Qin Yun. Her enchanting smile was beautiful and gentle, like a charming breeze that stirred one's heart. "Very good. As long as the opponent in the second round isn't too strong, you will definitely win." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Yun looked at the other dueling platforms. A few of them had already been decided. What surprised him was that the Jiang family disciple who had mastered the sound wave martial spirit had actually used the sound wave martial spirit to knock his opponent unconscious. To be able to use the power of the sound wave martial spirit so quickly, it was also very powerful. I must not face this guy, Xianxia thought to himself. The other party's sound waves were too strange. Soon, the first round of martial arts competition ended and 8 classes were eliminated. Next, the drawing of lots for the next round of martial arts competition began. After Xianxia drew her lot, she secretly cursed her bad luck. She actually drew Class 11. Class 11 Ji Weixian possessed a gold thunder martial spirit because he grew up in a family with a thunder martial spirit. Therefore, even though he had just awakened his thunder martial spirit, he could still use a bit of thunder attribute inner chi. Yi Weixian is from the Empress's family. He called the Empress his aunt, so he definitely won't go easy on you. Xianxia warned in a low voice, I saw his battle just now. He can use a bit of thunder attribute inner chi. You have to be careful. So the Empress also has a thunder martial spirit? I thought she had a venomous snake martial spirit. Xianxia curled his lips as he walked onto the dueling platform. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he let his elemental energy vibrate, resonating with the purple gold fire martial spirit, condensing and releasing a vigorous flame inner chi. Yi Weixian also wanted to be with a beautiful teacher like Xianxia, but he was forced to change classes. This was mainly because of Xianxia, so he pushed all the blame onto Xianxia. He also believed that as long as he crippled Xianxia, he would be able to return to Xianxia's class. As soon as Yi Weixian walked onto the stage, his fist overflowed with flickering electric threads. That was the lightning inner chi. Yi Weixian hasn't even started cultivating his inner force mental cultivation method, yet he can make his inner chi possess the thunder attribute. It seems like he cultivated the Yi family's thunderclap fist to be able to make his inner chi contain a trace of thunder and lightning. Don't underestimate this trace of thunder and lightning inner chi. It's much stronger than the inner chi without any attribute. Some of the older students began to exclaim in admiration. They yearned for Yi Weixian's golden thunder martial spirit. As for Xianxia's purple gold fire martial spirit, it was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Your spirit tiger fist seems to be very strong. How about this, why don't we exchange a punch first? Yi Weixian gave Xianxia a contemptuous smile, his face filled with arrogance. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but roar with laughter. The Yi clan's thunderclap fist is the Yi clan's ultimate technique, while the spirit tiger fist can barely be considered a low-tier elementary technique. Yi Weixian is too much of a bully, using a spirit-level martial skill to bully a beginner-level martial skill. Xianxia isn't stupid. He probably won't agree to it. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. The thunderclap fist was actually a spirit rank martial skill. He had never learned any martial skills in the Imperial Palace, so he couldn't help but feel jealous. Exclusive enjoyment, keep your word. Yi Weixian was delighted when he saw Xianxia agree. He was very confident in his family's thunderclap fist. After all, it was a spirit-level martial skill. How could he not be confident? An old man below the stage shouted, Class 9 and Class 11, begin. The moment the old man finished speaking, Xianxia and Yi Weixian charged at each other at an extremely fast speed. They were both using the momentum of their sprints to make their punches stronger. Everyone held their breath as they watched the dueling platform. Xianxia and Yi Weixian were both freshmen, but the match was very exciting. What was shocking was that Yi Weixian's right fist, which had blue veins popping out, suddenly overflowed with throbbing lightning, emitting crackling sounds. With a glance, one could tell that the lightning inner chi was extremely strong. He had already cultivated the thunderclap fist to a certain level. After Xianxia and Yi Weixian charged over, they roared at the same time and punched out with great force. When the two fists collided, Yi Weixian's fist flickered with lightning while Xianxia's fist surged with a pale golden flame. Flames burned on Xianxia's fist. This was a flame condensed from inner chi. When the people below the stage saw Xianxia unleash flames, they cried out in alarm. To be able to condense such a strong flame, it meant that the inner chi was released through the martial spirit. From the level of the flames, it could be seen that Xianxia had cultivated his inner force cultivation method to the small success realm. Xianxia's level of inner chi far surpassed Yi Weixian's weak lightning inner chi. Yi Weixian was enveloped by a scorching wave of air. He knew that Qin Yan's inner force was incomparably powerful. He felt fear in his heart, but it was already too late. Boom, the two fists finally collided. Flames flew in all directions and light exploded. Yi Weixian screamed miserably as his entire body was covered in flames. He was thrown out of the battling platform by the powerful impact and fell to the ground. A teacher hurriedly came up to extinguish the flames. Yi Weixian's arm was already charred black and emitted a charred smell. It could be considered crippled. Unless he used precious pills, it would be difficult to cure. When everyone saw Yi Weixian's miserable appearance, they were all shocked. They could not believe that the thunderclap fist had lost to the common spirit tiger fist. Qin Yan had just obtained the black yang art from Xianxia yesterday and had cultivated it to the small success realm overnight. Without a teacher, he was able to perfectly fuse his elemental energy with his martial spirit, releasing an intense flame. With this level of comprehension, he could be called a martial arts genius. When they saw how heaven-defying Qin Yan was, the eyes of many disciples from prestigious sects turned red. Class 9's Qin Yan wins. The elder had presided over many battles between freshmen, but Qin Yan had shocked him the most. If not for the fact that he only had one spirit vein, he would definitely be a top genius with a limitless future. After Qin Yan walked off the stage, President Zhang walked over with a smile and handed Xianxia 2 boxes. This is the prize for the group battle. 40 purple crystal coins can be exchanged for 40,000 crystal coins. There are also 4 mid-grade spirit pills, chi refining pills. As for the 2 high-grade martial skills, I need to go to the martial arts pavilion to choose them myself. 2 portions of resources were enjoyed by Qin Yan alone. The students of the defeated class were so jealous that their eyes turned red. 1 person enjoyed the resources of 2 classes. Even the eyes of the surrounding older students were burning with jealousy. Originally, Xianxia had a stomach full of anger because of the students' collective transfer. Now that she saw Qin Yan win 2 rounds in a row, her anger completely dissipated. If they hadn't changed classes, you wouldn't have been able to enjoy so many resources alone. 40 purple coins isn't much. The main thing is that the 2 high-grade martial skills and the chi refining pills are more precious. You have to cherish them well. Her beautiful eyes coldly swept across the students who had changed classes. Her cold and complacent eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain. It could be said that she had raised her eyebrows. Teacher, I'll return these 20 purple coins to you. Qin Yan had borrowed 20,000 crystal coins from Xianxia before, but he never expected that he would be able to repay it now. Purple coins and ordinary crystal coins all contained special spiritual energy. This special spiritual energy could be used to set up formations or as fertilizer for growing spiritual herbs. It had a wide range of uses. The crystal coins were obtained from mining crystal ores. They were square pieces the size of a fingernail. I'm in a good mood today, so there's no need to return it. Consider it as a reward. Oh right, you're the only one in the dormitory. You can move in with me so it'll be easier for me to guide you. That's not too good. Qin Yan was bashful and embarrassed. Let's go. As Xianxia spoke, she pulled Qin Yan's hand and led him out of the training grounds. The large group of students behind them watched as they left hand in hand. Their jealous eyes were about to spit out flames. As for the students who had changed classes, they were so angry that they vomited blood. If they had not changed classes, Qin Yan would not have had such an opportunity. It was them who allowed Qin Yan to enjoy 2 sets of resources and obtain the appreciation of a beautiful teacher. And all of this was orchestrated by the Empress. The Empress had helped Qin Yan. She was simply like her own mother. How could she have a grudge with Qin Yan? However, in the palace, when the Empress heard of this matter, her nose went crooked from anger. Everything in the room that could be smashed was smashed by her. Qin Yan followed Xianxia to a lake in the south of the Hualingwu Academy. Beside the lake was a large lawn. There were many large and small houses built there. They were the residences of the teachers. Xianxia's house was located in a bamboo forest. It was very quiet. There were fake mountains, ponds, and pavilions in the courtyard. It was elegant and comfortable. Xianxia brought Qin Yan to the living room and said, "Release your inner qi to its strongest level for me to see." Qin Yan took a deep breath and released his strongest inner qi. condensing it in his palm. Xianxia frowned. She was very puzzled by Qin Yan's situation and found it very interesting. This was the first time she had observed someone with a purple gold martial spirit at such a close distance. She asked doubtfully, could it be that the purple gold fire martial spirit can make up for your one spirit vein weakness? Your current inner chi is very strong, almost comparable to the 5th level of the martial body stage. If you eat those 4 chi refining pills, it is very likely that you will break through to the 5th level. Really? Qin Yan was very happy. If he could step into the 5th level, the new students who entered the Hualing Wu Academy with him would be left far behind him. Don't be happy. Too early. Jiang Lang, who possesses the sound wave martial spirit, is not to be trifled with. He is also a very vicious person. The brains of the 2 students who fought with him were damaged by the sound waves. They are no different from dead people. Yang Shiyu's expression was solemn. The Jiang family is also a great power in the Tianqin Empire. Qin Yan memorized it in his heart and said with a nod, if I meet him, I will definitely be careful. Eat the chi refining pill first and you don't need to go to the classroom in the future. In any case, you're the only one in my class, so it's much more convenient. Yang Shiyu smiled gently, as beautiful as a white flower blooming. It was obvious that she was in an extremely good mood. I'll go cultivate now. Qin Yan could not wait any longer. He hurriedly entered his room and swallowed 2 chi refining pills in one gulp. The chi refining pill contains more pure 9 yang energy than the spiritual energy pill. I can absorb it all through the 9 yang divine spirit. At this moment, Qin Yan realized that the spirit vein had a huge impact on his cultivation. The same type of pill brought about a huge difference in the effects of 1 meridian and 9 meridians. Xiao Yuan, how strange, where did the spirit pill's inner chi go? Inner chi is only so big, where can it be hidden? Qin Yan was very puzzled. The 2 chi refining pills did not increase his inner chi. Through the 9 yang divine spirit, he absorbed the 9 types of spiritual energy contained within the chi refining pill, but it did not improve at all. Eat 2 more pills and see what's going on. Qin Yan could only give it another try. This time, he had to observe carefully. If the previous situation occurred again, he would know the reason. The chi refining pill contained a large amount of spiritual energy. During the absorption process, one would not feel hungry and would not be able to feel the passage of time. Late at night, the sky was filled with stars. The earth that had been roasted by the 9 suns was finally able to rest and fall into silence. Qin Yan was in his room, refining the chi refining pill. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and his face revealed a look of joy. He muttered to himself, so that's how it is. The 2 chi refining pills he had eaten this time still did not increase his elemental energy. However, he was extremely excited. That was because he finally understood the reason. Qin Yan had just discovered that there was another inner yuan within the inner yuan. This was the second inner yuan that had just been condensed. After he had awakened the purple gold fire martial spirit, his inner yuan had turned purplish gold. And now, the second inner yuan that he had cultivated was black. The formation of the inner yuan was because of the mysterious black vibration martial spirit. The vibration martial spirit was a legendary martial spirit, so it naturally needed its own inner yuan to reside in. Therefore, after Qin Yan consumed the chi refining pill that contained a large amount of spiritual energy, he would automatically condense the black inner yuan. Great, the vibration martial spirit can be hidden very well now. It's hidden within the purple gold inner yuan. Although it's small in size, it's very powerful. Qin Yan pressed his hand on a table and secretly circulated his vibrating inner chi. Inner chi surged out from his palm, creating a shockwave that shattered the table into a pile of pieces. What would happen if the fire inner chi and the vibration inner chi were combined? Qin Yan could only think about it for the time being. He did not dare to act recklessly, as it would cause a huge commotion. The black martial spirit was too strange, so he did not want others to know about it. For chi refining pills did not allow me to break through, but they allowed me to condense the second elemental energy. The inner chi released by the second inner elemental energy is even stronger. The inner chi of the 2 inner elemental energies can also be used together. The purple gold fire martial spirit can also absorb the inner chi of the vibrating inner elemental energy. Qin Yan gave it a try and indeed, it worked. When the inner chi of two inner yuan was activated together, the inner chi could leave the body. This was equivalent to the standard of the fifth level of the martial body realm. The standard for the fifth level of the martial body stage was to leave the body with inner chi. When one cultivated their elemental energy and inner chi to a certain level, they would be able to activate their inner chi to leave their body. This was the fifth level of the martial body realm. In terms of elemental energy alone, Qin Yun was at the fourth level of the martial body realm. However, with dual elemental inner chi, he was at the fifth level of the martial body realm. Even if I test my elemental energy, I can only detect that it's at the fourth level. Qin Yun was very satisfied with the effects of the qi refinement pill, allowing him to condense a second elemental energy. Early in the morning, after Qin Yun woke up, he went to the small hall and saw a large table of breakfast. It was prepared by Xianxia. "Hurry up and eat," Xianxia asked. "Have you broken through?" Today, she was wearing a light purple tight-fitting dress. Amidst the faint charm, there was a kind of noble temperament, and the graceful curves of her delicate body made her appear sexy and charming. "No." Qin Yun shook his head. As he ate the delicious snacks, he admired the pleasing beauty in front of him. "Looks like it's a problem with the spirit vein. You only have one spirit vein, so you can only absorb the spirit energy of one sun from the qi refinement pill." Xianxia faintly sighed, her beautiful face filled with helplessness. She had originally thought that Qin Yun would be able to absorb more spiritual energy from the qi refinement pill after awakening his purple gold fire martial spirit. However, the result was still the same. "After breakfast, I'll accompany you to the martial arts pavilion to choose a martial skill and then guide you in learning martial skills." Xianxia only had Qin Yun as a student, so she naturally hoped that he would become an outstanding martial artist. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the garden outside. Xianxia walked over to open the door and could not help but be shocked. Then, she hurriedly walked into the house. "Teacher, who's here? Did I cause trouble?" When Qin Yun saw Xianxia's expression, he felt somewhat worried. Previously, he had seriously injured Yu Weixian and Yan Zhongming. He thought that the two families had come looking for him. "It's Xiao Yuan, she's right outside the door." Yanxiu's face was filled with surprise as she asked me to ask you if you want to see her?" Qin Yun was still chewing on something when he heard that Xiao Yuan had arrived. He could not help but be stunned. The proud daughter of the Heavenly Roar Empire, Princess Yulan, who possessed the 7-yang spirit vein, had personally come to find him. "Why is she looking for me? Could it be that she wants to humiliate me?" Qin Yun hurriedly swallowed a snack. His heart was in a dilemma. It was difficult for him to decide whether he should see Xiao Yuan or not. "I don't know." Yanxia sighed softly. "This is your own matter. You can make your own decision." Qin Yun had the legendary talent of the 9-yang spirit vein and dual martial spirits. Compared to Xiao Yuan's 7-yang spirit vein and legendary martial spirit, he was not much weaker. This immediately filled him with confidence as he said, "Let her in. She has advanced to the 8th level martial body realm. She is only 1 year older than you. This is truly surprising." Yanxia sighed before inviting Xiao Yuan in. Qin Yun's heart trembled once again. Xiao Yuan was only 16 years old and she was already a martial artist at the 8th level of the martial body realm. Before long, he would definitely be able to advance to the 9th level and be as powerful as Yanxia. The old officials and generals in the court were only at the 8th or 9th level of the martial body realm, yet they were already so arrogant. In other words, it was extremely likely that Xiao Yuan had stepped into the martial Dao realm above the martial body realm at a very young age. The moment Xiao Yuan entered the hall, it was as if a cold wind had blown over, causing Qin Yun to shiver. Her body emitted a faint fragrance that was accompanied by an ice-cold aura. It was very special. Xiao Yuan wore a bamboo hat and a black tight suit. She was as tall as Yanxia. Although she was only 16 years old, the graceful curves of her body were comparable to Yanxia's. Xiao Yuan slowly took off her bamboo hat. Qin Yun finally saw the face of the proud daughter of heaven. He was not disappointed. She tied her long hair into a ponytail and dressed very simply. Her beautiful and fair face was very beautiful, but it was filled with cold frost. Her entire body exuded a cold and aloof aura. It was unknown what she had experienced to become so cold. What surprised Xianxia the most was that this girl, who was only 1 year older than him, would occasionally reveal a domineering killing intent in her ice-cold and beautiful eyes. Xiao Yuelan placed one hand on a black scabbard sword hanging from her waist. She held the hilt of the sword, causing the cold and aloof her to carry a domineering and wild charm. Xianxia was also a cold-faced beauty, but she had a charming, gentle, and charming side to her. She usually looked cold because as a teacher, she had to make herself look cold and stern in order to intimidate those arrogant students. As for Xiao Yuelan, she was completely ice-cold and her killing intent was not concealed at all. She was just a young girl, but she gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Xiao Yuelan used her bright and beautiful eyes that occasionally revealed killing intent to size up Qianyan. Qianyan was stared at by the eyes that carried traces of killing intent. Suddenly, he felt a great pressure. This was a pressure that came from the mind. The moment he saw Xiao Yuelan, he forgot what the dessert he had eaten earlier tasted like. There was also an indescribable feeling of suffocation. It was not because Xiao Yuelan's beauty was suffocating, but because her cold killing intent was suffocating. Fire cloud steps. When Qianyan saw Xiao Yuelan's killing intent, he suddenly felt that canceling the engagement in the Heavenly Roar Empire was not a bad thing for him. Back then, our mother had secretly arranged an engagement for us and even signed an engagement contract. Is the contract in your hands? Although Xiao Yuelan's voice was cold and emotionless, it was surprisingly pleasant to hear. Contract book? Big sister Grand Preceptor left it to me. Do you want it? Qianyan said with a nod. The engagement contract was placed in the storage space of the 9 Yang Divine Spirit. He didn't know where he got the mood to actually chew on the snacks while speaking. He just felt that the snacks were tasteless. Take good care of the contract. 1 year from now, at my engagement ceremony, you must bring this contract to me. After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, she turned around and walked to the door. She said coldly, if you don't come, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Qianyan was confused as he asked, are you going to humiliate me at the engagement ceremony a year from now? Humiliate you? I don't have the time. Furthermore, you don't have the strength to be humiliated by me. After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, she opened the door and left in a hurry. Qianyan looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. It seems like she has undergone a very cruel training in the Tianxian martial school, which is why she has become like this. She should have come to find you secretly. Could it be that she just wanted to say these words to you? It's really hard to understand. Xianxia shook her head, also puzzled. In this year, you must work hard to cultivate so that she doesn't want to humiliate you in public. Anyway, just give her the contract when the time comes. If she marries the crown prince, it will be a headache for the empress. Qianyan shook his head and sighed as he continued eating his food. Hurry up and eat. We still have to go to the martial arts pavilion. Xianxia urged, you have to hurry up and master your martial skills. When the time comes, you can participate in the Heavenly Lion Martial Meet. What is the Heavenly Lion Martial Meet? Qianyan asked. Once every 5 years, it is a martial arts competition for the 4th and 5th level of the martial body realm. Although there have been no students at the 4th level participating, I think you can give it a try. Xianxia said. Is that really okay? Qianyan's heart stirred. His cultivation was equivalent to the 5th level martial body realm. If he were to participate, he would have a high chance of winning. I'm just asking you to join in the fun and increase your combat experience. I'm not asking you to fight for first place. Xianxia tidied up the table. You're facing older students. It'll be difficult for you to win consecutively. After Qianyan finished eating, he followed Xianxia to the martial arts pavilion to retrieve a martial arts cultivation technique and 2 high-grade martial skills. The martial arts pavilion was a 7-story tower located in the middle of the Hualingwu Academy. This area was surrounded by high walls and was usually not accessible. Furthermore, it was heavily guarded. Xianxia and Qianyan could only enter after showing their Class 9 wooden badges. Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced Martial Arts were all on the 1st level. Qianyan looked up at the ancient stone pagoda and was secretly alarmed. It was just the 1st level and there were 3 types of martial arts. Wouldn't the higher levels be even more precious? On the 1st floor of the martial arts pavilion, there were a few middle-aged guards at the entrance. There were also more than 10 middle-aged martial artists patrolling inside. Xianxia and Qin Yun were interrogated before they could enter the library. Teacher, how can I obtain a better martial arts cultivation technique? The black young art that Qin Yun was currently learning was only a transition. In the Hua Lingwu Academy, as long as you have sufficient strength, you can obtain a low-grade profound rank martial art at the highest level. Xianxia was familiar with the road as she passed through the bookshelves. Low-grade profound rank, far surpassing the spirit rank. One had to know that many martial arts families would be very proud of themselves if they could possess a spirit-level martial art. Qin Yun was determined to obtain a profound rank cultivation technique. Xianxia said, "It's been many years since anyone has obtained a profound rank cultivation technique." She took down a book from a bookshelf and handed it to Qin Yun. This is the Fire Cloud Steps. It's a movement technique that's very suitable for people with the fire martial spirit to learn. She had a better understanding of martial arts cultivation techniques, so the ones she chose were more suitable for Qin Yun. In the Hua Lingwu Academy, teachers could not teach martial arts above the spirit level to students. This would destroy fairness and was not allowed. The black young art that Xianxia had given Qin Yun was not a spirit-level martial art, so there was no problem. Not long after, Xianxia found another cultivation technique for Qin Yun and said, "This is the Flaming Light Fist. It's also very suitable for you. Go to the study and memorize it." After she took down the two cultivation techniques, she was not allowed to rummage through them. Furthermore, the martial arts library had a rule that one could not bring martial arts books out of the library. One had to memorize them inside. Qin Yun came to a quiet study room and began to memorize the two high-grade martial arts techniques. Many of these martial arts books had annotations left behind by their seniors. They were extremely important. So many disciples of martial arts families wanted to enter the martial arts academy because of these books that had a large number of annotations. This would allow them to master martial arts techniques faster. Qin Yun used 4 hours to memorize everything before leaving the martial arts library with Xianxia. "Teacher, you seemed to be very careful when you were in the martial arts library," Qin Yun said softly as he walked out of the library. "If you make a mistake inside, you won't be able to go in again." "I'm no exception." Xianxia also whispered, "If there weren't so many restrictions, I could have directly passed on my skills to you." Most of the cultivation techniques she had mastered were obtained from the martial arts academy and could not be easily passed on to others. It was not a cultivation technique obtained from the martial arts academy and it was of a high level. It could not be given to her own students to learn, as it would destroy fairness. This was the rule of the martial arts academy. Unless she had secretly obtained other martial arts, she would be able to pass it on to Qin Yun. After returning to the small residence in the bamboo forest, Xianxia guided Qin Yun in learning the martial arts technique he had just obtained. The flame cloud steps mainly uses the characteristics of the fire inner qi to heat up, causing a special type of heat to appear in one's body. Then, through the heat, one's body becomes lighter. It is said that once one cultivates it to the great perfection stage, one can fly in the air. Xianxia said, "Teacher, how are the levels of martial arts techniques evaluated? Is the higher the level of a martial art, the better?" Qin Yun did not know much about this. The higher the level of the inner force cultivation method, the better. As for martial skills, it mainly depended on the person. The more proficient they were, the stronger they would be. The mastery of martial arts was divided into entry, small success, large success, great perfection, and perfection. The vast majority of people could only reach the large success stage. Very few people could learn to the great perfection stage. As for the perfection stage, it is just a concept. Even the creator of a martial art might not be able to reach it. Xianxia explained about martial arts in a very serious manner. As for the division of martial arts, it is evaluated from two aspects. First, it is to see the effect of reaching the beginner level. Martial arts techniques are meant to unearth the power of inner qi. The higher the level of martial arts, the stronger the inner qi can be. Spirit level and high level martial arts, if one were to master them to the beginner level, it would definitely be the spirit level martial arts that would cause the inner qi to explode with even greater power. If you can learn a high level martial skill to the great perfection stage, then you will be able to match a spirit-level martial skill. Thank you for your explanation, teacher. Qin Yun nodded. He had a good understanding of martial arts techniques. For you to be able to cultivate the Black Yang tactic to the small success stage, I can see that your perception is extremely high. The perception of martial arts is more important than the spirit vein martial spirit. You should learn those two martial arts first. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll answer you when I come back. Celestial Lion Lake. After Xianxia left, Qin Yun practiced the flaming cloud steps by himself. He closed his eyes and digested the knowledge related to the flaming cloud steps in his mind. The Martial Tao Grandmaster's notes and Xianxia's subsequent explanations were all very obscure and complicated as they floated in Qin Yun's mind. But strangely, as he gradually organized his thoughts, he unknowingly became clear. So that's how it is. Qin Yun opened his eyes and smiled. He felt enlightened. Following that, he circulated his inner qi according to what he had comprehended from it. A moment later, Qin Yun suddenly felt a scorching stream of air in his body. The air became hotter and hotter. Not long after, he felt his body become much lighter. To use the flaming cloud steps, I need to quickly reach this state. I'm still too slow right now. After Qin Yun stopped cultivating, he tried again. It would take about 30 seconds. If it was in battle, it would be too late. Looks like I need to practice repeatedly. Right now, he was only cultivating the inner qi part, which belonged to the inner force of martial arts. External techniques were exquisite footwork that could be used in conjunction with internal energy. Only by mastering internal and external techniques could one be considered to have entered the sect. Xianxia only returned at noon. She only brought lunch for Qin Yun before leaving in a hurry. It was unknown what she was going to do. After Qin Yun finished his lunch, he continued to practice the flaming cloud steps and circulate the fire cloud inner qi. In the afternoon, the 9 suns were high in the sky, roasting the earth. Under the blazing sun, Qin Yun's upper body was covered in sweat. Right now, he could use 15 seconds to release the fire cloud inner qi and make his body lighter. However, he felt that it was not enough. I need to be able to release the inner qi of the movement technique within 3 seconds. Only by reaching this level will it be useful in battle. He could only constantly circulate his inner qi and practice. The more intense the sunlight, the more abundant the 9 suns' spiritual energy. Through the 9 yang divine spirit, Qin Yun absorbed a large amount of the 9 suns' spiritual energy into his body. He could quickly replenish his energy and would not feel tired. If it was anyone else, they would have long been unable to persevere if they were unable to replenish their inner qi so frequently. After an afternoon of hard training, not only did Qin Yun become more familiar with the fire cloud inner qi, he also became more proficient in controlling his inner qi. Now, I can release the fire cloud inner qi within 10 seconds. I wonder what level I'm at. Qin Yun wiped his sweat and sat down to rest. It was already evening. He looked at the 9 mysterious and beautiful sunsets, and his gaze became distant. The 9 suns bestowed upon him an extremely strong power, causing him to be filled with reverence towards this world. At the same time, he also felt a strong sense of curiosity and the desire to explore. What relationship does the 9 yang divine spirit have with the 9 suns? Qin Yun thought to himself as he looked at the 9 red suns that had set into the mountain. Xianxia came back with dinner. It was all extremely nutritious beast meat, as well as various dishes made from medicinal herbs and meat soup. Teacher, how's the heavenly lion martial meat? After Qin Yun washed his hands, he walked to the table with a grin. Registration starts tomorrow. It will officially start in 5 days. Xianxia took out the dishes from the big wooden box. You can eat it yourself. I've already eaten. Teacher, where did you go today? I haven't seen you all day, Qin Yun asked as he picked up some food to eat. The Hualingwu Academy plans to transfer me away and arrange for you to be in another class. Xianxia sighed and said, they feel that it's too wasteful for me to only teach one student. When Qin Yun heard this, he could not eat any more. He did not want to part ways with Xianxia. Xianxia smiled at Qin Yun and said, don't worry, I've been talking to Principal Zhang about this matter today. He agreed to let me finish this semester with you. After I finish this semester, I might leave as well. Therefore, I will help you lay down a good foundation during this semester. In the future, it will be up to you. Xianxia felt a little more at ease. However, he could not help but feel melancholy. After a semester, he would have to part ways with Xianxia. Xianxia asked, "How is your flaming cloud steps? It's hard to learn, right? This kind of martial skill is much harder to learn than inner force cultivation techniques." Xianxia was worried that his progress would not satisfy his teacher. He said with some hesitation, I can only activate the fire cloud inner chi to make my body lighter. I haven't learned any footwork yet." When Xianxia heard this, she was slightly surprised and said with a smile, "It's pretty good. I'm going to rest. After you finish eating, you can just clean it up and leave it here." "Right, is there anything else you don't know about the flaming cloud steps?" "Yes." Xianxia hurriedly asked a few questions. After Xianxia answered them, she returned to her room and told him to rest well. Tomorrow, he would follow her to register for the Heavenly Lion martial meet. Xianxia instructed Xianxia to cultivate well. However, at night, he did not rest. Instead, he continued to cultivate the flaming cloud steps. The flaming cloud steps is only a high-grade martial art, but it's extremely exquisite. I must learn it to the acme of perfection. Right now, he was weak and had pitifully few cultivation techniques in his hands. He was not like the others who had the support of a large family. Therefore, he had to learn this hard-earned cultivation technique as thoroughly as possible. "The further I go, the harder it will be." Xianxia frowned and sighed. What he did not know was that he had already mastered the flaming cloud steps very quickly. From Xianxia's point of view, it would take him at least a month to learn the basics of the flaming cloud steps. The sun gradually rose. The morning sunlight was exceptionally gentle. Right now, it was also the time when the Nine Sun's spiritual energy was at its purest. When Xianxia saw the sky brighten, he hurriedly closed his eyes and channeled qi into his body to sweep away the fatigue in his body. He had cultivated for an entire night and absorbed the Nine Sun's spiritual energy for an hour in the morning. He had become extremely energetic and did not feel the slightest bit tired. From this, it could be seen how beneficial the Nine Sun's spiritual energy was. Xianxia woke up very early every day. Today, she was wearing a light blue dress. She was elegant, with an aura like that of an immortal. She had a pure and otherworldly beauty that made Xianxia slightly entranced. After Xianxia ate the breakfast that Xianxia had prepared for him, the two of them headed for the Heavenly Lion Hall. Soon, they arrived at the Heavenly Lion Hall. The entire hall was grand and solemn. In front of the door was a golden lion statue. It held its head high and puffed out its chest. It was mighty and imposing. They had arrived too early and the hall was not open. Xianxia looked at the golden lion statue and said, "Fourth and fifth level of the martial body realm can participate in the Heavenly Lion martial meet, but not everyone can pass the examination. If you want to compete on stage, you need to have a certain amount of strength. Therefore, you must first pass a simple test." When Xianxia saw that the Heavenly Lion Hall was extraordinary, he believed that it was definitely very important to the Hualing Wu Academy. He asked, "Teacher, if I win first place in the Heavenly Lion martial meet, what's the reward?" Xianxia walked to the foot of the lion statue and looked up at the golden lion statue that was dozens of meters tall. She said, "If you win first place, you will be able to enter the Heavenly Lion Lake to cultivate. The spring water of the Heavenly Lion is scorching and overbearing. It is said that it is refined from a lion beast and a special spring water. There are many benefits to soaking in the Heavenly Lion Lake." This was a great opportunity to increase his strength. Therefore, you have to prepare now to obtain first place in the lower realm's Heavenly Lion martial meet. Master of Inscriptions. The door to the Heavenly Lion Hall opened. Xianxia led Xianxia in. It was very spacious inside, like a large plaza. There was also a battling platform in the middle. At this moment, a few teachers from the older classes arrived. When they saw Xianxia leading Xianxia to the registration area, they were greatly shocked. Xianxia had only been in the Hualing Wu Academy for a few days and he was already participating in the Heavenly Lion martial meet. Although Xianxia's performance in the class battle was outstanding, everyone felt that with his current cultivation, it was too hasty for him to participate in the Heavenly Lion martial meet. No matter what, there was a huge gap between the fourth and fifth level of the martial body realm. On one hand, it was the strength of one's inner chi, the use of martial arts, and the rich experience in combat. No need to feel pressured. You're just here to join in the fun. Xianxia smiled at Qin Yun and patted him on the shoulder. Then, she brought him to the registration elder. Young man, it's not bad to gain more experience. However, be careful not to force yourself. The old man said with a smile as he looked at Qin Yun. Suddenly, a sinister sneer came from behind. Teacher Yang, you can't be arrogant. You have to know your limits and be humble. As a teacher, isn't that how you teach your students? You can't be complacent just because Qin Yun won the class battle and think that he is strong. He's the only student in your class. If he dies or gets injured in the martial arts competition, that would be funny. The one who spoke was a middle-aged woman. She was also a teacher of the new class. Her name was Cui Hui. She was fat and had an ordinary appearance. Cui Hui came to Xianxia's side and glanced at Qin Yun. She snorted coldly in disdain. Everyone could hear the jealousy in Cui Hui's tone. Cui Hui was one of the few female teachers in the Hualing Wu Academy. After the young and beautiful Xianxia arrived, she was known as the #1 beauty teacher of the Hualing Wu Academy. Therefore, Cui Hui was extremely jealous of Xianxia. Qin Yun was rather surprised by the dozen or so students behind Cui Hui. Among the students, he knew 2 of the girls. One of them was Yuan Yenying, the other was a beautiful girl. She was the daughter of Qin Yun's aunt and also his cousin. Her name was Yan Yun. She was extremely beautiful. Although she was young, she was as beautiful as a flower. However, she was also extremely delicate and looked down on everyone. Yan Yun's grandfather was the Duke of Yan, a person with high authority in the imperial court. She had a good relationship with Qin Yun when she was young. However, after Qin Yun lost his power, the Yan family immediately fell out with him. Furthermore, the Duke of Yan was also a participant in the destruction of Qin Yun's spirit vein. Xianxia did not give Cui Hui a good look as she said coldly, I let Qin Yun participate in the Heavenly Lion martial meet to seize the opportunity to train. What does that have to do with you? Principal Zhang was wearing a grey robe today. As soon as he entered, he saw Xianxia and Cui Hui bickering. He hurriedly came over and said with a smile, the Heavenly Lion martial meet is open to the 4th and 5th level of the martial body realm. We welcome students at the 4th level to participate. For this, there is a special reward this year. As long as a student at the 4th level of the martial body realm can pass the preliminary examination, they will be able to obtain an upper yuan pill. When he saw Cui Hui's expression change, he continued, however, there is only one reward. Currently, only Qin Yun has registered to participate, so regardless of whether he passes the assessment or not, this superior yuan pill is his. Cui Hui's eyes suddenly widened in shock. She shouted at the top of her lungs, when did this rule come out? How come I didn't know about it? Principal Zhang said with a smile, last time, I asked the teachers of your new class to come for a meeting to discuss the matter of the Heavenly Lion martial meet. However, only Teacher Yang came, so the meeting was left unsettled. As for the rules for rewarding the superior yuan pill, I suddenly decided on it just now. We'll register now. Cui Hui hurriedly pulled Yuan Yenying and Yan Yun and called the dozen or so students behind her over. The registration fee is 20,000 crystal coins per person. Principal Zhang smiled treacherously. Cui Hui gritted her teeth in hatred. She had more than 10 students. That was more than 200,000 crystal coins, she couldn't bear to part with it, and the students didn't have that many crystal coins on them. The other dozen or so teachers of the new classes had brought their students out early in the morning. They didn't know about the new rule of the Heavenly Lion martial meet. Now, the sudden introduction of this reward rule was to make those teachers who did not come to the meeting remember. The registration deadline was before noon. In other words, the other new students who had gone out to train would not be able to register in time. Little Yun, you and Yenying will participate. There are a total of 2 tests, speed and strength. Your family's movement technique is not bad, so you will definitely be able to pass the speed test. Even if Qin Yun obtains a movement technique, it will be impossible for him to master it in a short period of time. He is far from being your match. Cui Hui took out 40,000 crystal coins and gave it to the two girls to register. If he could get a superior yuan pill, he would have made a profit. The superior yuan pill was a high-grade spirit pill. This kind of pill was rarely seen on the market. The Hualingwu Academy was really generous this time. Qin Yan looked at Xianxia and secretly marveled at her brilliance. She insisted that he participate in the Heavenly Lion martial meet. If he were to get first place in the exam, he would be able to obtain the precious superior yuan pill. Yan Yan looked at Qin Yan and Xianxia with a proud gaze filled with contempt. She smiled proudly and said, "Qin Yan, don't expect to surpass me. Our Yan family's movement technique is one of the best in Tianqin." Yuan Yanning had previously witnessed Qin Yan's strength. She was so shocked that she couldn't raise her head. Now, she didn't dare to look at Qin Yan directly. There were quite a few older students in the Heavenly Lion Hall. This kind of thing was exactly what they liked to see. They were all watching the commotion with relish from not far away. Qin Yan smiled faintly and said loudly, "Your Yan family is one of the best fence-sitters. I know this very well. Qin Yan, you must be clear. It might not be a big deal to offend the Duke of Yan. However, if you offend little Yan's fiancé, you have to be careful." Cui Hui sneered sinisterly, "Xianxia, you have to discipline your own students more. How dare you speak so rudely? Don't you know? Little Yan is already engaged to Wei Xuankuan." When the older students heard this, they all took a deep breath and exclaimed in surprise. Wei Xuankuan was the son of a famous inscription master. He was at the 5th level of the martial body realm and was also a student of the Hualingwu Academy. Yan Yan's face was immediately filled with pride. She rolled her eyes at Qin Yan and snorted softly. She was extremely pleased with herself. The other female students, including Yuan Yanning, all revealed looks of envy and jealousy. A grandmaster of inscriptions had a lofty status and great strength. He had befriended powerful people from all walks of life. In the Tianqin Empire, there was only one grandmaster of inscriptions with the surname Wei. It was Master Wei, Wei Yong, an intermediate-level inscription master. Master Wei was famous, and many nobles treated him as a distinguished guest. To be able to marry the son of an inscription master meant that her future husband would most likely be a great master. Otherwise, the granddaughter of the Duke of Yan would not be so proud. A race of speed. Xianxia pulled Qin Yan to the side, preventing him from arguing with Yan Yan. Offending a grandmaster inscription was not a rational thing to do. Qin Yan saw many people walking over to Yan Yan's side to flatter this proud and mean girl. He understood how honorable the status of an inscription master was. Even though Yan Yan looked extremely annoying, everyone endured their disgust and praised her to the heavens in order to curry favor with her. Qin Yan's heart was stirred. He suddenly recalled the runes he obtained from the first pearl of the 9-Sun Divine Spirit. If he could master and use them, he could also become an inscription master. Xianxia was worried that Qin Yan would be distracted by Yan Yan's matter, so she said gently, "Qin Yan, don't think too much. The registration will end at noon, and then the assessment will begin. You only have 2 competitors, so you just have to perform as normal." Qin Yan nodded and said, "I will definitely pass the assessment. I will not disappoint Teacher Yang's expectations." Suddenly, a clamor sounded. At the entrance of the Heavenly Lion's Hall, a tall, thin, and handsome man walked in with a group of people, like the moon surrounded by stars. There was a smile on his face, but his eyebrows were high, and the arrogance in his eyes was not concealed at all. Those who used to flatter him did not care about his arrogance. When Qin Yan saw Yan Yan and company rush over, he knew that this person was Master Wei's son, Wei Xuankuan. When he saw Wei Xuankuan, he curled his lips and said in a low voice, "He looks to be 17 or 18 years old, right? He is only at the 5th level of the martial body realm." Compared to the 16-year-old Xiao Yuan, the difference was too great. Xianxia could also tell that he wanted to surpass Xiao Yuan as his goal. This goal was extremely high. Yan Yan seemed to have said something to Wei Xuankuan. When he looked over, his arrogant eyes were filled with viciousness and contempt, as though he was warning Qin Yan. At noon, the bell in the Heavenly Lion Hall rang. Principal Zhang announced the end of the registration. The examination for the 4th level of the martial body stage was about to begin. Only by passing the test could one proceed to the following martial arts competition. The only students who had come to participate in the Heavenly Lion martial meet were Qin Yun, Yan Yun, and Yuan Yening. They were all in front of the hall, preparing to begin the examination. There are 2 rounds in total. The first round is a speed test. We will release 10 trained leopards on the battling platform. There will be a wooden tablet hanging around their necks. The 3 of you are not allowed to attack the leopards, nor are you allowed to fight each other. You can only rely on your speed to catch up to the leopards and remove the wooden tags on their necks. The person with the most wooden tokens will be able to pass the first round, while the others will be eliminated. Prepare yourselves. The assessment will begin soon. After Principal Zhang finished explaining the rules, he waved his hand towards the distance. Not long after, 10 burly men each led a specially trained ferocious leopard up. Leopards are trained to be faster, but they do not hurt people. It would be very difficult to remove the wooden token on their necks without injuring them. Qin Yun, I'm warning you. If you dare to hurt my little sister Yun during the exam, I'll make sure you die a graveless death at all costs. Not far away, Wei Xuanquan's cold voice was like a knife as it carried killing intent. When Yan Yan heard this, she gave Qin Yun a disdainful smile and said, Brother Kuan, with my strength, it would be difficult for him to even touch me, much less injure me. That's true. The Yan clan's flying swallow steps is a high-grade spirit-level martial art. Even my father is full of praise for it. Sister Yun, you are talented and intelligent. I believe you have already reached the entry level, right? After Wei Xuanquan finished speaking, he looked at Qin Yun and sneered loudly, a prince who has fallen from grace has only learned some unorthodox techniques or suddenly gotten lucky. That's why he has some strength. After all, he only has 1 spirit vein. He can be lucky for a moment, but he can't be lucky for a lifetime. In the end, it's just a flash in the pan and he won't be able to achieve anything. Brother Kuan is right. Look at him, he's still so arrogant. How laughable. Yan Yun coldly mocked Qin Yun, who was standing beside her. She was looking forward to him retaliating with words. That way, she would be able to infuriate Wei Xuanquan and teach him a lesson. Everyone also thought that Yan Yun was right. A single spirit vein was ultimately a hard wound. Qin Yun could only be in the limelight for a moment. In the future, he would definitely be far surpassed by many people with spirit veins. Cui Hui's face was filled with a complacent smile, as if she had the upper hand. As for Xianxia, she was expressionless and silent. Qin Yun also remained silent. As long as he obtained first place and proved himself with his strength, it would be fine. You can go on stage now. Principal Zhang shouted. In the middle of the Heavenly Lion Hall, there was a large circular battling platform. It was 100 meters wide and was used for the Heavenly Lion martial meet. After Qin Yun, Yuan Yening, and Yan Yun walked onto the battling platform, the 10 burly men also led the 10 leopards up. This was the 4th level of the martial body stage. Most of the students watching around the battling platform were at the 5th level of the martial body stage. They all wanted to see who the final winner would be. Leopards only know how to run and dodge. You don't have to worry about being attacked. Principal Zhang said loudly, I'll shout 3 times and the examination will begin. Yan Yun and Yuan Yening were both women, but they came from famous families. They had often followed their elders to hunt since they were young, so they were not afraid of wild beasts. As long as it wasn't a demonic beast, it would be difficult to harm them. 1, 2, 3. Begin. As soon as Principal Zhang shouted, the burly men immediately let go of the leopards. The 10 leopards growled in a low voice as they madly ran around the battling platform. Their speed was so fast that it dazzled one's eyes. Just a moment ago, Qin Yun had circulated the inner chi of the fire cloud movement technique. However, when Principal Zhang shouted begin, the fire cloud inner chi that he had circulated was dispersed. Now, he had to start circulating the fire cloud inner chi again. Yuan Yening, Yan Yun, and the others were the same. The Qinggong inner chi that they had used earlier had all been scattered. At most, they are at the beginner level of Qinggong. It will take a very long time before they can circulate their Qinggong inner chi. Therefore, from the very beginning, the elders dispersed the Qinggong chi that they had already activated, allowing them to all be at the same starting point. Then Yan Yun must be the fastest. She should have learned the flying swallow steps. The movement techniques that Yuan Yenying and Qin Yun have mastered are definitely not a match for the flying swallow steps. Some of the older students discussed in low voices. The flying swallow steps is the king of movement techniques under the Xian level martial arts. Wei Xuanquan smiled proudly. As Yan Yun's fiancé, he must have already obtained the flying swallow steps. Yan Yun was extremely confident in her flying swallow steps. She looked at Qin Yun and Yuan Yenying with contempt and began to circulate her energy. However, just as she was feeling pleased with herself, Qin Yun flew out like an arrow that had left the bow. When the crowd, who were originally discussing, saw this scene, they immediately fell silent. They looked at Qin Yun, who was using his movement technique. In astonishment, Qin Yun was very light when he ran. When he took a step, he was like a flowing cloud. In just a few breaths of time, he had caught up to a leopard. Then, he reached out and plucked the wooden tablet from the leopard's neck. After obtaining a wooden tablet, he jumped lightly and jumped more than 10 meters. He jumped a few times in a row and caught up to another leopard. The leopard flew around like a fly, but Qin Yun was able to chase after it relentlessly. In the end, he obtained another wooden tablet. Cloud sprinting footwork. Yuan Yenying and Yan Yun had yet to move. When they saw Qin Yun's movement technique, they found it hard to believe, especially Yan Yun. She had thought that among the freshmen, she was the one who grasped movement techniques the fastest. But now, Qin Yun, who she looked down on, had actually far surpassed her. Yan Yun needs at least 50 seconds to be able to activate the inner chi of the swallow. And Qin Yun only used a few seconds. How did he do it? This is already at the initial stage of movement technique. Principal Zhang's white eyebrows were tightly knitted as he exclaimed. Xianxia looked at Qin Yun's slightly jerky movement technique and was alarmed. Qin Yun had just obtained the flaming cloud steps yesterday, and today, he had reached the initial stage. Previously, when he cultivated the black yang art, he had also reached the small success stage overnight. Xianxia also knew that Qin Yun had trained hard for an entire night. However, she never expected him to improve so quickly. He was able to activate his movement technique in 5 seconds. When she saw Qin Yun's perception, she was certain that he was a top-notch genius when it came to learning martial arts. Xianxia, the Hua Lingwu Academy forbids teachers from teaching spirit-level martial arts to students, yet you dare to violate the rules. Quickly tell me, what movement technique did you pass on to Qin Yun? Cui Hui was angry and jealous. She shouted angrily at Xianxia, who was not far away, and called out her name. As long as Xianxia seized the opportunity, she would not show any mercy. She mocked loudly, Cui Hui, your knowledge is really shallow. You can't even see through Qin Yun's movement technique? How did a frog at the bottom of a well like you become a teacher? It is truly a shame for me to be a teacher in the same Hua Lingwu Academy as you. Suddenly, a student shouted in shock, the movement technique that Qin Yun is using is our principal's flaming cloud steps. When the crowd heard this, they let out a clamor of surprised discussions. Cui Hui's face immediately flushed red as she felt extremely ashamed and indignant. Even the students could see through Qin Yun's movement technique, but she couldn't. Furthermore, it was the flaming cloud steps used by the principal. Everyone immediately recalled that Qin Yun had won 2 high-grade martial arts techniques in the previous class battle. One of them was the flaming cloud steps. Although the flame cloud steps was only a high-grade martial art, no one could accept it. It was because he had learned it too quickly. It had only been a few days since the class battle. A middle-aged teacher frowned and muttered, could this be the legendary heart of martial arts? This is a very miraculous talent. His comprehension of various martial arts is extremely high, and he can understand them with just a hint. He can even learn them without a teacher. Previously, he seemed to have grasped the black yang art very quickly. Just as everyone was in a heated discussion, Qin Yun had already obtained the 3rd wooden tablet. At this moment, Yan Yun finally moved. Her movement technique was light as she flew like a spirit swallow. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, appearing very beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Everyone loudly praised her. Although Yuan Yenying, who was on the same stage as her, was also outstanding in looks, she was already inferior to her. She was still circulating her Qinggong inner chi. As Qin Yun approached a leopard, he suddenly felt a gentle breeze. It was Yan Yun flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. she deliberately rushed towards Qin Yun to snatch the leopard's wooden token from him. She wanted to prove in front of everyone that her movement technique was stronger than Qin Yun's. A middle-aged teacher said, "Qin Yun seems to only be able to use his movement technique and inner qi. He has yet to master any footwork. His footwork is very crude, as if he is running in a disorderly manner. Footwork is like an external skill, it is extremely important. Little Yun can use her footwork." With this comparison, it is obvious who is stronger. Wei Xuanquan, who was still a little worried, sneered, "It can be seen how weak Qin Yun's foundation is. He doesn't have any foundation at all and yet he is able to break through so quickly. He might even go berserk." On the battling platform, Yan Yun had surpassed Qin Yun. Everyone let out a cheer, praising Yan Yun's movement technique. Yan Yun was indeed faster than Qin Yun since she could use her footwork. She had already reached out, preparing to remove the wooden token from the leopard's neck. Qin Yun looked at Yan Yun in front of him and gritted his teeth. He felt extremely indignant. Yan Yun did not chase after the nearby leopards and deliberately ran towards him. It was obvious that she was provoking him. Now, he deeply understood that the power of the fire cloud inner chi was greatly limited because it did not have a footwork technique. It required a footwork technique in order to explode out. In his anxiety, Qin Yun did not know why, but many movement techniques suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the footwork technique of the fire cloud steps. Cloud rushing footwork? He seemed to have suddenly comprehended this footwork technique. The energy in his feet surged, and as he took a step, the martial stage shook with a pung-pung sound. Even he found it inconceivable that a profound footwork technique would be suddenly enlightened in an instant. Just as Yan Yun was about to touch the wooden tablet, she suddenly felt a scorching aura rushing towards her from behind. She turned her head and saw Qin Yun rushing over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of her. Just as she was stunned, the wooden tablet that she was about to obtain was taken away by Qin Yun. After Qin Yun obtained the wooden tablet, he immediately ran towards the other leopard. The astonished Yan Yun stared at Qin Yun in a daze. She was shocked and angry at the same time. For a moment, she did not know what to do. The smile on Wei Xuanquan's face froze in an instant. His expression was as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Waves of exclamations came from the surroundings of the battling platform. Qin Yun, who had just obtained the fire cloud steps, was able to quickly circulate the fire cloud inner chi and grasp a footwork technique. This was equivalent to the peak of the initial success stage. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it to be true. The happiest person was none other than Xianxia. She glanced at Cui Hui, whose expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, she felt extremely carefree. A strong thought suddenly arose in her mind. It was to let Qin Yun compete for first place in the Heavenly Lion martial meet. Little Yun, quickly join hands with Yenying. Cui Hui, who was below the battling platform, suddenly shouted, "Yenying, you must cooperate with Little Yun." Cui Hui was so anxious that her eyes turned red. If she lost, she would lose 40,000 crystal coins. It would be extremely painful. "You idiot, you're so slow." Yan Yin came back to her senses and shouted angrily at Yuan Yenying, "Hurry up and chase the leopards over to me. What are you still standing there for? Useless thing." Yuan Yenying was very angry when she was called an idiot. However, because Yan Yun was the granddaughter of the Duke of Yan, she could only endure it. Qin Yun has succeeded again. Everyone suddenly shouted as they saw Qin Yun obtain another wooden tablet. He had already obtained the 5th wooden tablet. Yuan Yenying had finally used her movement technique. When Yan Yun saw that Yuan Yenying's movement technique was not bad, she felt that they could force Qin Yun to a draw. The heavy anxiety in her heart was no longer there. Yuan Yenying drove a large leopard towards Yan Yun. After the leopard was chased over, Yan Yun, who was already prepared, quickly rushed forward, but at that moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of her. Qin Yun was here. His footsteps were as fast as lightning as he flashed past the leopard and took the wooden tablet. Qin Yun had obtained the 6th wooden tablet. The outcome was set. Previously, Yan Yun had wanted to snatch Qin Yun's wooden tablet, but now, she was the one being snatched by Qin Yun. Yan Yun was infuriated as she glared at Qin Yun with a sinister gaze. Extra reward. Yan Yun and Yuan Yenying had already given up. They could not beat Qin Yun at all. Yang Shiu's beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile. She said to Cui Hui with a chuckle, your student is only at this level, yet he actually came to participate in the Heavenly Lion martial meet. This is great, your 40,000 crystal coins have been wasted, right? This is the price of overestimating your abilities. Cui Hui was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She gritted her teeth and her heart was bleeding with hatred. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at Qin Yun on the battling platform. Not long after, Qin Yun took down 10 wooden tokens. He had won perfectly, the spectating seniors were all filled with emotion. Qin Yun had only just entered the Hualingwu Academy and he had already improved at such a rapid pace. If he were to continue like this, it was hard to imagine how strong he would be in the future. When Wei Xuanquan heard someone praise Qin Yun, he did not think much of it. He said with a sneer, Qin Yun only has one bloodline. No matter how talented he is in other aspects, he can only stop here. If he were to compete with me, I would let him know what a true martial arts genius is. Yan Yun walked down the battling platform with tears in her eyes. As if she had suffered a great grievance, she threw herself into Wei Xuanquan's embrace and sobbed softly, Brother Kuan, you must help me teach that bastard Qin Yun a lesson. He stole my superior origin pill. Everyone snickered in their hearts. It was clear that they were inferior to others, but they had to blame others. However, none of them dared to say it out loud. No one dared to offend Wei Xuanquan. When Wei Xuanquan saw Yan Yun crying so miserably, he pointed at the distant Qin Yun and shouted, Qin Yun, you are a man, yet you bully a little girl like this. You are truly shameless. You are not worthy of being a man. Alright, you are a man. How about giving the girls here a superior origin pill? Qin Yun said with a mocking smile, you don't even have a single superior origin pill right now, do you? You'd better get one quickly and give it to your fiancée so that she won't cry and embarrass herself here. Cui Hui was willing to use 40,000 crystal coins to register for the superior origin pill. This meant that the value of the superior origin pill was above 40,000 crystal coins. Brother Kuan, look at him. Woo 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 woo. Yan Yun burst into tears. Everyone could tell that she had done it on purpose to provoke Wei Xuanquan and make him think of a way to get a superior Yuan Dan. Qin Yun, you only have one spirit vein. Even if you eat an essence pill, you can only absorb one type of spiritual energy. It won't be of much use to you. How about selling it to me? 40,000 crystal coins, are you selling it or not? When Wei Xuanquan spoke, his tone was filled with threat. Not selling. Qin Yun said decisively. Wei Xuanquan became anxious. His fierce eyes narrowed as he said, 50,000 crystal coins, do you want to sell it? Xiao Yun has 4 spiritual veins, so she's more suitable to eat superior elemental elixirs than you. Qin Yun walked to Yang Shiyu's side. His attitude was firm and his tone unyielding. Even if she has the 7th spirit vein, I won't sell it. Fine, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Young Master Wei is Master Wei's son. Do you know who you've offended? When Cui Yu saw this, she hurriedly rebuked Qin Yun angrily, young Master Wei buying your pill is because he thinks highly of you. When Wei Xuanquan saw that Cui Hui had brought out his father's name, he planned to use it to pressure Qin Yun. He said, Qin Yun, I'll give you another chance. If you know what's good for you, you should know what to do. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Why should I sell it to you? Who do you think you are? After Qin Yun finished speaking, he turned to look for Principal Zhang to collect the superior Yuan Dan. Wei Xuanquan clenched his fists so tightly that they exploded. His eyes were filled with a murderous glint as he looked at Qin Yun's back. His gaze seemed to be able to kill, no one had ever dared to offend him like this. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the Hualingwu Academy, he would have fought him long ago. Now, he could only endure this anger. His face was filled with hatred as he said in a deep voice, Qin Yun, just you wait. With a smile on his face, Principal Zhang handed Qin Yun a small bottle and said with a smile, you were able to pass the first round perfectly. You deserve this superior Yuan Dan. If you can pass the second round, there will be another superior Yuan Dan. Principal Zhang's words stunned everyone. There was actually one more. What's going on? Cui Hui cried out. Yan Yun and Yuan Yening were unable to enter the second round because they did not obtain a single wooden token. Principal Zhang smiled and said, because he was able to pass the first round perfectly, we have to reward such outstanding students more so that they can continue to work hard. Cui Hui was so angry that she nearly vomited blood. If Yan Yun and Yuan Yening had not given up, as long as they could obtain a wooden token, Qin Yun would not have been able to pass the examination perfectly. There are quite a few outstanding brats in this year's freshmen. We plan to give the new students at the 4th level of the martial body realm a new plan for the Heavenly Lion martial meet. However, none of you came, so we were unable to carry it out. Principal Zhang chuckled and said, in the future, you must remember not to miss any more important meetings. Cui Hui took a few deep breaths to make herself feel much more comfortable. Qin Yun, the next test is the strength test. It will test the strength of your inner qi. There are 2 choices for you. One is a normal test. With your ability, you can easily pass it. As for the other one, it will be very difficult. However, if you can pass it, you will be able to obtain another superior yuan pill. Principal Zhang said, make your choice. Cui Hui was very unwilling. She looked at Xianxia with a face full of jealousy and hatred and said loudly, Principal Zhang, Qin Yun only has 1 spirit vein. Qin Yun only has 1 spirit vein, it would be a waste to give him the superior yuan pill. Principal Zhang smiled faintly and said, he obtained the superior yuan pill with his own abilities. Even if he fed it to the dogs, that would be his problem. What does it have to do with us? Cui Hui suffered a setback and did not say anything else. She could only suppress the anger in her heart. Qin Yun thought carefully and said, I choose the most difficult one. Principal Zhang nodded and said, other than Teacher Yang, you can choose any teacher from the scene to come up. They are on the battling platform and only defend. You will attack. You have to use 1 move to force them to retreat. As long as they move their feet even half a step, they will pass this test. There were a few teachers present who were very jealous of Qin Yun. They also wanted to curry favor with Wei Xuankuan. When the time came, they would definitely use all their strength to defend and not give Qin Yun a chance. Xianxia said with a frown, this is too difficult. Cui Hui laughed loudly and said, as long as I pass, I will be able to obtain the superior yuan pill. How can it not be difficult? Principal Zhang urged, Qin Yun, quickly choose a teacher and come up. Qin Yun suddenly pointed at Cui Hui and said loudly, I choose her. Principal Zhang was instantly stunned. Qin Yun's choice of Cui Hui was beyond everyone's expectations, causing them to exclaim in a low voice. Everyone could tell that Cui Hui hated Xianxia and Qin Yun to the core. However, Qin Yun had chosen her. Principal Zhang thought that Qin Yun was joking and asked, Qin Yun, are you sure you want to choose Teacher Cui? Qin Yun grinned and said, she's the weakest. As long as she's not stupid, she will choose her. These words caused Cui Hui to be infuriated. Xianxia was not surprised because if it was her, she would have chosen Cui Hui as well. Cui Hui was the weakest of all the teachers. Just by looking at how she fawned over Wei Xuankuan, one could tell that she did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. She gritted her teeth when she heard Qin Yun's words. She leaped onto the dueling platform and glared at Qin Yun with a sinister look in her eyes. Bottleneck Qin Yun stood at the edge of the battle stage while Cui Hui stood in the middle. He looked at Cui Hui and took a deep breath. Then, he began to run wildly, using the cloud-running footwork of the flaming cloud steps. The rushing cloud steps was originally able to produce a strong impact when charging. If it was combined with other martial techniques, its might would be even stronger. Qin Yun, who was using the rushing cloud footwork, rushed over. His entire body surged with energy like a dragon or tiger, giving off a ferocious aura. It's the galloping cloud footwork's galloping cloud like a dragon. I didn't expect him to learn it so quickly. After Director Zhang saw it, he was slightly surprised. Only he could see it. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged out from Qin Yun's legs as the roar of a dragon sounded out. When Cui Hui saw this, she scoffed. Just as she was about to mock and ridicule him, she did not expect Qin Yun's speed to suddenly increase. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of her, who, Qin Yun punched out as a gust of wind whistled out. The force was ferocious as it struck at Cui Hui's abdomen. Cui Hui hadn't even used her qi to defend. She originally thought that when Qin Yun attacked, she would instantly circulate her qi to resist because that would produce a certain amount of recoil. If she performed well, she would be able to send him flying and injure him. However, she never expected that Qin Yan's speed would suddenly become so fast. Just as she was stunned, Cui Hui felt her abdomen being hit by a dull and scorching wave of air. Ah! Cui Hui let out a cry of unwillingness and flew out of the arena in a sorry state before crashing heavily onto the ground. After a moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Cui Hui was actually sent flying out of the stage. This was truly unexpected. Thank you, Cui Laosher, for going easy on me. Qin Yan's teasing voice broke the silence, causing everyone to regain their senses. Give way. Everyone could tell that Cui Hui hated Qin Yan to the bone. How could she give in? Cui Hui was so angry that she was at a loss for words. Her nails clawed at the hard stone floor, leaving claw marks. Qin Yan has passed the assessment. He will be able to compete on stage in 5 days. Principal Zhang looked at Qin Yan with eyes filled with admiration. Qin Yan obtained another superior yuan pill and revealed a brilliant smile. Even if he gets 10 pills, it's useless because he only has 1 meridian and can only absorb 10% of the medicinal power. Wei Xuankuan said disdainfully, but his eyes were filled with jealousy. Brother Kuan, you are much more talented than him. You are also a future inscription master. Yan Yin said in a low voice, you must teach this arrogant guy a lesson. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Wei Xuankuan said coldly, his eyes filled with viciousness. Xianxia Yu and Qin Yan chatted and laughed as they left the Heavenly Lion Hall and returned to the quiet bamboo forest courtyard beside the lake. Eat 2 superior elemental pills first, then learn the Flaming Light Fist. Your comprehension is really high, you will definitely be able to grasp it within 5 days. I feel that you have a high chance of getting first place in the Heavenly Lion martial meet. Xianxia Yu was now filled with confidence in Qin Yan. A 5th stage martial artist's inner chi is stronger than yours, but you have the purple gold fire martial spirit, which can make up for a lot of the gap. If you eat another 2 superior essence pills, in addition to your mastery of martial techniques, your strength will increase a little. Xianxia Yu was extremely excited. If Qin Yan were to obtain first place in the Heavenly Lion martial meet, he would definitely be the strongest freshman in the history of the Hualing Wu Academy. If Qin Yan could obtain first place and enter the Heavenly Lion Lake, his strength would greatly increase. When she thought of this, her heart was filled with anticipation. When Qin Yan saw that Xianxia Yu was very happy, he was also very pleased. He said, Teacher, can you help me find some books related to inscriptions? I want to gain a deeper understanding of inscriptionists and inscriptions. Xianxia Yu suddenly let out a long sigh and said, Your perception is extremely high. If you had someone to guide you, you would also be able to become an inscription master. What a pity. There aren't many inscriptionists, and good inscriptions are all viewed as treasures. They won't be easily spread out, so I temporarily have no way for you to learn inscriptions. Qin Yan smiled casually. It's fine. I'm still young. I'll have plenty of chances in the future. Xianxia Yu nodded and said, Yes, this kind of thing requires a certain amount of luck. I'll go look for books on inscriptions now so that you can understand more about them. It can also be considered as a form of foundation. After she finished speaking, she went to borrow a book on inscriptions. As for Qin Yan, he entered his room and consumed an origin pill before beginning to cultivate. While he was cultivating, he was thinking about how he had suddenly comprehended the rushing cloud steps. Even now, he still didn't understand what was going on. Could it be that the mental force cultivated through the 9 suns spiritual energy has a higher perception? Qin Yan felt that this was the only explanation that made sense. When he was learning martial arts techniques, as long as someone gave him some pointers, he would be able to fuse them together and then comprehend them on his own. The profound and difficult parts would gradually become clear and transparent. Sometimes, he would suddenly have a flash of inspiration and understand it in an instant. Right now, the most important thing is to refine the superior yuan pill. Qin Yan was looking forward to the effects of the superior yuan pill. He had cultivated the black yang art to the small success stage and was refining the medicinal power very quickly. In just a day, the superior yuan pill had been completely refined. The spiritual energy contained within the superior yuan pill was 10 times that of the qi refining pill. However, after he finished absorbing it, there were no signs of a breakthrough. He used his mental force to look at the purple gold fire elemental energy in his dantian and check the situation of his elemental energy. He discovered that his elemental energy had become extremely full and was about to break through. My second elemental energy has reached a bottleneck. When Teacher Yang comes back, I'll ask her what the key to breaking through to the 5th level is. Xianxia swallowed the second superior yuan pill. Previously, the superior yuan pill had been absorbed by the mysterious vibration of the elemental energy. Now, this pill was going to be used to cultivate the fire elemental energy. After Xianxia refined the second superior yuan pill, he frowned and muttered, "It's the same situation as before. How can I break through this bottleneck?" He shook his head and temporarily stopped thinking about it. He hurriedly went to take a bath. A moment later, he came out of his room. He saw several old, yellowed books on the table in the hall. Xianxia had returned and helped him get a few old books that recorded the knowledge of mysterious patterns. "How's the effect of eating 2 superior yuan pills?" Xianxia asked. It was already dark, and she had just taken a bath. She was wearing a loose light pink robe, and her shoulders and arms were covered with translucent muslin. Her black hair hung down in front of her full chest, making her look extremely sexy, tender and alluring, and a feast for the eyes. Xianxia, who was only 15 years old, felt his heart tremble as he watched. His heart could not help but race a few times. After calming himself down, he said, "I've encountered a bottleneck. My elemental energy can no longer absorb and refine spiritual energy. It's so full that I don't know what to do." With that, he picked up an old book and began to read it seriously. "Your inner force cultivation method needs to improve. You have already learned the Black Yang art to the small success stage. You need to reach the large success stage before you can activate your elemental energy to absorb spiritual energy." Xianxia's eyes moved as she continued, "Under normal circumstances, your small success in your inner force is enough to step into the 5th level of the martial body realm. However, your inability to break through could also be because of the purple gold fire martial spirit. Flaming Fist. Once you break through, your inner yuan will also increase. In the future, the inner qi refined will be even stronger. This is the benefit of breaking through." Xianxia said, "Other than the restrictions of the cultivation technique, I also need an opportunity to transform my elemental energy. For example, many martial artists will struggle on the edge of life and death to comprehend life and death. Under the pressure of the fear of death, they will use their strong desire to live to stimulate their potential and break through bottlenecks. I can suddenly comprehend the galloping cloud steps while fighting on the battling platform." Xianxia knew the key to breaking through the bottleneck. At that time, he was spurred on by a strong desire to win. There were still 3 days before the martial arts competition. He planned to try and see if he could trigger the opportunity to break through. "Study well. I'll guide you in learning the flaming light fist tomorrow." Xianxia flirtatiously stroked her hair before returning to her room to rest. Xianxia took the book back to his room to read. He read very quickly and memorized everything. In the middle of the night, he finished reading a few books. He also had a general understanding of the inscription and knew how to use it. However, he still did not have enough strength to use it. This was because one needed to be at least at the 5th level of the martial body realm in order to have enough inner qi to inscribe spirit marks. In the morning, birds were chirping in the bamboo forest, and the breeze gently blew the bamboo leaves, making a rustling sound. In an elegant courtyard in the bamboo forest, Xianxia sat in a pavilion and explained the difficulties of the flaming light fist to Xianxia. Her graceful steps moved back and forth. Her snow-white dress and beautiful black hair danced along with the gentle morning breeze. Her entire body emitted a light and refined aura, causing her to seem as if she had blended into this beautiful morning. She was lively, elegant, and beautiful. The flame light fist's basic level allows one's fist to glow and heat up when punching. When it reaches the initial level, your fists will be like red iron, and you will be able to burst out a dazzling flash in an instant. Your inner qi will also be consumed very quickly. After Xianxia finished speaking, she gracefully sat on a stone bench in the pavilion. She picked up a cup of tea that Xianxia had poured and gently sipped it with her red lips. Xianxia admired her very much. She had a deep understanding of martial arts cultivation techniques that he had never learned before. He was suddenly very curious and asked, "Teacher, what is the attribute of your martial soul?" Xianxia put down her teacup and smiled mysteriously. She said softly, "It's a secret for now. When you become as strong as me in the future, you will naturally know. You can start practicing flaming light fist now. I'll watch you practice from the side." "All right." Xianxia walked out of the pavilion and began practicing on a flat ground. In the palace, on a luxurious golden-red phoenix chair, sat a woman dressed in phoenix-embroidered clothes. This person was the Tianqin Empress. When she found out about Xianxia's situation at the Hualingwu Academy, she flew into a rage. She smashed the jade table beside her with a palm and shouted angrily at the few old officials below, "You are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. All of you are old foxes in your 70s and 80s, yet you did not deal with that little thing, Xianxia. He has already entered the Hualingwu Academy for a few days. Not only has he not been weakened, he has even been promoted step by step." An old blue-robed official said with a troubled expression, "The rules of the Hualingwu Academy are strict, we are unable to use them. Furthermore, Xianxia was extremely protective of Xianxia. This was a huge obstacle. We can only wait for Xianxia to walk out of the Hualingwu Academy before we can find an opportunity to make a move. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. He only has one bloodline, so he won't be able to go far on the path of martial arts." Another old official bowed and said with a trembling voice, "We have already tried our best to get an elder from the Hualingwu Academy to transfer Xianxia away. As long as Xianxia is not with Xianxia, it will be even more convenient for us to make our move." The Empress gritted her teeth as a vicious look flashed in her eyes. She said, "All right, it's up to you. I must see Xianxia die a miserable death." An old official asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, how is the Emperor's current situation?" "His cultivation went berserk, causing him to suffer serious internal injuries. He can be considered crippled." The Empress sneered, "As long as the engagement between the Crown Prince and Xiao Yuan is successful, with the help of the Tian Shao Empire, we can completely eliminate those who oppose us." Over the past few days, Xianxia had been practicing the flaming light fist day and night. His hard work had paid off greatly. He was able to learn the flaming light fist to the small success stage, turning his fist into red-hot iron. At the same time, he could control his fist to explode with a flash of light. Xianxia walked out of the house and saw Xianxia practicing his fist. She nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "You truly have an extremely high comprehension of martial arts techniques. It seems like you truly possess the legendary heart of martial arts. You might even be able to cultivate your cultivation technique to perfection." "That's right, Xianxia, I remember that you used a martial skill in the square of the Imperial Palace that allowed your inner chi to explode with great power. What martial skill was it?" "It's called the Chi Explosion Technique. I wonder if teacher has heard of it. It was passed down to me by the Grand Preceptor. I wonder what level it is at." As Xianxia spoke, he punched the ground and a violent burst of flaming inner chi burst out. Boom, a crater appeared on the ground, emitting a hot aura. It was as if a meteor had crashed down. So strong. "This is not an ordinary martial skill, I have never heard of it before," Xianxia said in surprise. Her expression suddenly turned serious. "I'll go check what kind of martial skill this is." She was worried that it was a demonic art. If that was the case, it would be troublesome, so she hurriedly left her residence to look up martial arts books. Xianxia also hoped that Xianxia would be able to find out what kind of martial arts the Chi Explosion Technique was. At the very least, she needed to know what level it was at. He had already grasped the flaming light fist, so he temporarily did not need to practice it. He returned to his room and took out a bamboo scroll with mysterious patterns. He used a pen to draw the spirit patterns on the white paper. "When I step into the 5th level of the martial body realm, I will start learning the inscriptions on my own." He was eager to give it a try, but he did not have enough strength yet. In the evening, Xianxia returned with food. When Xianxia saw her beautiful face filled with relief and a hint of joy, he knew that the Chi Explosion Technique was not a demonic art. The Chi Explosion Technique is actually a low-grade profound rank martial art, and it's a very strong one at that. Xianxia placed the dishes on the table and said doubtfully, "Generally speaking, profound rank cultivation techniques are rarely spread out. Your Grand Preceptor is really mysterious." Qin Yin sighed and said, I wonder how she is now. Don't worry, she will be fine. Xianxia comforted him before warning him with a stern expression, you must rest well tonight. You must participate in tomorrow's Heavenly Lion martial meet in your final state. Late at night, Qin Yin did not practice his martial arts. Instead, he cultivated his inner force cultivation method. As long as I master the Black Yang art, I will be able to approach the 5th stage. In the past few days, he had taken some time to cultivate the Black Yang art. Although he had not been able to reach mastery, he felt that he was very close. Unknowingly, he had immersed himself in the mental cultivation method of the Black Yang art and entered a very different state. His mind seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Early in the morning, the 9 suns rose and the light shone on Qin Yin's body, waking him up. The moment he woke up, the plot naturally circulated the Black Yang art. He suddenly felt a lot of 9 Yang energy entering his body. He hurriedly looked at his dantian and saw that his inner yuan was slowly revolving. Inner yuan is revolving. I have cultivated the Black Yang art to the large success stage. Qin Yin jumped out of bed in joy. He changed into a clean set of gray tight clothes and combed himself neatly. Heavenly Lion martial meeting. Thousands of students had already gathered in the Heavenly Lion Hall. This time, the freshmen had also come. When they saw Qin Yin arrive, their faces were filled with jealousy. On one hand, they had come to see how a 5th-level student would fight. On the other hand, they wanted to see how Qin Yin would suffer a crushing defeat. In the spacious Heavenly Lion Hall, there were 9 large battling platforms. They were at least dozens of meters wide, and the one in the middle was the largest. It was 100 meters wide. When the time was up, Qin Yin walked forward to gather. There were a total of 64 people participating in the Heavenly Lion martial meeting. They were divided into 8 groups, and the final battle would be held on the grand battling platform in the middle of the hall. Wei Xuanquan was not far from Qin Yin. He did not even look at Qin Yin as he stood there proudly. He looked confident and did not place Qin Yin in his eyes at all. After everyone arrived, Principal Zhang began to explain the rules and then split them into groups. Qin Yin was placed in the 8th group, while Wei Xuanquan was placed in the 1st group. Each group would draw lots and be divided into 4 groups to carry out an elimination tournament to determine the first place. The first place of each group would then compete with the first place of the other groups. As long as Wei Xuanquan is not in my group, I should be able to relax a lot. Qin Yin looked at the crowd and did not see Xianxia. He did not know where she had gone, but this made him somewhat worried. He did see Cui Hui, who had arrived with a delicate face. Yan Yun. 8th martial platform, Qin Yin, Feng Rugong, prepare to go on stage. A large man shouted. Qin Yin was the first to fight, which attracted the attention of many people. No one was optimistic about him. He had only just entered the 4th level, but his opponent had already stepped into the 5th level. In terms of inner chi and martial skills, they were definitely superior to the 4th level. Feng Rugong was a tall and thin youth wearing luxurious blue brocade clothes. His expression was filled with contempt, and he did not place Qin Yin in his eyes at all. 8th martial platform, begin. Feng Rugong's footsteps were light as he took a step forward. His thigh shot up and swept towards Qin Yin's head, bringing with it a strong gust of wind that whistled. It's a low-grade spirit-level martial art, steel wind kick. Below the battling platform, someone shouted in shock, it's fast and crazy, it's a technique to defeat the enemy. Qin Yin's reaction was extremely fast. He suddenly turned ferocious and punched out. A tiger's roar resounded as it tore through the air and struck Feng Rugong's sweeping leg. He was actually using the spirit tiger fist. Their fists and legs collided, sending out shockwaves. Feng Rugong, who was standing on one leg, lost his balance and fell to the ground after his leg, which had been kicked high up in the air, was hit hard. Someone actually used a fist to fight a leg, and he even won. When using the steel wind kick, the thigh is filled with inner chi, making it as hard as steel. It can easily break trees. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to take it head-on, but Qin Yin dares. I wonder if his fist bones are shattered. Feng Rugong hugged his thigh and cried out in pain, unable to continue fighting. He looked at Qin Yin's tightly clenched fist and could not help but feel fear in his heart. He could only admit defeat. Feng Rugong, defeated. Qin Yin is victorious. Qin Yan actually won against a fifth firmament at the fourth firmament. Furthermore, he only used one move, and it was the common spirit tiger fist. The older students at the fifth level of the martial body realm were all dumbfounded as they let out low cries of surprise. Is this true? Qin Yan really defeated Feng Rugong in one move. It's true. Could it be that Feng Rugong's cultivation had regressed? Why is he so noob? He was beaten to the ground by a single move of the spirit tiger fist. This is truly unbelievable. A fourth-level martial body freshman actually defeated a fifth-level martial body senior. Feng Rugong has lost too much face for us seniors. Everyone let out all sorts of doubtful and surprised comments. Under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Feng Rugong walked down the battling platform in shame and indignation. Cui Hui said with a displeased expression, Qin Yan's inner qi is very wild. It's mainly because of the purple gold fire martial spirit. Apart from being unable to leave his body, his strength is no different from the fifth level. No wonder Xianxia allowed him to participate in the Heavenly Lion martial meet. He already possesses a certain level of strength. Yan Yin snorted and said with disdain, no matter what, he will lose to Brother Kuan in the end. Brother Kuan is at the fifth level of the martial body realm. Because there were very few people with the purple gold fire martial spirit, no one knew how strong the inner qi of this martial spirit was. Now, everyone could see the advantage of a high-grade martial spirit from Qin Yan's strength. A higher-level martial spirit could crush people to death. Very quickly, the first round of the 8th dueling platform was over. Next, the second round would begin. Qin Yan was once again the first match. This time, his opponent was a tall youth named Wan Chen. He knew that Qin Yan was not easy to deal with. Qin Yan had been watching the battle very carefully. He thought to himself, Wan Chen, his inner qi is very strong. It's a thunder martial spirit but his speed is slightly slow and sluggish. This time, Qin Yan was the first to attack. Using the galloping cloud footwork, he instantly arrived in front of Wan Chen. Such a speed had already surpassed many of the older students at the fifth level of the martial body realm. This caused many students at the fifth level of the martial body realm to exclaim in their hearts. Wan Chen sneered as if he had already expected this. His fist that flickered with lightning seemed to be waiting for Qin Yan as it charged forward in a timely manner. Just as Qin Yan was about to collide with the incoming lightning fist, he suddenly turned his head to the side to avoid it. At the same time, he punched at Wan Chen's chest. A low and deep tiger's roar suddenly came out. Everyone could not help but be alarmed. Qin Yan was actually using the spirit tiger fist to compete. Wan Chen was extremely confident in his tall body. He hurriedly circulated the lightning inner qi in his body and concentrated it on his upper body. He did not dodge and continued to attack Qin Yan with his lightning fist. He never expected that Qin Yan would suddenly squat down and dodge his thunder fist. His thunder fist missed. At the same time, Qin Yan's fist also changed direction and went straight for Wan Chen's thigh. Arg! Wan Chen's thigh was severely injured, and the pain was unbearable. Even the slightest movement would cause severe pain to spread throughout his entire body. He thought that Qin Yan would attack his upper body. He never expected that Qin Yan would aim at his weakest thigh. The rushing cloud footwork could make Qin Yan's inner qi stronger. In addition, the scorching fire inner qi could seep into his flesh and bones, which was why Wan Chen was in such pain. I concede. Wan Chen hastily shouted. Otherwise, if Qin Yan touches him, it will be even more painful. Qin Yan won once again. A commotion broke out in the hall. By defeating a fifth-level martial body for the second time, Qin Yun could completely prove that he had the strength to match a fifth-level martial body. When Yan Yun saw that Qin Yun was in the limelight, she gritted her teeth. Brother Kuan will definitely make him suffer a crushing defeat. Let's see how long he can be complacent for. If I win one more match, I will be first in the group. Qin Yun calmed himself down and walked down the stage. He was already very familiar with the use of martial skills. It was mainly because he had been sparring with Xianxia for the past few days. During the battle, Xianxia simulated all sorts of situations to train him and accumulated a lot of battle experience. On the other side, Wei Xuanquan had also won consecutively. Those who fought against him had some scruples and didn't dare to offend him. They didn't even fight seriously. Those who were in the same group as Wei Xuanquan could only blame their bad luck. Following that, Qin Yun won again and won first place in the group. A fourth-level martial body cultivator taking first place in the group was unprecedented. If Qin Yun were to obtain first place in the end, it would be even more shocking. It would be recorded in the history of the Hualingwu Academy. Qin Diren 2 hours after the start of the Heavenly Lion martial meet, the 8 groups of martial arts competition had all ended. Qin Yun was unscathed and obtained first place in the group. As for the first place in his group, most of them were covered in wounds. This would give him a great advantage in the upcoming duels. Only a few people were uninjured. 2 of them were Qin Yun and Wei Xuanquan. The other was a handsome man with a gentle smile on his face. His name was Qin Diren. Qin Diren? I think I've heard of him before. Could he be the son of the king of Qin? Qin Yun suddenly remembered. Many people did not know Qin Diren's identity, but he knew that it was his cousin. Qin Diren's father was the emperor's younger brother. He was the famous king of Qin who guarded the borders. Because his family was at the border, no one knew much about his family's situation. I wonder what the relationship between the king of Qin and the empress is like. Qin Yun thought to himself as he went to draw lots. Unfortunately, he had drawn the lot for a duel with Qin Diren. Qin Diren walked over and smiled at Qin Yun. What a coincidence. I'll be on the battling platform later. Please give me your guidance. He was 18 or 19 years old and slightly taller than Qin Yun. His thin face was extremely handsome and he wore simple white clothes. He had an elegant demeanor and gave off a good impression of him. I hope you can show mercy. Qin Yun did not know if the other party was a friend or foe, so he did not reveal his identity. On the other hand, you have to show mercy. I might not be your match. Qin Diren said with a smile. His tone was modest and his face was full of smiles. Qin Yun only smiled and did not say anything else. The most important thing was to do his best to win the chance to enter the Heavenly Lion Lake. The 2 of them walked onto the battling platform. In the group competition, Qin Diren defeated his opponent in a single move. His strength is unfathomable. He should be the only person who can fight against Wei Xuanquan. I don't know where he came from, but his martial skills are also very good. When he fought just now, although he only used one move, each move was very brilliant and profound. Qin Diren is usually extravagant and has many good friends. He definitely has a great background and is definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone was discussing Qin Diren on the stage. Little brother Yun. I know the whereabouts of the Grand Preceptor. Qin Diren said softly as he passed by Qin Yun. When Qin Yun heard this, he was shocked. However, after saying that, Qin Diren quickly walked to the side of the battling platform. He was dozens of meters away from Qin Yun. Begin! An old man shouted. The competition had begun. Qin Yun felt uneasy because of Qin Diren's words. Only when he saw Qin Diren rushing over did he regain his senses. Qin Diren's attack was not that fierce, so he easily dodged the punch. Brother, where is the Grand Preceptor? Qin Yun asked softly as he dodged to the side. In King Qin's mansion. Qin Diren replied. Then, he unhurriedly sent a palm strike towards Qin Yun, allowing Qin Yun to easily dodge it. Qin Yun was secretly delighted. He finally knew the whereabouts of the Grand Preceptor. Let's exchange palms. I will deliberately fall off the stage to let you win. Your potential is astonishing. You must strive to enter the Heavenly Lion Lake and become stronger as soon as possible to overthrow the Empress forces. King Qin's mansion is on your side. Qin Diren said in a low voice, the Emperor has gone berserk in his cultivation and is already crippled. The Empress and her group have already controlled the entire empire. Qin Yun was alarmed. He had never known about the Emperor's affairs. Come. Qin Diren said in a low voice. When everyone saw how slow Qin Diren was fighting, they were all puzzled. Qin Diren should be doing this on purpose. From the looks of it, he wants to tease Qin Yun. That's right. It's just like a cat catching a mouse. After playing enough, I'll finish him off in one move. Look, Qin Diren is getting serious. Someone suddenly shouted. When Qin Yun saw Qin Diren rushing over, he hurriedly struck out with his palm. He followed Qin Diren's instructions and did not circulate too much inner qi. He struck out with his palm. The moment his palm approached Qin Diren's palm, he suddenly felt a strong surge of inner qi surging out from the other party's body. I've been tricked by him. Qin Yan was immediately alarmed and infuriated. He also saw a cunning look flash across Qin Diren's eyes. He was immediately certain that he had been deceived by Qin Diren. In the instant that Qin Yan was alarmed and infuriated, he hurriedly circulated the inner qi of the dual elemental energies and gathered it in his arm. He wanted to protect his arm to prevent it from being crippled, however, the time was too short. He could only circulate a small portion of his inner qi to his arm. Bang, the two palms collided, producing an explosive sound. Qin Yan was forced back more than 10 steps. His face revealed a look of pain as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His inner qi was too weak and was far from being Qin Diren's match. Qin Diren's palm strike contained an extremely strong cold qi, causing his arm to be sealed. At the same time, his internal organs were also shaken to the point of pain. Qin Yan secretly blamed himself. I was too careless. Just as he was about to admit defeat, Qin Diren suddenly laughed out loud and suddenly charged forward. His fist that was brimming with inner qi ruthlessly struck at Qin Yan's abdomen. Everyone let out a cry of surprise. Everyone could tell that the power of this punch was extremely great. It was enough to heavily injure Qin Yan's dantian. Qin Yan, you can't beat the Empress. Go to hell. Qin Diren's face was filled with pride. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he punched Qin Yan in the abdomen again. Ah! Cousin, you're amazing. Looks like Brother Kuan doesn't have to do anything. Not far from the martial stage, Yan Yun laughed tenderly. Her beautiful face was filled with viciousness. Has this fellow's inner yuan been crippled? He, cripple him and get him out of the Hualingwu Academy. A fellow from the same lineage, if we say it out loud, we will lose face for our Hualingwu Academy. Qin Yun was suddenly enlightened. Qin Diren and Yan Yun were in cahoots. King Qin's mansion had already joined forces with the Empress. If Qin Diren crippled him, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely by the Empress. After he understood, a wave of anger suddenly surged into his heart and fused into his inner qi. The furious inner qi roared within his body. How despicable, I'm still too young. Qin Yan's fist trembled from the impact of the furious inner qi. His heart was extremely cold. Fortunately, the inner qi is fine. It's the vibration martial art that protects the dantian and blasts away the inner qi that attacks the dantian. Everyone sighed inwardly. They thought that Qin Yun was so injured that he was unable to admit defeat. He was destined to be ruthlessly ravaged by his opponent. Qin Diren walked over and said with a sneer, you only have one bloodline. Just be a mediocre person. He raised his leg that was surrounded by inner qi and kicked. At the same time, he shouted, scram out of the Hualingwu Academy. Just as Qin Diren raised his leg, the heavily injured Qin Yun's body began to tremble violently. His bones emitted a series of explosive sounds as he punched out with monstrous rage. After the angry fist was punched out, it exploded with a bright light. The fist was like a red-hot iron, bringing with it a scorching wave of air as it struck towards Qin Diren's abdomen. Blue Sword Qin Diren's eyes were stung by the intense light released by the flame-light fist. His vision turned red and he couldn't see anything. He didn't have time to dodge. Qin Yan's flame-light fist was domineering and scorching. It roared out as a wave of fire enveloped Qin Diren. Boom, Qin Diren's abdomen was heavily struck by the angry fist. A burst of flames burst out and spread throughout his body. Like a fireball, he flew out of the battling platform and landed on the ground, rolling and screaming. A few teachers rushed over to extinguish the flames with shocked expressions. Qin Yan slowly stood up, his fist still emitting flames. After taking a deep breath, he glanced at Yan Yun, as though telling her that her fate would be the same. A moment ago, Yan Yun had a complacent smile on her face. But now, she was speechless. She hurriedly looked at Wei Xuankuan, who was not far away. She only hoped that Wei Xuankuan could completely cripple Qin Yun. Qin Diren, the eldest son of the king of Qin, is only SOSO. Qin Yun looked at the dying Qin Diren and sneered. Qin Diren was actually the son of the king of Qin. Everyone finally knew of Qin Diren's background and were extremely surprised. However, they were even more shocked by Qin Yun's strength. He had actually defeated such a person. This time, Qin Yin had not defeated an ordinary disciple. He was a disciple of a famous sect. That was the eldest son of the king of Qin. This time, Qin Yin did not win as easily as before. He seemed to be seriously injured. Of course, Qin Diren's injuries were even more severe. If he did not recuperate for 3 to 5 years, he would not be able to recover. During the martial arts competition, injuries were unavoidable. Over the years, young students with good aptitude had been crippled because of this. Everyone was no longer surprised. Qin Yin won again. Even someone at the 5th level of the martial body realm is not his match, let alone someone at the 4th level of the martial body realm. Is he at the 4th level of the martial body realm? This is too terrifying. Everyone had the same question. This kind of strength did not make sense. At this moment, many people did not underestimate Qin Yin as much as before. Qin Yin was injured by Qin Diren. Even if he can enter the finals, he will not be able to defeat Wei Xuanquan. It's hard to say now because Teacher Yang is here. She might be able to help Qin Yin recover. While everyone was discussing, they saw Yang Shiyu walk in from the entrance of the hall and hurriedly made way. When Yang Shiyu arrived, she saw that Qin Yin's footsteps were unsteady as he slowly walked down the stage. It was obvious that he was injured. This caused her to be extremely anxious, and she hurriedly executed her supreme movement technique. With a light leap, she soared into the sky and flew towards the arena. Yang Shiyu's simple white dress overflowed with a sparkling and translucent mist. Accompanying the light dance of her dress, she was gentle and agile, like a fairy descending to the mortal world, beautiful beyond compare. Such a beauty made everyone gasp in admiration. Yang Shiyu flew hundreds of meters in the air and gracefully landed beside Qin Yin. She hurriedly supported him. Her cold voice carried a hint of gentleness as she said softly, "Why are you so heavily injured? I told you not to force yourself." As she spoke, she hurriedly channeled a gentle and pure inner force into Qin Yin's body to help him sort out his internal injuries. Some of the male students were extremely jealous when they saw how gentle and concerned Yang Shiyu was towards Qin Yin. "I was careless and fell into a trap." Qin Yin briefly explained the situation to Yang Shiyu, causing her to feel infuriated. On the other side, Wei Xuanquan had already won, and it was an easy victory. At this point in the competition, there were still 4 people left. In the next round, the 2 winners would be able to proceed to the finals, and from the current situation, other than Wei Xuanquan, the other 3 had suffered varying degrees of injuries. 2 of the more seriously injured students, their teachers had decided to withdraw from the competition. This was because even if he won another match, he would not be able to defeat the final Wei Xuanquan. "Qin Yin and Wei Xuanquan, you will be in the finals." Principal Zhang walked to Qin Yin's side and advised, "It's not too late to decide to withdraw from the competition." Qin Yin had suffered quite a bit of injuries from his duel with Qin Diren earlier. Furthermore, he was only at the 4th level martial body realm. To be able to reach this step in the Heavenly Lion martial meet was enough to be proud of. No. Qin Yin's face was filled with determination. His elemental energy was not injured, but his arms and body were in pain. He had already come this far, he could not give up. "Remember, if you feel like you can't hold on, don't try to be brave." Yang Shiyu's voice was extremely stern, but her eyes were filled with gentleness. As Yang Shiyu channeled her inner force into Qin Yin's body, his injuries recovered quite well. He took a deep breath and quickly walked towards the largest dueling platform in the Heavenly Lion Hall. In the Heavenly Lion Hall, Wei Xuanquan stood proudly on the martial stage in the middle. When he saw how intimate Qin Yin and a beauty like Yang Shiyu were, he could not help but feel jealous. His eyes were filled with viciousness. When he saw Qin Yin come up, he gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Yin, I will completely destroy you and make you a piece of trash in Yang Shiyu's eyes. I admit that you possess the purple gold fire martial spirit and your strength is comparable to the 5th level of the martial body realm. However, against me, you have no chance of winning." As Wei Xuanquan spoke, one of his old servants threw a sword up from below the battling platform. After he received the sword, he said loudly, "This sword was forged by my father. It's called the Kuan Lan sword. It's a low-grade spirit artifact and is worth 500,000 crystal coins. I, Wei Xuanquan, have always respected the strong. Qin Yan is younger than me and his cultivation is not as high as mine. If he can win today, I am willing to give him my beloved sword. With that, he walked to the side of the battling platform and placed the sword there. He looked at Qin Yan and said proudly, Qin Yan, if you defeat me, take this sword away yourself. This was a low-grade spirit weapon and Wei Xuanquan was only at the 5th level of the martial body realm, yet he possessed such a sharp weapon. The people below the battling platform looked at the Kuan-Lan sword and sucked in a deep breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with envy and surprise. The son of an inscription grandmaster was indeed different. He possessed a precious spirit artifact at such a young age. Many of the students present came from famous sects, but they could only envy spirit artifacts. When Yan Yun saw the envious expressions on the students' faces, she smiled proudly and said, Brother Kuan has many spirit-level martial skills. They are much stronger than the trash that Qin Yun has mastered. The 5th level of the martial body mainly trains inner force. Brother Kuan can transform Qi into power, far surpassing other 5th-level martial artists. Transforming Qi into power meant that he had reached the middle stage of the 5th level of the martial body realm and was half a step into the 6th level of the martial body realm. The people who had lost to Wei Xuanquan were originally unconvinced, but after hearing Yan Yun's words, they had no choice but to admit defeat. This was because they were unable to condense inner force. Now, everyone felt that the outcome of the battle was decided. This was because Qin Yun was facing a martial artist who was close to the 6th level of the martial body realm. Heavenly Lion martial meet, the duel begins now. Principal Zhang personally presided over it. He also believed that Qin Yun had no chance of winning. He only hoped that Qin Yun would not be too seriously injured. Wei Xuanquan stood on the spot as his blue clothes fluttered. A faint golden mist seeped out and surrounded his entire body, forming a barrier of air. Shocking breakthrough Qin Yun, I'll give you 2 moves. Wei Xuanquan smiled proudly and said, Today, I'll let you experience what a true martial arts genius is. Attack me. When Qin Yun heard that, he immediately used the galloping cloud footwork and rushed in front of Wei Xuanquan. With a punch, light exploded and flames surged. Whoosh, Qin Yun's fist landed on Wei Xuanquan's Vajra barrier, producing a gust of wind. The inner qi he had struck out inexplicably dissipated, as if it had hit a stiff rock. The senior students below instantly burst into laughter. With your weak inner qi, it's impossible for you to shake the Vajra barrier that he released with his inner qi. You really overestimate yourself. The flaming light fist is not bad, but your cultivation is too weak. The older students mocked. Qin Yan took a few steps back and used his qi explosion technique. After punching out, his inner qi exploded, boom, the fist smashed into the qi cover, causing a gust of wind to erupt. Although the qi cover fluctuated a little, Wei Xuanquan was still unharmed. This was within everyone's expectations. It would be a miracle if Qin Yun could move it. It's really strong. Qin Yun hurriedly distanced himself from Wei Xuanquan. If he were to be hit, it would be troublesome. You want to run? Wei Xuanquan smiled and said, You won't have the chance. His figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages as he caught up to Qin Yun in the blink of an eye. It's the wind treading steps, a high-grade spirit level. No, there's also the swallow steps. Wei Xuanquan is truly a genius. He has actually perfectly combined 2 movement techniques. Cui Hui's eyes lit up as she praised loudly. When she saw that Xianxia Yu's expression was even more serious than before, she could not help but laugh heartily. The martial skills that Wei Xuanquan had mastered were even more enviable. He actually possessed 2 high-grade spirit-level movement techniques. For most people, it was difficult to obtain a movement technique of this level. Brother Kuan will definitely win. If he enters the Celestial Lion Lake again, he will definitely be at the 6th level of the martial body realm. Forging a spirit artifact is just around the corner. When the time comes, he will give me one. Yan Yun smiled proudly, causing many female students to be extremely envious. Qin Yun, quickly admit defeat. Xianxia Yu suddenly shouted when she saw that the situation was bad. There's no more chance. After Wei Xuanquan caught up to Qin Yun, he laughed loudly. His palm slashed down, causing a sonic boom. It's the high-tier spirit-level wave breaker palm. Bam, although Qin Yun dodged, his left shoulder was still struck. It was lacerating in pain. Bang, Wei Xuanquan's speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he struck out with his palm, knocking Qin Yun to the ground. Then, he quickly released a wave of inner force that left his body. It pressed down heavily and enveloped Qin Yun, preventing him from moving. Admit defeat? There's no more chance, I'll end you. Wei Xuanquan laughed sinisterly. Xianxia was about to rush forward, but she was stopped by Cui Hui, a few elders, and many teachers. She was unable to take another step forward. Dean, Qin Yun has already admitted defeat. Xianxia shouted angrily. He didn't admit defeat himself. This is how cruel it is on the battling platform. Cui Hui shouted loudly, Xianxia, don't break the rules of our Hualingwu Academy. Qin Yun was suppressed by the inner force to the point that he could not move, but he did not give up resisting. The elemental energy in his dantian suddenly spun rapidly, shining with light. The inner qi within his elemental energy surged like a giant beast out of the sea, emitting a deep and powerful roar. Qin Yun, this is the difference between you and me. Don't blame me. The competition on the path of martial arts is just this cruel. Accept your fate. Wei Xuanquan sneered loudly. With a wave of his palm, the power of the wave-breaker palm rippled out. Suddenly, a purplish gold mist surged out from Qin Yun's body. It let out a soul-shaking howl, like the roar of a dragon. This? Impossible. Principal Zhang's narrowed eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Qin Yun in shock. It must be a lie, this aura. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When Cui Hui saw it, she kept shaking her head and muttering to herself. He's only 15 years old, how is that possible? An old man exclaimed. Is this true? Xianxia was also stunned as she exclaimed. All the students looked at each other in dismay. What was going on? Wei Xuanquan turned pale with fright. Such a terrifying power made him feel fear. The purplish gold mist on Qin Yun's body continued to fluctuate like waves. Following that, a vast wave of inner qi surged out from his elemental energy, surging throughout his body like a tidal wave. Break! Qin Yun suddenly shouted. His body trembled as his bones vibrated like thunder. Purplish gold energy surged out like a storm, forcing Wei Xuanquan to take a few steps back. Inner qi leaving the body is like a violent storm. This is the phenomenon of breaking through to the 5th level of the martial body realm. An old man cried out involuntarily, Qin Yun, he has stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm. What? Qin Yun had broken through? The freshmen and seniors were so shocked that their hearts churned like a raging tide. They were filled with jealousy and envy. Qin Yun had entered the Hualingwu Academy for less than a month, yet he had already stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm. This was something that had never happened before in history. Wei Xuanquan was also shocked beyond belief. He had been in the Hualingwu Academy for almost 2 years and had only stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm. As for the Qin Yun in front of him, it had not even been a month. To break through from the 4th level of the martial body realm to the 5th level in such a short period of time was something that had never happened before in the Hualingwu Academy. Only in the high-level martial arts academies would there be such a monster. However, it was also very rare. What was a true martial arts genius? This was it. After Qin Yun stood up, the ferocious inner qi around him that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws was instantly absorbed into his body. He could freely withdraw his inner qi. His control over his inner qi had already reached a level where he could do as he pleased. This caused the hearts of the seniors to tremble. Qin Yun's footwork was no longer the galloping cloud footwork. Instead, it was the even faster flashing cloud footwork. In just 2 moments, he had arrived beside Wei Xuanquan, who was more than 20 meters away. With such a fast speed, Wei Xuanquan was unable to dodge at all. However, he had the Vajra barrier on his body. Even if he knew that Qin Yun's fist was coming at him, he was not worried. Qin Yun's flaming light fist was even more violent than before. The red fist was like a flaming tiger as it soared into the sky, riding the wind and breaking through the waves as it collided with the Vajra barrier. Boom! An explosive sound surged in all directions with the wind, breaking through the Vajra barrier and striking Wei Xuanquan's chest. The clothes on Wei Xuanquan's upper body were torn apart and his skin cracked. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he took a few steps back. You dare to hurt me? Wei Xuanquan said angrily. He was the son of a great inscription master. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Yan had already arrived beside Wei Xuanquan. His tightly clenched fists were as red as hot iron as they enveloped Wei Xuanquan like a violent storm. The fifth level of inner qi caused the flaming light fist to be as wild as a fire beast. When it landed on Wei Xuanquan's body, sparks flew out, bang. Bang, Qin Yan did not show any mercy. His fists were like a ferocious beast that had lost control as they roared and charged forward. They were ferocious and fierce. Every time Wei Xuanquan's body was punched, everyone's heart would skip a beat. Wind Slasher Incantation, the son of a Grandmaster of Inscriptions? Martial arts genius? You've lost all face for your father. Go back and train for another 3 years. Qin Yan sneered as his fist, which was surging with flames, charged at Wei Xuanquan. Whoosh, waves of air surged as Wei Xuanquan was sent flying by the violent waves, crashing into a wall in the distance. Wei Xuanquan has lost, Qin Yan has won. Principal Zhang was stunned as he shouted. Cui Hui, Yan Yun, and a few teachers hurriedly ran over to check on Wei Xuanquan's injuries. They hurriedly took out a few precious pills and gave them to Wei Xuanquan to swallow. Qin Yan quickly walked to the side of the dueling platform and picked up the blue sword. Everyone was dumbstruck by what had just happened. Qin Yan had really won. Furthermore, he had broken through at a critical moment and stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm. Qin Yan, you're finished. How dare you injure Brother Kuan? His father will not let you off. Yan Yan walked over and shouted angrily. Wei Xuanquan was supported by a teacher, but he did not faint. Humph, why is it that he can injure me and I can't injure him? Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, the dueling platform is that cruel. Only cowards would let their own women and fathers stand up for them after losing. You. Yan Yan looked at the sword in Qin Yan's hand and stomped her feet in anger. Little Yun, quickly go and retrieve the sword. The injured and weak Wei Xuanquan said anxiously in a low voice. Not only was he injured and defeated, he had even given away his low-grade spirit weapon. Wei Xuanquan had lost all face. Qin Yun, do you still remember? When I was young, you came to my birthday. At that time, you said that you could promise me one thing. Yan Yan gritted her teeth and said, you are a man. Now, fulfill the promise you made. Promise me that you will give me the blue sword in your hand. Yan Yan was Qin Yan's cousin. When they were young, she had said it as a joke, but now, she had brought it up. Everyone snickered in their hearts. Who would hand over such a precious spirit artifact just because of a childhood joke? Qin Yan frowned. In his childhood, he had indeed had a good relationship with Yan Yun. However, after losing his power, his childhood playmates had turned against him, making him feel very helpless. All right, I promise you. Qin Yan's words were beyond everyone's expectations. Xianxia suddenly wanted to say something, but she did not say anything. She also thought that Qin Yan would not agree. After all, no one would laugh at him. Wei Xuanquan was the one to be ridiculed. Qin Yan pulled out the blue sword from its scabbard. His hands felt like they were burning red as he grabbed the sword's blade and twisted it forcefully. Dang, with a crisp sound, the Kuan Lan sword was broken just like that. Many people were extremely astounded by this scene, and the hall fell into silence once more. Hee, something refined by an inscription grandmaster is actually so fragile. It's fine if you don't want it. Qin Yan smiled and threw the broken sword at Yan Yan's feet. When he saw the spirit patterns on the sword and heard the sword hum when it was unsheathed, he knew that this was an extremely inferior spirit sword. Then, he tested it and it really broke. Wei Xuanquan looked at the broken sword, his face ashen. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. A lower-grade spirit weapon was actually broken just like that. Everyone could not help but wonder if this sword was forged by an inscription grandmaster. Qin Yun, you will die a horrible death. Cui Hui stomped her feet in anger and roared. Then, she hurriedly supported Wei Xuanquan and left. Yan Yun was already scared out of her wits by Qin Yan's strength as she followed behind Cui Hui. Wei Xuanquan was incomparably powerful in her heart, but right now, he had been defeated by the person she hated the most. Qin Yun had won a complete victory and had even broken through to the 5th level of the martial body realm. This made everyone present sigh with emotion. They had personally witnessed Qin Yun obtaining first place, after the martial arts competition ended, two burly men carried up a turntable. This is for the lottery. If you win, you can participate in the lottery once. Normally, one lottery will cost 10,000 crystal coins. Principal Xiang said with a smile, spin the wheel. When it stops, you will be able to get whatever the pointer points to. Xianxia looked at the rewards on the wheel and cursed inwardly. There were dozens of rewards on the wheel, but they were all miscellaneous items, such as clothes and shoes. Only the cultivation technique called Wind Slasher Art was a good item. The Wind Slasher Art is a high-grade spirit-level martial skill. It can be used directly with one's hands and can also be used with sabers and axes. Xianxia walked over and sighed. I heard that no one has been able to draw up the Wind Slasher Art for many years. Suddenly, a lot of curses could be heard from below. I've played with this before. You cheated me of 20,000 crystal coins and got a broken bowl. I played 30,000 and got a lousy belt. I've been tricked badly too. Xianxia secretly despised the Hualingwu Academy. He had used this wheel to swindle a lot of crystal coins. I'll give it a try. He walked over, circulated his weak inner qi, and then gently moved the wheel. After the pointer spun a few times, it slowly came to a stop, getting closer and closer to the Wind Slasher Art. Everyone had originally thought that it was impossible for Xianxia to obtain anything good. However, the pointer had stopped at the Wind Slasher Art. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too lucky. Even Xianxia felt that it was a little strange. Xianxia's first time playing had actually gotten the best one. Xianxia was secretly delighted. In fact, he had used his vibrating inner qi to fluctuate the wheel. Then, he had used his mental energy to control the weak vibrating inner qi to dissipate. Originally, he only wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that he would be able to control it so accurately. This is your prize. Principal Xiang seemed to have discovered something, but he did not say anything else. He handed over a book. Xianxia flipped through it. There were no annotations on it. It belonged to him, so there was no need for him to return it. He could read it slowly in the future. Please enter the Celestial Lion Lake. Principal Xiang shouted loudly before walking towards a door in the hall. Xianxia handed the Wind Slasher Art to Xianxia and asked her to add some notes. Then, he followed behind Principal Xiang. Xianxia gave a few reminders before watching Xianxia and Principal Xiang enter the Celestial Lion Lake. She was rather happy, but her heart could not help but feel heavy. The main reason was that he felt that there were more and more forces that wanted to deal with Xianxia. If Xianxia were to leave the Hualingwu Academy, he would definitely be in danger. Xianxia followed behind Principal Xiang and walked towards a golden door on the east side of the Heavenly Lion Hall. The door was filled with the carvings of a ferocious lion. It was filled with an ancient and mysterious aura. Beside these two doors, there were two ferocious golden lion statues. They were lifelike, mighty and mighty. After Principal Xiang opened the door, he saw a long and spacious corridor that stretched as far as the eye could see. The two walls and the floor of the corridor seemed to be made of golden bricks. They were carved with all sorts of ferocious lions. On the two walls, there were 2 rows of golden lion heads. The lion heads were very large, and when they opened their mouths, golden flames shot out from their mouths, illuminating the 2 walls of the corridor with a divine aura. When everyone saw Xianxia follow Principal Xiang in, they revealed looks of yearning and envy. The Celestial Lion Lake was incomparably mysterious. Those who entered and came out would have a great future in the future. They would definitely become powerful martial artists. 5 years ago, he was stripped of his position as Crown Prince and had 4 spirit veins taken away. Everyone believed that he would not live past the age of 16. But now, he has actually entered the Celestial Lion Lake. The Heavenly Lion Spring water can only be concocted after 5 years. It can only be found and not sought. Not everyone has the chance to enter. I heard that the Heavenly Lion Spring water is extremely violent. A martial artist at the 5th level of the martial body realm would have to crawl out after staying in there for a day. Xianxia has just stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm and has yet to cultivate any inner force. At most, he can only last half a day, right? Everyone was envious and emotional as they talked about the legends of the Celestial Lion Lake. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's back as her thoughts ran wild. She knew very well that Qin Yan had suffered a lot in order to enter the celestial lion lake. Qin Yan had been mocked and ridiculed by others for the past few years. He had cultivated regardless of the rain or shine. Even if he had to crawl on the great Tao of martial. He would never give up, only those with such willpower were worthy of entering the celestial lion lake. Bang! Lion spring body tempering. After the door closed, Principal Zhang said with a smile, Qin Yan, your control over your inner qi is not bad. Principal Zhang was dressed in gray and looked like a small old man. However, he was very strong. Qin Yan's small actions of playing with the wheel could not be hidden from his experienced and knowledgeable old eyes. Principal, I didn't break the rules, did I? Qin Yan stuck out his tongue. He was somewhat worried that his second martial spirit would be exposed. No. Even if it's against the rules, I will still give you the Wind Slasher incantation. Principal Zhang laughed loudly and said, you are indeed a rare genius. You are much better than that new crown prince. I was planning to stop Wei Xuanquan just now, but I didn't expect you to break through. This is truly surprising. Qin Yan said gratefully, thank you for your kindness, Principal. Principal Zhang stopped in his tracks, turned around and asked with a serious expression, how much do you know about your royal father? Qin Yan immediately frowned. Did father really go berserk? Principal Zhang's expression was filled with bewilderment as he asked, who did you hear it from? Qin Diren. Qin Yan told Principal Zhang about his duel with Qin Diren. When Principal Zhang heard this, he sternly reprimanded, the king of Qin has always wanted to usurp the throne, that's why he was sent far away. You actually believed his son's nonsense. After all these years, haven't you grown up yet? Qin Yan did not know where this Principal Zhang came from, but he seemed to be quite concerned about him. He nodded and said in a low voice, I was careless. I will definitely be careful in the future. Principal Zhang let out a long sigh and continued walking forward. He said, a few years ago, your royal father made a mistake when he tried to break through to the martial Dao realm and went berserk. He is no longer in the palace. He is hiding in the dark to heal his injuries. However, in the Tianqin Imperial Palace, many old officials believe that he is finished, especially the Empress and the others. They are in a hurry to ascend the throne. Qin Yan had previously blamed his father. Now, he knew that his father was unable to protect him because he had encountered great difficulties. This made his emotions extremely complicated. Don't think too much about it now. Just focus on improving your strength. There are many people from the Empress in the Hualingwu Academy, but with me here, you don't have to be afraid of them. Principal Zhang walked to the end, opened a door carved with a golden lion, and said, go in, inside is the celestial lion pool. Remember, soak in the pool. If you can't stand it, come out immediately. Don't force yourself. The stone room where the celestial lion pond was located was very simple and crude, just like a cave. It was a huge contrast to the luxurious decorations outside. The interior wasn't big, and the walls were all lit up by white flames. In the middle, there was a 2-meter-wide square pool. The water inside was like blood, bubbling as if it was boiling. I'll wait for you outside. Principal Zhang patted Qin Yan's shoulder. Remember, if you can't take it, come out quickly. Qin Yan nodded and walked in nervously and excitedly. After the door closed, he hurriedly took off his clothes and stepped into the mysterious heavenly lion lake. As soon as he entered the pool, he let out a low moan because of the heat. When he circulated his inner qi throughout his body, he felt nothing. How was the celestial lion pool formed? Qin Yan scooped up some red water with his hand, but he could not figure it out. Suddenly, he felt a scorching energy quickly enter his body and seep into his flesh and bones. It was unbelievable. Teacher told me before that in the celestial lion pool, I have to open up all the meridians in my body as much as possible. He immediately closed his eyes and relaxed his body, allowing the boiling energy to flow through his body. There were many meridians in the human body, which were equivalent to the channels through which inner qi flowed. However, many meridians were blocked for a variety of reasons. Normally, it would be difficult to detect the blockage, nor would it have any effect. However, if he wanted his inner qi to quickly circulate throughout his body, he would need to open up all of them. After opening up all the meridians, he would be able to quickly spread his inner qi throughout his body. He would be able to quickly nourish his flesh and bones, toughen his body and strengthen his soul. In the late stage of the martial body realm, the most important thing was to cultivate his body. Only when his body was strong enough would he be able to bear the power of the great Tao and step into the martial Tao realm. Therefore, in the later stages of cultivating the martial body, one would gradually feel that because of the blocked meridians, it would be difficult to cultivate a perfect martial body. It would have a great impact on stepping into the martial Tao realm. At that time, it would be too late to forcefully open his meridians. It doesn't hurt and it's very comfortable. Qinyan felt as if he was soaking in hot water with just the right temperature. He did not experience the legendary pain. The warm current that entered his body quickly spread throughout his body and flowed to every part of his body. This warm stimulation made him feel that it was the most comfortable enjoyment he had ever had in his life. If this goes on, I will definitely be able to connect all my meridians. He could clearly feel that his flesh and blood were being nourished and tempered, especially in terms of blood energy. The requirements for an inscription master's physique were extremely high. He had learned from the books that when inscribing runes, he needed a strong enough amount of blood energy, mental strength, and inner force. When the three of them were compatible, they could form the power of the blood soul. Then, he would condense it on the carving knife to inscribe runes. If he wanted to refine something with an attribute, he would need to fuse the power of various martial spirits into it. It was extremely complicated. With the speed at which my elemental energy is spinning, it should be enough to condense inner force. Once I leave, I will start learning the inscriptions. Qinyan had already made up his mind. Although he possessed the 9-yang divine spirit, he was still lacking in resources. Furthermore, he had 2 martial spirits and needed to nurture 2 elemental energies. He had to earn more resources himself. Principal Zhang was waiting outside the stone door. After waiting for an entire day, Qinyan did not come out. This made him secretly anxious. That was because, according to his expectations, it should be about time for him to come out. He could only continue waiting, not trusting anyone else to guard him. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. It's been 7 days. Outside the door, Principal Zhang sighed with a face full of shock. Other people can only stay in the Celestial Lion Lake for 2 or 3 days at most. Qinyan hasn't come out for 7 days. What an evil fellow. He would release his mental energy tomorrow to detect Qinyan's exuberant life force. Otherwise, he would have rushed in long ago. Principal, Teacher Yang is here again. A black-clothed old man walked in and said, "She's very anxious. She wants to see you." Principal Zhang's eyes lit up as he said, "Let her in." "Yes, sir." After the black-clothed old man left, he quickly brought Xianxia in and left. "Principal, is Qinyan still inside?" Xianxia said with a frown. She had been very worried for the past 7 days. Principal Zhang nodded and said, "Teacher Yang, Qinyan's condition is very good. His life force is exuberant. You don't have to worry about him. It's good that you're here now. Help me wait for him here. I still have a lot of things to take care of." "All right." Xianxia also used her mental energy to probe. Indeed, when she sensed Qinyan's exuberant life force, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Heavenly Lion Totem Xianxia replaced President Zhang and waited patiently outside the door, constantly paying attention to Qinyan's life force. For Qinyan to be able to soak in the Heavenly Lion Lake for so many days, it meant that he had immense potential. This made her secretly pleasantly surprised. Another 3 days passed. Qinyan soaked in the Heavenly Lion Lake for a total of 10 days. On the 10th day, Qinyan finally crawled out of the Celestial Lion Lake. He looked back at the pool. The water was originally blood red, but now it was very clear. How many days have passed? I actually fell asleep. It was too comfortable for him to soak in, and he slept very soundly. If people knew that he slept in the Celestial Lion Lake for 10 days, no one would believe it. Everyone knew how terrifying the Heavenly Lion Lake was. This was because the Heavenly Lion Lake had another nickname, the Heavenly Lion Devil Lake. In the history of the Hualingwu Academy, there were a few students who couldn't stand the pain and fainted in the pool. Even their bones were melted away. Qinyan picked up his clothes, and just as he was about to put them on, he suddenly discovered that there are many purple gold patterns on his left arm. Furthermore, they look very familiar. He took a closer look and was shocked. He shouted in a low voice, "This is Heavenly Lion Totem?" The reason why he found it familiar was because when he passed through the Celestial Lion corridor, there were many similar Celestial Lion totems on the walls and the ground. Isn't it just a bath and a nap? Fortunately, it's not ugly. Xianxia touched it with his hand and it looked like it was growing out of his skin. He was extremely puzzled. He did not know what effect the Heavenly Lion totem would have on him. Whatever, if I'm discovered, I'll just say that I tattooed it myself. He was worried that if he were to reveal the truth, people would think that he was evil and say that he was cultivating evil arts or something. What he didn't know was that he had been soaking in the Celestial Lion Lake for 10 days. This in itself was a very strange thing. After Xianxia put on his clothes, he inspected the results of soaking in the Heavenly Lion pool. With a thought, he controlled his inner yuan to spin quickly. The released inner chi passed through all his meridians and instantly flowed into his limbs and bones. Great, my meridians have all been opened. He smiled in satisfaction. His meridians were all unblocked, and he could circulate his chi smoothly. His inner chi could flow as he wished. If they were in a battle, they would have the upper hand. Furthermore, his body had been tempered by the Heavenly Lion spring water and had become even tougher. I can use the fire cloud steps in an instant. He then tried his Qigong and was able to quickly circulate his Qigong inner chi. What made him most excited was that when his inner yuan spun rapidly, it could release inner strength that was like silk threads. Is this the inner force? I actually managed to cultivate it just like that. Xianxia was still pondering about getting Xianxia to teach him how to cultivate inner force. Cultivating inner force meant that he could carve inscriptions and begin learning the Tao of inscription refining. Xianxia was outside the Celestial Lion Lake. Her beautiful face was filled with worry as she anxiously paced back and forth. Suddenly, the stone door of the Celestial Lion Lake opened. Xianxia, who was in high spirits, had just walked out the door when he suddenly smelled a fragrant wind. It was a fragrance that he was familiar with. When Xianxia saw the stone door open, she quickly walked over. She was wearing a simple yet elegant yellow dress, and there was a trace of worry in her bright eyes. Xianxia thought that President Zhang was waiting for him here. Now that he saw Xianxia, he was very happy. He looked around and asked, "Teacher, why are you here? Where is the dean? Are you all right?" Xianxia frowned and asked anxiously. "Of course I'm fine. I've even cultivated inner force," Xianxia said with a smug smile. Then, he opened his palm and forced out a faint purplish gold thread. When Xianxia saw that trace of inner force, she was so shocked that waves surged in her heart. To be able to cultivate inner force was no small matter. It was equivalent to having half a foot into the 6th level of the martial body stage. You little brat. What a freak. Xianxia was finally relieved. She could not help but smile like a flower as she said gently, "You've been inside for 10 days. Aren't you afraid of pain? The water of the Heavenly Lion Spring is as hot as molten iron. Most people can only last for a day." Xianxia was also very surprised. "I didn't expect it to take 10 days. Is it painful?" "I didn't feel it. It's very comfortable. I fell asleep inside." Comfortable? Furthermore, he had fallen asleep. Xianxia was stunned. She was shocked and said in a low voice, "Let's go back and talk." Xianxia brought Xianxia and hurriedly left the Heavenly Lion Holy Land. In these 10 days, Xianxia's astonishing performance at the Heavenly Lion martial meet had spread throughout the entire Tianqin Imperial City. The matter of him soaking in the Celestial Lion Lake for 10 days would also cause a huge sensation. In the Hualingwu Academy, many people could only sigh inwardly because they all wanted to befriend Xianxia. However, Xianxia was not only a thorn in the side of the Empress, he had also formed a great enmity with Wei Xuanquan. Therefore, once he befriended Xianxia, it meant that he would be opposing the Empress and Wei Xuanquan. Furthermore, not only had Xianxia injured Wei Xuanquan, he had even broken the spirit sword forged by his father, Master Wei. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the Grandmaster inscription. Wei Xuanquan's father would definitely not let this matter rest. Everyone unanimously felt that once Xianxia walked out of the Hualingwu Academy, he would very likely be beaten to death. In the quiet and pleasant bamboo forest courtyard of the Hualingwu Academy, Qin Yan sat beside a stone table in a pavilion. He spread out his palm and released his strongest inner force, allowing Xianxia to test his strength. Teacher, why am I fine even after soaking in the celestial lion lake for 10 days? Qin Yan also found this inconceivable. Xianxia said, although the celestial lion lake is said to be spring water, it is actually refined from the blood of a mysterious lion beast. The heavenly lion spring water is of the fire attribute, and it is extremely likely that it is because you have the purple gold fire martial spirit, so you don't feel any pain. Qin Yan could only accept this explanation. Then, he asked, Teacher, did you have something on the day of my duel? At the mention of this matter, Xianxia's face was filled with displeasure. She snorted and said, it's still the same reason. Someone is playing tricks in the dark. They want to transfer me away and keep me away from you. Qin Yan immediately thought of the scheme of the Empress's group. Previously, Principal Zhang had hinted at this matter. Xianxia was very angry. She snorted and said, about a month after entering the academy, the Martial Arts Academy will arrange for the freshmen to go out to gain experience. Therefore, on the day of the Heavenly Lion martial meet, I went to the principal and asked him to allow our class to not go out. Unfortunately, it was ruined by a group of people. 2 elders firmly opposed it, saying that you have obtained so many resources and need to go out to gain experience to verify your strength. Furthermore, they told me to let go and let you join any class. When Qin Yan heard that he was going out, he felt a little expectant. He asked, how many more days? Xianxia poured a cup of water for Qin Yan and said, there are about 10 more days. With teacher accompanying you, your safety will be guaranteed. At that time I will also be by your side. Qin Yan nodded and said, Teacher, can you help me buy some talisman paper? Also, buy a carving knife. He took out 10 purple coins and handed them over. This was equivalent to 10,000 crystal coins. It was enough to buy quite a few blank talisman papers. The first step in learning inscriptions was to familiarize oneself with the inscription of spirit runes by crafting spirit talismans. The talisman paper had been soaked in the blood of demonic beasts and washed with spirit liquid. It contained spirit energy within. If runes were to be carved on the talisman paper, it would produce a strange effect. The power of the blood soul. Qin Yan scratched his head and said with a smile, Teacher, I won't hide it from you. Back then, Big Sister Grand Preceptor taught me some inscriptions. I want to learn them now. Xianxia was secretly delighted. She took Qin Yan's purple coins and nodded. Since you have mastered the inscriptions, that's great. I'll go buy the materials for you now. When Qin Yan saw Xianxia leave, he returned to his room and took out a scroll of bamboo slips. One of the scrolls was the 36 spirit inscriptions. He had practiced the spirit inscriptions inside for a period of time and was able to draw them with ease. Qin Yan carefully looked at the scroll of spirit inscriptions in his hand and pondered over them. He thought to himself, I've looked through the books and they all say that the more complex the spirit inscriptions are, the stronger they are. However, the spirit inscriptions on Wei Xuanquan's blue sword were only a few simple strokes and the blue sword was also very weak. Could it be that the level of a spirit inscription master was at? Wei Xuanquan actually treats it as his lifeblood. More than 2 hours later, Xianxia returned with a stack of paper and handed it to Qin Yan. 50 crystal coins each. There are a total of 100 here. In addition, the carving knife requires 5,000 crystal coins. Xianxia placed a box in front of Qin Yan and asked in surprise, can you really do it without anyone to guide you? Let's give it a try first. Qin Yan placed a piece of paper on the table and picked up the carving knife. The carving knife was like a pen, made of spirit copper. The tip of the knife was very small, only a small dot, and it emitted a dazzling cold light. The cylindrical hilt was engraved with strange spirit inscriptions that could smoothly absorb the power of the blood soul. To make talismans, it's better to use a pen to draw spirit inscriptions. Xianxia said. She was not proficient in spirit inscriptions and only had a simple understanding of them. It's fine to use a carving knife to inscribe runes, but it's a test of skill. My ultimate goal is to forge artifacts, so it's best to use a carving knife to practice from the beginning. Qin Yan closed his eyes and recalled the spirit inscriptions he had practiced over the past few days. Previously, he had only used a pen to draw on paper, but now, he needed to force out his blood energy, fuse it with his mental and inner force, and then condense it on the tip of the carving knife. Xianxia sat to the side, her jade-like hands supporting her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as she looked at Qinyan's inscription. When Qinyan saw her like this, he could not help but feel happy. He didn't expect that the usually strict and cold teacher Yang would have such a cute side. He closed his eyes and prepared for a moment. Then, he opened his eyes and frowned. He focused and controlled his blood qi and spiritual force to enter his dantian and fuse with the inner force in his inner yuan. All the meridians in his body had been opened, and he could smoothly condense the power of the blood soul. A moment later, a drop of blood-red liquid overflowed from the carving knife he was holding. It was as red as fresh blood. When Xianxia saw the drop of blood that contained pure energy, her beautiful face was filled with pleasant surprise. She hurriedly said, "How did you do it? This is the power of a blood soul. Without the guidance of a master teacher, it would be difficult for me to fuse blood energy, psyche energy, and inner energy together. Even with the guidance of a master teacher, you still need to cultivate in this aspect." Qinyan shook his head with a smile and said, "I don't know how I managed to condense blood soul power." In short, he had succeeded naturally. It was just that he hadn't fully mastered it yet. "Teacher, look, after the blood soul power entered the carving knife, it became very unstable." Xianxia also saw that Qinyan's hand was trembling non-stop. If this continued, he would not be able to inscribe spirit marks on the talisman paper. Qinyan felt very helpless. He could only dissipate the power of the blood soul and said, "I need some time to familiarize myself with it. I'm going back to my room to practice." Xianxia looked at him encouragingly and patted his head. She chuckled and said, "Work hard. With your perception, you will definitely succeed. In the next few days, I'll help you take a look at the wind slasher technique and annotate it so that you can understand it more easily and learn it more easily. Then I'll have to trouble teacher," Qinyan said with a smile, then returned to his room to practice inscription. Back in his room, he quickly condensed the blood soul energy and injected it into the carving knife. However, his hands were still trembling, mainly because a large amount of blood soul power had entered the carving knife, and it was difficult for him to stabilize it. Qinyan pondered and thought to himself, could it be that the power of the blood soul is too powerful? My inner strength is only condensed from fire elemental energy, and has yet to go through vibration elemental energy. He had stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm, and the vibration elemental energy was even deeper and more terrifying, so he would not easily use it. After a few more hours of trying, he finally found the reason. The main reason was that the condensed blood soul power was not gentle enough. Also, the blood qi, mental energy, and inner force were not uniform enough. Following that, he began to try again and again. Not long after, he found the balance point of the fusion, allowing the three to be even. At this moment, the sky was about to brighten. "I'll go rest first. Condensing the power of the blood soul is really tiring." Qinyan had broken through a difficult point and was very happy. He jumped onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. Although his sleep time was very short, he could quickly become spirited by absorbing the 9 sun spiritual energy through the 9 yang divine spirit. As usual, as long as Xianxia was here, he would be able to eat the delicious breakfast that his beautiful teacher had made for him every morning. Although these breakfasts could not bring him energy, they could give him a mental boost and make him even more motivated to cultivate. After breakfast, he hurried back to his room and continued practicing spirit inscriptions. "I will definitely succeed today." Qinyan was filled with confidence as he picked up the carving knife. Very quickly, he condensed a small bit of blood soul power on the tip of the knife and his hand became very stable. "Alright, let's start inscribing." Qinyan was delighted. He steadily held the carving knife and began to carefully inscribe spirit inscriptions on the talisman paper. The tip of the knife did not need to touch the talisman paper. As long as the drop of blood soul power touched the talisman paper, it would be fine. Right now, Qinyan was easily drawing spirit inscriptions on the white paper as if he was using a brush. Fire inscription, it's an attribute spirit inscription. The part I'm drawing right now is the part of the dark lines. Qinyan recalled what he had learned from the books. The so-called dark lines were spirit inscriptions that would not appear when they were inscribed. If he was inscribing in front of many people, he could use the carving knife to release a light screen to block them. After the dark lines were inscribed, he could put away the light screen. The main purpose of the dark lines was to prevent them from being stolen. The dark lines look messy, but they are the most core and also the most difficult. After Xianxia finished drawing the dark lines, he watched as the dark lines magically disappeared. Then, he began to draw the bright lines again. The bright lines were lines that could be seen. They were also relatively beautiful and were usually similar to patterns. The bright lines that Xianxia had inscribed were like a cluster of raging flames. They were at each other's throats and had an imposing aura. When he looked at it seriously, he could not help but feel fear. He could feel the mysterious charm within the pattern. He looked at the bright lines that he had finished inscribing and could not help but sigh. Fire talisman, I've already succeeded. I didn't expect to succeed in one try. I seem to be very talented in this area. Xianxia could not help but look at his wrist. The 9 yang divine spirit appeared from beneath his flesh and blood. He thought to himself, through the 9 suns spiritual energy, the mental force I cultivate can make all aspects of my perception extremely high. The 9 yang divine spirit could now fuse with his body and hide. He was currently in the martial body realm, so he mainly cultivated his physique. When he stepped into the martial Dao realm, he would begin to cultivate his soul. At that time, it would be time to strengthen his mental strength. Let teacher see how my fire talisman is. Xianxia took the fire talisman he had refined and ran out of the room. He was filled with a sense of accomplishment to be able to create a fire talisman. If he could get the praise of his beautiful teacher, he would be even happier. Xianxia was seriously studying the wind slasher incantation. She did it in the hall so that she could know when Xianxia came out. After Xianxia walked out of the room, he saw Xianxia in a blue dress. She held the wind slasher incantation in her lily-white hands and looked at it attentively. She frowned as if she was thinking about some difficult problem. Her serious appearance was very beautiful, causing Xianxia to be intoxicated by it. How's the progress? Xianxia asked softly, her beautiful eyes still focused on the wind slasher incantation. Teacher, I've successfully refined a fire talisman. I just don't know how powerful it is. Xianxia hurriedly handed the fire talisman over and said. Xianxia was sitting on a chair and reading a book seriously. When she heard Xianxia's words, she stood up abruptly with a face full of shock. She hurriedly took the fire talisman from Xianxia. Her phoenix-like eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "What a complicated spirit inscription. This is the first time I've seen such a fire talisman. The spirit inscription that the female Grand Preceptor passed down to you must be of high quality and extremely rare. It seems like she discovered your talent in inscriptions back then." Spirit inscriptions were also divided into high, middle and low grade. I don't know. Xianxia was indeed unaware of these matters. The scroll of 36 spirit inscriptions only had a simple name written on it. Let's test its power. Xianxia smiled sweetly, looks like you have more talent in inscriptions. You can create your own fire talismans without a teacher. This is much more powerful than any 6 or 7 meridians. She knew very well what this meant. This meant that Xianxia could become a young great inscription master. Xianxia brought Xianxia to a stone room. She used her mental energy to activate the fire talisman and hurriedly threw it out. Then, she quickly released an inner force barrier to protect herself and Xianxia. Boom, the fire talisman exploded. It set off a fierce wave of fire. The flames filled the entire stone chamber, burning fiercely for a moment before gradually extinguishing. The stone chamber was scorched by the flames that erupted from the talismans, making it extremely hot and stuffy. Xianxia hurriedly pushed open the door and led Xianxia out of the stuffy stone chamber. After going out, she took a few deep breaths and exclaimed, "This fire talisman is really strong." If a martial artist was not strong enough and did not take any precautions, they would definitely be burned to death. If you use it yourself, you have to be careful not to get burned. Then, can this kind of fire talisman be sold? Xianxia felt that he would definitely need a lot of crystal coins in the future, so he asked softly. Of course you can. Let's talk about it in the future. You don't lack crystal coins right now. Yang Shiyu's face looked calm, but her heart was in turmoil. Qin Yan did not know what kind of concept it was for him to learn how to craft talismans in 2 days. Furthermore, he was only 15 years old. If it was anyone else, as long as they could learn how to craft talismans, they would treat it as a joyous occasion to celebrate and hold a banquet. During this period of time, you can first refine some fire talismans to protect yourself. The fire talismans you refined are very powerful. You might be able to use them when you go out to train. Yang Shiyu recalled the moment when she threw out the fire talisman in the stone room. She felt a lingering fear in her heart. She felt that for Qin Yan to have such a level of skill in crafting talismans for the first time, he would definitely be able to shine in this field in the future. He was a true genius in the field of inscriptions. "Teacher, how's the wind slaying incantation?" Qin Yan asked. He also wanted to quickly master a high-level martial art. "After my careful study, if I want to unleash its power, I need a good weapon." Yang Shiyu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she said with a smile, "Qin Yan, do you want to try forging a spirit artifact now?" "Forging a spirit artifact? This is too difficult. It won't do in a short period of time." Qin Yan could not take it anymore when he was drawing spirit inscriptions while crafting talismans. As for artifact forging, it required carving on a sturdy weapon. The process was even more difficult. "That's true." Yang Shiyu nodded slightly and said, "Take your time, there's no rush. It's not bad that you can craft talismans now." Qin Yan thought for a moment, as if he had recalled something. He said excitedly, "Teacher, help me buy 2 ordinary weapons. I can first inscribe spirit inscriptions on ordinary weapons as practice. This might not be too difficult." Yang Shiyu nodded with a smile, "If you want to buy one, then buy one that's worth 10,000. If you succeed in inscribing spirit inscriptions on a weapon, the weapon's value will also increase because of the spirit inscriptions." Qin Yan nodded and handed Yang Shiyu 20 purple coins, telling her to buy 2. After all this effort, he didn't have much purple coins left. He understood even more how much resources the Tao of inscriptions consumed. In just an hour, Yang Shiyu came in with 2 ghost head sabers. She handed the 2 sabers over and said, "These sabers are forged from spirit iron. Most of the weapons used by students are of this type. If I can successfully inscribe spirit inscriptions, it can be considered a half-spirit artifact, right?" Qin Yan held the 2 ghost head sabers in both hands and danced a few times. The 2 sabers each weighed 100 jin, but he danced them very nimbly. Yang Shiyu said, "This is considered relatively light. For a saber, the heavier it is, the better. If you use more spirit iron, it can weigh 200 to 300 jin. Hurry up and go inscribe." Qin Yan took the 2 sabers and hurried into the room. Yang Shiyu continued to study the wind-slaying incantation. In his room, Qin Yan calmed his heart and began inscribing. He planned to first inscribe simple basic spirit inscriptions. Many basic spirit inscriptions were recorded in various books on inscriptions. Basic spirit inscriptions were also the best choice for many beginner inscriptionists to practice their skills. Among the basic spirit inscriptions, the best is the origin gathering inscription. As long as I inscribe the origin gathering inscription on the weapon, I will be able to inject inner chi and inner force into the weapon when holding it. Otherwise, when using a weapon, I would need to cover the surface of the weapon with my inner force, which would consume a lot of energy. The book recorded in detail that if one wanted to inscribe on a saber, one would need to inscribe on both sides of the saber and on the hilt. The same type of spirit inscription would need to be inscribed 3 to 4 times. This time, Qin Yan needed to use the tip of the carving knife to inscribe spirit inscriptions. "I need a lot of strength to inscribe spirit inscriptions on the surface of the spirit iron. The power of the blood soul can also penetrate the blade." Qin Yan was neither fast nor slow as he proceeded steadily. Basic spirit inscriptions weren't that complicated, so it was easier to get started and practice. 2 days later, Qin Yan let out a long sigh in his room. "I failed. My heart isn't calm enough. If I carve a little off, all my efforts will be for naught." Qin Yan was very vexed because he had failed just as he was about to complete it. He took out the crippled saber. When Yang Shiyu saw it, she knew that he had failed and hurriedly comforted him. This made his mood much better. Then, he picked up the other ghost head saber, entered the room, and continued. He needed to inscribe a total of 3 origin gathering inscriptions. Each time, it would take more than half a day to complete. Furthermore, when inscribing a spirit inscription, he could not stop and had to finish it in one go. Freshman trial 2 days had passed. Xianxia, who was in the hall, saw Qianyan come out in high spirits. She smiled and handed him a cup of tea. "Let me see." Xianxia took the ghost head saber and said in pleasant surprise, "It's much better than I imagined. The origin gathering runes on it are very good and can fully absorb inner force." She released her inner force into the ghost head saber and the blade overflowed with a sharp force. Then, he brandished his saber and slashed at the previously destroyed ghost head saber. With just a light slash, he cut it apart, cutting through iron like mud. Of course, the main reason was that her inner chi was strong enough to have such an effect. Qianyan secretly envied this kind of power. When he was carving the runes, he knew how hard the blade was. Inner chi can be released very smoothly. Xianxia praised, "It's much better than the half-spirit weapons I've seen. You can use this saber yourself. Come, I'll begin explaining the wind slasher art. Sit down and listen carefully." After Qianyan sat down, he focused on listening to the beautiful teacher's lecture. There were a total of 6 moves in the wind slasher art. They were the wind slasher style, the wave breaker style, the mountain splitter style, the earth splitter style, the river breaking force, and the lightning slasher style. As long as he could use his inner chi and smoothly execute these 6 moves, he would reach the beginner level. If he could use his inner force to execute it, he would be able to reach the small success stage. As for the large success stage, he would have to use his inner strength. Only when you reach the 6th level of the martial body can you condense inner strength. Therefore, in order to master it, you have to be at least at the 6th level of a martial body realm. Xianxia said. She planned to let Qianyan master the wind slasher art before the trial. In the next few days, she guided Qianyan in learning the wind slasher art. She only had Qianyan as her student, so she could focus on teaching him. This was also one of the reasons why Qianyan had improved so quickly. In a few days, Qianyan was able to use his inner chi to execute the 6th-style wind slasher. Xianxia wore a yellow and white waist dress. Her expression was solemn and her appearance was cold and beautiful. She held a wooden sword in her hand, giving her a heroic aura. She was seriously sparring with Qianyan. As she brandished her sword, waves of air swept up, causing the bamboo leaves outside the courtyard to tremble. Qianyan was dressed in black. His young and handsome face was resolute and cold. His head was covered in sweat and his footsteps were somewhat messy. With a heavy saber in hand, he was sparring with Xianxia with great difficulty. Xianxia saw that it was about time and shouted softly, "All right, let's end it here for today. You have already mastered the 6th-style wind slayer. Normally, one would need more than half a year to learn such a profound superior grade spirit martial technique. However, you only used a few days to learn it." Thinking of this, she was still very surprised. She continued, "Tomorrow, you will go out to train. You need to experience more battles, only then will you be more familiar with using martial skills." Qianyan nodded. Over the past few days, he had taken the time to create more than 10 fire talismans for self-defense during training. Xianxia also found out that he had a mysterious storage spirit artifact. He said that it was given to him by the Grand Preceptor, so she did not pursue the matter. The next morning, Qianyan woke up very early. He wore a red and white tunic with some armor, making him look much more valiant, like a young general about to enter the battlefield. He sat on the roof of the small building and watched the 9 golden suns slowly rise. He bathed in the morning sunlight and absorbed the 9 suns' spiritual energy into his body. Xianxia walked out of the house with a simple ponytail. She was dressed in pure black clothes and had a domineering killing intent. She looked like a jade-faced female assassin. Qianyan jumped down from the top and walked out of the bamboo forest courtyard with Xianxia. They arrived at the Hualingwu Academy. Outside the grand entrance, they gathered with the other freshmen in the spacious plaza outside. Every freshman had to participate in this trial and go to a place to hunt and kill demonic beasts that were disturbing the people. Just a moment ago, Xianxia had told Qianyan that among this batch of freshmen, There were a few students with good aptitude who had also stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm. Among them was the disciple of the Jiang family who had awakened the sound wave martial spirit. In this trial, the class that kills the most demonic beasts will receive generous rewards. In the process of killing demonic beasts, it will be extremely dangerous. You must listen to teacher's arrangements. Don't be arrogant, lest you lose your lives. Principal Zhang said sternly, I will also follow you. You can rest assured. Principal Zhang always said that he was only at the 9th level of the martial body realm, but there were rumors that he had already stepped into the martial Dao realm. Everyone believed that the rumors were true, so they were more at ease. Just as they were about to set off, a majestic group of carriages appeared in the distance. The luxurious carriage shone with a golden light under the sunlight. With a single glance, one could tell that the person in the carriage was an extremely powerful person. Suddenly, dozens of carriages sped up. The horses neighed as they stepped on the dust. Cui Hui shouted in surprise, it's Master Wei's convoy. Brother Kuan's injuries are healed. After Yan Yin finished speaking, she glanced at Qin Yun as though she was saying, there's something for you to see. Not long after, the convoy arrived and stopped in front of the main entrance of the Hualing Wu Academy. A few teachers of the Hualing Wu Academy and dozens of seniors at the 5th level of the martial body realm rushed over. They faced the carriage and respectfully shouted in unison, Welcome, Master Wei. A middle-aged man with a square face wearing a golden brocade robe walked down from a huge carriage pulled by 10 horses. The middle-aged man's thick eyebrows were vertical and his face was cold. Behind the middle-aged man was a blue-clothed man. It was Wei Xuankuan. After Wei Xuankuan was injured by Qin Yun, he was sent away to recuperate. At this moment, his complexion was extremely good. His injuries had already healed. His father was a grandmaster of inscriptions. He was rich and had a large amount of pills, which was why he had recovered so quickly. Master Wei's eyes swept across and paused on Qin Yun for a moment. He said indifferently, Kuan you have already stepped into the 6th level of the martial body realm. In the future, you should behave yourself in the martial arts academy. After being heavily injured, Wei Xuankuan had actually stepped into the 6th level of the martial body realm. A large group of seniors were extremely envious as they went forward to congratulate him. Master Wei, it's all our fault for not stopping him in time. Young Master Wei was seriously injured. A teacher blamed himself. Many people immediately looked at Qin Yun. Was this the status of a grandmaster of inscriptions? Qin Yun asked in shock. He suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He never expected Master Wei's status to be so high. In the Hualing Wu Academy, there were actually so many people who were respectful to him. There were many teachers in the Hualing Wu Academy who were at the 7th or 8th level of the martial body realm. However, in the face of a grandmaster of inscriptions, they humbly lowered their heads. Master Wei, we are going to begin the freshman trial today, so this old man will take his leave. Please forgive me. Principal Zhang said with a smile. After so many years, Principal Zhang's cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit. I believe he has already stepped into the realm of martial arts. I will be a guest of the Hualing Wu Academy for a few days and see if I can meet a genius of inscriptions. Master Wei laughed heartily as an oppressive aura followed, causing many young students to not dare to breathe. After Master Wei finished speaking, he boarded the carriage and drove into the Hualing Wu Academy. Let's go, the freshman training begins. All of you, follow me closely. Principal Zhang shouted and began to run. The Hualing Wu Academy was outside the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, and beside it was a turbulent Cloud Dragon River. Cloud Dragon Mountains in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, a misty mist covered thousands of dangerous peaks. It was like a veil that covered the various mysteries of the mountain range. Within the mountain range, the forest was like an ocean, and there were waterfalls, strange mountains, and various demon beasts. It was dangerous and mysterious, and it was the most dangerous and mysterious place in the heavenly Qin Empire. Legend had it that on the other side of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, there was an even wider area. The people who built the Hualing Wu Academy came from the other side of the mountain range. The river surged and the wind howled. Qin Yin followed beside Xianxia with steady steps. With a large group of people, they ran along the coast towards the forest ahead. Half a day later, everyone had already climbed over a few mountains and entered the Cloud Dragon mountain range. They arrived at the outer region of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. There were all sorts of dangers hidden here, so they needed to be extra careful. Principal Zhang brought the teachers and students into a forest and stopped at an open space. He said to the students, "Next, I will accompany you to fight with the demonic beasts. This will train your combat ability and let you understand the strength of the demonic beasts. The training period is 3 days. Within these 3 days, the class that kills the most demonic beasts will be rewarded." "Dean, what if teacher secretly helps us? Isn't this very unfair?" Yan Yin shouted and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia was the strongest teacher here. She was at the 9th level martial body realm. If she helped Qin Yun, she would undoubtedly win. "Could it be that you don't trust teacher?" Principal Zhang's face darkened, and he said coldly. "It's not that we don't trust him, but Teacher Yang and Qin Yun are only 2 people. If they were to cheat, we wouldn't know at all." Yan Yin said timidly in a low voice when she saw Principal Zhang getting angry. The other students and a few teachers also supported the idea, especially Cui Hui, who raised her voice and said, "Teacher Yang thinks very highly of Qin Yun, so we can't trust him." "Alright, I'll get the teachers to draw lots, and we'll assign new teachers to lead the classes." Principal Zhang thought for a moment and said. That was all they could do now. Xianxia was originally a little worried, but when she thought of how Qin Yun was not weak and how he had a fire talisman to defend himself, she could only agree. After drawing lots, Xianxia led the students of Class 1. As for Qin Yun's Class 9, which only had 1 student, it was led by a tall and thin middle-aged man in blue. He was the teacher of Class 5. His name was Ding Tianchun and he had a cultivation at the 7th level martial body realm. Ding Tianchun had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked very honest and had a gentle smile on his face. He looked like someone who was easy to bully. The strongest demon beasts in this area are only at the 6th rank, which is equivalent to the 6th level martial body. The teachers can easily deal with them. Even if a 7th rank demonic beast appears, there's no need to be afraid. You have to believe in my strength, and you have to believe in yourselves. Principal Zhang's voice was powerful as he encouraged everyone, "I'll wait here for your return. I wish you all good results. Let's begin." The teachers immediately led their students into the dense forest. "Qin Yun, you don't have to worry. I have a lot of experience in finding demonic beasts," Ding Tianchun said with a silly smile as he ran. "Then I'll have to trouble Teacher Ding." Qin Yun nodded. He had been tricked by Qin Duran once before, so he was very wary of strangers. After running in the forest for more than an hour, Ding Tianchun suddenly discovered something and said in a low voice, "There's the aura of a demonic beast here." He stopped and began to search the ground carefully. Not long after, Ding Tianchun found the footprints of a demonic beast and said, "From the footprints, this is a very large sword-thorn turkey. It can spit out flames and release spikes when it flaps its wings. If it's only a rank 5 demonic beast, you can deal with it." In this short period of time, Qin Yun and Ding Tianchun had gotten along quite well. However, he knew a person's face but not his heart, so he remained vigilant. Ding Tianchun was a responsible teacher. Along the way, he taught Qin Yun a lot of knowledge about demonic beasts and his experience in dealing with demonic beasts. This benefited Qin Yun greatly. As Qin Yun ran, he suddenly said, "I feel a trace of heat." He possessed the purple gold fire martial spirit, so he was extremely sensitive to flames. "I told you before, you should know how to deal with the details of the sword-stab turkey, right?" Ding Tianchun said in a low voice, "This guy is looking for food nearby. If you follow the heat, you'll be able to find it." "Alright." Qin Yun carefully stepped on the flame cloud steps. Like a moving cloud, he silently followed the weak wisp of hot air. It was noon and the 9 scorching suns were hanging high in the sky. The forest was filled with ancient trees with lush foliage, but it was also cool. From time to time, a cool breeze would blow. But now, a hot wind suddenly blew. Cluck cluck. What followed was a sharp and ear-piercing cry of a chicken. "It's coming. It's very fast." Qin Yun was alarmed as he hurriedly dodged. What came over was not a sword-stabbed turkey, but many short sword-like spikes. After the spike stabbed into a large tree, it exploded into a ball of fire, shattering the tree trunk that was a few meters thick. Bang! The tree collapsed and fell to the ground. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. If he were to be stabbed, there was a high chance that he would be blown to pieces. The sword-stabbed turkey also suddenly charged over. It was a giant chicken that was more than a meter tall. It looked like a fighting chicken and its feathers were steaming hot. It held its head high and puffed out its chest, giving it a mighty aura. Cluck cluck. The speed of the sword-stabbed turkey was very fast. As it rushed over, it constantly flapped its wings and released a terrifying explosive sword stab. It's a grade 5 sword-stabbed turkey. This guy has been out recently. Looking at its claws and feathers, they are all flesh and blood. It should have eaten quite a few people. Ding Tianchun said anxiously, you must be careful of its sword stab. When the sword-stabbed turkey rushed over, it sent out another wave of spikes. Xianxia's movement technique was very brilliant. He was always able to dodge it easily. This made Ding Tianchun secretly praise him. Flaming Light Fist. After finding an opportunity, Xianxia punched through the air. Violent purplish gold energy overflowed from his fist as it charged towards the sword-stabbed turkey, striking its head. Cluck. The sword-stabbed turkey let out a cry as its body flipped to the ground. The energy that Xianxia had condensed was not only concentrated on a single point, but it was also very accurate, striking straight at the head. When Ding Tianchun saw this punch, he could not help but praise it. The power of the flaming light fist was its close combat attack. Xianxia flew to the side of the sword-stabbed turkey. His fist suddenly emitted a fiery red aura, as though he had taken out a fiery red iron fist from an oven. Bang! Bang! His fiery fists violently smashed into the head of the sword-stabbed turkey. Every punch produced a shockwave. In an instant, he punched out several times. In just an instant, the sword-stabbed turkey fell to the ground, its body twitching. You defeated the sword-stabbed turkey. Ding Tianchun walked over and said with a surprised smile, as expected of the #1 freshman, your strength is truly astonishing. Xianxia only smiled and asked, Teacher Ding, how should I deal with this turkey? I have a storage spirit artifact, so I'll help you keep it for now. In the end, it will still belong to you. After Ding Tianchun killed the sword-stabbed turkey, he placed it into a storage bag. Let's go, let's continue. We have to hurry up and kill more evil demon beasts. Ding Tianchun laughed loudly. With this kind of strength, even if you were to hunt the demon beasts alone, your results would definitely be the best. With me, a tracking expert, I can find more demon beasts for you to kill. Swift Ape Ding Tianchun led Xianxia through the forest in search of demonic beasts. It had to be said that Ding Tianchun's hunting experience was extremely rich. This shocked Xianxia greatly, because it didn't take long for him to find an armored bear. Although the armored bear was only a rank 4 demonic beast, it had a very strong armor on its body. Just like the pangolin, it was not easy to deal with. The armored bear was very slow, but Xianxia was very fast. He wandered around the armored bear and constantly punched the armored bear's body with his flame light fist. He injected scorching flames into the bear's body and slowly consumed it. In just a short while, he had knocked the armored bear down. Of course, Ding Tianchun's guidance from the side was also very useful. Your use of the fire cloud steps and energy is very outstanding. It far surpasses many older students at the 5th level of the martial body realm. Ding Tianchun praised sincerely, it's just that there's one thing that's not good enough. Teacher, please give me some pointers. Xianxia hurriedly said as he listened attentively. Your attack is fierce enough and your movement technique is good enough, but you haven't combined the two. Your movement technique can bring you speed and speed can bring you a certain amount of power. If you can use this power cleverly and integrate it into your martial skill, it can increase your strength by quite a bit. As Ding Tianchun spoke, he began to demonstrate. As he floated out, he waved his palm and broke a large tree. He did it in one go without using any inner chi. He only linked his movement technique and external technique together. With the help of the movement technique, he broke the thick tree trunk. When Xianxia saw this, he was immediately enlightened. He hurriedly said gratefully, Thank you for your guidance, teacher. With your perception, you will definitely be able to grasp it easily. Ding Tianchun smiled and said, let's continue looking for demonic beasts. In the next 2 days, under Ding Tianchun's lead, Qin Yan hunted a total of 5 demonic beasts. Only the swordthorn turkey was a rank 5 demonic beast. The others were all rank 4. This result was considered pretty good. After all, he was the only one fighting while the other classes had more than a dozen people. The area we are in is still considered safe. If we go a little deeper, there will be rank 6 demonic beasts. Ding Tianchun sat under a large tree to rest. Teacher Ding, how strong is the strongest demonic beast in the depths of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range? Qin Yan asked curiously. He didn't know much about demon beasts, but Ding Tianchun was very proficient in this area. The entire Cloud Dragon Mountain range is many times larger than the Tianqin Empire. The 2 nearby empires are connected to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. In such a vast Cloud Dragon Mountain range, there are all sorts of heavenly and earthly treasures. Demonic beasts can eat these things and constantly evolve, so in the depths. Ding Tianchun paused for a moment before continuing, in the depths, there must be profound beasts. Xian beast? Qin Yan was alarmed. The martial body realm corresponds to demonic beasts, the martial Dao realm corresponds to spirit beasts, and the Xian beasts are above the martial Dao realm. Ding Tianchun smiled. Of course, this is only a legend. In short, the Cloud Dragon Mountain range is very mysterious. For some reason, the expression of Ding Tianchun, who was originally chatting and laughing, suddenly changed drastically. Teacher Ding, what's wrong? Qin Yan was shocked by Ding Tianchun's sudden change in expression and hurriedly asked. There's a situation, let's get out of here quickly. Ding Tianchun hurriedly got up. Just as he took 2 steps, a black shadow flashed past, accompanied by an extremely strong aura. Qin Yan felt like he was about to suffocate. As for Ding Tianchun, he had already thrown a punch at the black shadow but he did not hit it. It's a swift ape, a very fast rank 7 demonic beast. Let's go. Ding Tianchun's expression was extremely solemn. Qin Yan only saw a black shadow flash past. He was unable to see what it was. From this, it could be seen how fast it was. Just as he took a step forward, he felt a heavy force rush towards him. It was as if death was approaching, causing him to be extremely shocked. Ding Tianchun shouted loudly as he sent out a ball of inner qi, knocking Qin Yan away. After Qin Yan was blasted away, the frightening power of the quick shadow ape missed and broke a few huge trees, setting off a wave of air. The swift ape seemed to be extremely angry. It immediately charged at Ding Tianchun and sent him flying. Teacher Ding! Qin Yan shouted. Leave quickly. Leave this to me. Ding Tianchun roared at Qin Yan as he fought with the swift ape. How could Qin Yan abandon Ding Tianchun? He immediately took out 2 fire talismans and shouted anxiously, Teacher Ding, I have 2 fire talismans here. Is it of any use? Ding Tianchun had just been hit by the swift ape and was already injured. However, he was still able to fight on par with the swift ape. Throw the fire talisman over. When Ding Tianchun saw that Qin Yan did not run, he felt a wave of admiration in his heart. He knew very well that Qin Yan was unable to resist the swift ape. In such a critical situation, Qin Yan did not leave. He was not someone who was afraid of death. He was brave and loyal. He had an outstanding character. Teacher Ding, my fire talismans are stronger. You have to be careful. After Qin Yan said that, he took out a few more talismans and covered them with his inner qi. He threw them out with great force like flying stone pieces. After the fire talisman flew over, it suddenly exploded. Waves of fire covered the sky and earth, overlapping one another. Wave after wave of fire surged up, instantly burning the entire area into a sea of fire. Qin Yan possessed the purple gold fire martial spirit. He used a little inner qi to form a barrier to block the wave of fire. Facing the sea of fire, he shouted, Mr. Ding. How are you? I'm fine. Ding Tianchun slowly walked out with the black swift ape on his shoulder. His face was covered in dirt and he looked like he was still in a state of shock. Isn't this fire talisman too strong? Did Teacher Yang give it to you? Ding Tianchun exclaimed and then smiled, she really cares for you. She gave you such a powerful item to protect yourself. Qin Yan's fire talisman interfered with the swift ape, allowing Ding Tianchun to find an opportunity to attack. Ding Tianchun laughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he frowned and hurriedly sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. "I'll just rest for a while," Ding Tianchun said. "There are flames all around us. We'll be safer here." Qin Yan nodded and went to look at the corpse of the swift ape. "Eh? There's a black hoop on the neck of this swift ape." As Qin Yan spoke, he reached out to touch it. Indeed, he touched a collar. "This is beast-controlling collar." Ding Tianchun's expression suddenly changed. "This swift ape has a master. Who could it be?" When Qin Yan heard that, he immediately understood. Someone had sent the swift ape to kill them. "Master Wei," Ding Tianchun said in a deep voice, "the beast-controlling collar is a very precious spirit artifact, especially one that can control a Class 7 demonic beast. It's even more expensive. You have a grudge with Master Wei and he can also refine such a thing. Other than him, I can't think of anyone who would deal with you." Qin Yan had injured Wei Xuanquan and even broken the spirit sword forged by Master Wei. It was impossible for Master Wei to not bear a grudge, therefore, Ding Tianchun immediately thought of Master Wei. As expected, once I leave the Hualingwu Academy, they will attack, Qin Yan said angrily. Suddenly, the surrounding flames surged as more than a dozen figures flew in. "Six-style Wind Slayer amazing, you actually killed the swift ape. Ding, you're in trouble now. Do you know who this swift ape belongs to?" Cui Hui had a sinister sneer on her face as she waved her hand for the other students to surround Qin Yan. "What do you mean by this?" When Ding Tianchun saw Cui Hui arrive, he guessed something. "This is the swift ape raised by Master Wei. You actually killed it. If Master Wei were to find out, you would definitely die." Cui Hui laughed sinisterly, looking even more ferocious and ugly. Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Run!" Ding Tianchun shouted at Qin Yan. He sat cross-legged on the ground and his inner force surged out. Like a tiger pouncing on a rabbit. He pounced at Cui Hui and sent her flying into a sea of flames. As for Qin Yan, he was already surrounded by more than 10 students. "Qin Yan, you bastard, you're in the limelight among the freshmen. You even offended Big Brother Wei and even insulted the Empress. You're dead for sure. You must be cultivating a demonic art to have such strength. Xianxia is still protecting you. Great devil, now that you've fallen into our hands, you won't be able to escape. Even if you are at the 5th level of the martial body realm, you will definitely die if you are surrounded by more than 10 of us at the 4th level. Ha ha ha, that idiot surnamed Ding actually told him to run. If we kill him, we'll be able to obtain the Empress bounty of 1,000,000 crystal coins. When the time comes, we'll be able to buy a lot of good things. Haha, hurry up and do it. This is my second time killing someone. I have more experience than you. I'll go first. Teacher Cui said that we should attack together. He's someone who can defeat Big Brother Wei. A blue-clothed youth hurriedly shouted. Alright, let's attack together. Attack. Kill. The group of students surrounding Qin Yan shouted proudly, their eyes filled with hostility. To them, killing Qin Yan with their own hands was a very exciting matter. Qin Yan's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. Facing the encirclement of more than 10 people, he appeared extremely calm. He stood upright and faintly exuded the aura of a proud and aloof expert. More than a dozen people rushed over, forming a gentle breeze. Qin Yan focused his mind. After capturing the breeze, he quickly took out a ghost head saber from his storage space. It was the ghost head saber that he had carved spirit runes on. It weighed 50 kilograms and was a half-spirit artifact. Cutting wind style. He sensed the wind stirred up by the 3 youths and rushed towards the clouds, brandishing his saber. Who? The blade flashed with a cold light, bringing with it a spray of blood mist. With a swing of his saber, the 3 youths were cut in half at the waist. The other students who were rushing over suddenly stopped as if their feet were suddenly sucked in by the ground. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Wave-breaking style. Qin Yan did not wait for them to come to their senses as he flew over. He slashed horizontally with his saber, creating a wave of saber energy. Everything that was enveloped by the saber energy was sliced into pieces. Shua, in the blink of an eye, several students were killed by the frenzied saber aura, dying a miserable death. Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you are killing people. A student's voice trembled. Didn't you want to kill me just now? Am I not human? Qin Yun was infuriated as he slashed across the air. Saber chi shot out and instantly killed the student. The surrounding trees were burning and the heat enveloped the area. However, the remaining students felt an incomparably cold chill assaulting them. This chill spread throughout his entire body from head to toe. This was the fear brought about by the approach of death. Qin Yun was at the 5th level of the martial body realm. He could use his inner force, and his martial arts cultivation technique had reached the small success stage. His strength was not something that a disciple of a power who looked down on others could imagine. You cultivate a demonic art, you are not a human, you are a devil. You will definitely be tortured to death. A youth said in a trembling voice as he turned around and ran. The other students also hurriedly ran, shouting Teacher Cui with a voice filled with fear. Qin Yun's figure was like the wind as he flew forward. His broadsword danced wildly as it slashed down mercilessly. Wind slasher, wave breaker, mountain splitter, earth splitter, river break, thunder slash, wind slasher. 6-style wind slasher were unleashed in succession. The saber energy was like a violent gale, wreaking havoc and howling. In just a moment, the fleeing youths all fell into a pool of blood. Before they died, their faces were filled with fear and endless regret. They regretted surrounding and killing Qin Yun. The students that surrounded Qin Yun were all from the same class. They were the children of the aristocratic families of the Tianqin Empire. They had long known that the empress had placed a bounty on Qin Yun. However, they had always hated the fact that they didn't have the chance to make a move. They had originally thought that the opportunity had come, but they didn't know that they had lost their lives. You killed me for your own benefit. You killed people for your own selfish reasons. You are like villains and bandits. In the future, when you grow up, you will definitely kill people like flies. Qin Yun took out 2 fire talismans and burned the place clean to remove all traces. Then, he ran towards the sounds of battle that came from afar. Ding Tianchun was already injured. Now that he was fighting with Cui Hui, he was completely suppressed. After Qin Yun ran over, he saw Ding Tianchun being stabbed in the left shoulder by Cui Hui's cold sword. It pierced through. Cui Hui, how dare you attack a teacher of the Hua Lingwu Academy? Ding Tianchun said angrily, you're crazy. Ridiculous, don't you know my relationship with Master Wei? Cui Hui laughed loudly as she pulled out her sword. Then, he kicked Ding Tianchun in the abdomen, sending him flying and crashing into a tree. Master Wei sure has a unique taste. He actually took a fancy to trash like you. Ding Tianchun spat out a mouthful of blood as he mocked loudly. You're worried that you'll die too comfortably, aren't you? Fine, I'll let you try my methods before you die. Cui Hui's voice was sinister as she walked over and took out many long needles. The tip of the needle flashed with a purple light. It was obvious that it was a poisonous needle. Qin Yun, who was hiding in the distance, hurriedly took out the remaining 10 fire talismans. Just as he was about to throw them out, he suddenly heard a beast roar. Ding Tianchun also heard the beast roar. His expression changed drastically at first, but then he laughed out loud and deliberately made a lot of noise. Ding, what kind of demon beast is this? Cui Hui hurriedly stopped in her tracks as she felt her hair stand on end. That deep roar made her feel very uneasy. It's a steel tiger, a rank 8 demonic beast. You can't beat it, haha. You're dead for sure, die with me. Ding Tianchun said with a laugh. Shut up. Cui Hui shouted in a low voice. Just as she was about to throw the poisonous needle in her hand at Ding Tianchun, a silver tiger that was as strong as a cow suddenly appeared. The tiger's body was covered in silver steel armor. It looked indestructible and its eyes were red, giving off an even more terrifying feeling. Beast. Cui Hui panicked as she took out a talisman and threw it out. Crack. After the talisman exploded, lightning flashed and struck the steel tiger's body, causing it to let out an angry growl. High-grade lightning talismans are useless. You've angered it now. Just as Ding Tianchun finished speaking, the steel tiger pounced at Cui Hui. The speed was so fast that it left one speechless. Qin Yin watched from afar with trepidation. Cui Hui didn't have time to dodge as the steel tiger's claws pierced into her shoulders. A powerful and barbaric beast power surged out, causing her to cry out miserably. Her reaction was very fast. After being pushed down, she hurriedly used the strongest strength in her body to push the steel tiger away. She took out a few more talismans and threw them out in panic, hitting the steel tiger's body. Boom, with a loud sound, a blinding bolt of lightning flashed and sent the steel tiger flying. It crashed into a few large trees and fell to the ground, howling in a low voice. Top-grade thunder talisman. Ding Tianchun was alarmed as he secretly gritted his teeth. Cui Hui, who was supposed to be dead, had actually sent the steel tiger flying. Humph. Just as Cui Hui let out a complacent snort, she suddenly felt a breeze blow. Something was flying over. Qin Yin had attacked. A concussive strike. Cui Hui and Ding Tianchun were both wondering who it would be. And when they saw that the person flying over was Qin Yin, they were stunned. Qin Yin, you haven't left yet? Ding Tianchun shouted in shock. Cui Hui believed that Qin Yin was definitely dead, while Ding Tianchun believed that Qin Yin had already escaped. The moment Qin Yin came over, he brandished the ghost head saber in his hand and used the wind-slaying style. The move was smooth and domineering. The oppressive saber chi swept over like a bolt of lightning, enveloping Cui Hui's body in layers. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sharp airflow was like a sharp blade, cutting Cui Hui's entire body into bloody wounds. Blood dripped from her body, making it a tragic sight. You're not dead. What about them? Cui Hui screamed. If I don't die, then they die. What else can happen? Qin Yin came to Cui Hui's side and slashed down with his saber. Cui Hui was at the 7th level martial body realm after all. Although she was heavily injured, she still managed to avoid that fatal strike. She was extremely alarmed. Qin Yin had killed a large group of disciples from famous sects and was still able to calmly attack her. Such a state of mind was shocking. Venomous woman, today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. After Qin Yin finished speaking, he used the wind-slaying style again. The saber chi howled like the wind. At such a close distance, Cui Hui was unable to dodge at all. However, she was still not afraid. After all, she was at the 7th level martial body realm. She circulated all the inner force in her body to form a shield to protect herself. Bang! Qin Yin's saber struck the barrier and was repelled by great resistance. Humph, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. You want to kill me? No way. Cui Hui sneered. Qin Yin's expression turned cold as the hand holding the saber trembled. When Cui Hui saw Qin Yin's hand trembling, she felt disdain in her heart. She believed that his arm had been injured by the chi barrier when he slashed out with his saber. Break! Qin Yin roared as a surge of vibrating inner force surged out and infused it into the ghost head saber. He used the most ferocious mountain splitter style. The saber exploded with a surging vibrating force, splitting Cui Hui's barrier apart. The saber continued downwards like a hot knife through butter. At that moment, Cui Hui felt a heavy vibrating force pressing down ruthlessly, causing her to feel incomparably shocked. She could clearly sense that there was another martial spirit in Qin Yin's body that was releasing this terrifying vibration power. Vibration martial spirit, the legendary martial spirit. The demon head saber mercilessly slashed down, killing Cui Hui. Cui Hui's face was filled with indignation and her heart was filled with resentment. She widened her eyes that were filled with fear and stopped breathing. A dignified 7th level martial body was actually killed by a 5th level martial body brat. She died with grievances. Qin Yin took out 2 mid-grade lightning talismans and an upper essence pill from Cui Hui's body. Although he had a storage bag, he was unable to obtain the items inside due to the mental imprint. He went over to help Ding Tianchun up and asked, Mr. Ding, how are you? Ding Tianchun was stunned by Qin Yin's proficient wind slasher art. However, he did not notice the vibration martial spirit. I'm fine, I won't die. After taking the pill, he looked around and sighed. The 6th-style Wind Slayer was a high-grade spirit-level martial art. Qin Yin was able to use his inner chi to execute it and had reached the basic level. And he had just obtained the Wind Slasher art not long ago. This was what shocked Ding Tianchun the most. Professor Ding, that steel tiger is not dead. Qin Yan looked at the steel tiger on the ground. Its abdomen was heaving up and down and it was still breathing. The steel tiger did not take the initiative to attack. Cui Hui was the one who attacked with the lightning talisman in a panic. Ding Tianchun said in a low voice, "Some demon beasts also understand human nature and will not attack humans for no reason. If you apply this medicine on the steel tiger's body, whether or not it can turn for the better will depend on its luck. Is that really okay?" Qin Yan took a box that was filled with light green medicinal powder. "I've studied demon beasts for more than 30 years and I know them very well. I can confirm that this steel tiger is the type that has intelligence. You don't have to worry." Ding Tianchun sighed, "If we can avoid killing, then we won't. In this trial, we are killing ferocious demon beasts that are out to prey on humans." Qin Yan walked to the steel tiger's side and smeared the medicinal powder evenly on it. Ding Tianchun's injuries were slightly better and he could stand up on his own. He put away the corpse of the swift ape and used a fire talisman to burn Cui Hui's corpse. "Those students deserve to die. You don't have to take this matter to heart." Ding Tianchun patted Qin Yan on the shoulder and said, "They attacked you for the sake of their own benefits. They asked for it." Following that, Ding Tianchun returned to Principal Zhang's place with Qin Yan's help. The steel tiger has always lived in the inner region of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. No matter how big the commotion outside is, it shouldn't have come out. On the way, Ding Tianchun was very puzzled about this matter. "What's the reason why the steel tiger ran out?" Qin Yan asked. "To avoid the natural disaster." Ding Tianchun's expression was solemn. "Perhaps some disaster is about to befall the Cloud Dragon mountain range." After more than half a day, Qin Yan and Ding Tianchun finally returned to the empty space in the forest and met Principal Zhang. "What's going on? Is the injury that serious?" When Principal Zhang saw this, his expression froze as he asked. "He was injured by a demon beast." After Ding Tianchun finished speaking, he sat on the ground. People returned one after another and began to tally the results. Those who killed more demon beasts would win. Rank 3 demon beasts were not counted, only rank 4 and rank 5 demon beasts were counted. A rank 5 demon beast was equivalent to 10 rank 4 demon beasts. Class 1 is amazing, they killed a total of 12. Isn't that so? Jiang Lang has a sound wave martial spirit and has stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm. He is very strong. Sigh, it's infuriating to compare with others. Jiang Lang has 4 spirit veins and a legendary martial spirit. It's normal for him to have stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm early on. However, Qin Yan. This fellow only has one bloodline. Could it be that he can step into the 5th level of the martial body realm with the purple gold fire martial spirit? The students discussed in low voices, feeling indignant. They were all envious of Class 1's results, being able to get first place. Also, Class 1 was led by Xianxia. If Xianxia were to lead Qin Yan, then Qin Yan would definitely be first place and enjoy the rewards alone. Everyone had to admit that Xianxia was indeed a good teacher. Due to the Empress interference, she had become Qin Yan's personal teacher. This made many students very angry, feeling that the Empress had made a bad move. Right now, only the 9th class led by Ding Tianchun and the 3rd class led by Cui Hui had yet to count the results. Even Teacher Ding is injured. Qin Yan is truly a calamity. Teacher. Ding's strength wasn't very strong to begin with. Now that he's injured, it must be because of Qin Yan. This unlucky fellow, it's because of him that I had no choice but to transfer to another class. Otherwise, I would have been Teacher Yang's student. All the students were criticizing Qin Yan. The corpses of the demonic beasts were all with Ding Tianchun. He was seriously recuperating, so he could not take them out. Ding Tianchun was not strong, but he had an extremely good understanding of demonic beasts. It was impossible for him to be injured by a demonic beast unless he encountered a rank 8 or 9 demonic beast. Therefore, the other teachers were very surprised by this. A teacher walked over and said to Qin Yan sternly, "Qin Yan, how did Teacher Ding get injured?" "Fight if you don't like it." Ding Tianchun, who was recuperating with his eyes closed, slowly said, "It's already not bad that I can come out alive after encountering the steel tiger. My injuries have nothing to do with Qin Yan." Principal Zhang frowned and said, I also saw a rank 8 bird beast fly out from the sky. It seems like something is going to happen in the depths of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Xianxia watched quietly from the side. She felt that this matter was not that simple. Doesn't that mean Class 7's Qingyun has no results? A fat teacher laughed. Because up until now, the class led by this fat middle-aged teacher had the worst results. If Qingyun didn't have any results, then the class led by him wouldn't be at the bottom. No. After Ding Tianchun stood up, he took out the corpses of 5 demonic beasts from his storage bag. The swordthorn turkey is a rank 5 demonic beast, while the other 4 are rank 4. Rank 5 demonic beasts are counted as 10, so this is equivalent to 14. Ding Tianchun looked at the fat middle-aged teacher and continued, these were all killed by Qingyun himself. I am only responsible for tracking down the demonic beasts and giving pointers from the side. President Zhang came over to take a look, nodded, and said, there are traces of blazing light fist on the corpse of the demonic beast. He actually didn't use a weapon, looks like his blazing light fist has improved a lot. The 200 students here were instantly in an uproar. Qingyun was able to kill a rank 5 demonic beast by himself. Furthermore, he was barehanded. This kind of strength was unimaginable to the 4th level students. Many students are envious, jealous, and hateful. They looked at Qingyun with unwillingness. The teachers had nothing to say. They knew that Ding Tianchun was an honest person and would not side with Qingyun. The students were so jealous that they secretly gritted their teeth. Because this time, Qingyun once again monopolized the first place reward. Now we're just waiting for Class 3. Xianxia smiled and nodded at Qingyun in appreciation. Only Qingyun and Ding Tianchun knew that the people from Class 3 would never return, because they were all killed by Qingyun alone. When Ding Tianchun thought of this, he felt extremely emotional. When the sky turned dark, everyone set up camp and continued to wait for the people from Class 3. It was now the final deadline. Principal, are they not coming back? An old man asked. He was the original teacher of Class 3. I don't know. Let's wait another day. If they can't come back, you guys go back first. I'll go in alone to look for them. Principal Zhang's expression was somewhat heavy. The next morning, Principal Zhang announced that Class 9 had won first place. The reward this time was to enter the 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array and cultivate for 10 days. The 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array was located at the top of Hualing Peak. Cultivating inside for 10 days was equivalent to absorbing spiritual qi for 1 to 2 years. Dean, we're not convinced. The 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array is only activated once a year. It's not a problem for more than 10 people to enter. But now, only Qingyun's bloodline can enjoy it alone. It is too wasteful. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes is very dissatisfied. He is a teacher of Class 1. The other teachers also protested. Qingyun remembered that these teachers had a good relationship with Master Wei. Xianxia said with a sneer, if Qingyun can kill so many demonic beasts by himself, why can't he enjoy the 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array alone? He's just a piece of trash who got lucky. It must be because of your secret help that he was able to break through so quickly. Yan Yin shouted loudly. She had the Yan family behind her and her fiancé was Master Wei's son. Furthermore, Master Wei was at the Hualingwu Academy. That was why she dared to contradict Xianxia. Your fiancé has been in the 5th level of the martial body realm for a period of time but he lost to me. In other words, your fiancé is not even as good as trash like me. Qingyun chuckled, it's hard on you to marry a fellow who isn't even as good as trash. You. Shut up, Brother Kuan is a future inscription master. He has devoted all his energy to inscriptions and can already craft talismans. After we return this time, Master Wei will invite all the students of the Hualingwu Academy and the various aristocratic families of Tianqing to congratulate us. Yan Yun's angry voice was filled with pride. When she said that Wei Xuankuan could craft talismans, everyone burst into an uproar. Isn't it just talismans? Qingyun said casually. He could also craft talismans, and he had made quite a few of them. They were all very strong fire talismans. When everyone heard his words, they roared with laughter. Ignorant fellow! Do you know what it means to be able to craft talismans? A teacher sneered, "This means that Wei Xuankuan has already stepped into the threshold of an inscription master. How many old fellows have studied for decades and are still unable to cross this threshold?" When Yan Yan heard this, she proudly raised her head. The other students also came over to congratulate Wei Xuankuan and flatter him in all sorts of ways. Principal, Qin Yan alone enjoys the 9-yang spirit convergence array. We are really not convinced. You must understand our feelings. Yan Yan said, Master Wei is preparing to hold a celebratory banquet at the Martial Arts Academy. When the other famous sects find out, enough. If any of you are unconvinced, then fight me. I used my own strength to obtain the reward. That is what I deserve. What right do you have to be unconvinced? With your own strength? Are you as strong as me? Just based on your mouths and how many spirit veins you have. You have more spirit veins than me, and all of you have the help of your families behind you. However, you are still inferior to me, who only has one bloodline. Why? Isn't that because you are useless, not hardworking enough, and idling around all day? Qin Yan was infuriated as he pointed at the group of students who had faces full of dissatisfaction and shouted loudly. The group of students did not dare to say another word. Qin Yan could even defeat Wei Xuankuan. He was not someone they could deal with. I'll fight you. A tall youth walked out. He wore an expensive soft armor and had a proud expression. Jing Yuanqing, is that the Jing family disciple who possesses the 5-yang spiritual pulse and the golden tiger martial spirit? He's from class 2. A student whispered, his eyes filled with admiration. He has already stepped into the 5th level of the martial body realm and possesses a rare beast martial spirit. According to Yan Yan, Wei Xuankuan is not a combat type, so he will lose to Qin Yan. As for Jing Yuanqing, he possesses a beast martial spirit, so he should be able to focus on combat. He might even be able to defeat Qin Yan. A life and death battle? Qin Yan asked coldly. Qin Yan, if you lose, you will allow their class to enter the 9-yang Spirit Convergence Array. How about it? If he loses, all the demon beasts that Class 2 hunts will belong to you. Principal Zhang said, in a sparring match, it's fine as long as we stop. All right. Qin Yan replied. Class 2 had killed 10 rank 4 demonic beasts. One of them was worth 2,000 crystal coins. In total, it was 20,000, which was quite a considerable amount. Jing Yuanqing was secretly pleased with himself. If he defeated Qin Yan, his reputation would definitely soar. It would be of great help to him in raising his status in the family. Everyone made way for them to compete. Begin. Principal Zhang shouted. Jing Yuanqing's tiger body trembled as the aura of a ferocious beast surged out. He released his aura and charged at Qin Yan like an enraged beast. As he charged, his hands suddenly turned into tiger claws. This was an illusion created by the cultivation technique he had learned. It looked very realistic and powerful. It's a low-grade spirit-level fierce tiger claw. Previously, a rank 4 demonic beast was torn apart by him. I wonder how Qin Yan will deal with it. Hualing Peak Jing Yuanqing's attack was as swift and fierce as a tiger. Just his aura alone was shocking. Just as everyone felt that Qin Yan would not be able to withstand it, they saw a faint golden mist seep out from his body. A wave of hot air also surged out. With a whoosh, the pale golden mist began to burn, turning into a flaming barrier. Furthermore, it began to spin rapidly. Qin Yan constantly released his inner qi, causing it to form a sturdy barrier. As the elemental energy in his dantian spun rapidly, it stirred up waves of scorching air. Jing Yuanqing also felt the heat. However, he believed that his tiger claws were stronger and would definitely be able to penetrate the thin barrier. Tiger claw shattering heart. After Jing Yuanqing went over, he extended his tiger claw. His speed suddenly increased by a lot, causing the powerful tiger claw to charge forward and stab at Qin Yan's chest. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the sharp tiger claw. The tiger claw made contact with the flaming barrier and produced a loud explosion. Bang! A scorching wave of air suddenly burst out from the barrier, sending the menacing Jing Yuanqing flying. Ah! Jing Yuanqing gritted his teeth and roared in pain. His palm was extremely red and severely burned. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat and his face turned green. Qin Yun is actually able to release such a level of inner qi so quickly. The speed at which his elemental energy revolves must be as fast as the flaming barrier. A teacher said with a frown. Qin Yun has cultivated the Black Yang tactic to the large success stage. At the large success stage of his inner force, his inner qi is even stronger and he can control it more freely. Principal Zhang squinted his eyes and exclaimed. Large success in inner force, all the freshmen present wailed in their hearts, they had only just started cultivating their inner force. They did not know when they would reach the initial stage, but Qin Yun had already reached the large success stage. For freshmen, it's best to start cultivating regular inner force skills. The Black Yang tactic that Qin Yun cultivates is not bad. Ding Tianchun said, in many new families, the cultivation techniques are at the spirit level. For those who have just started cultivating inner force, it is extremely difficult to learn. When the other students heard this, they all regretted it. If he had cultivated an ordinary inner force skill, he might have already reached the small success stage. When it was about time, he would be able to switch to a better inner force skill and it would be easier to learn. I admit defeat. Jing Yuanqing looked at his burnt hand and shouted while gritting his teeth. They were both at the 5th level martial body realm, but the difference was so great. I'm not convinced either. Yan Yin walked out from the crowd. Qin Yun, if you have the ability, stand still and let me punch you. As long as I can force you to retreat, you'll lose. How about it? Qin Yun said, as long as you lose, the 8 class 4 demonic beast corpses of your class 5 will belong to me. How about it? All right. After Yan Yin finished speaking, she immediately used the swallow steps and rushed over. Her jade-like hands overflowed with water vapor, and after a dozen steps, the water vapor turned into frost. She had a water martial spirit. Through her inner force, she could turn water into frost. This level was considered pretty good among the freshmen. Previously, as Qin Yan's barrier was too hot, Jing Yuanqing was unable to penetrate it. Right now, Yan Yin was using her own cold energy to resist the scorching heat. Furthermore, her other hand had also condensed a large ball of water. Yan Yin was full of confidence, thinking that she would definitely succeed. She couldn't help but reveal a complacent smile. She used the momentum of her flight to throw out the ball of water that she had condensed. Then, her ice palm followed behind the ball of water and struck out with great force. Everyone couldn't help but praise Yan Yun's intelligence for thinking of a way to extinguish the fire with water. Just as Yan Yun was feeling complacent, the ball of water she shot out instantly evaporated the moment it touched the flame shield. Her expression changed, but it was too late. The ice palm touched the flaming shield. At the same time, the expressions of the few teachers changed drastically as they rushed over. Ah! The teachers acted quickly and quickly extinguished the flames, preventing Yan Yun from being seriously injured. However, she was also burned to a sorry state. Her hand was even more severely injured than Jing Yuanqing's. Yan Yun was in pain and angry, she burst into tears. Ever since he was young, this was the first time he had suffered so much. Then, he cried and fainted in the arms of a middle-aged female teacher. Everyone felt inexplicably pleased when they saw the arrogant barbarian woman stumble. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Qin Yin glanced at the group of students and asked. Those students were all silent. They were all looking at the waves. Jiang Lang possessed the sound wave martial spirit and he was at the 5th level of the martial body stage. If he were to fight, his chances of winning would be very high. However, he had no intention of fighting. This person was extremely ruthless and didn't speak much. Seeing that he was indifferent, he couldn't help but feel that he was shrewd. Since no one else is coming, then it's settled. Principal Zhang handed Qin Yin a jade token that allowed him to enter the 9 Yang Spirit Convergence Array. Following that, Qin Yin also obtained the demonic beasts that Class 2 and Class 5 had killed. There were a total of 18 beasts. Adding on the ones that he had killed himself, it could be said to be a bountiful harvest. The expressions of the class that had lost the corpses of the demonic beasts were very ugly. The corpse of the swift ape that Qin Yun had obtained was the most precious. It was a rank 7 demonic beast. On the way back, Ding Tianchun had given him the corpse of the swift ape. Everyone waited for another day, but Cui Hui and the students of the third class still hadn't returned. During this time, they saw a giant fiery red eagle flying through the sky. It was a rank 8 demonic beast. In the outer region of the Cloud Dragon mountain range, there are more and more class 8 and 9 demon beasts appearing. Something must have happened inside. I'll go in and take a look. You guys return to the Hualing Wu Academy first. After Principal Zhang finished speaking, he entered the depths of the forest alone. The teachers and students also quickly returned to the Hualing Wu Academy. Half a day later, they returned to the Hualing Wu Academy. Xianxia, you brought Qinyan to the bottom of Hualing Peak. Hualing Peak was the tallest mountain in the Hualing Wu Academy. In the innermost area of the academy, it was 10,000 meters tall. The top of the mountain was covered in frost all year round and was extremely cold. The Hualing Peak was steep and he needed to climb it himself. This was not too difficult for Qinyan, who was at the 5th level of the martial body realm. However, it took him several hours to reach the peak. The peak was extremely cold. Ice and snow fluttered in the air and the cold wind was like knives. Qinyan looked at the 9 suns in the sky and walked towards a 9-story ice pagoda. He thought to himself, although there are a few suns, only one of them is hot. The other 8 are only emitting light. How strange. Because the tower was covered in ice and snow, it looked like an ice tower. When Qinyan entered the ice tower, he saw a white-haired old man in his twilight years. He took out the jade token that Principal Zhang had given him and handed it over. He said, "Hello, senior. I have obtained the qualifications to enter the 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array." The old man took the jade token and said slowly, "The 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array is at the top. After you go up, wait patiently. I will activate the array. 10 days later, the formation will stop. At that time, you should quickly leave this place." Qinyan nodded and walked up the stairs to the top floor. 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array. Qinyan looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out the 36 spirit inscriptions bamboo slip and opened it. As expected, the 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array used a few of the spirit inscriptions. All I saw were the parts of the bright lines, that's why I felt it was familiar. Qinyan was secretly delighted. Then, he walked back and forth on the floor, memorizing the locations of the spirit inscriptions. Then, he took out another piece of paper and quickly drew on it. Soon, he had drawn the entire 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array. Suddenly, a strong aura fluctuated as a large amount of 9-Yang energy poured in. The 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array had been activated. Qinyan hurriedly sat down cross-legged and circulated the Black Yang tactic to absorb the 9-Yang energy. After stepping into the 5th level of the martial body realm, you need to continuously condense inner force to develop and strengthen your inner yuan. This will allow the inner yuan to contain more and more inner qi, allowing you to continuously condense more inner force. Then, you can use the powerful inner force to temper your body and cultivate the 3 great scriptures. Xianxia had previously told him that when he was at the 5th level of the martial body realm, he would need to condense the bone meridian, heart meridian and soul meridian in his body before he could step into the 6th level of the martial body realm. Qinyan looked at the black vibrating elemental energy and thought to himself, I have talent equivalent to a 9-Yang spirit vein. However, because I have 2 elemental energies, I have to put in more effort. This can also make me stronger. 10 days passed by quickly. In the 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array, Qinyan absorbed a large amount of 9-Yang energy. It was equivalent to 2 years of absorption. After the array stopped, Qinyan reluctantly walked down the stairs. He did not break through, but the 2 elemental energies had become much larger. The main reason was that he needed to consume a lot of inner force to consolidate his vibrating elemental energy. Last time, he had been heavily injured by Qin Diren in his dantian, but his elemental energy was unharmed. It was because he was protecting himself with his vibrating elemental energy. Therefore, it was worth it no matter how much inner force he consumed to vibrate his elemental energy. Next, I need to condense 3 great scriptures in order to break through to the 6th level of the martial body realm. Although I am not at the 6th level martial body realm, even if I cannot win against a martial artist at the 6th level martial body realm, I will not lose. Qinyan walked out of the ice pagoda and took a bath in the ice and snow outside. He changed into a set of clean white clothes and began climbing down Hualing Peak. When he came down from Hualing Peak, he saw Xianxia slowly walking over from afar. She was dressed in a purple dress, which made her look noble and cold, gorgeous and moving. Qin said with smile, "Teacher, you came on time." Xianxia smiled lightly and said, "You are my only precious student, of course I have to take good care of you. Besides, I am very worried about Master Wei being in the Hualing Wu Academy." "He hasn't left yet? Didn't they say that they were going to hold a banquet to celebrate Wei Xuankuan becoming a talisman master?" "It hasn't been opened yet." Qin could not help but laugh. "It's just talisman making, what's the big deal?" Xianxia secretly curled her lips. In Qin's eyes, it was indeed nothing much. However, to most people, so long as they were able to craft a talisman successfully, it was worth celebrating. She said, "Master Wei invited too many guests, so it was delayed until now. He also invited us. Are you going?" Qin said with a smile, "Why wouldn't I go if I can eat and drink for free? After all, it's Master Wei. They will definitely use the best food and wine to entertain the guests." He had been cultivating on the ice tower for 10 days. Although he did not feel hungry after absorbing spiritual energy, he was very passionate about delicacies and would eat whenever he could. Xianxia said with a faint smile, "All right, let's go together. I heard that it's all high-quality food and wine, so the taste will definitely be good. When the time comes, we'll have a drink or two. We'll use this banquet to congratulate you on successfully creating a spirit inscription." As Qin and Xianxia chatted and laughed, they arrived at the side of the lake. The two of them strolled along the bank that was filled with willow trees. "Teacher, Yan Yun was injured by me. With her personality, she definitely won't let this go," Qin said worriedly. "Wei Xuankuan was also injured by you. What can he do to you?" Xianxia disapproved. "No. He secretly took revenge." Qin recalled the matter and anger surfaced on his face. "It seems like there's another reason why Teacher Ding was injured." Xianxia had felt that this matter was somewhat fishy. "Is Principal Zhang back?" Qin lowered his voice and asked as he looked around. When Xianxia saw Qin's actions, she could tell that something shocking was going on. She hurriedly pulled him back to the small house in the bamboo forest. "Teacher Ding and I were ambushed inside." Qin took out the corpse of the swift ape and placed it on the ground in the hall. "This is..." Xianxia frowned slightly. Soon, she saw a collar and said, "A demonic beast with a master." After Teacher Ding was injured in the battle with this swift ape, Cui Hui brought a group of students out. I was surrounded by students and Teacher Ding and Cui Hui fought bitterly. When Qin said this, Xianxia had already vaguely guessed something. Principal Zhang came back 2 days ago. He couldn't find Cui Hui and that group of students. Xianxia looked at Qin with a questioning gaze. Qin nodded. "I was the one who killed the students and Cui Hui." Qin sighed and told Xianxia what had happened. "Just pretend that this didn't happen. Teacher Ding definitely won't tell anyone." Xianxia patted Qin's head and smiled gently. "Hurry up and tell me about your gains in the 9-yang spirit convergence array." Qin told Xianxia about his cultivation situation and asked her for advice on the essentials of cultivating the 3 great scriptures. After Xianxia finished listening, she smiled in satisfaction and began to talk about the aspects that needed to be paid attention to in cultivating the 3 great scriptures. Qin listened very seriously and raised some questions from time to time. It wasn't until late at night that Xianxia finished the lesson and returned to their rooms to rest. At night, Qin was full of energy. Instead of resting, he was crafting talismans. The lightning talisman Cui Hui used is really powerful. It can injure a steel tiger. He found a lightning rune from the bamboo scroll that recorded the spirit runes and then inscribed it on the talisman paper. After a few failures, he finally succeeded in creating a lightning talisman. With Qin's experience in crafting fire talismans, it was much easier for him to craft other talismans. Right now, I'm only making low-grade spirit talismans. Cui Hui is using high-grade and top-grade lightning talismans. Qin looked at the lightning talismans he had created and felt very satisfied. As my cultivation level increases, my mental strength will also increase by quite a bit. Now, I can make fire talismans faster than before. Later on, he created another fire talisman before going to rest. At dawn, the largest martial arts practice square in the Hualing Martial Arts Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. In the martial arts practice square, many people were busy moving chairs and preparing for the grand banquet. Master Wei had put in a lot of effort to celebrate his son's birthday. At the same time, it was also to allow Wei Xuanquan to use the celebration to redeem the face he had lost to Qin Yun. In the evening, the 9 bright red suns dyed the world red. In the martial arts practice field of the Hualing Martial Arts Academy, it was gorgeous and the officials were like a city. It could be seen how high Master Wei's status was. Banquet. At the beginning of the banquet, Master Wei was dressed in a dazzling golden robe. It was very luxurious. His square face was filled with smiles as he walked onto a dueling platform in front of him and began to speak courteously. After Master Wei finished his courteous words, he went up to Wei Xuanquan. He was dressed in the same golden robes as his father, and there was a sword hanging from his waist. It seemed to be a spirit artifact. Wei Xuanquan also said a lot of pleasantries before starting to set off fireworks. After the fireworks were set off, the battling platform was filled with singing and dancing. The guests below the stage were drinking and chatting merrily. Many nobles from famous sects came forward to congratulate Wei Xuanquan and Master Wei. It was very lively. Qin Yun, on the other hand, ate and drank with Xianxia. In any case, it was free. Furthermore, Principal Zhang was also here in the Hualing Wu Academy, so Master Wei wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Xianxia was also dressed simply tonight. She wore a simple and elegant white dress. After drinking a few cups of wine, a faint blush appeared on her jade-like face, making her look extremely charming. Master Wei held a cup of wine and floated to Qin Yun's side in a few steps. He laughed heartily and said, "Qin Yun, after you defeated Kuan you defeated Little Yun and obtained the qualifications to enter the 9 Young Spirit Convergence Array. You can be said to be the #1 genius among the freshmen of the Hualing Wu Academy. I am truly grateful that you are able to attend this banquet." Although the martial arts practice field was bustling with noise, Master Wei's unhurried voice entered everyone's ears. Master Wei said such polite words and even toasted Qin Yun. Such magnanimity made many people praise him repeatedly. Qin Yun hurriedly stood up to toast and said with a smile, "Master Wei is too polite. We are all students of the Hualing Wu Academy. Senior Wei being able to craft talismans is naturally the glory of the Hualing Wu Academy. Of course I have to come." His refreshing laughter also covered the entire martial arts practice field. The strength of his inner qi caused many of the old officials to be secretly alarmed. Ever since Qin Yun entered the Hualing Wu Academy, the group of old officials had never seen him. Now that they saw him with their own eyes, they couldn't help but feel worried. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked over. He wore a purple gold brocade robe and had a jade pendant hanging from his waist. He had a domineering aura. As he walked over, he stared at Qin Yun with a cold gaze. This white-haired old man was the Duke of Yan Yun's grandfather. After he walked over, he said to Master Wei, "Old Wei, you don't know. This child has been taught by a demoness since he was young. Although we took away 4 of his spirit veins, he still managed to cultivate a demonic art. That's why he's able to achieve what he has today. He's just a little demoness, he's not worthy of you toasting him." The group of old officials and the people from the aristocratic families also walked up and cooperated with the Duke of Yan, saying that Qin Yun cultivated a demonic art. Qin Yun knew that today would not be that simple. Previously, when they were training, he and Ding Tianchun had been attacked by the quick ape and Shui Hui. This was all related to Master Wei. He now knew that Master Wei was a hypocrite, just like those old officials. Principal Zhang walked over and said with a smile, "Qin Yun is a student of my Hualing Wu Academy. He does not cultivate demonic arts. The Black Yang art that he cultivated was given to him by Teacher Yang, and the martial skills he learned later on were the flaming light fist and fire cloud steps that he obtained himself. This is something that everyone knows." When the Duke of Yan saw Principal Zhang speak, he immediately revealed a worried expression. He clicked his tongue and sighed, "Principal, even though your words are like that, you can't convince the masses. You might not know this, but at this moment, the entire Tianqin believes that Qin Yun cultivates demonic arts. Your one-sided words are hard to believe. Also, it is precisely because of Qin Yun that the reputation of the Hualing Wu Academy has become extremely poor and has been ridiculed by the martial academies of other countries. Xianxia looked at the expressions of the other guests and knew that they had already secretly discussed this banquet to put pressure on the Hualing Wu Academy. Even if Qin Yun did not come this time, he would still make a big fuss here. Then what do you think? Kill Qin Yun? Principal Zhang chuckled and his tone turned cold as he said, if I send a few thousand people to spread the news that Wei Xuankuan cultivates demonic arts, I think it won't be long before the entire country thinks that he cultivates demonic arts, right? Everyone was puzzled as to why Principal Zhang was protecting Qin Yun. In their eyes, Principal Zhang should have chosen to give up on Qin Yun for the sake of the Hualing Wu Academy's reputation. The Duke of Yan seemed to have expected that Principal Zhang would protect Qin Yun. He said calmly, why don't we do this? Let Qin Yun compete with a stronger martial artist for an hour. In this hour, he faced the pressure and did not use his demonic arts. That proves that he is innocent. This method is cruel, but it can effectively detect if he cultivates demonic arts. During the martial arts competition, he might not be able to withstand the torture and release his demonic arts. If he really uses a demonic art, we can promise not to kill him. We will only expel him from the country. The method proposed by the Duke of Yan received the support of many people. Xianxia listened to him and her face revealed anger. She shouted coldly, I disagree. I also suspect that you cultivate demonic arts. I will also use this method to test you. How about I compete with you in martial arts? She was at the 9th level martial body realm and came from the Xianxia martial school. She was definitely not weak, and no one knew what her martial spirit was. Not many of the old martial artists here at the 9th level martial body realm dared to fight with her. One of the patriarchs of the Wan family said, in any case, we have already decided today. If Qin Yun cannot give us an explanation, we will drop out of school. We will also drop out of school and lead this martial arts academy that takes in devils. We will go to another empire's martial arts academy. Qin Yun has become so strong after cultivating demonic arts. He has occupied all the resources of the freshmen. This is very unfair, so we can only withdraw from school. The martial arts academies of other countries are not inferior to the Hualing Wu Academy. Moreover, the teachers and principals here are protecting devils. As teachers, we can't stand it any longer. Let's go as well. A teacher said. The patriarchs and teachers of the major clans were all shouting at the same time. Principal Zhang's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that this group of people would definitely be able to do the same. Now, he could only persuade Qin Yun to leave. Qin Yun suddenly asked, who are you arranging to compete with me? If it's not a martial artist that's too strong, I can accept it. The Duke of Yan chuckled and said with a proud smile, a martial artist at the 6th level martial body realm. He is only 18 years old and has just returned from the Xianxia Wu Academy. It is my grandson, Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu possesses the 4-yang spiritual pulse and the platinum sword martial spirit. He entered the Hualing Wu Academy a long time ago and was chosen by the Xianxia Wu Academy. I never thought that he would already be at the 6th level of the martial body realm. A student exclaimed. The Xianxia Wu Academy, the Tianxian Martial School and the Star Xian Wu Academy were known as the 3 profound martial schools. They were all equally powerful, the Duke of Yan said with a smile, don't worry, we won't use weapons during the martial arts competition. Qin Yun, if you can pass our test and prove that you are not a devil warrior, we will kneel down and apologize to you. Furthermore, we will give you a certain amount of compensation, 100,000 crystal coins. Bone forging scripture Xianxia pulled Qin Yun over because she had heard of Yan Qingyu and knew that he was very strong. She looked at the group of people and said, Qin Yun, with your talent, even if you are not in the martial arts academy, you will still be able to achieve great things. Qin Yun said, teacher, believe me. I'm not only doing this for myself, but also to let others know that you are not harboring a devil and that your students are very outstanding. His calm voice carried an unyielding arrogance. When Xianxia saw Qin Yun's firm determination and confidence, she sighed softly and released his hand, allowing him to walk onto the battling platform. The Duke of Yan smiled proudly and said, you only need to last for an hour. In this hour, there will be no one who will admit defeat or beg for mercy. And life and death is up to the heavens. He looked at Master Wei and continued, in order to ensure fairness, I would like to request Master Wei to activate a formation. In less than an hour, no one will be able to enter or exit. Suddenly, a cry came from the crowd. Yan Qingyu did not float out from there. He landed on the battling platform like a fallen leaf. His movement technique was praiseworthy. He wore a close-fitting green robe and had a handsome face. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. His eyes were filled with disdain as he sized up Qin Yun. Master Wei placed many small flags around the battling platform and quickly set up a formation. When the Duke of Yan and the other old officials saw that this matter had been settled, their faces were filled with joy. They laughed heartily and toasted each other. It was as if they were happy to see Qin Yun die. Yan Yun was the happiest. She looked at Qin Yun with a pair of sinister eyes and said with a smile, Brother Kuan, Qin Yun is dead for sure this time, right? Qingyu is your brother. Don't you know his strength? The Ling Xianwu Academy was a Xian-level martial arts academy. The students inside were all extremely terrifying. It was not something that a 5th-level martial body like Qin Yun could deal with. Even a 6th-level martial body cultivator would not be able to guarantee that he would not be injured when facing your brother. Wei Xuanquan also smiled happily. Qin Yun, who he hated to the bones, was about to die a tragic death. Principal Zhang's expression was solemn and cold. He took out an hour-long hourglass, flipped it over, and announced the start of the match. Of course, this could not be considered a martial arts competition because Yan Qingyu was much stronger than Qin Yun. As long as Qin Yun could last for an hour without using any demonic arts, everyone would believe that he was innocent. Yan Qingyu was a disciple of the Yan family. He had mastered the flying swallow steps very well. In the beginning, he suddenly flashed, leaving an afterimage behind him as he flew out. When he was still 2 meters away from Qin Yun, he raised his palm and struck out with a gust of wind. His inner force roared towards Qin Yun along with the gust of wind. So fast, much faster than me. When Qin Yun saw Yan Qingyu attack, he was alarmed. He immediately gritted his teeth. He could only block, there was no way to dodge. The blade-like gale blew on his body, as if countless sharp blades had sliced through his clothes. Fortunately, he circulated the accumulated internal qi into his muscles, causing them to tighten and stiffen. Otherwise, his body would definitely be lacerated. Although he could withstand it, he was blown back, his body leaning against the wall of air released by the array formation. The Duke of Yan let out a long laugh and said with a face full of righteousness, Qingyu has a sword martial spirit. He can use his hand as a sword and release sword qi. Right now, in order to force Qin Yun to release his demonic arts, he will have his own limits. He will not kill Qin Yun in an instant because this will not convince everyone. The 6th level of the martial body realm could use powerful inner strength, but Yan Qingyu did not use it. You injured little sister Yun earlier, now I will repay you 10 times for her. Yan Qingyu sneered. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a cyclone that swept Qin Yun over. After Qin Yun's body was swept over, he felt a sharp pain in his body like a needle. He could not help but cry out in pain. Following that, Yan Qingyu struck out with his palm, releasing a sharp sword qi. The sword qi enveloped him like 10,000 needles piercing his bones. It was so painful that Qin Yun roared crazily. Yan Yun giggled as she trembled. Wei Xuanquan was also so happy that he drank a bowl of wine. The old officials were grinning from ear to ear. They felt that Qin Yun, a great calamity, had been eliminated. Everyone was happy. Xianxia clenched her jade-like fists tightly. Her face was frosty as she gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with anger. Humph. When Yan Qingyu saw that Qin Yun was powerless to struggle, he struck Qin Yun's abdomen with his palm, striking his dantian and sending Qin Yun flying. He crashed into the array wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, thousands of people in the plaza cried out. In alarm, some people felt pity, some were excited, and some were helpless. This was because Yan Qingyu's palm was extremely heavy. Without any protection, the elemental energy in Qin Yun's dantian would definitely be severely injured. Everyone felt that even if he didn't die, he would have to spend the rest of his body in bed. A 15-year-old at the 5th level of the martial body realm was about to fall just like that. Everyone sighed endlessly. Xianxia only watched expressionlessly. That palm strike had also caused her heart to tremble. Only when she saw Qin Yun slowly stand up did she heave a sigh of relief. She knew that Qin Yun had a powerful physique. After soaking in the celestial lion lake for 10 days, he had been tempered for a long time. He was tough and strong, so he wouldn't be defeated so easily. When they saw Qin Yun stand up, a soft exclamation came from below. This was very surprising. "Alright, let's see how long you can last." Yan Qingyu's expression turned cold, as if he had received a great provocation. He flew forward and swept out with his sword-like inner force, lifting Qin Yun up and suspending him in midair. Qin Yun's body was enveloped by the sword qi, as though it was tied up by thorny vines. The bone-piercing sword qi constantly drilled into his body, causing pain to seep into his bones. "Hold on." Although Qin Yun was in excruciating pain, he was clear-headed. He hurriedly circulated the black yang tactic, allowing the two elemental energies to revolve and condense inner force that flowed through his body. Now, he was certain that his elemental energy would not be shattered. Because the vibrating elemental energy was extremely powerful, when Yan Qingyu attacked with great force, the vibrating elemental energy once again protected his dantian. Qin Yun controlled his inner force to flow through his body, crushing and fusing the bone-piercing sword qi. Then, it charged into his bone marrow and tempered his bones. Xianxia had previously said that the fastest way to condense the bone scripture was to undergo intense stimulation. Usually, precious medicinal herbs and high-grade beast blood were used to concoct a medicinal liquid to soak the entire body. Qin Yun did not have the conditions to soak in a medicinal bath, so he could only use this method. He looked at Yan Qingyu and secretly endured it in his heart. He said, "Don't be complacent, I'm using your sword qi to forge the bone scripture." Boom! Yan Qingyu continued to use his sword qi to wreak havoc on Qin Yun. It was as though he was hitting a sandbag. He constantly ravaged him with greater strength each time. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were not frightened by Yan Qingyu's methods, but by Qin Yun's resilient body. Every time Qin Yun suffered a heavy blow, everyone thought that he had completely fallen to the ground. However, he was always able to drag his battered body to stand up time and time again. Such tenacious willpower made many people admire him. Xianxia's tightly clenched jade-like fists were covered in sweat. She could not bear to watch as she secretly ate. How could she not tell that Qin Yun was forging the bone scripture? However, this was too tragic. However, she had no choice but to watch. She was worried that something might happen to Qin Yun. Inner yuan or the strength of Qin Yun's body shocked the group of old officials. They were also very envious. If he could really survive this 1 hour, then the old minister's plan would have failed. Is this the result of soaking in the celestial lion lake for 10 days? How he endured the 10 days of torture in the celestial lion lake, he will be able to endure it now. Ding Tianchun said in a low voice. His words caused many people to shiver. Everyone knew that Yan Qingyu, who was crazily ravaging Qin Yun on the stage, had also entered the celestial lion lake. However, he only lasted for a day before crawling out. He had almost died inside, and according to the rumors, Qin Yun walked out with Xianxia as if nothing had happened. Yan Qingyu originally thought that he could quickly force Qin Yun to submit. He even believed that even if Qin Yun did not cultivate a demonic art, he would still admit it because he could not endure his torture. However, Qin Yun had no intention of surrendering. His face was filled with determination as he gritted his teeth and endured all sorts of pain. The most terrifying thing was that every time he was beaten into a pile of mud, he could stand up again. This unyielding will infected many people. I will never yield. Qin Yun roared in his heart and crawled up with great difficulty. Yan Qingyu was very angry. He looked at the Duke of Yan below the battling platform and saw the Duke of Yan nodding at him. This scene caused Yang Shiyu's nerves to tense up. Ding Tianchun and President Zhang were the same. And they also decided that no matter what, they absolutely could not let Qin Yun be destroyed here. After Yan Qingyu obtained approval, he could use all kinds of stronger methods to attack Qin Yun. At this moment, more than half of the hourglass had leaked out. After Qin Yun stood up, Yan Qingyu let out a loud roar. The sword energy condensed into a short sword. Inner strength. Someone shouted, and the crowd started to shout. The short sword condensed from the mist was inner strength. His powerful inner force could pierce through steel and crack iron. and crush mountains. Inner strength was a powerful form of power that could only be used at the 6th level of the martial body realm. Only by cultivating the 3 great scriptures would one be able to control inner strength. A short sword-like inner strength shot out and struck Qin Yun's abdomen. Ah! Just as Xianxia was about to rush over, she saw Qin Yun's eyes, which were tightly wrinkled from the pain, emit a glimmer of light. This made her immediately stop. After the inner strength of the short sword struck Qin Yun's dantian, the inner strength was not blasted away by the vibrating inner yuan. Instead, it entered the vibrating inner yuan. The vibrating inner yuan absorbed this inner strength and began to vibrate violently. Qin Yun had thought that the vibration inner elemental energy was about to dissipate, but he never expected that the inner strength of the short sword would be absorbed by the vibration inner elemental energy. The vibration spread throughout his body and seeped into his bone marrow. He felt as if every part of his body was being torn apart. After being torn apart, the 2 inner elemental energies immediately released the 9 yang inner qi to quickly heal the injuries. The process was extremely painful, but Qin Yun was extremely excited. This was because he saw the 2 elemental energies in his dantian spinning rapidly, sometimes big and sometimes small. After contracting, they suddenly expanded, as if they were breathing. Inner yuan. Qin Yun was extremely excited. Only when he cultivated his inner force cultivation method to perfection would such a phenomenon occur. If it was a higher level cultivation technique, he would be able to use his inner yuan and spiritual breath when he mastered it. The inner yuan spirit breath could allow one's inner yuan to breathe. When one breathed in and out, the inner yuan would spin rapidly, allowing one's inner yuan to be released or absorbed even more spiritual energy. It was said that some people were unable to use their inner yuan when they were at the 8th or even 9th level of the martial body realm. However, Qin Yun had already reached that level. Yan Qingyu came to Qin Yun's side and sneered, "You won't be able to stand up this time, right?" He stepped on Qin Yun's back. Qin Yun did not get up again. He was mainly shaking his inner yuan and constantly sending waves of inner strength to every part of his body to temper his flesh and bones. This was the key to the bone forging scripture. "Tell me, did you cultivate a demonic art?" Yan Qingyu shouted coldly as he pressed. Xianxia suddenly shouted, "If Qin Yun dies and you cannot prove that he cultivates a demonic art, I, Xianxia, will make you pay with your blood even if I have to risk my life." Her ice-cold voice was accompanied by a bone-piercing killing intent that enveloped the entire martial arts practice field. Everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Our Hualingwu Academy will definitely not let a student be forced to death like this. Since I have already stepped into the martial Dao realm, I will do my best to not let the person who persecuted the students leave alive. When Principal Zhang's light voice appeared, it caused everyone's body to tremble. What kind of strength was that in the martial Dao realm? None of the people present knew, but they knew that it was extremely terrifying. If Qin Yun were to die just like that, and there was no definite explanation for the cultivation of demonic arts, the Duke of Yen and the others would face quite a bit of pressure, such as Yang Shiyu and Principal Zhang, especially Yang Shiyu. She had a cultivation at the 9th level martial body realm. If she were to fight with her life on the line, it would be extremely terrifying. Furthermore, she was a student from the Tianqian martial school. At this moment, Yan Qingyu was also facing quite a bit of pressure. Back then, the elders had told him that Qin Yun was either forced to use demonic arts or forced to admit that he cultivated demonic arts. However, the current Qin Yun was so stubborn. He did not use demonic arts, nor did he admit it. Yan Qingyu could not kill Qin Yun. Otherwise, none of his elders would be able to escape. If an hour passed and there was no proof that Qin Yun cultivated demonic arts, the Duke of Yen and the other old officials would have to kneel down and apologize to Qin Yun. Yan Qingyu gritted his teeth and released another wave of inner strength. A short sword-like inner strength entered Qin Yun's body from his back. This time, it was the same as before. The inner strength was absorbed by the vibration and then released to every part of his body to temper his muscles and bones. Qin Yun was also clear about the current situation. Yan Qingyu did not dare to kill him. Otherwise, more than half of the people here would be buried with him. Even Master Wei might not be able to escape. Yang Shiyu and Principal Zhang's cold killing intent enveloped the martial arts practice field. It was as if the moment Qin Yun died, they would kill until rivers of blood flowed. This oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for many people to breathe. In the dark night, the stars and moon were obscured by the thick clouds, making it even darker. In the martial arts practice field of the Hualingwu Academy, no one had eaten or eaten. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat as they stared at the sand in the hourglass. On the battling platform, Yan Qingyu would occasionally strike Qin Yun with his inner strength. However, Qin Yun refused to admit that he cultivated demonic arts. Furthermore, he did not use demonic arts to counterattack, nor did he faint. He endured the pain. An hour was about to pass. If Qin Yun could endure it, the Duke of Yan and the group of old officials would have to kneel down and admit their wrongs. This was kneeling in front of thousands of people. Although the Duke of Yan and the group of treacherous officials were scheming, they did not expect Qin Yun to have such tenacious willpower. This was because it was something they did not have, so they were naturally overlooked. In the past, no matter how stubborn the people who fell into their hands were, they would be tortured and forced to confess. But now, this trick was no longer effective. Qin Yun's arduous cultivation for the past 5 years had allowed him to train the most lacking willpower and strong faith among the nobles. His vibrating inner yuan was breathing, constantly releasing inner force to flow through his entire body. Unknowingly, faint golden threads had condensed, as if they were connecting all the bones in his body. Admit one's mistake. Qin Yun could sense that his inner force was flowing through the bone meridian. It could easily enter his bone marrow, filling his bones with even more strength and allowing him to withstand even stronger impacts. The bones were the framework of the body. If the bones were strong, the flesh and blood would be strong. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels would be strengthened as well, and one would be able to cultivate a powerful physique. The bone meridian is indeed powerful. It's like the meridians of elemental energy. It can affect all the meridians in the body and quickly transport elemental energy to the entire body. Through the bone meridian, Qin Yun quickly circulated the 2 powerful 9-yang inner qi throughout his body. The bone meridians were completely condensed and linked together. The insides of the bones were exploding with crackling sounds. It was as if Qin Yun had been reborn. The pain he had just suffered had completely disappeared in an instant. Abundant inner force instantly filled his entire body. Yan Qingyu sent out another wave of inner force that turned into a sword. This time, Qin Yun moved. He rolled on the ground to avoid the inner force. The inner force landed on the ground, shattering the hard stone slabs. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yun leaped up and used his hands as blades to execute the wind slasher style. Now, he could use his inner force to execute the wind slasher incantation. This meant that he had learned the wind slasher technique to the initial realm. Spirit level upper grade martial arts, initial mastery was no small matter. Its power was extremely terrifying. Yan Qingyu never expected that Qin Yun, who had been tortured half to death by him, would suddenly jump up violently. Furthermore, he had ravaged Qin Yun for nearly an hour. His body had consumed a lot of energy. After all, Yan Qingyu was from the Xianxia Academy. He reacted extremely quickly when encountering a sudden situation. He immediately circulated his remaining inner qi to block. He crossed his hands and his inner force surged out, forming a shield that blocked Qin Yun's 2 hand blades. Qin Yun chopped down with both hands as a shockwave of inner force surged out, propelling a scorching flame inner force. When he chopped down with both hands, it was like 2 giant sabers carrying a vast and mighty force, falling down with the force to split mountains and split the earth. Their hands, one attacking and one defending, collided at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Sparks burst out and flames shot out. The vibrating inner force released by Qin Yun dispersed the inner force on Yan Qingyu's arms. The vibrating power, along with the flame inner qi, surged into Yan Qingyu's body like a wave. Yan Qingyu's arms flailed wildly as he screamed in agony. Everything happened too quickly, and everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that Qin Yun would suddenly rise from the dead and jump up to attack Yan Qingyu. Master Wei, quickly remove the formation. The Duke of Yan wanted to jump onto the battling platform but was stopped by the formation. It had to be said that the formation set up by Master Wei was truly sturdy. The Duke of Yan was at the 9th level martial body realm, yet he was unable to shake it in the slightest. It could be seen that Master Wei had put in a lot of effort to set up this formation. It was to prevent Qin Yun from being rescued at the critical moment. Just as Master Wei was about to remove the array formation in a panic, a whooshing sound suddenly came from the battling platform. Qin Yun's hands overflowed with flaming inner force. It was like a sharp blade as he executed a terrifying saber technique. What was even more terrifying was that the invisible Vibrating internal energy in his flesh and bones could shake off all defenses. Shwa shwa shwa, Qin Yan attacked with both his sabers. Wind Slasher, Wave Breaker, Mountain Splitter, Lightning Bolt, a terrifying saber aura, chaotic and overbearing, enveloped Yan Qingyu's body. In just 4 moves, the meridians in Yan Qingyu's body had been shattered by the saber aura. Many shocking Dao marks appeared on the surface of his body. In a short instant, Yan Qingyu's flesh and blood were badly mutilated by Qin Yan's saber. At this moment, the sand in the hourglass had completely leaked out and the formation was automatically undone. The martial arts practice field was silent. The corners of the Duke of Yan's eyes and the muscles on his old face twitched violently. The most outstanding disciple of the Yan family had been defeated so miserably in front of him. Xianxia had already leaped up and landed beside Qin Yan. Only she knew that Qin Yan had cultivated the bone scripture. That was why he was able to instantly unleash such terrifying power. "Brother Qingyu!" Yan Yan cried out miserably and fainted. As for the Yan family's woman, she burst into tears. Qin Yan sneered. Just now, he had been tortured to a miserable state. As for these people, they were all beaming with joy as they drank and chatted merrily. After the Duke of Yan jumped up to check on Yan Qingyu's injuries, he pointed at Qin Yan. His voice and hands trembled violently. "Qin Yan. You. He was so sad and angry that he couldn't speak. Anger constantly surged out from his trembling body, setting off gusts of wind. This was because Yan Qingyu's elemental energy was gone. Yang Shiyu's face was as cold as ice as she stood in front of Qin Yan. She said coldly, "Everyone has already seen that Qin Yan did not use demonic arts. He used flame inner chi and wind slasher incantation. Of course, his wind slasher incantation has already reached the initial stage and he has already condensed inner force. 5th level martial body, condensing inner force, initial success of wind slasher incantation. Even a martial artist at the 6th level martial body would find it difficult to withstand." Wei Xuanquan was also alarmed by Qin Yan's terrifying talent. He asked involuntarily, why was he able to condense inner force in such a short period of time? 10 days for the Celestial Lion Lake and 10 days for the 9-Yang Spirit Convergence Array. If it were you, would you dare to say that you wouldn't be able to condense it? President Zhang said with a sneer, Qin Yan's martial talent is not bad, but there are many more terrifying than him. For example, Xiao Yuelan of the Tian Shao Empire. She is only 16 years old, but she is already at the 8th level martial body realm. Could it be that she is also cultivating a demonic art? Xiao Yuelan was actually at the 8th level martial body realm. Not only the youths, even many of the old officials and teachers were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A 16-year-old girl with a cultivation at the 8th level martial body realm was even higher than many of the teachers and old officials here. This was truly shocking. From the looks of it, Qin Yan was nothing compared to Xiao Yuelan. A few elders from the Yan family went up to check on Yan Qingyu's injuries and shook their heads in despair. He was already crippled. Whether or not he could wake up was one thing, even though he was still alive. The Duke of Yan watched as Yan Qingyu was carried away. He walked down and sat down on a chair. He was so grief-stricken that he nearly vomited blood. Although the other old officials' faces were filled with grief, they were secretly delighted in their hearts. The genius disciples of other families were destroyed. This was something they loved to see. After all, who didn't want the other powers to be stronger? Furthermore, at this moment, the Duke of Yan was stepping on their heads and flaunting his prowess. He often boasted about how amazing Yan Qingyu was. "All of you, come up now and kneel down and admit your wrongs to Qin Yan." Yang Shiyu suddenly shouted angrily, causing everyone to tremble. Everyone suddenly recalled what the Duke of Yan and the others had promised them. Master Wei sighed and walked up to the stage. He said in a clear voice, "A gentleman's words cannot be retracted. From the test just now, Qin Yan did not cultivate any demonic arts. Furthermore, he had cultivated the bone scripture. He was a rare martial arts genius. Since that's the case, everyone should abide by their previous promise and do as they say. After all, everyone is a highly respected minister of the country." Just as everyone thought that Master Wei was about to kneel down and admit his wrongs to Qin Yan, they heard him laugh heartily and say, "Everyone, Qin Yan is the son of the Heavenly Emperor. As his subjects, it's normal for you to kneel down to him. This is nothing to you, it's just a matter of admitting your wrongs. Furthermore, he was tortured just now. Martial spirit bestowed by the Heavens Master Wei's ability to sail with the wind could be said to be at the pinnacle of perfection, causing all the ministers present to feel displeased. At this moment, the Duke of Yan's mood was the most wonderful. His outstanding grandson had been destroyed and now, he had to kneel down and admit his wrongs to Qin Yun, who had destroyed his grandson. This was what it meant to lift a rock and smash one's own foot. Not only did it smash his foot, it even smashed his own head. The Duke of Yan had lived for a long time and was someone who had seen the wind and waves. After calming down the grief and anger in his heart, he slowly said, "We can now be sure that Qin Yun did not cultivate demonic arts, but that does not mean that he is not at fault. Back then, the Grand Preceptor cultivated a forbidden demonic art because he allowed it to happen. Yan Qingyu had already been destroyed. If he knelt to Qin Yun again, he, the Duke of Yan, would become a laughingstock in the heavenly Qin kingdom once word of this got out. No matter what, he could not kneel to Qin Yun and admit his wrongs." When Qin Yun saw the attitude of the Duke of Yan and the group of old officials, he said angrily and coldly, "In that case, it is natural for you to cripple my spirit vein because I cultivate demonic arts." When the Duke of Yan saw that his previous words had angered Qin Yun, he could not help but feel pleased. He continued to use a mocking tone as he said, "We took away your spirit vein to punish you for allowing the Grand Preceptor to cultivate demonic arts. What's wrong with that? Fortunately, your spirit vein was successfully fused with the Crown Prince, allowing him to become a rare genius with 6 meridians. If he can become the strongest emperor of my Tianqin kingdom in the future, it can be considered as making up for it." Qin Yun was infuriated by these words. The flame inner qi in his body surged out as he clenched his fists. Flames flickered as his anger surged. When the Duke of Yan saw this, he raised his head slightly with a sneer on his face, revealing an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" When Xianxia saw this scene and felt Qin Yun's anger, she was also infuriated. Her expression was incomparably cold as she said coldly, "No matter what, all of you must kneel down and admit your wrongs to Qin Yun today. You must do what you promised me. I don't care what mistakes he made before." Her voice was filled with killing intent. The Duke of Yan had enough. In order to prevent others from thinking that he was afraid of a little girl, he sneered angrily, "I won't kneel. What can you do to me? Do you think you can kill us?" Although our Yan clan does not have anyone who has stepped into the martial Dao realm, there are still a few at the 9th level martial body realm. It was true that Xianxia Yu was at the 9th level martial body realm, but among the ministers here, there were also several at the 9th level martial body realm. They had been on the battlefield for a long time and had killed countless people. In terms of combat experience, they were definitely richer than a 20-year-old girl like Xianxia Yu. Duke Yan looked at the old officials and a few teachers around him. He immediately felt a lot more at ease. They were all his people. He couldn't help but raise his head arrogantly and continued, "I'd like to see what you can do to us if we don't kneel and admit our mistakes." Now, they were just not fulfilling their promise. They had done this kind of thing many times before. If they really knelt down and admitted their wrongs to Qin Yun, that would be truly humiliating. Suddenly, Xianxia Yu's tall and slender body trembled, overflowing with silver light like a cold moon. A cold icy wind whistled over. Her white dress fluttered, her long hair danced in the wind, and her graceful figure was bathed in the cold moonlight. She looked noble and holy, like a proud and aloof silver moon in the night, sacred and inviolable. "If you don't kneel down and admit your wrongs to Qin Yun, I won't kill you. However, I guarantee that you will crawl out of the Hualing Wu Academy tonight." Her voice seemed to come from the depths of the 9 hells, causing everyone to feel a chill of fear. Qin Yun was standing beside Xianxia Yu. When he saw the scene, he was also alarmed. His hidden vibration martial spirit trembled even more violently, as if it was infected by Xianxia Yu's state. It wasn't just him. Everyone present, as long as they possessed a martial spirit, was trembling in fear. The faces of Duke Yan and the others were even paler. They were intimidated by Xianxia Yu's aura. Crash! Xianxia Yu's jade-like body suddenly flashed with a blinding silver light. A bone-piercing cold wave fused with the silver light. Like countless silver ice crystals, they held out and swept in all directions. When everyone opened their stinging eyes, they suddenly discovered that there was a bright moon hanging above Xianxia Yu's head. The silver glow of the bright moon lingered, filled with a divine aura. This was released by Xianxia. Although it wasn't big, it was enough to illuminate the entire Hualingwu Academy. Everyone was frightened out of their wits. They were tongue-tied and their faces were filled with fear. At the same time that they were shocked, their bodies felt as if they were in an icy pond. The moonlight was very beautiful, but it was also very cold. Just like the current Xianxia, she had a peerless beauty that could topple a city. She was as elegant and refined as a fairy from the heavens, and her cold and arrogant aura was natural. Only the old martial artists could tell that this was Xianxia's martial spirit, moon martial spirit. The moon martial spirit was recognized as one of the strongest martial spirits. It was said that the only thing stronger than the moon martial spirit was the sun martial spirit. These martial spirits were all stronger than legendary martial spirits and were known as martial spirits bestowed by the heavens. The moon had the power to activate the tides. At this moment, Xianxia was using the power of the moon martial spirit to affect other people's martial spirits, causing them to surge like a tide. This was only one of the mysterious powers of the moon martial spirit. Are you going to kneel or not? Xianxia's cold voice condensed into an ice-cold killing intent that enveloped them. The Duke of Yan and the others were so intimidated that their bodies trembled as they walked towards the battling platform with trembling legs. Previously, Xianxia had said that she would tell Qin Yun what his martial spirit was when he had sufficient strength. Now, Qin Yun finally saw the martial spirit that Xianxia possessed. He was extremely shocked. After Xianxia released her moon martial spirit, she could feel the martial spirits of others. Right now, she could clearly sense that there were two extremely strong martial spirits jumping behind her. There was only Qin Yun behind her. However, she knew very well that Qin Yun had a purple-gold fire martial spirit. Therefore, she was surprised to discover that Qin Yun had an even stronger martial spirit in his body. She suddenly thought of dual martial spirits. The Duke of Yan and the others all walked over in fear. Xianxia also withdrew her moon martial spirit. Everyone immediately felt much more relaxed, but their hearts were still thumping. They were still trapped in the state of fear and shock. The Duke of Yan and dozens of old generals knelt in front of Qin Yun and kowed out a few times. They were also apologizing. Qin Yun looked at the Duke of Yan and temporarily vented his anger. He had suffered internal injuries just now and had been enduring it. However, because of the moon martial spirit, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood sprayed onto the Duke of Yan's face, causing everyone to be alarmed. They all felt that Qin Yun had done it on purpose. The Duke of Yan was so angry that his entire body was trembling, but he did not dare to say another word. Because they were not Xianxia's match, when everyone saw the Duke of Yan's face covered in blood from Qin Yun's spit, they wanted to laugh but they did not dare. They could only resist the urge to laugh. Seeing that this matter was almost over, Master Wei said, "Principal, your Hualingwu Academy is truly an eye-opener. Both the students and the teachers are talented. I would like to ask, in the Hualingwu Academy, teachers can't provide property to students, right? Everyone has seen Teacher Yang's strength. Although I don't know why she came here to be a teacher, she must be very rich." Qin Yun did not cultivate any demonic arts and only had one spirit vein. Yet, he was able to make such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. This makes one wonder if Teacher Yang is providing him with rich resources to cultivate? Principal, please make the Hualingwu Academy fairer. Otherwise, during the competition, the resources will be snatched away by Qin Yun. If the Martial Arts Academy ignores it, it will damage the reputation of the Martial Arts Academy and the future of all the students. Talisman-making Principal Zhang nodded and said, "This is indeed the rule of the Hualingwu Academy. Once it is violated, both teachers and students will be expelled from the academy." Xianxia was a principled person. Master Wei could tell this, so he dared to bring this matter up. The other teachers who were familiar with the ministers all stood up one after another, insisting that Xianxia had provided Qin Yun with abundant resources. Many students also thought so. In particular, the new students also voiced out their dissatisfaction with this matter. This was because as long as it was a competition, Qin Yun would snatch away the resources. Therefore, chasing Qin Yun out of the Hualingwu Academy would be of great benefit to them. As for the older students at the 5th level martial body realm, they also felt that Qin Yun was a threat to them. For example, at the Heavenly Lion martial meet, they, the older students, had been mocked. The Duke of Yan and the others were secretly happy to see that Master Wei was not letting go of this matter. If Xianxia and Qin Yun were to be chased out of the Hualingwu Academy because of this, it would be a relief. Xianxia said coldly, I've never provided Qin Yun with cultivation resources. He's the only one in my class. Therefore, most of the time, I've been guiding him in his cultivation and imparting all sorts of martial arts knowledge to him. That's all. Even if we are willing to believe you, the others may not necessarily believe you. Master Wei shook his head and sighed. If there is no strong proof, how can you make everyone believe your side of the story? Xianxia's expression suddenly turned cold. She did not know how to prove it because she could not understand how Qin Yun, who only had one spirit vein, could improve so quickly. She had only just found out that Qin Yun had a martial spirit in his body. She could not reveal this matter. Just as Xianxia was in a dilemma, Qin Yun said calmly, I know how to craft talismans. My cultivation resources were all exchanged for by secretly selling talismans. How is this possible? Master Wei laughed. Kuan-er has been learning spirit runes from me since he was young, and he only knew how to craft talismans this year. Yet you suddenly know how to craft talismans? This is simply wishful thinking. Everyone was taken aback by Qin Yun's words. However, when they heard Master Wei's words, they found it laughable. Wei Xuanquan laughed loudly and said, my innate talent in inscriptions isn't bad. It took me such a long time to learn, but you? Humph, who taught you how to craft talismans? Even Teacher Yang wouldn't do it. I'll make a talisman on the spot to show you. Master Wei is an inscription master and the masters of the inscription palace are also here. They will definitely be able to identify it. Qin Yan's expression was calm as he smiled faintly. My inscription technique was taught to me by the Grand Preceptor. I've been learning from her since I was young. It's just that everyone doesn't know about it. If she hadn't been murdered by a group of bastards, I might have been able to refine spirit tools by now. Everyone was in an uproar. It was actually taught by that female devil, Grand Preceptor. Actually, many people understood why the Grand Tutor cultivated demonic arts. Because after this incident, the Empress and her people were the ones who benefited the most. It is not wrong for Qin Yun to say that his runes were imparted to him by the Grand Preceptor because he obtained them from the Nine Yang Divine Spirit. No one knew that the Grand Preceptor understood inscriptions. They only knew that her medical skills were brilliant. Back then, Yuan Yenning's illness was very strange. She was the one who cured it. Furthermore, she had even prescribed a few prescriptions and publicized them, curing many difficult and complicated illnesses. I don't believe it. Wei Xuanquan shouted loudly, use my talisman paper and inscription brush to craft talismans. If you can really refine them, you don't have to promise anything, lest you end up like the last time with the blue sword. And now, Yan Yun has also fainted. Qin Yun chuckled as his voice was filled with ridicule. Even if she doesn't faint, she can't ask me for anything back. You. Wei Xuanquan was so angry that he didn't know how to respond. Qin Yun looked so confident that he seemed to be able to craft talismans. However, many people still did not believe him. After all, it was not a simple matter to enter the inscription realm. Master Wei walked onto the battling platform and took out an exquisite and small golden carving knife. He said, if you can successfully create a talisman, I will give this carving knife to you. This is a mid-grade spirit artifact. This carving knife was many times better than the one Qin Yun was currently using. It made him secretly excited. If you can't succeed, then it can prove that Teacher Yang is secretly helping you. Since you have broken the rules of the Hualingwu Academy, then you should leave the Hualingwu Academy. Master Wei sighed, also, there's no need to give you the 100,000 crystal coins that the Duke of Yan owes you. Sure. Qin Yun agreed readily. Wei Xuanquan was a little anxious. However, when he saw how indifferent his father was, he felt relieved. Use my talisman paper and brush. Master Wei took out a stack of talisman paper and a tattered brush. Qin Yun said, I only use a carving knife to create talismans. Please give me a carving knife. Using a carving knife to create talismans required a certain level of skill. His request made Wei Xuanquan sneer. However, Master Wei still took out an old carving knife and handed it over. Xianxia felt that there must be something fishy going on. Just as she was about to say something, she saw a person walk onto the battling platform. This person was an old man in a white robe. He had white hair and a ruddy face. His white beard reached his chest and his eyebrows were benevolent. After he came up, he chuckled and said, "I am the General Director of the Divine Inscription Palace, Duanqian. The Divine Inscription Palace in this area of the Tianqin Empire is under this old man's control. As for this appraisal, let this old man be in charge." Elementary Talisman Master Duanqian took out a talisman paper and a carving knife from his storage spirit artifact and handed them to Qin Yun. He said with a smile, "Young man, if you can really craft talismans, then you're a beginner talisman master. Only when you can create low-grade spirit talismans, low-grade spirit artifacts and set up spirit arrays can you become a beginner-level inscription master." Xianxia felt a lot more at ease now because Duanqian was very interested in Qin Yun and had no ill intentions. If the Divine Inscription Palace could absorb outstanding talents, it would also increase the strength of the Divine Inscription Palace. The Divine Inscription Palace was spread throughout the three empires and several other countries. It was not afraid of the imperial power of the empire and was a very mysterious existence. There weren't many people who knew Duanqian, but they knew that he wasn't simple. After all, he was the general director of the Tianqin Divine Inscription Palace. He was definitely very powerful. It could be seen from Master Wei's respectful attitude towards him. "You can start now. With us old fellows here, don't even think about playing any tricks." Duanqian stroked his beard and laughed. Qin Yun calmed himself down. Although he still had some internal injuries, it did not affect his talisman crafting. Now that he had cultivated the bone scripture, he could condense the blood-soul power more smoothly and quickly. He gripped the carving knife tightly and found that it was much better than the one he had. This was a spirit-grade carving knife. After Qin Yun condensed blood-soul power, he could easily infuse it into the carving knife. At this moment, a very strange feeling appeared, as if the carving knife was a part of his body, connected to his flesh and blood. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Maybe it's because of the carving knife. It seems like a good carving knife can get twice the result with half the effort when carving." Suddenly, a bright red spot of light appeared on the tip of the carving knife, causing all the seniors to exclaim in surprise. As long as one had a slight understanding of inscriptions, they would know that this was the power of the blood soul. Once he could condense the power of the blood soul, it meant that he was half a step into the Tao of inscription. Wei Xuanquan's face was filled with disbelief, because even he could not do it to this extent. He could only condense the loose power of the blood soul on the tip of the brush to draw talismans. Qin Yun began slashing down with his saber. The saber shaft released a screen of light that enveloped his hand and the talisman on the table. When drawing the dark runes, it was necessary to cover them up to prevent others from stealing the precious spirit runes. His movements looked very skillful and had a certain level of mastery. One look and one could tell that he drew frequently. Wei Xuanquan felt very upset when he saw this. Master Wei's forehead was already sweating. Previously, Wei Xuanquan had said that he had focused all his energy on learning the Tao of inscriptions and was not good at fighting. That was why he had lost to Qin Yun in the martial arts competition. At present, in terms of the Tao of inscription, he was far inferior to Qin Yun. He was completely defeated. A moment later, Qin Yun put away the light screen. Although the paper talisman was blank, it was covered with a faint layer of blood soul power. The dark lines had been completed. Next, he was going to start drawing inscriptions. What he drew was a fire talisman, which was also the one he was most familiar with. The carving knife moved like dragons and snakes on the talisman paper, drawing complicated flame patterns. The tip of the knife was smooth and natural, flowing on the talisman paper like moving clouds and flowing water. Duanqian and Master Wei could not help but widen their eyes in surprise when they saw this kind of foundation. After the bright lines were drawn, the talisman moved slightly, stirring up a faint heat. The blood-colored patterns flickered with a bright red light, and the mysterious flame patterns on it looked as if they were pulsating, giving off a feeling of heat. "This is a fire talisman, I've made it." Qin Yun handed the fire talisman to the astonished Duanqian. Duanqian stared blankly at Qin Yun for a long time before he regained his senses. "This fire talisman is very powerful. It's the strongest low-grade fire spirit talisman I've ever seen. Duan Qian exclaimed, "You are a qualified beginner talisman master. Your spirit inscriptions are very strong. Who taught you?" "My grand preceptor." Qin Yin sighed softly. Qin Yin could really craft talismans. The students were shocked as they discussed in shock, causing the martial arts practice field to be in an uproar. A 15-year-old at the 5th level of the martial body realm and a beginner talisman master, with such talent, only Xiao Yuelan of the Tianshao Empire could compare to him. However, the Tianshao Empire had cancelled the engagement between Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yin and changed it to a grand engagement with the new crown prince of Tianqin. At that time, there would be a grand engagement ceremony. The faces of the Duke of Yan and the other ministers were ashen. They knew what this meant. If Qin Yin could craft talismans, he would definitely be valued. The Divine Inscription Palace would definitely support him in secret. "Master Wei, do you mean what you said before?" Xianxia asked coldly. Master Wei had said that he would give his carving knife to Qin Yin. Of course it counts. Such an outstanding young elite will definitely be able to bring glory to my carving knife. Qin Yin, you must take good care of this saber. Master Wei laughed heartily, as if he was sincerely giving it to Qin Yin. However, in his heart, he cursed Qin Yin with many vulgarities. Wei Xuanquan gritted his teeth as he watched, as if he was about to shatter them. Even in his dreams, he had fallen into Qin Yin's hands. After Qin Yin took the carving knife, he gave it a try and realized that it was difficult for him to inject the power of his blood soul into it. He hurriedly asked, "Is there a special use for it? Why can't I use it? Let me see." Master Wei hurriedly took it and revealed a slightly angry expression. "Qin Yin, what's wrong with you? You destroyed it the moment you obtained it. What are your intentions? This carving knife has been with me for many years. You actually, intentionally destroyed it." Qin Yin and Xianxia could not help but look at each other as they praised the old fox's methods. It was obvious that the carving knife had been secretly destroyed when Master Wei handed it over. As Qin Yin had previously destroyed the Kuan blue sword, everyone would definitely believe it without a doubt. There were already many voices of criticism below. In addition, after Master Wei destroyed the carving knife, Qin Yin could not use this precious carving knife. He did not want to see Qin Yin advance by leaps and bounds in the Tao of inscriptions because of this carving knife. "Let this old man see." Duan Qian smiled and extended his hand. Master Wei cursed Duan Qian in his heart. Previously, it was because Duan Qian had suddenly jumped up and ruined his plans. Otherwise, Qin Yin would not have been able to successfully create a talisman with a little trick. He could only smile and hand the damaged carving knife to Duan Qian. It was indeed damaged just now, but it wasn't done on purpose by Qin Yin. When he used it, he did not use the power of his blood soul to nourish it. That's why it was damaged. Duan Qian said to Qin Yin with a smile, "Qin Yin, why don't we do this? This old man will give you another carving knife. Leave this broken one to this old man to repair. How about it?" Qin Yin never expected that Duan Qian would once again ruin Master Wei's plans and help him. He hurriedly said, "Then I'll be troubling the general director." Duan Qian took out a carving knife and handed it to Qin Yin. He said with a smile, "This is a low-grade spirit artifact and it's new." "Thank you, General Director." Qin Yin hurriedly thanked him after receiving it. "Senior, please behave yourself." The smile on Master Wei's face was somewhat stiff. Tonight was mainly a celebration for his son and then he would deal with Qin Yin in passing. However, he never expected that it would cause Qin Yin's reputation to soar. Furthermore, he suffered a huge loss. It wouldn't be long before news of tonight's matter would spread throughout the entire Tianqin Empire, and the surrounding countries would also know about it. As for Master Wei and Wei Xuanquan, they would definitely be laughed at. Of course, Duke Yan was the most pitiful. He had destroyed a very outstanding grandson. However, this was a good thing for many nobles. After the banquet ended, Xianxia pulled Qin Yin away. She wanted to quickly ask Qin Yin about his other martial soul. "Your Highness, what should we do? Qin Yin has cultivated the bone scripture and can craft talismans. He has become a beginner talisman master and is under the care of the general director of the Divine Inscription Palace." A eunuch's face was filled with anxiety as he said, "Yan Qingyu has also been crippled. That little bastard Qin Yin actually stirred up such a huge storm. The empress sneered and said, "So what if Xianxia is crippled? I heard that his relationship with the crown prince isn't good. We don't have to worry about Qingyun now. As long as father steps into the martial Dao realm, the entire Tianqin Empire will be ours. At that time, we will find an opportunity to deal with Qingyun. The most important thing right now is to facilitate the marriage between the crown prince and Xiao Yuan. The national father-in-law is about to break through?" The old eunuch was pleasantly surprised. "Soon." The empress smiled complacently. Her eyes were filled with malice as she said in a deep voice, "Qingyun, just you wait." Qingyun obtained 100,000 crystal coins as compensation from the Duke of Yan and was hurriedly brought back by Xianxia. It was already late at night when they returned to the small house. Qingyun's eyes were filled with shock as he said, "Teacher, your moon martial spirit is really powerful. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have exposed myself." Xianxia wrinkled her beautiful nose and snorted, "On the other hand, you brat, you actually have another martial spirit." The corner of Qingyun's eyes twitched. He never expected that his secret would be discovered. "Is that so?" Xianxia pouted and poked Qingyun's waist, causing him to jump up. "I didn't mean to hide it from you." Qingyun looked aggrieved. "It's mainly because that martial spirit is too strange. I'm worried that it will have a bad effect." Xianxia took out the spirit pagoda and winked at him to let him test it. After Qingyun placed his hand on the spirit pagoda, he activated the power of the vibration martial spirit and injected it into the spirit pagoda. The spirit pagoda suddenly turned black and shook violently. Black. A black martial spirit. Xianxia was stunned. She stared at the pure black spirit pagoda for a long while before coming back to her senses. "I discovered it when I awakened my martial spirit. Because it was black, I was worried that I would be mistaken for an evil spirit or something, so I hid it." Qingyun confessed truthfully. He really had this concern. He really has two martial souls, and it's the highest grade, the most mysterious black martial soul. Xianxia's face was filled with joy as she said with a smile, "It has a very strong vibration power. This is the vibration martial spirit, it belongs to the legendary level. I will keep this a secret for you." Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it wasn't an evil martial spirit. He asked, "Teacher, is a black vibration martial spirit very rare?" Xianxia put away the spirit pagoda and said, "The black martial spirit and the vibration martial spirit are both extremely rare. With both of them together, it's even rarer. When you go to the Star Xianwu Academy in the future, you might be able to understand this kind of martial spirit better. Can't the Tianqian martial school do? I want to be with you." Qingyun said in a low voice. "If you can go to any martial arts academy, then so be it. Improving yourself is the most important thing," Xianxia said with a slightly serious expression. Then, she asked about the situation of the vibration martial spirit. After listening to Qingyun's explanation, she even took out a booklet to record it down. It seemed to be a very important matter. Since you can achieve the inner Yuan spirit aura, it means that you have cultivated the Black Yang tactic to the great perfection stage. It seems that you have a chance of reaching the acme of perfection. Xianxia was secretly looking forward to this moment. She seemed to have gained a lot today. She took the notes and hurried back to her room. Qingyun was also very tired today. When he returned to his room, he fell asleep. In the morning, Qingyun woke up and took a shower. He changed into a blue tight suit and went to the hall. He saw a note left behind by Xianxia on the table. It said that the principal had gone to look for her and would take a few days to return. The Hualingwu Academy had always been managed by the vice principal, Principal Zhang. The principal rarely appeared. Qingyun was worried that Xianxia would be transferred away. He thought to himself, "I'll go to the Divine Inscription Palace first. I hope that teacher can accompany me through this semester." Duan Qian had previously said that he should make a trip to the Divine Inscription Palace to receive the badge of a beginner symbol master. This would be much more convenient. The Divine Inscription Palace was in the Imperial City. Qingyun set off early in the morning and left the Hualingwu Academy on his way to the Imperial City. It was more than 200 kilometers from the Hualingwu Academy to the Imperial City. For a martial artist who could use movement techniques, this was not too far. Qin Yan had only casually run for less than an hour and had already traveled more than half the distance. This was the first time he had traveled alone. The Empress wouldn't dare to deal with me now, right? He had been very vigilant along the way, but he did not encounter any assassins. Qin Yan had been running through the forest. He did not take the main road to avoid encountering others on the road. In the forest, a cool breeze blew. It was extremely calm. Qin Yan ran and stopped along the way, admiring the beautiful flowers. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept over, causing the branches and leaves of a large area to tremble. His expression changed slightly. "There's someone fighting." "Forget it, mind your own business. I'll take a detour." Just as he was about to move, a few black-clothed men appeared with a schwa 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 sound. So strong, could they all be at the 6th level of the martial body realm? Qin Yan was alarmed, but he was not afraid. He was already prepared for battle. "Stop, it's just a passerby." The one who spoke was a woman. When the woman came over, she carried a fragrance with her. She was wearing black tights, dressed like an assassin. Her oval face was very beautiful, her eyebrows were like smoke, and her eyes were filled with charm. She looked very mature, especially her plump and tall figure. Under the tight clothes, it was even more captivating. "Young master, maybe this person has already discovered what we were doing. If he were to tell us, we will be in trouble," a man in black said. The woman did not mind at all. She lifted her long hair and looked extremely charming. She smiled sweetly at Qin Yan and said, "Little brother, are you a student of the Hualingwu Academy?" "That's right," Qin Yan answered. The woman's alluring appearance caused his heart to tremble. What was shocking was that the sword in the woman's hand was dripping with blood. The woman was a head taller than him and looked to be 17 or 18 years old. Because she had just taken off her hood, her long black hair was a little messy. She held a sword dripping with blood in her hand and had a coquettish smile on her face. There was a hint of coldness and heroism in her charm. "I'm also from the Hualingwu Academy, quickly call me senior." The woman smiled and reached out to pinch Qin Yan's face. She said with a chuckle, "What a handsome youth. His body is also very sturdy. Let big sister touch him." Qin Yan never expected this woman to be from the Hualingwu Academy as well. Furthermore, she was very bold and unrestrained. She had already reached her hand into his clothes. "Three mysterious academy so stingy. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me." The woman snorted. "Young lord." A black-clothed man seemed to be unable to watch any longer as he shouted with a deep voice. From his voice, he could tell that she was an old woman. "All of you can leave now. He is a student of the Hualingwu Academy. If we kill him and the Hualingwu Academy finds out, our Meng family might be wiped out." The woman said casually, "He didn't see anything just now anyway." "All right." After one of the black-clothed men finished speaking, he left with a schwa sound. The other black-clothed men followed suit. Qin Yan thought to himself that there was indeed a Meng family in the Tianqin kingdom. The current patriarch of the Meng family was the famous demon suppression king. He guarded a place at the border of the Tianqin kingdom where demons and beastmen frequented. "Little brother, where are you going? Is it to the imperial city?" "I also want to go to the imperial city, let's go together." The woman giggled and pinched Qin Yan's handsome face. "Senior, I'm going to the Divine Inscription Palace," Qin Yan said. "Such a coincidence? I also want to go to the Divine Inscription Palace, let's go together." The woman shook off the blood on the sword in her hand and sheathed it. Qin Yan only nodded and did not say anything else. Then, he ran behind the woman. "Do you want to know who we were killing just now?" The woman suddenly asked. No. Qin Yan did not know much about the Meng family. They did not come into contact with the palace all year round. "We are killing a demon beast. This demon beast has done many evil deeds but it has been subdued, so we lured the rank 7 demon beast here to kill it." Although Qin Yan did not want to know, the woman still said it. It made sense that the Meng family often hunted down demon beasts and beastmen who killed people. Qin Yan did not ask any further questions. He remained silent along the way. On the other hand, the charming woman chattered non-stop along the way. Her name was Meng Feiling. She had 5 spirit veins and a platinum rank eagle martial spirit. This kind of talent was definitely considered a genius. What surprised Qin Yun was that she was only 17 years old and was already at the 6th level of the martial body realm. Furthermore, she looked so mature and alluring, like a ripe fruit. I've said so much, it's your turn. Meng Feiling coquettishly licked her lips and narrowed her eyes. She smiled and said, "Why don't you like to talk? Are you really a little mute? Do you want me to teach you how to speak with my tongue?" Qin Yun's mind stirred slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a lion's roar coming from outside. Meng Feiling pouted coquettishly and said angrily, "The Tianshao Empire's Xiao Lang is here. This bastard rides a stage 7 snow lion all day to scare people. Sooner or later, I will kill that snow lion. This beast has eaten a lot of people." Xiao Lang was actually here. Qin Yun was alarmed. Xiao Lang was the second prince of the Tianshao Empire, and he actually appeared in the vicinity of the Tianqin imperial city. Meng Feiling seemed to be quite familiar with him. "Senior, what is he doing here?" Qin Yun asked softly. "I'm here to participate in the Great Ensemble. This time, the Great Ensemble is hosted by our Tianqin Empire's Divine Inscription Palace. I'm on my way there right now," Meng Feiling said. "Hero gathering?" Qin Yun was unaware of this matter. Only students who have entered the 3 Mysterious Academy can participate. As Meng Feiling spoke, a gust of cold air assaulted them. In the blink of an eye, a snow-white male lion rushed in. On the back of the snow lion was a thin and handsome man. He wore luxurious silver armor and had a long sword in a golden sheath hanging from his waist. He looked extraordinary. This person was the second prince of the Tianshao Empire, Xiao Lang. "Yo, Demonis Meng, I didn't expect you to have such a taste. I like this kind of little brat." Xiao Lang looked at Qin Yun and said with a lecherous smile. "At least he's not as annoying as you and he looks much better than you." Meng Feiling snorted softly and pulled Qin Yun along. She increased her speed and soared into the air. Stepping on the tree branches, she shook off Xiao Lang in a few moments. "This annoying fellow. Sooner or later, I will destroy him. He always likes to have bad ideas about me. Little brother is still the best. You are good-looking and very honest. I like people like you." The more Meng Feiling looked at Qin Yun, the more she found him pleasing to the eye. They quickly walked out of the forest and saw the gates of the imperial city not far away. Qin Yun was still secretly shocked by Xiao Lang's strength. The strength of the Tianshao Empire seemed to be much stronger than Tianqin, especially the strength of the princes and princesses. Xiao Yuan alone was enough to suppress Tianqin. Qin Yun asked, "Senior, what is the 3 Mysterious Academy?" Meng Feiling said, "As long as you can step into the 6th level of the martial body realm before the age of 20, you can enter the 3 Mysterious Academy. After entering for a period of time, you will be able to participate in the selection of the Great Ensemble. After passing the selection, you will be able to enter the Tianxian Martial School, the Star Xianwu Academy or the Ling Xianwu Academy." The Great Ensemble was created by the 3 martial academies and the Divine Inscription Palace. It was mainly to select the best students. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the magnificent city gate that was dozens of meters tall. Qin Yun looked at the city gate and sighed with emotion. This was the first time he had entered and exited the imperial city so freely. After entering the city gate, he was like a child. The moment he saw the bustling streets, he became extremely excited. When he discovered something new, he couldn't help but take a look. The main reason was that he had grown up in the imperial palace and had never properly played in the city. "From the looks of it, you must have rarely come out to play. I'll take you to the Divine Inscription Palace first." Meng Feiling smiled sweetly. Following that, she led Qin Yun through the streets of various sizes. After a short while, they arrived at the west side of the imperial city. There was a large villa here that was also far away from the busy city. Inside the villa, there were many tall buildings and palaces. When Meng Feiling and Qin Yun arrived, they sensed a trace of cold air. This was the aura of a snow lion. Xiao Lang had actually arrived here before them. At the very front of the villa was a magnificent golden red palace. This was the main hall of the Divine Inscription Palace, the divine inscription palace was located above 1,000 stone steps. It shone with a golden light, luxurious and glorious. Meng Feiling led Qin Yan up the stone steps and into the hall. The interior of the hall was very spacious and the decorations were very simple and unadorned. It was solemn and dignified. There were many ancient beast totems engraved on the huge pillars. Xiao Lang and a group of young men and women with extraordinary strength were chatting and laughing here. There were 20 to 30 people here, all of them from the three empires of Tianqin, Tianshao, and Tianqi. They were all outstanding youths at the 6th level of the martial body realm. They would compete. If they were outstanding, they would be chosen and would be able to enter the Xian level martial academy. When Xiao Lang saw Meng Feiling and Qin Yan enter, he sneered and said, "Which, you are still as willful as ever. You came to participate in such an important gathering of heroes and even brought your little lover with you. Looking at his aura, he is only at the 4th level of the martial body realm. You are really messing around." A woman in a red dress also sneered, "This is the divine inscription palace. Do you know that the chief steward hates people who come in the most? He is a student of the Hualingwu Academy, he is not some random person. You, Princess Tianqi, dare to be so arrogant in our Tianzhao's territory?" Meng Feiling angrily rebuked, "Be careful. If I find the chance, I will tear your stinky mouth apart." "Quiet, the chief steward is here." A middle-aged man shouted coldly. Everyone immediately quietened down. The chief steward of the divine inscription palace was of high status and power. No one dared to mess around here. The importance of the chief executive. The conflict between Xiao Lang and Meng Feiling was not small. Otherwise, Xiao Lang would not have found an opportunity to target Meng Feiling. When Duan Qian saw that it was Qin Yan, he could not help but laugh. He said, "Qin Yan is no idle person. He is the youngest beginner talisman master in our divine inscription palace." He said to Qin Yan, "Your injuries healed so quickly? I thought it would take you a few days to get here." Duan Qian's words caused Xiao Lang and the group of young 6th level martial body students to look at Qin Yan. They were extremely shocked. They had never seen Qin Yan before, but Qin Yan's name resounded like thunder in their ears. He was the one who defeated Yan Qingyu yesterday. Yan Qingyu was originally from the Three Mysterious Academy, but because he was fancied by the teachers of the Tianxian martial school, he was recruited in advance. When they learned that Yan Qingyu had been crippled by a fellow called Qin Yan, they were all shocked. Meng Feiling was so shocked that her mouth opened slightly. She stared at Qin Yan with widened eyes. She had wanted to ask for Qin Yan's name before, but she had suddenly been interrupted by Xiao Lang and had forgotten about it. She didn't expect that this junior brother was actually a young and influential figure. She glanced at Xiao Lang and the others and snorted softly, "What snobs." Duan Qian took out a badge and walked in front of Qin Yan with a smile. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This is the badge of a grade talisman master. With this badge, you can stay in the Divine Inscription Palace at any time and entrust the Divine Inscription Palace to sell spirit talismans. You can also inquire about the latest news that you need to pay attention to." To be valued so highly by the General Director of the Divine Inscription Palace, this group of young people who were able to step into the 6th level of the martial body realm at such a young age and were of noble birth were extremely jealous, especially Xiao Lang. Originally, he was the most eye-catching person here, but now, compared to Qin Yan, he was much inferior. He crippled Yan Qingyu. The Tianxian martial school will not let this matter rest. Xiao Lang snorted, "At the very least, the Tianxian martial school will not want him in the future. It's fine. Qin Yan killed Yan Qingyu, which means that he is stronger than Yan Qingyu. If the Profound Sky Martial Arts Academy doesn't want him, Ling Xian and the Star Xian Wu Academy might fight for him." Duan Qian chuckled, because he doesn't have too many spirit veins. Otherwise, it would have been snatched away by the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. Meng Fei's face is filled with arrogance. She looked at Xiao Lang and company complacently and then said to Qin Yan in a sweet voice, "My little brother Yan is truly awesome. Can you give big sister a talisman you refined? Let me keep it as a souvenir." Her naughty hands caressed Qin Yan's handsome face. "Of course you can. This is a fire talisman that I refined. Here." Qin Yan handed 2 talismans to Meng Feiling. He felt extremely comfortable being touched by a soft, jade-like hand. Qin Yun, the spirit inscriptions on your fire talisman are high-grade spirit inscriptions. Even our divine inscription palace doesn't have many of these spirit inscriptions. Duan Qian exclaimed. This caused the middle-aged men in the divine inscription palace to be moved. The expressions of the young 6th-level martial body cultivators also changed slightly. Every single superior-grade spirit pattern was a priceless treasure. When it was inscribed on spirit artifacts, its might was much stronger than that of mid-grade and inferior-grade spirit runes. Head Chief, how can I refine weapons? I don't understand. Qin Yan asked. Duan Qian was proficient in this Dao. If he were to give him a pointer or two, he would be able to avoid many detours. Duan Qian said earnestly, the process of refining a spirit artifact is very complicated. It is not something that can be mastered in a day or two. You must not be fast and you need to build a solid foundation. Otherwise, you will cause great harm to yourself. How about this, if you have time, come to the Divine Inscription Palace often. I'll personally guide you. I have to arrange for them to participate in the Great Assembly now. To be able to receive guidance from the General Director was equivalent to receiving guidance from a master teacher. Master Wei's name was resounding, but the nobles knew that Duan Qian's level was above Master Wei's. Many people with power and wealth wanted their descendants to learn from him. However, he was stubborn and did not want any benefits. He rejected them one by one. And now, he valued Qin Yun so much that the disciples of the famous sects present were at a loss as to what to do. If they met a talent like Qin Yun with a limitless future, it would be best to befriend him immediately. However, Qin Yun's situation was too special. He had formed an enmity with the Tianqin Empress and many of the Tianqin generals. If they befriended Qin Yun, they would offend most of the powers in Tianqin. Therefore, they did not dare to act rashly. If they were to be blamed by their families, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. The only thing they could do was not to become enemies with Qin Yun for the time being. On the other hand, Meng Feiling did not have any worries. She had a very close relationship with Qin Yun. I'm going to participate in the Great Assembly. Wait for my good news. After Meng Feiling finished speaking, she followed Duan Qian. After they left, the Divine Inscription Palace became extremely deserted. The main reason was that there weren't many inscription masters. Qin Yan asked for a suite on the floor above the main hall. Inside the suite, there were a few rooms and a quiet secret room, as well as a large hall and a bathroom. He began crafting talismans in a secret room. Ordinary low-grade fire talismans can be sold for 200 crystal coins. If it's a little better, it can be sold for 300. As for the fire talismans that I've refined, it can be sold for at least 400, right? When Qin Yan thought of how he could earn a lot of crystal coins by selling fire talismans, he excitedly picked up a piece of talisman paper and began inscribing spirit marks. He had a low-grade spirit artifact carving knife, so it was even easier for him to craft talismans. In just 2 hours, he had created 5 talismans. Crafting talismans consumed a lot of inner qi and mental energy. Every time he made one, he needed to rest for a while before he could continue. Qin Yun had been crafting talismans for 8 hours straight. Although he was a little tired, he could not help but reveal a happy smile when he saw the 20 fire talismans. If everything goes smoothly, I can get 8,000 crystal coins. Qin Yun was secretly delighted. If he relied on hunting beasts to earn crystal coins, it would take more time and there would be a certain amount of risk. It's about time, let's rest first. He lay on a comfortable chair and took out the bamboo slip with the 36 spirit marks to look at it. There were many types of spirit inscriptions and refining materials required alchemy inscriptions. The alchemy inscriptions could be carved on the forging hammer and then used to forge materials, allowing the quality of the materials to be higher. The alchemy inscriptions could also be carved in the furnace, allowing the smelting of materials to be faster and better. There were alchemy inscriptions in his scroll, and they were of high quality. The most commonly used inscriptions on spirit artifacts were solid inscriptions that could make spirit artifacts stronger. Then there were the elemental spirit inscriptions, such as thunder, fire, ice, darkness, space, and so on. He had all of these spirit inscriptions. Beast marks were also very useful. For example, if a flying demonic beast's flying beast mark was engraved on a spirit artifact, the spirit artifact would be able to fly. They were all rather profound. In addition, there were also illusion inscriptions, poison inscriptions, soul inscriptions, and light inscriptions. They were all very rare. I can buy the furnace and forging hammer at the Divine Inscription Palace first. When my level increases in the future, I can refine them myself. I need to quickly learn how to refine artifacts and sell spirit artifacts to make more money. Xianxia picked up a booklet in the room. On it were the items for sale in the Divine Inscription Palace. A low-grade spirit artifact furnace costs 600,000 crystal coins. The cheapest forging hammer costs 400,000. In total, I need 1,000,000 crystal coins. Where can I find so many crystal coins? In order to become an inscription master, one needed a very strong foundation of wealth. Even if he could afford these things, he would still have to buy spirit inscriptions. The most important thing was still talent. Without talent, no matter how rich he was, it would be useless. I'll use a half-spirit artifact for now. Xianxia was very poor now, so he could only make such a plan. Beginner artifact forging. When Xianxia left the bamboo forest, he left a note for Xianxia, saying that he had gone to the Divine Inscription Palace. And that she did not need to worry. In the Divine Inscription Palace, he was busy refining artifacts. After 2 days, he saw a beautiful teacher arrive. Xianxia was wearing a blue dress. It was a dress that Xianxia thought looked better. When she entered Xianxia's secret chamber, she felt a wave of heat. She also saw the 1-meter-tall furnace. "You've started forging?" Xianxia said in surprise. If Xianxia could forge a spirit artifact, with his talent, he would not have to worry about other powers finding trouble with him. "Yes, but I haven't mastered it yet." Xianxia nodded. He had just finished carving the alchemy runes on the furnace and forging hammer. Xianxia picked up the forging hammer and saw the neat and beautiful lines on it. She secretly praised Xianxia in her heart. Xianxia's inscription had improved by a lot. Her eyes were filled with encouragement as she looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, "There's no rush. Forging a spirit artifact requires a learning process." "Teacher, why is the dean looking for you?" Xianxia was more worried that Xianxia would be transferred away. Xianxia put down the forging hammer and picked up a lightning talisman to look at. She said softly, "He wants me to return to the Tianxian martial school. It's a private matter regarding me. I'll be back for about a month. You can stay here for this month. Although the Yan family hasn't made any movements, it doesn't mean that they won't do anything. You are very safe in the Divine Inscription Palace." Xianxia threw the iron into the furnace. With a hint of worry on his face, he said, "Teacher, you must spend this semester with me." Xianxia smiled sweetly and said, "I know. Now, no one can stop me from continuing to teach you." "Oh right, your cultivation is rising too quickly. It's best if you spend some time consolidating and stabilizing it. During this period of time, you should properly study artifact forging. Wait for me to come back before you start cultivating the Heart Sutra." The Heart Sutra was not easy to cultivate. Many people were stuck here for a long time, at least 1 or 2 years, at most 10 years. After Xianxia warned Xianxia a few things, she hurriedly left the Divine Inscription Palace. Xianxia could only work hard to learn artifact forging and increase his strength so that he could help this beautiful and slightly melancholic beautiful teacher in the future. He channeled his fire inner force to his hands, causing them to turn red. He took out a few pieces of red-hot iron from the furnace with his bare hands, stacked them together, and pressed them together. He wanted to start from the most basic, which was to use the most common iron to forge spirit iron, and then forge the ghost head saber. Xianxia's forging process could be said to be very smooth. It was mainly because he had the vibration martial spirit. Using the explosive impact of the vibration, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Furthermore, the alchemy patterns carved on the forging hammer were high-grade spirit patterns. After inner force was injected into the spirit patterns, the forging hammer would release a strange and scorching power, turning ordinary iron into spirit iron. The iron that weighed thousands of kilograms was reduced to the size of a knife by him. This was only a rough embryo. It was very heavy and sturdy, so it needed to be carefully polished. After tossing and turning for a whole day, he finally made a demon head saber. "It's much better than my previous one. It seems like it's the effect of the alchemy patterns. A good alchemy pattern can increase the quality of the materials during the forging process. What kind of spirit inscription should I inscribe? Although this saber is forged from spirit iron, it's still not strong enough. At most, it's only a half-spirit weapon. He tested it and discovered that his inner force could be smoothly injected into the blade. This meant that he did not need the origin gathering inscription to increase the smoothness of his inner chi and inner force. In this way, I can carve solid inscriptions. Solid inscriptions could strengthen the entire body of an artifact. They were commonly used spirit inscriptions. He had mastered high-grade solid inscriptions, which were relatively good. This was his first time carving high-grade spirit inscriptions on a weapon. This was very challenging. The origin gathering inscriptions he had carved in the past were all common basic spirit inscriptions. There was no difficulty at all. He had originally planned to cultivate for half a day before starting to inscribe spirit inscriptions. However, when he thought about how he had to circulate his inner yuan and spirit to the limit to consolidate his cultivation, he did not rest and endured his exhaustion to inscribe spirit inscriptions. When he was inscribing solid inscriptions, it was very smooth from the beginning. When the carving knife moved, it was as if a pen was smoothly drawing on paper. He used the carving knife as a pen and the power of the blood soul as ink. The brush moved like a dragon and snake, and the solid inscription was completed in one go. Late at night, Xianxia completed one side of the blade. Very smooth. He looked at the natural patterns on the blade and an indescribable sense of accomplishment made him smile. After resting for a moment, he continued to inscribe. At daybreak, Xianxia raised his carving knife and let out a long sigh. He laughed loudly and said, "It's done." He had also reached his limit. Even walking was a little weak, so he fell asleep on the side of the bed. Dong, dong, dong. At noon, someone knocked on the door and woke Xianxia up. After he got up, he hurriedly opened the door. "General Director." Xianxia was surprised to see the white-robed Duanqian. "Kid, you seemed to be busy late last night. What were you doing?" Duanqian glanced into the room and saw a furnace and a forging hammer. He was slightly shocked. "You've started forging." "I'm forging a half-spirit artifact." Xianxia did not hide it and grinned. After Duanqian entered the room, he was even more shocked when he saw the alchemy patterns on the furnace and the forging hammer. High-grade alchemy runes were very precious. "Show me your work." Duanqian was a little excited. Xianxia had previously received Duanqian's help twice in secret, so he had an extremely good impression of Duanqian. Moreover, he held a high position and was not a despicable person. He was trustworthy. He immediately took out two knives. One was carved with origin-gathering runes and the other with solid runes. Duanqian frowned as he looked at the two blades and observed them very seriously. A moment later, he said, "The solid inscription is not bad. For someone of your age, this is not easy. However, there are still a few flaws. Your solid inscription gives off a weak feeling and is slightly jerky. It should be because you were not in a good enough state when you were inscribing the inscriptions. As for the one with the origin-gathering rune, it's extremely good. It's full of spirit and it's also very familiar." It was Xianxia's second time carving the origin-gathering rune. He had indeed maintained a good enough state. As for the one with the solid inscription, it was the first time he had come into contact with the solid inscription. Furthermore, in order to temper himself to the limit, he had endured his exhaustion to carve. Duanqian had seen through all of this, causing Xianxia to be filled with admiration. A group of geniuses, since Duanqian had said so, Xianxia would naturally pay attention. He was currently in a very good state. After eating the beast meat that Duanqian had sent over, he was even more energetic. Duanqian also fulfilled his previous promise and began to guide him in artifact forging, explaining the essentials of artifact forging. First, it was some general knowledge, then it was the essence of forging a half-spirit artifact. These were all his own experiences. The lesson lasted until night, and Xianxia listened attentively. His terrifying comprehension ability also surprised Duanqian. For example, some of the more difficult areas could be mastered with just a little explanation. "Grandpa Duan, I am truly grateful for your teachings. Qin bowed to Duan Qian with deep gratitude. Duan Qian smiled and said, "It's just a small matter. Besides, you are also a promising talent. You don't have the arrogance of other young people and your temperament is extremely good." Wei Shuangquan does indeed have some talent, but he is too proud and thinks highly of himself. I have taught him a few times, but not only was he absent-minded, he never thanked me. He even thought that I should teach him. He felt that he was a genius and that everyone had to revolve around him. He patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and smiled in relief. He continued, "In my eyes, you are more outstanding than most of the so-called geniuses. In the past 5 years, it has not been easy for you to climb out of that abyss of eternal damnation. Because of this, you have a calmness that your peers do not have. Grandpa Duan, how's the gathering?" Qin Yun suddenly thought of this matter and was somewhat curious. It's just like that. A group of so-called geniuses with bad tempers gathered together to compete and fight to the death. Duan Qian smiled, "That's not something you need to worry about. You have to consolidate your cultivation and then learn how to forge a variety of half-spirit artifacts. Once you have a solid foundation and step into the 6th level of the martial body realm, you will have enough mental strength to forge a true spirit artifact." Good half-spirit artifacts were also very expensive. The 2 sabers that Qin Yun had forged were each sold for more than 20,000 crystal coins. A top-grade half-spirit artifact could even be sold for 100,000 crystal coins. For example, one that was refined from a rank 4 beast bone and a low-grade spirit steel. In order to become a good refiner, one had to be proficient in the creation of materials. In the Divine Inscription Palace, Qin Yun helped Duan Qian forge the rank 4 demonic beast bone and low-grade spirit steel into pieces of low-grade bone steel. Each piece of bone steel was only the size of a palm, but it weighed several dozen kilograms. After more than 20 days of forging, he had become more and more proficient. The low-grade bone steel he had forged was comparable to the ones Duan Qian had forged. Inferior-grade bone steel was the main material needed to forge inferior-grade spirit weapons. Working for the Divine Inscription Palace also had a good reward. In the past 20 days, Qin Yun had earned more than 100,000 crystal coins from selling a few sabers. He now had more than 200,000 crystal coins, which was considered very rich for a 15-year-old. Next, I want to refine some good half-spirit artifacts for myself. With a saber, Qin Yun did not need to refine any more weapons for the time being. He felt that the forging hammer was not good enough, so he decided to use low-grade bone steel to refine a good forging hammer. In order to forge a real spirit artifact, one needed to carve 2 different spirit inscriptions. In order not to disturb another type of spirit rune, one had to have an extremely strong mental power to control it. Although Qin Yun's mental strength was strong, it was insufficient. If he were to forcefully refine it, it would cause his mind to be injured. Therefore, he could only refine a half-spirit artifact to lay a good foundation. Inscribing spirit inscriptions on low-grade bone steel was much more difficult than inscribing spirit iron. The purple gold fire martial spirit also played a great role at this time. The power of the blood soul condensed from the fire inner force was extremely scorching hot. It was easier for it to carve lines on the hard bone steel. After being taught by Duan Qian for almost a month, Qin Yun had made tremendous progress. Especially when it came to forging half-spirit artifacts, he had already reached an extremely high level. In order to keep the high-grade spirit inscriptions that he had mastered a secret, he would not sell a half-spirit artifact with high-grade spirit inscriptions carved on it. The forging hammer and furnace have been forged. They are all made from bone steel. When I can carve a second type of spirit inscription myself, I will be able to turn them into real spirit artifacts. Qin Yun looked at the things he had painstakingly forged and was filled with joy. With a better forging hammer and furnace, it would be much easier to forge high-grade bone steel. He also planned to create an offensive half-spirit artifact, so he specially went to consult Duan Qian. After a deep discussion with Duan Qian, he had a rough idea in his mind and hurriedly went back to forge it. After more than 10 days, Qin Yun finally finished refining the half-spirit artifact. It was a very exquisite light gold wristband with lightning inscriptions. It was engraved with lightning runes that could store inner force. At a critical moment, he could activate the wristband and unleash a powerful thunder and lightning inner force to attack and defend himself. Duan Qian took it and played with it for a moment. He injected his inner force into it and released a violent bolt of lightning through the wristband. He praised, "This lightning wristband is not bad. It's equivalent to a 6th level martial body. Furthermore, it's a lightning attribute inner force. However, it can only be used once. Once is enough to give the enemy a fatal blow," Qin Yan said with a smile. As long as he activated the lightning wristband to unleash the power of lightning, the inner force inside would be exhausted and he would need to replenish it. Qin Yan had been in the Divine Inscription Palace for more than a month and Xianxia had yet to return. This made him somewhat worried. "Grandpa Duan, do you know where Teacher Yang came from?" Qin Yan had always wanted to know more about Xianxia. Duan Qian stroked his long white beard and frowned slightly. "It's hard to say. In short, she's in a bit of trouble right now. Since she didn't tell you, I can't say too much. You should work hard to improve yourself. Only by grasping great power can you change a lot of things. And I will definitely work hard." Qin Yan did not pursue the matter. Xianxia possessed the moon martial spirit. With such outstanding talent, she definitely came from a famous sect. Most of the disciples of famous sects had no choice. For example, Xiao Yuelan, a daughter of the heavens, was restrained and could not even decide on her own marriage. Thinking of this, Qin Yan secretly rejoiced that he had already escaped from this situation. A middle-aged man knocked on the door and entered. It was Duan Qian's follower. "The results of the great ensemble have already been decided. Xiao Yuemei is first, Xiao Lang is second, Qin Feng is third, Meng Fei Ling is fourth, Yi Lei is fifth. The top 10 have all been accepted by the 3 Xian-level martial academies," the middle-aged man said. He actually recruited 10 at once. In the past, only the top 3 were taken away. Duan Qian was somewhat surprised. After thinking for a moment, he said with a smile, "No wonder. There are quite a few good foundations this time." Qin Yan was alarmed. Xiao Yuemei was clearly the princess of the Tianshao Empire. She was actually number 1, from the name, she was definitely Xiao Yuelan's sister. Hidden Dragon Qin Yun was the 5th prince and Qin Tianyi was the 4th prince. The first prince had died when he was a few years old. The current crown prince of Tianqin was the 3rd prince. As the 2nd prince, Qin Feng's aptitude was not bad either. 4 Sun spiritual pulse. Qin Yan did not know what his martial spirit was. Qin Feng had studied in another empire's martial arts academy, so he did not know much about it. Among the top 5, it seems that only Meng Fei Ling is not familiar with them, Duan Qian said. The 5th-ranked Yi Lei is also in cahoots with them? Qin Yan suddenly thought of the Yi family. The empress was a member of the Yi family, but he had never heard of such a person in the Yi family. Yi Lei has the Thunder Axe martial spirit and the 4 Sun spiritual pulse. Qin Feng has the Snow Wind martial spirit. They went to the Tianshao Empire's martial arts academy to cultivate very early on, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Duan Qian said, "They went there to befriend the powers of the Tianshao Empire." The relationship between Tianshao, Tianqin and Tianqi was quite good, especially between the princes and princesses. What about Xiao Yuemei? Qin Yan suddenly felt that the princes of the Tianqin kingdom were too weak. She's Xiao Yuelan's younger sister. This girl is only 14 years old and she's already at the 6th level of the martial body realm. I don't know what martial spirit she has, but it won't be too bad. The young people of the Tianshao Empire are all amazing. Duan Qian sighed and looked at Qin Yan. He said with a smile, "You're not much better than them. You're much stronger than them. Your comprehension of mysterious patterns is very high." General Director, the 3 people from the Black Level Martial Arts Academy are already in the living room. They want to see you. They have something to discuss with you, the middle-aged man said. Alright, I'll be right there. After Duan Qian left, Qin Yan came to a training room. Every day, he would arrange time for him to practice his martial arts. Knowing that the Empress's power was getting stronger and stronger, he had to work even harder to increase his strength. Qi explosion technique. With a punch, inner force surged and exploded outwards. A wave of air shook out, shattering all the rocks in the surroundings. The Qi explosion technique has already reached the initial success stage. The Qi explosion technique is like a shockwave. The Qi explosion technique was a low-grade Xian-level martial technique. Qin Yan rarely used it in martial arts, but he still managed to cultivate it to the small success stage. The flame cloud steps had also reached the peak of the small success stage. It allowed him to move without a trace and was even faster. The one that improved the most was the flame light fist. That was because he often used the flaming light fist to retrieve the scorching hot materials from the furnace. Now that he had mastered it, if he used his full strength, his fists would be as hard as spirit steel and red-hot like iron. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In order to wait for Xianxia to return from the Tianqian martial school, Qin Yan stayed in the Divine Inscription Palace and did not go anywhere. These days, he had been forging inferior-grade bone steel. This way, he could train himself and obtain a good reward. Every day, he would release his inner strength to the limit, so his bone meridian gradually stabilized and became very thick. Even if the inner force violently surged through the body, it would not hurt the tendons and bones. Qin Yan had 2 inner elemental energies. If he were to instantly unleash 2 inner elemental energies, his body would not be able to withstand the powerful burst of inner energy. I should be able to cultivate the Heart Sutra now. Cultivating the Heart Sutra was very difficult. It was said that it required a large amount of resources or a certain amount of luck. "Young Master Qin, Miss Meng is looking for you." An old man's voice came from outside the door. He was one of the stewards here. "Bring her to my living room." After Qin Yan finished speaking, he tidied up his clothes and walked into the hall. Meng Failing, who was wearing black tight clothes, crossed her slender legs and sat on a chair, eating an apple. When she saw Qin Yan come out, she hurriedly stood up and said with a chuckle, "Greetings, Master Qin." "Senior, don't laugh at me." Qin Yan laughed at himself. "Of course not, you are a genuine master. You are much higher than that Wei Xuankuan." Meng Failing smiled mischievously as she stuck out her tongue and threw an apple at Qin Yan. "Senior, congratulations on entering the Xian-level martial arts academy." Qin Yan took the apple and took a bite as he said with a smile. "It's not a big deal, what's there to congratulate? You can go in the future. I'm going to the Star Xianwu Academy, you can come in the future as well. I'll continue to be your senior." Meng Failing giggled as she gently caressed Qin Yan's cheek with the back of her hand. When Qin Yan smelled the wild fragrance on his body, he could not help but laugh dryly as he ate the apple. When Meng Failing saw that he was blushing, she giggled and did not tease him. She asked, "Little brother Yun, do you still have that kind of fire talisman? I want to buy it." "Yes." "How much do you want?" "I can give it to you." Qin Yan felt that Meng Failing was a good person. She was not afraid of the Empress's faction and dared to be so close to him. Furthermore, she was very strong. "Give me 20. "I don't need you to give it to me. I'll sell it for as much as I want." "You're alone, so you lack crystal coins, don't you?" Meng Failing said with great concern as she rubbed Qin Yan's head. 500 crystal coins each. 20 of them. A total of 10,000 crystal coins. How about it? Qin Yan did not stand on ceremony with Meng Failing. After all, she was a very forthright woman. "All right." Meng Failing took out 10 purple coins and handed them to Qin Yan. Usually, transactions that exceeded 10,000 would be settled with purple coins. "Senior, don't you have a storage spirit artifact?" Qin Yan saw Meng Failing put the fire talisman into a bag. "No, that thing is too expensive and it's not often sold. Even Xiaolang doesn't have it." Meng Failing smiled and said, "If you can refine it in the future, you must sell it to me first. I'll save the crystal coins now. I'll give it to you when the time comes." Qin Yan said with a smile. Among the 36 spirit inscriptions, there were spatial spirit inscriptions that could allow him to refine a storage spirit artifact. Meng Failing was extremely happy. She kissed him on the cheek, causing him to blush slightly, causing the demoness to smile even more beautifully. "Your bone meridian has been consolidated, right? Next, I'll have to start cultivating the Heart Sutra. This is a bit difficult. It took me a full year to cultivate it." Qin Yan sighed. It would indeed take a lot of time. Meng Failing's eyes moved as she suddenly thought of something. She said, "Little brother Yun, you can participate in the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition and rush to the Hidden Dragon list. As long as you get first place, you will be able to obtain the Profound Heart Grass. Not only can the Profound Heart Grass help you cultivate the Heart Sutra, it will also be of great help to you in the future." Hidden Dragon martial arts competition? Qin Yin knew nothing about it. Following that, Meng Feiling told him about the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition. It was jointly organized by the 3 black-level martial academies and was under the responsibility of the Divine Inscription Palace. The location was in the Divine Inscription Villa. Both the 6th and 5th level martial body realm could participate, and Meng Feiling had also participated. Meng Feiling said, "Right now, the first ranked is Xiao Lang, Xiao Yuemei is 2nd and I am 5th. It has been held for more than a month and there are still 2 months before the ranking is sealed." Qin Yan recalled a month ago. At that time, someone had suddenly come to look for Duan Qian. It was very likely that they were talking about this matter. "I'm only at the 5th level of the martial body realm? Is that really possible?" Qin Yan also felt that he did not have much hope. After all, the people on the rankings were all very strong. Otherwise, Duan Qian would definitely let him go. Dragon Slayer to be able to participate in the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition anonymously, Qin Yan was secretly tempted. Even if he lost, it was fine. He could just treat it as training. After Meng Feiling left, he immediately forged a black mask for himself and wore it firmly on his head. Then, he headed for the Hidden Dragon martial field. The Hidden Dragon martial field was located on the east side of the Inscription Villa. It was also a very large building. There were more than 10 battle stages in the martial field. The main battle stage in the middle was the largest and was 100 meters wide. The other smaller battle stages were also 60 to 70 meters wide. After Qin Yan entered, he went to the registration counter. The registration fee is 100,000 crystal coins. An old man said. Just the registration fee alone was so high that only the disciples of aristocratic families could afford it. Qin Yan hesitated, wondering if he should sign up. If he couldn't rush to the front, then this 100,000 would be wasted. It should be known that the warriors at the top of the Hidden Dragon list were all very talented young experts. It was extremely difficult to defeat them. "Alright, I will participate." Qin Yan thought about it and decided to sign up. Even if he didn't win, it was worth it to spar with all kinds of people. "You participated anonymously, right? Code name?" The old man asked as he received the 100 purple coins. "Dragon slaying." Qin Yan immediately thought of such a name. The elder nodded and made the badge for Qin Yan on the spot. He also let him drip blood on it to recognize him as the master. When going on stage to compete, one had to use a drop of blood on the badge to verify their identity, in case someone impersonated them. Qin Yan received the badge and headed to the interior of the hall. He saw that there were many names on the wall of the martial field. Dragon Slayer was at the very end. There were no top 10 names on this wall. The top 10 rankings were on a giant golden tablet with a dragon carved on it. The giant golden monument was near the center area. It stood tall and majestic, and it was extremely eye-catching. The name on it was also shining with golden light. "I wonder if I can enter the top 10. Qin Yan's heart was stirred as he hurriedly went to understand the rules. Those ranked below 100 can skip 20 challenges. In other words, the 1000th ranked person could only challenge the 980th ranked person at most. From the 100th to the 11th place, one could only skip 5 challenges, but not the top 10. If he wanted to get first place, he would have to defeat everyone in the top 10. Those ranked below 100th would have to come out and accept the challenge within 2 hours. After being challenged, there would be a 6-hour truce period. Those ranked 11th to 100th would need 4 hours to accept the challenge, and the truce period was 8 hours. The top 10 had to accept the challenge within 6 hours, and the truce period was 12 hours. In 2 months, the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition will be sealed. I have to get into the top 10 before the seal. Qin Yan took his badge and went to the challenge office to register. He directly jumped 20 to challenge. In the first match, his opponent was a middle-aged man at the 5th level of the martial body realm. He only used 3 moves to knock his opponent off the stage. It was a very easy victory. Following that, Qin Yun began the second round. He also jumped 20 to challenge. If that person is in a truce, then jump 19. As long as he continuously challenged others and won consecutively, his ranking would quickly rise, and he would not be challenged by others. In one day, he had fought 10 matches and his ranking had risen by almost 200. In the Hidden Dragon martial field, many people were waiting for a challenge or to see who was weaker so that they could make a move. If he could enter the top 100, he would be able to obtain 2 superior yuan pills and he would be able to recoup his losses. Therefore, entering the top 100 was the goal of many people. I've finally been challenged. Is it because I'm only at the 5th level of the martial body realm? Although Qin Yun had 2 hours to prepare, he still immediately accepted the challenge. After he walked onto the battling platform, he saw that the person who challenged him was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He was at the 6th level of the martial body realm. Dragon slaying and Yang Han, begin now. Qin Yun did not use the flaming cloud steps. This would expose his identity. He could only use his inner force to run, but his speed was not slow at all. In an instant, he dodged Yang Han's palm strike. Yang Han never expected that the person in front of him, who was at the 5th level of the martial body realm, would be so nimble. He was secretly alarmed. Because Qin Yun had won many matches in a row and was only at the 5th level of the martial body realm, he had been noticed by some people for a long time. You're a little slow, Qin Yun said with a chuckle before quickly walking forward. His fist casually smashed down and landed on Yang Han's shoulder, creating a burst of flames. Yang Han cried out in pain as he flew out. Qin Yun's punch just now left many people astonished. That seemingly casual punch seemed to have a knack for it. The path of the punch was naturally smooth and the use of inner force was extremely appropriate. It was as if an old blacksmith was skilled at forging iron. Just now, Qin Yun had used his fist as a forging hammer. He took 2 steps forward and kicked out. A burst of inner chi surged out and sent Yang Han flying off the battling platform. A 5th level martial body had actually defeated a 6th level. He had won very easily. This caused quite a commotion. The people who came to participate in the Hidden Dragon gathering mainly came from the 3 empires and a few small and medium-sized countries. The vast majority of them were at the 6th level of the martial body realm. They were all shocked to see a 6th level martial body lose to a 5th level martial body. After Qin Yun was challenged, he would be able to obtain a truce of 6 hours. He hurriedly returned to the Divine Inscription Palace to rest. He came to the door of the room and opened it. A familiar fragrance wafted over. He saw Xianxia inside. She was dressed in light blue tight clothes and had a high ponytail. She was dressed very simply, making her look elegant and refreshing without losing her charm. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Teacher, you're back." Xianxia chuckled and picked up the tea on the table. She said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Even Chief Duan doesn't know where you've gone. Tell me, you might be with Meng Fei Ling." Qin Yun hurriedly waved his hand to explain, as if he was worried that he would be misunderstood. He said with a smile, "I'm not with her." When Xianxia saw his slightly red face, she smiled sweetly and said, "Why are you blushing? You should be happy that there's a girl who's close to you. Make good use of this opportunity, you're not young anymore." She walked over with a smile and placed her hand on Qin Yun's shoulder. She pretended to be serious and asked, "I already said not to run around. Where did you go?" Qin Yun took out a mask and put it on his face. He said with a smile, "Teacher, I'll participate in the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition anonymously. I'll try and see if I can get first place." Xianxia had just returned from the Tianqian Martial Arts Academy. Of course, she knew about the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition. She also planned to let Qin Yun participate. She took the mask and put it on her face. She smiled mischievously, "It's good to be anonymous. After all, the Empress has too many people. If they knew that you were participating, they would definitely do something." Qin Yun felt a little regretful. "It's just that I can't use those martial techniques anymore. Otherwise, it would be very easy to see through them." Xianxia returned the mask to Qin Yun and sat on a chair. She took a sip of tea and said, "That's not a problem. In terms of movement technique, as long as you don't deliberately release your movement technique inner chi, you won't be able to see through it. It's just that I can't use the flaming light fist because it's too obvious. 10,000 Horses shaking the mountain. After Shuriwei handed over the 2 booklets to Qin Yun, she continued, this is the mountain shaking style. If you learn the techniques inside, you will be able to make your inner chi and inner force even stronger. If the cultivator is strong enough, they will be able to shake a huge mountain. This is the 10,000 horse palm. It is said that it has reached the acme of perfection. Coupled with the cultivation of the 9th level martial body realm, it has the strength of 10,000 horses. Its aura is like 10,000 horses galloping. It is also a rather famous high-grade martial art. A high-grade martial technique was relatively easy for Qin Yun to grasp. It was suitable for him to learn now. With his comprehension of martial arts, he would be able to master it to the initial realm within a month. The Black Yang art was also a high-grade technique, and he had learned it to perfection. Xianxia suddenly recalled that she had not taught Qin Yun for 2 months. She immediately entered the state of a teacher. Her beautiful face suddenly turned serious as she said, let's start learning now. Qin Yun nodded and listened to Xianxia's explanation seriously as usual. 6 hours later, Qin Yun reached the rudimentary level. Xianxia was only slightly surprised. She was no longer surprised by Qin Yun's heaven-defying perception. Once the truce was over, someone would come to challenge him at any time. Qin Yun immediately headed for the Hidden Dragon martial field. As soon as he arrived at the arena, Qin Yun began to challenge and raise his ranking. He could also try out the martial technique he had just learned. Xianxia also came to the Hidden Dragon martial field. She wore a robe and a mask to conceal her identity. In the Hidden Dragon martial field, there were also many people who wanted to hide their identities, so her attire would not be strange. Duan Qian had just learned that Qin Yun had anonymously participated in the Hidden Dragon martial arts tournament. This was what Xianxia had told him. She wanted him to help hide Qin Yun's identity at the critical moment. The person Qin Yun challenged was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face. He was at the 6th level of the martial body realm and was dressed decently. It was obvious that he was wealthy. From the very beginning, the square-faced middle-aged man used excellent qigong. His toes were like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. After a few taps, he leaped above Qin Yun, raised his thigh, and chopped down like an axe. His perfectly straight and powerful thighs looked like mountain-splitting axes, cleaving through the air and making whooshing sounds as he swept down. Such a smooth attack made many of the audience applaud and cheer. Qin Yun quickly moved a few meters away from his original spot. The square-faced middle-aged man had also expected him to move. He moved his body nimbly in the air, like a fish leaping in joy, and caught up with Qin Yun who was moving away. His thigh slammed down like a giant axe chopping down a tree. Myriad horse palm. Qin Yun grunted inwardly. He raised his palm and struck at the thigh that seemed to be cleaving down. He stirred up a palm wind that sounded like the whinny of a horse as it whizzed out. Bang, the two forces collided, producing a muffled wave of air. The confident square-faced middle-aged man was also caught off guard. He was sent tumbling by Qin Yun's palm strike and fell off the battling platform in a comical manner. Dragon slaying wins, the referee shouted. A 6th-level martial body with extraordinary strength had actually lost to an anonymous martial artist with the codename Dragon Slayer. This caused another small uproar. Now, the people at the bottom of the ranking are paying attention to Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun won, he did not feel satisfied, so he continued to challenge the top 10. He also didn't challenge those who were at the front, because he needed to practice martial arts, so that he could challenge more people. Just like that, he fought more than 10 matches in a row and did not lose once. At this moment, there were also people who recognized his martial skill and began to discuss it. From the discussions of the crowd, Qin Yun learned that the myriad horse palm was a high-grade martial skill that was relatively difficult to master. The myriad horse palm was sold in many places and was worth around 200,000 to 300,000. It wasn't too expensive and some small families could afford it. However, it was too difficult to learn, so very few people bought it. Qin Yun only used the myriad horse palm to attack. He wanted to use the mountain quaking stance, but there was no suitable opportunity. The mountain quaking stance was mainly used to deal with people with extremely strong defenses. He won more than 20 matches in a row and was ranked in the 800s. After being challenged, he was finally granted a 6-hour truce. During the break, he hurriedly returned to his suite in the Divine Inscription Palace and continued practicing his martial arts. In the spacious training room of the suite, he fought with Xianxia. This could train him to use his martial arts skills more freely. Xianxia said, "You have to hurry up and rush into the top 100. The people in this ranking range are all of a higher level." After fighting with Qin Yun for 4 hours, she gave Qin Yun 2 hours to rest. In the span of a few days, Qin Yun continuously challenged and won all the way until he finally reached the 101st rank. Now, he was going to challenge the 100th rank. It had been many days since anyone had entered the top 100. Therefore, the moment Qin Yun challenged the 100th rank of the Hidden Dragon list, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. On the second floor of the Hidden Dragon martial field, there were many luxurious suites. Only extremely wealthy people could afford to live in them. From the rooms, one could also see the competition below. Most of the people ranked in the top 10 were in the heavenly suites on the second floor. Interesting. A guy at the 5th level of the martial body realm actually went from the last to the 100th place in a few days. A tall and sturdy young man with a beard on his face said. His voice was rough like thunder. He was Xianxia, who was ranked 4th. This guy can't be Qin Yun, right? A woman in a red dress snorted coldly. She was the princess of the Tianqi Empire. Her name was Qi Shui and she was ranked 7th on the Hidden Dragon list. Xiao Lang said disdainfully, Qin Yun is most proficient in the fire cloud steps and the flaming light fist. He doesn't have either. Of course, even if Qin Yun were to come, he would definitely not be our match. If Yan Qingyu were to seriously compete with Qin Yun, he would not have ended up like this. Qi Shui looked at a handsome youth who was drinking and said with a charming smile, Qin Feng, aren't you going to watch this match? It's very popular. Qin Feng looked at Qi Shui indifferently. He looked rather proud as he said, there's nothing to see. You're only ranked 7th right now. When will you reach 5th place? The 6th place Qi Milan is your princess and the 5th place is Meng Fei Ling. You aren't any worse than these two women, right? Qi Milan, that bitch. When I'm in a good condition, I'll definitely beat her down and make her lose in a very ugly manner. Qi Shui gritted her teeth and said, as for that witch, Meng Fei Ling, it's a bit difficult. I was almost killed by her in the competition at the Great Assembly. Qin Feng continued to drink and looked at Xiao Lang. He asked, have you finished your discussion with Yume? With her personality, she will definitely get 1st place. On the Hidden Dragon list, Xiao Lang was ranked 1st and Xiao Yume was 2nd. Xiao Lang sighed helplessly and cursed in a low voice. He said with a wry smile, this girl is really a headache. Although she's not as cold as her sister, she has the same bad temper as her sister. If she wants to challenge me, I won't be able to fight or not. If they, who were ranked in the top 10, were to fight, there would definitely be a lot of commotion and it would attract a lot of attention, not to mention the competition between 1st and 2nd place. After a loud explosion, a burst of exclamations suddenly came from outside the window. It's the mountain shaking style. Yi Qianlei looked down at the battling platform and was slightly shocked. Preparing for the top 10, many people thought that Qin Yun would be completely suppressed by the giant from the very beginning, who knew that after he displayed the mountain-quaking form, the aura he released was not inferior to that of the giant. In just 2 moves, the giant was sent flying to the ground. After Qin Yun used the mountain-quaking stance, he saw his opponent as a mountain. He saw himself as a giant halfway up the mountain and pushed the giant mountain. His aura was like the power to push a mountain. This was the power of the mountain-quaking stance. After the giant stood up, Qin Yun immediately flew over and struck out with the mountain-shaking stance. A blast of air blasted out and sent the giant flying. Bang! The giant's huge and heavy body landed heavily below the battling platform, shattering the thick stone tiles on the ground. Slaying Dragon wins, advancing to the top 100. Qi Shui looked at Qin Yun who was walking down the battling platform and could not help but frown. She said, this fellow easily entered the top 100. Even I wouldn't be able to knock that big guy off the stage so easily. Yi Qianlei's expression was solemn. That's the Hansan form. Where did this guy come from? He actually mastered such an unorthodox martial art. He must have studied it for many years. Xiao Lang laughed. You're a big guy, you're most afraid of this kind of martial arts, right? Yi Chunlei thought nothing of it and said with a cold smile, him? He's still inexperienced. I have the Thunder Axe martial spirit. Once I move my inner force, I can release lightning. If anyone tries to get close to me, they will definitely be struck by lightning. Qin Feng had just gone out for a while. When he pushed open the door and entered, there was a trace of doubt on his face as he said, news just came that the masked man is living in the Divine Inscription Palace. Qi Shui exclaimed, could it really be Qin Yun? Qin Feng shook his head and said, the masked man is not Qin Yun. When Xianxia Yu returned from the Tianxian Martial Arts Academy, she went to the Divine Inscription Palace to bring Qin Yun back. My people went to the Divine Inscription Palace and found out that the masked man is a blacksmith in the Divine Inscription Palace who specializes in making low-grade bone steel. No wonder this fellow is so mysterious. The fellows in the Divine Inscription Palace have always been like this. There's nothing strange about it. It's fine as long as it's not Qin Yun. Otherwise, I would have to report it to the family. Yi Chunlei relaxed and sat down to drink. In the Divine Inscription Palace, in a training room, Xianxia Yu was fighting with Qin Yun. After sparring for more than 2 hours, Qin Yun was exhausted, but Xianxia Yu did not even pant. With a charming smile on her face, Xianxia Yu took out a special drink and poured a cup. She handed it to Qin Yun and said, there are still about 40 days until the ranking is sealed. There's still plenty of time. It's best if you improve yourself as much as possible during this period of time. Only then will you be able to reach first place. Qin Yun drank a mouthful of the purple liquid. It was extremely unpleasant to drink. As it was given to him by Xianxia Yu, he could only bite the bullet and finish it. When Xianxia Yu saw Qin Yun's bitter face frown, she could not help but let out a bell-like laughter. She said, it's a little unpleasant to drink. This is something that can quickly recover one's stamina. Indeed, not long after Qin Yun drank it, his body miraculously recovered his strength. Then, he continued to spar with Xianxia Yu until he was exhausted. Qin Yun sat on the ground and leaned against the wall. He drank the unpleasant drink and said with a face full of regret, Teacher, the wind-slaying spell is so powerful but I can't use it. This has a great restriction on my strength. Back then, he had relied on this move to defeat Yanqing Yu with his bare hands. If he could not use it, his strength would be greatly reduced. Xianxia Yu lowered her head and pondered. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly said, the wind-slaying style is a saber technique. I'll try and see if I can change it into a hammer technique. In any case, you need to use it to forge weapons. It will be of help to you in the future. Qin Yun was immediately delighted as he said with a smile, Teacher, you really are a martial arts master. Your comprehension of martial arts seems to be much faster than mine. When you gave me pointers, you were like a grandmaster. Furthermore, you are so beautiful. Xianxia Yu smiled and pouted coquettishly, you little fellow, don't be so glib-tongued. I only understand martial arts quickly but I can't comprehend its essence. I'm only strong in theory. This is mainly because when I was young, I often read through a large number of martial arts cultivation techniques to accumulate my foundation. You practice here by yourself. I'll go change a hammer technique for you. She entered the room. She needed a quiet environment to improve her cultivation technique. In order to narrow the gap between him and Xianxia Yu, Qin Yun needed to work harder. After training for more than 2 hours, he suddenly received a notice. Someone had come to challenge him and told him to accept the challenge within 4 hours. Not long after I entered the top 100, someone came to challenge me. Qin Yun also wanted to quickly see who was challenging him. More than 2 hours later, Qin Yun walked on the road to the Hidden Dragon Martial Field. On the way, a middle-aged woman walked over and handed him a piece of paper. He opened it and saw that it was written by Meng Failing. Little brother Yun, I've been closely watched recently, so I won't be meeting you anymore. I don't want to expose your identity. I wish you luck. After reading this line of graceful words, he clenched it tightly in his palm and released flames to burn it. As soon as he entered the Hidden Dragon Martial Field, he locked onto stage number 7. His opponent was standing there, an old man who was also a martial artist at the 6th level martial body realm. He looked very confident and wore a clean white robe with his sleeves rolled up. He looked like an expert. Xianxia quickly walked onto the dueling platform as the referee shouted for the match to begin. "Watch this." The white-clothed old man was very polite, but his moves were not polite at all. They were all ruthless and vicious claw techniques. Like a wolf's attack, it caused many people to be secretly alarmed. Xianxia was somewhat surprised. He never expected to meet such a powerful opponent so quickly. The white-clothed old man's speed was very fast. Whether it was the speed of his attacks or the speed of his running, he was faster than Xianxia. In the luxurious suite on the second floor of the Hidden Dragon Martial Field, Xiaolang held a cup of wine in his hand and smiled faintly. Attack like a wolf, speed like the wind. This is the most outstanding part of Old Man Wolf. Yi Chenlei said, "Old Man Wolf is Yu Mei's follower, right? He's really strong." Xiaolang said with a smile, "That girl Yu Mei, letting her follower participate in the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition should be because she wants him to enter the top 10. At that time, if he can't even defeat her follower, he will be laughed at." What a playful girl. On the battling platform, Xianxia did not know that Old Man Wolf was Xiao Yuemei's follower. He only knew that the other party's strength was extraordinary and his combat experience was extremely rich. He and Old Man Wolf had exchanged more than 100 moves, but he was still unable to tell what the other party's martial spirit was. Up until now, he had been completely suppressed and could only dodge his opponent's swift and violent attacks. Could it be that this old man has a dual attribute martial spirit, the Wind Wolf martial spirit? Xianxia guessed. There were quite a few dual attribute martial spirits, which meant that there were two attributes in one martial spirit. The mountain shaking style was used to deal with slow-moving martial artists with extremely strong defense. However, against such a nimble martial artist, it was impossible to use it. Xianxia was extremely puzzled. He could not use the fire cloud steps or the wind slasher art. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat his opponent by surprise. The wind slasher art was a martial art that restrained the wind. He had attacked more than 10 times but he did not put any pressure on his opponent. The main reason was that his opponent's speed was too fast and he could always dodge them. That's the only way. Xianxia hardened his heart and gathered a surge of inner qi. 6 styles of forging dragon. The qi explosion technique was Xianxia's trump card, but even if he used it directly, he might not be able to hit it. This was because the old man's speed was too fast. Old Wolf launched another swift and violent attack. A pair of wolf claws swiped over. Originally, he thought that Xianxia would dodge, but he never expected that Xianxia would directly attack with his palm. Furthermore, it was aimed at his claws. Myriad horse palm. Everyone was alarmed by Xianxia's actions as they let out exclamations. Does this kid want to die? You want to use your bare hands to fight against my wolf claws? The old man was shocked in his heart. He used his powerful claws to grab it. Old Wolf's fingernails were like sharp daggers. If they were to be caught, their skin would definitely be lacerated. No one would wish for their body to be caught. Just as Xianxia's palm was about to make contact with the wolf's claw, it suddenly whistled and exploded with a boom sound wave. The air waves that burst out carried the power of 10,000 horses, shaking Old Man Lang's arms to the point that they let out crisp cracking sounds. Ah! The old wolf cried out in pain. The bones in his arms and hands were broken. His thin body was also blown away by the blast. He seemed to have been blown away by a gust of wind, and he landed dozens of meters away from the stage. The pain in his arms made him slightly fearful. If it weren't for his rich experience and instinctively protecting his arms, they might have been destroyed. Old Man Lang took a deep breath of cold air. He still had lingering fear in his heart. He muttered to himself, "I was too careless. This brat's instantaneous explosive power is really scary." Within the 10,000 horse palm, there was another martial technique that caused his inner energy to burst forth. What kind of martial technique is this? Xianxia had accumulated 2 sets of inner elemental energy and fused them together to create an explosion. The power was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, his bone meridian had already stabilized and was able to withstand the explosion of inner qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use it. Xiaolang, who was in the luxurious suite, said in surprise, "Old Man Wolf actually lost to someone at the 5th level of the martial body realm." Qi Shui coldly snorted, the masked man is really not simple. After he entered the top 100, he did not continue to challenge. What the hell is he doing? Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a girl wearing a light blue dress with a ponytail walked in. She wore a mask, and her clear and beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with anger. The girl asked, "Who is the masked man?" "You actually injured Old Wolf." "Uma, he's a blacksmith in the Divine Inscription Palace," Yi Qianlei hurriedly said with a smile. Qin Feng, who had been drinking, immediately stood up and walked over. "This masked girl is Xiao Yuemei." Qin Feng's drunken eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the masked girl with a hearty smile and said, "Yuemei, the masked man is just a blacksmith. If he dares to enter the top 10, I will definitely make him pay." Yi Qianlei was a little displeased. He said in a deep voice, "That'll have to wait for him to fight. Even if he fights, it's not your turn to teach him a lesson." Qin Feng chuckled, "That's right, I'm ranked 3rd, and you're ranked 4th. If he were to fight, he would indeed meet you first. But you still have to be careful, this guy knows the Han style." The one who was the most unhappy was Qi Shui, because Qin Feng and Yi Qianlei had never been jealous of her. Now that Xiao Yuemei arrived, it has become like this. Xiao Yuemei seems to be used to it. She asked about the masked man's situation and left. Qi Shui said, "Yuemei seems to be very concerned about this masked man." Xiao Lang laughed, "That masked man is going to be out of luck. Yuemei wants to take him in as a follower." After Qin Yin returned to the Divine Inscription Palace, he entered the training room to cultivate. He had gained a lot from his battle with the old man today. He was able to use the Qi explosion technique and the 10,000 horse palm together. He thought back to the previous competition and thought to himself, "Qinggong is my shortcoming. It seems that I can only practice harder and use my inner force to run. This will at least increase my speed a little." Then, in the training room, he sprinted back and forth, and began to practice running. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Qin Yan was extremely puzzled because no one had come to challenge him in the past 2 days. The martial artists in the Hidden Dragon martial field were not stupid. They could tell that he was very strange, so they all skipped over him and went to challenge others. Suddenly, Xianxia came out of her room and asked with a charming smile, "How have the past 2 days been? How many matches did you fight?" "I only fought 1 match." Qin Yan told Xianxia about the battle between him and the old man. After Xianxia heard this, she took out 2 pages of paper and said with some pride, "I have successfully changed the 6-style wind slayer technique into a hammer technique. I can also use my fist to execute it." Qin Yan, who was sitting on a stool, suddenly jumped up. He was extremely excited as he said with a smile, "Teacher, you're really amazing. I thought it would take at least a month to complete it so quickly." Xianxia's face was filled with arrogance as she said with a chuckle, "You're underestimating me too much. This is just a modification of an existing martial skill. I have also combined a few other martial skills, so the progress is quite smooth." After saying that, she put on a serious expression and shouted, "It's time for class. You have to be serious." Qin Yan hurriedly sat down and nodded. This hammer technique is called the 6-style forging dragon. The main point is similar to the 6-style wind slayer technique. It's mainly used in conjunction with the flame inner force. Following that, Xianxia very seriously guided Qin Yan in learning the 6-style forging dragon. Qin Yan held the forging hammer and began swinging it in the training room. Xianxia watched from the side. If she found anything lacking, she would improve it. After practicing for 2 days, he was able to use his inner force to execute it. It was equivalent to the small success realm. The main reason was that he had a very good grasp of the 6-style wind slayer technique, and the 6-style forging dragon technique was an improved version of the 6-style wind slayer technique. Furthermore, he had Xianxia to guide him from the side. Qin Yan and Xianxia began training in the training room. After more than 2 hours, he nodded his head in satisfaction. The effect of using fists will be a little weaker, but it's not a problem. In order to test the might of this hammer technique, he specially forged a piece of low-grade bone steel. In the past, it would have taken him 6 hours to complete. Now, it only took him 2 hours, cutting the time by half. Qin Yan praised, "Teacher, with your hammer technique, it will be even more convenient for me to forge artifacts in the future. Xianxia patted his head and said with a sweet smile, when you can forge a spirit artifact, I'll let you make one for me. No problem. Qin patted his chest and said with a smile. Xianxia took out a towel and helped him wipe his sweat. She said softly, go and rest first, then fight again. Don't worry too much about number 1. Ensuring your own body is the most important thing. Remember that you still have the identity of an inscription master. Qin understood the meaning behind Xiangxia's words. She was worried that she would use that method to torture him like she did to Yanqingyu. The princess's invitation. Qin had a good night's sleep. When he woke up, he saw a note on the table in the hall. It was left behind by Xiangxiu. She said that she had gone to the Hidden Dragon Martial Field. After he finished reading the note, his fighting spirit rose as he said firmly, it's time to enter the top 10. I must do my best to get first place. Only then can I obtain the profound heart grass and quickly cultivate the Heart Sutra. Teacher can't protect me forever. Furthermore, something must have happened to her and she might leave me very soon. Qin could tell that ever since Xiangxiu returned from the Tianxian martial school, she had a heavy heart. However, she was trying her best to hide it. He quickly rushed to the Hidden Dragon Martial Field. After arriving, he immediately issued a challenge. For the past few days, he hadn't made any movements. It was very intriguing. Now, the martial artist with the codename Dragon Slayer had finally issued another challenge. This matter quickly spread. Qin stood below a dueling platform, waiting for his opponent to arrive. Everyone watched from the side, not daring to approach. It was as if they were frightened by the thick fighting intent from his body. At this moment, the old man he had defeated earlier walked over. Sir, this is my young master's invitation. Old Man Wolf handed Qin a letter with a respectful expression. Qin was alarmed. The old man with extraordinary strength actually had a master. After he opened the letter, he saw a few lines of extremely beautiful words. The main content was that because his strength was outstanding, he hoped to hire him as a bodyguard, a thug or something. The reward was very generous. The person who wrote this letter was Xiaoyuemei. He looked at the old man and said in a hoarse voice, I appreciate your young master's intentions. Xiaoyuemei was already at the 6th level of the martial body realm at such a young age. At this moment, she was also recruiting talents, recruiting troops and expanding her power. Many people were willing to follow her but Qin rejected her. This surprised the old man. He said, please consider it carefully. This is a rare opportunity. Qin only nodded and did not say anything else. Not long after the old man left, a handsome white-clothed youth walked over. He had an oppressive and cold aura. The person who came was the second prince of Tianqin, Qin Feng. Qin recognized Qin Feng at a glance. You read that letter. Why didn't you agree to her request? Quickly agree to her. As soon as Qin Feng arrived, his voice was filled with anger, releasing a weak killing intent. Who do you think you are? Why would I agree to such a stupid thing? Qin was not afraid at all as he spoke in a low and hoarse voice. Qin Feng was usually high and mighty. Even people of the same status as him would not dare to treat him with such an attitude. He was immediately infuriated. He raised his hand and slapped Qin's mask. Qin suddenly raised his hand and bit at Qin Feng's wrist like a wolf. Then, he quickly circulated a very strong flame inner force. Qin Feng was shocked. He did not expect his opponent's internal energy to be so strong. He only felt a bone-piercing burning sensation coming from his wrist, and just as he was about to resist, stop. An elder's voice was full of anger. It suddenly sounded, blasting them back. He was the one who made the first move. Qin said in a low voice. The old man's voice was cold. He looked at Qin Feng and said coldly, Qin Feng has violated the rules. He will be demoted from 3rd to 4th place. Qin Feng was infuriated but he did not dare to say anything. His wrist was emitting smoke. This was the spot that Qin had grabbed. It was already burning red, as though it was cooked. He had suffered a great loss. After gritting his teeth, he glared at Qin and left in anger. Everyone was alarmed when they saw this. They never expected the masked man to be so daring. He dared to offend the second prince, Qin Feng. In the Tianqin Empire, the warrior that Qin Yun had challenged had also arrived. Although his strength was not bad, he was much weaker than Qin Yun, who had trained hard for a few days. He had only used the 10,000 horse palm to defeat his opponent. Qin Yun wins, ranked 95th. A person at the 5th level of the martial body realm had risen by 5 places in one go. Furthermore, there was no pressure at all, causing many people at the 6th level of the martial body realm to be unable to catch up. Now, even more people wanted to know his identity. After winning a match, he continued to challenge. Qin Yun wins. Rank 90. Qin Yun, 85th. Qin Yun fought 7 or 8 matches a day and rose to 60th place. This speed was so fast that it left people speechless. Even in the middle of the night, he continued to challenge, as if he wanted to rush to the top 10 in one go. Qin Feng and company were in the VIP lounge. As they watched Qin Yun fight his way up, they felt disdain in their hearts. This was because in their eyes, anyone outside the top 10 was trash. It was normal for them to be defeated. This bastard, I must teach him a lesson. Qin Feng looked at the wound on his wrist. Not only had he suffered a loss, he had also lost face. Seeing that you're usually so calm, you actually made a move. Yi Chenlei said with a smile. He was extremely happy. Qin Feng had been demoted to 3rd place because of the violation of the rules. Yi Chenlei, who was ranked 4th, did not even need to fight to rise to 3rd place. Qin Feng snorted. Who told him to reject Yu Mei? Yu Mei is also very angry because of this. I just want to teach him a lesson on behalf of Yu Mei. Qi Shui suddenly said, I'm going to challenge Qi Milan. I want to rise to 6th place. At this moment, she was ranked 7th and in the top 10, she could be considered to be at the back. The people in the Hidden Dragon martial field quickly received the news that Qi Shui, who was ranked 7th, wanted to challenge the 6th, Qi Milan. After such a long time, the young martial artists in the top 10 finally made a move. This caused the entire Hidden Dragon martial field to suddenly boil with excitement. Furthermore, this was a battle between 2 women. Qin Yun won another match and walked down the dueling platform. When he heard the news, he thought to himself, Qi Shui, Qi Milan, they are all from the state of Tianqi. They should not be born from the same mother. Their relationship is definitely not harmonious. He repeated the words Qi Milan in his heart and suddenly felt that they were very familiar. Could it be her? When Qin Yun was young, he had followed the emperor to visit other countries and had been to the Tianqi Empire. At that time, he was only a few years old. After going to the Tianqi Empire, the person who left the deepest impression on him was Qi Milan. The main reason was that Qi Milan was very cute, kind, and very likable. At that time, Qin Yun happened to be sick and Qi Milan was very concerned about him. He didn't know if it was like his childhood. After all, the world was cold and the human heart was unpredictable. The match between Qi Shui and Qi Milan was about to begin. The two of them had already arrived at the dueling platform. Qi Shui was dressed in a bright red outfit. Although she was beautiful, she lacked a bit of spirituality. In Qin Yun's eyes, her looks were only average. Now, he knew that the princess of Tianqi who had bickered with Meng Failing in the Divine Inscription Palace was Qi Shui. Qi Milan was dressed in tight clothes. Her pink and white clothes made her look simple and elegant. She was as beautiful as a jade from a small family. Her face was round, her eyes were clear, and she was pure. She was the kind of little sister that he wanted to dote on the moment he saw her. Mei Lin Qi. If there was a martial arts competition between the top 10, it would be held on the largest main stage, which was the one in the middle of the Hidden Dragon martial field. Qin Yun was below the first dueling platform as he stared at Qi Milan's exquisite and cute little face. He recalled many childhood memories that he had almost forgotten. Only when his waist was poked by someone did he come back to his senses. It's... He saw a masked person, but he still recognized that it was Xianxia. What are you looking at? Xianxia chuckled in a low voice. She wore a white mask, white clothes, and a bamboo hat on her head. She hid herself extremely well. Qin Yun only smiled and did not say a word. There were people all around, so it was not convenient to speak. After a referee shouted begin, the duel between the two princesses of the state of Tianqi officially began. Qi Shue's first move was very vicious. She either grabbed his face or kicked his groin. Such a vicious move made many people secretly frown. Qin Yin was alarmed when he saw this. He felt that the hatred of killing his father was nothing more than this. Furthermore, they were all Princess Xianxia, only he could deeply understand that this was a very normal thing in the imperial clan. If he did not have the nine-sun divine spirit to change the situation, he might have already died tragically. Qi Melian bit her lower lip as she continuously dodged Qi Shue's attacks. Her cute little face was filled with resentment. Qi Shue was her elder sister, yet she used such a vicious martial skill to attack her. Qi Melian's martial skills are being suppressed everywhere. The martial skills that Qi Shue has learned are all meant to restrain her. Xianxia also felt indignant and snorted. Suddenly, someone shouted, Qi Melian's mother is a palace maid and Princess Qi Shue's mother is the princess. Qi Melian, this lowly girl, is far inferior to Princess Qi Shue. So Qi Melian is the daughter of a stinky servant. Mother naturally doesn't have any power. No wonder her martial skills are so clumsy. Looks like Qi Shue is going to win. The people who spoke were all disciples of famous sects in Tianqi. Qin Yin did not need to ask around to tell that they were saying those words to please Qi Shue. Even if she was a princess, if her mother was a palace maid, her status in the palace would be very low. Moreover, Qi Melian's mother had died a long time ago. It was very rare for her to grow up in that kind of environment. When Qi Melian heard so many people talking about her mother, her mood was extremely bad. Furthermore, facing Qi Shue's vicious attack, she could only admit defeat. However, just as she shouted out a word, she saw Qi Shue's palms strike out, releasing two extremely terrifying streams of ice and snow inner strength. Like two merciless, ice-cold swords, they pierced into Qi Melian's body. Qi Melian had already admitted defeat, so she did not have any defense at all. She did not expect Qi Shue to be so vicious and actually want to kill her. When everyone saw this cute and innocent young girl being sent flying by the ruthless ice and snow inner strength, they could only sigh inwardly. This was a battle within the imperial clan, and no one dared to interfere. Otherwise, they would only offend the nobles. Qin Yin was infuriated. He leaped up and caught Qi Melian, who had flown out of the battling platform. At the same time, he channeled a warm stream of purple gold fire inner force over to help Qi Melian heal her injuries. Qi Shue had already flown down the battling platform. From afar, she struck out with her palm at Qi Melian, releasing a burst of inner strength. Qin Yin hurriedly released a ball of explosive inner force. After the inner force was shattered by Qi Shue's inner strength, it turned into a flame that enveloped Qi Shue, burning her into a sorry state. She could only leave hatefully. If this continued, she would be violating the rules. Qi Melian had been paying close attention to the masked man because the look in his eyes was very familiar. She was in Qin Yin's embrace as she looked at Qin Yin's eyes up close. She could not help but feel delighted as she felt Qin Yin's warm inner strength. "It's you, brother Yun," Qi Melian said softly before closing her eyes and fainting. After Qin Yin landed on the ground with Qi Melian in his arms, he hurriedly rushed out of the hidden dragon martial field and returned to the divine inscription palace. Xianxia also returned. "I will take good care of her. Hurry up and enter the top 10. Teach that slut Qi Shue a lesson." Xianxia was filled with rage when she saw the delicate and lovely Qi Melian being injured. Qin Yan's expression was gloomy as he nodded. His fists were clenched so tightly that they creaked. In the hidden dragon martial field, everyone was discussing the relationship between the masked man and Qi Melian. When Qin Yin arrived, he heard many rumors and felt even more infuriated. This was because Qi Shue had sent people to spread it in order to smear Qi Melian's image. When everyone saw the masked man arrive, they immediately shut their mouths and stopped talking. They were worried that if they met the masked man on the stage, they would be attacked by him with all their might. The moment Qin Yin arrived, he immediately issued a challenge. The person he challenged was a disciple from the Tianqi Empire. His name was Du Han, and he was a 20-year-old man. He remembered that in order to win Qi Shue's appreciation, Du Han had said all sorts of slanderous words about Qi Melian below the battling platform. Du Han stepped onto the stage and said with a sneer, "Masked man, what is your relationship with that little slut Qi Melian? I must take off your mask." The referee did not wait for him to finish before shouting, "Begin." Qin Yan's fists gathered internal energy as he charged in front of Du Han in an instant. "Trash!" Qin Yan roared angrily as he punched out with both fists. In an instant, he punched out more than 10 times, causing sparks to fly. In the blink of an eye, Du Han had been beaten beyond recognition by this explosive punch. His entire body was severely burned and his elemental energy had also been scattered. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Du Han was still a fine person a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he was crippled. Everyone knew that this was the angry attack of the masked man. After Du Han was carried down, Qin Yan immediately issued a challenge, specifically choosing the disciples of the aristocratic families of the Xianxia Empire. Once challenged, one had to go on stage. If one didn't want to fight, then one had to admit defeat immediately after going on stage. If one didn't go on stage, they would be considered to have given up and lost their qualifications. After being challenged by Qin Yan, the disciples of the aristocratic families of the Xianxia Empire didn't even have the time to say the word admit defeat before they were crippled and beaten to death by Qin Yan. More than 10 noble disciples of Xianxia Empire had been crippled by Qin Yan in a single day. They couldn't even climb down the dueling platform. This was a huge blow to the younger generation of the Xianxia Empire. These disciples of Xianxia Empire were all people who had previously insulted Qi Meilan. This caused the disciples of Xianxia Empire to directly give up when they met him. They would rather withdraw than face Qin Yan. Qi Shui was infuriated when she saw this. That was because those disciples of Xianxia Empire were all targets of her recruitment. Now, because of her, all of them had been crippled. A few days later, Qin Yan, who was filled with rage, challenged day and night crazily. Finally, he reached 11th place. Today, he challenged the person ranked 10th. Finally, he was going to enter the top 10. The person ranked 10th was a disciple of the Tianshao Empire's Lin family. His name was Lin Yang. Although Qin Yan was anonymous, his code name, Dragon Slayer, could be said to be famous throughout the entire imperial city. This was because he had defeated too many famous 6th-level martial body cultivators. At this moment, Qin Yan walked onto the largest dueling platform and attracted everyone's attention. The masked man at the 5th level of the martial body realm had defeated many people at the 6th level of the martial body realm. He had never been defeated before. This was inconceivable. Many people realized that other than being unable to use inner strength, the strength of the masked man's inner strength was already comparable to the 6th level of the martial body realm. In such a situation, one would usually possess a high-grade martial spirit, or at least a platinum martial spirit. Lin Yang walked onto the battling platform. He wore a dark blue outfit and his long and thin face was filled with a relaxed expression. Concealed weapon. In the past few days, Qin Yan had not used the 6th-style forging dragon. The main reason was that the previous opponents were too weak, while Lin Yang was very strong. He felt that this time, it was time to use the 6th-style forging dragon. "Begin," the referee shouted. Although Lin Yang is thin and small, his movement is very vigorous. His qigong is very good. In an instant, he leaped dozens of meters and began his attack. The martial skill he used was a finger technique. After pointing out with his finger, he would shoot out a needle-like inner force that had a very strong penetrating power. If he was hit by these finger energies, he would definitely be severely injured. Lin Yang struck out with more than 10 finger forces that pierced towards Qin Yan. They were transparent and colorless, unable to be seen with the naked eye. Qin Yan's mental strength was slightly stronger, so he could sense the transparent and powerful finger force. This finger technique is truly powerful. It's equivalent to using a concealed weapon. Qin Yan was forced to dodge the rain-like finger force. He was unable to approach Lin Yang at all. The people below the stage could not see the transparent finger power. They could only see Qin Yan running around randomly on the stage. Those who were familiar with Lin Yang knew that this was Lin Yang's most beautiful move, so they didn't find it strange. Instead, they were very surprised that someone could avoid it so many times. Qin Yan quickly thought of a way to deal with it. He hurriedly circulated his vibrating inner force and allowed it to flow through his skin and muscles. With the vibration internal force protecting his body, he no longer dodged Lin Yang's finger force and rushed forward. When Lin Yang saw that Qin Yan was no longer dodging, he was slightly alarmed. He immediately released his inner strength. He had just stepped into the 6th level of the martial body realm and was not too familiar with inner strength. Therefore, he would not easily use it, and right now was a great opportunity. The finger force condensed from inner strength was much stronger than the inner strength from before. Lin Yang's 10 fingers moved and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. He urged his inner strength to pour into his hands and released it from his 10 fingers. It condensed into needles and shot out rapidly. It's coming. When Qin Yan sensed the approaching force of the array finger, he released his vibration inner force to the limit. Hoo. When the finger force struck Qin Yan's body, it was dispersed by the vibrating inner force, forming a gust of wind that dissipated. While Lin Yang was alarmed, Qin Yan had already arrived, 10,000 horse palm, mountain quaking style. These two moves were executed consecutively, and the wind from the palms howled. The 10,000 horse palm force, with the momentum of shaking a mountain, turned into a wave of qi, which hit Lin Yang a few meters away and made him vomit blood and fly backward. After Lin Yang fell to the ground, he suddenly jumped up. When he saw Qin Yan rushing over, he anxiously took out a black cloth belt from his bosom. His face was filled with viciousness. With a forceful fling of the cloth belt, a long needle with a cold glint shot out. Concealed weapons. This was a real hidden weapon, and this kind of hidden weapon usually contained poison. When Qin Yan saw this, he punched out with both fists and used the thunder tremor style of the 6th-style forging dragon. His fists were like hammers as he punched out. His internal energy suddenly exploded, forming a shockwave that sent the poisonous needles flying. He broke the rules. Qin Yan shouted anxiously. Weapons can be used in a martial arts competition. Concealed weapons are also a type of weapon, the referee said. The current referee was not the same as before. To be able to use weapons, the hidden dragon martial field immediately erupted into a heated discussion. They carefully recalled the rules, and indeed, there was no rule that prohibited the use of weapons. However, everyone thought that this kind of martial arts competition did not allow the use of weapons. The organizers had never mentioned it, and they did not know what their intentions were. When Lin Yang heard this, he took out 2 sharp short blades from his back and quickly jumped to Qin Yan's side. He brandished his blades and slashed forward. His face was filled with pride. With a weapon in close combat, Qin Yan, who was proficient in close combat, was no match for him. Lin Yang, if you kill him, the Xianxia Empire will reward you handsomely. From the VIP suite on the 2nd floor, Xiao Lang's cold voice suddenly came out. When Lin Yang heard this, he attacked Qin Yan even more crazily. Everyone secretly took a deep breath. If the masked man did not admit defeat, he would be killed. However, no one understood why Xiao Lang, the 2nd prince of the Xianxia Empire, wanted to kill the mysterious masked man. Lin Yang used 2 sabers and gained the upper hand. In order to defeat Qin Yan faster, he took out 2 fire talismans from his bosom and threw them at Qin Yan. With a flash of the fire talisman, a burst of flame surged out and enveloped Qin Yan. What Qin Yan was least afraid of was fire. Furthermore, Lin Yang was using a low-grade fire talisman. When the flames were about to burn out, Lin Yang immediately rushed in, thinking that Qin Yan had been burned by the flames. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the flames. Qin Yan was not injured. Furthermore, he held a ghost head saber in his hand as he viciously slashed down at Lin Yang, who was charging at him. With a swoosh, the saber descended and the saber chi that was slashed out was like a wave, forming a ball of air that struck Lin Yang's body. Boom! The ball of air was blasted apart and Lin Yang was sent flying by the shockwave. His body was covered in wounds and both of his hands that were holding the saber had been cut off. He was sent flying off the battling platform, turning into a bloody man. His skin and flesh were lacerated. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the masked man with the ghost head saber in shock. This kind of strength was too terrifying, everyone sighed. Lin Yang, who was ranked 10th, had actually lost so miserably that he could no longer fight. The most surprising thing was that the masked man had actually taken out a large ghost head saber. He must have a storage spirit artifact on him. But he is only at the 5th level martial body realm, yet he has such a precious item. What is the background of this masked man? Everyone was guessing. Storage spirit artifacts were rare and expensive. Even for an inscription master like Master Wei, it would take him 3 to 5 years to create one. Usually, they would be bought by the older generation. Xiao Lang and the others in the VIP suite were also extremely jealous because they all wanted their own storage spirit artifacts. I never thought that I would really be able to use weapons and talismans. The rules didn't say that pet beasts are not allowed. Xiao Lang looked coldly at the masked Qin Yun and clenched his fists tightly. Lin Yang was a popular person by his side, but he had been beaten up so miserably. He was very unhappy in his heart, as if he had been slapped in the face. The match between Lin Yang and Qin Yun allowed many people to know that they could use weapons. Not long after, the crisp sound of weapons colliding could be heard from many battling platforms in the incomparably spacious Hidden Dragon martial field. Not long after the match between Qin Yun and Lin Yang ended, another shocking piece of news came. Meng Fei Ling, who was ranked 5th, challenged Qin Feng, who was ranked 4th. The moment the news spread, many people were filled with anticipation. Qin Feng quickly came to accept the challenge. He had already appeared on stage number 1, wearing a mighty silver armor. Meng Fei Ling, on the other hand, was wearing a set of tight white clothes. She had a teasing smile on her face, as if she was not afraid of Qin Feng at all. Meng Fei Ling, Qin Feng, begin now. The referee shouted. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Feng had already admitted defeat at the very beginning. As a result, his ranking dropped to 5th place. Immediately after, Qi Shui, who was ranked 6th, went to challenge Qin Feng. Qin Feng admitted defeat at the very beginning, causing his ranking to drop to 6th place. The 7th place was originally Qi Malian, but because of her injuries, she was unable to accept the challenge and had already announced her withdrawal. Qin Yun, who had just entered the 10th place, rose to 9th place because of Qi Malian's withdrawal. Qin Feng was now 6th. The two of them were getting closer and closer. Many people could guess that the reason why Qin Feng admitted defeat twice in a row, causing his ranking to drop rapidly, was so that he could quickly face Qin Yun. Indeed, when Qin Yun challenged the 8th-ranked Xu Chu and the 7th-ranked Long Yaoyu, the two of them immediately admitted defeat. Jade Wolf soared after Qin Yun rose to 7th place. He immediately issued a challenge to the 6th place, Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng did not immediately accept the challenge. As for Meng Fei Ling, who was ranked 4th, she also went to challenge the 3rd place, Yi Chenlei. The first main martial stage was surrounded by many people because the duel between Yi Chenlei and Meng Fei Ling was about to begin. Meng Fei Ling's expression was cold as she slowly floated onto the martial stage. She wore a white dress and held a black whip in her hand as she stood there valiantly. Her eyes were originally filled with coquettishness, but when she saw Yi Chenlei arrive, they became as sharp as an eagle's. Her martial spirit was the Platinum Eagle martial spirit, which was one level higher than Yi Chenlei's Golden Thunder Axe martial spirit. This was also the reason why she dared to challenge Yi Chenlei. Yi Chenlei was wearing a golden axe in his hand. His strong upper body was bare and his bulging muscles were filled with explosive power. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Yun was also watching seriously, wanting to see Meng Fei Ling's strength. Demoness Meng, don't think that we don't know that you secretly killed our Yi family's Thunder Wolf. Today, we will make you pay the price. Yi Chenlei roared, his voice rumbling like thunder. Qin Yun immediately recalled that when he met Meng Fei Ling, he had seen her leading a group of people to hunt demon beasts. It was actually the Yi family's beast pet. Yi Chenlei was nearly 2 meters tall and had a huge body. His muscles were ferocious and his entire body flickered with electricity. The huge axe in his hand emitted golden lightning bolts. After he roared, he brandished his axe and charged at Meng Fei Ling like a mad bull. Although Yi Chenlei was big, his speed was not slow at all. He was actually faster than Lin Yang from before. He used his movement technique and his footwork became extremely nimble. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, before Yi Chenlei could even get close to Meng Fei Ling, the huge axe in his hand slashed a few times, sending out several streams of energy that carried golden lightning. It was like a net that spread out, enveloping a large area. Meng Fei Ling immediately leaped more than 20 meters into the air and hovered there. After she dodged Yi Chenlei's attack, she lashed out with the whip in her hand. With a paw sound, her inner strength was flung out through the whip and landed on Yi Chenlei's body, causing him to let out a furious roar. She nimbly flew around in the air like a bird, causing many people to be extremely envious. She had the eagle martial spirit and by cultivating a special movement technique, she could fly early. Otherwise, she would need to be at the 8th or ninth level of the martial body to be able to use her powerful inner force to float her body. Yi Chunlei's defense was extremely strong. His attacks were fierce, and his speed was not slow either. However, he had met Meng Feiling who could fly. It was difficult for him to hit someone who could fly on the ground, so he could only watch helplessly. Meng Feiling was a platinum martial spirit and the inner strength she condensed was very strong. Furthermore, her attacks were extremely agile. She lashed out in the air, catching Yi Chunlei off guard. Qin Yan finally understood why Xiaolang would call Meng Feiling a demoness. This kind of fighting style was indeed very maddening. Not long after, Yi Chunlei's body was covered with ghastly whip marks. Not only were his injuries severe on the surface, but his internal injuries were also not light. "Demoness, I'll kill you." Yi Chunlei's roar was like a thunderclap. What was funny was that the huge axe in his hand had already been whipped off the battling platform by Meng Feiling. Yi Chunlei punched out at Meng Feiling who was in the air. The violent lightning inner strength randomly flew into the air but was all dodged by Meng Feiling. Pa pa pa. Meng Feiling's whip struck out fiercely, using her strongest inner strength. When it struck Yi Chunlei's body, waves of air surged and blood splattered everywhere. I admit defeat. After Yi Chunlei finished speaking, he angrily walked down the dueling platform. The injuries on his body were shocking. From the very beginning, everyone could roughly tell who would win and who would lose, so they were not surprised. Even if they were surprised, it was because of Meng Feiling's flying technique. As a result, Meng Feiling was ranked third, above her were Xiaolang and Xiao Yuemei. They were both very strong, so she did not continue fighting. If he was seriously injured in the martial arts competition, he wouldn't even be able to maintain his third place. The top three were all very strong, so it would be very difficult for the people below to go up. On the other hand, Yi Chunlei was seriously injured. Even if he recovered, he could only barely maintain his ranking. As long as he entered the top 10, even if he couldn't get first place, the prizes he would receive would still be pretty good. Next up, the most anticipated thing was the duel between Dragon Slaying and Qin Feng. Qin Feng was the second prince of the Tianqin Empire and was also publicly recognized as the second strongest prince of the Tianqin Empire. The strongest was the crown prince, Qin Jingfeng, and the third was Qin Yun. Qin Yun waited patiently in the dueling arena for Qin Feng to accept the challenge. While he was waiting, a shocking piece of news suddenly came. It was that the crown prince of Tianqin would be coming to watch Qin Feng's martial arts competition. The crown prince, Qin Jingfeng, possessed a rare 6 meridians and had been accepted by the Tianqian martial school a long time ago. Now, he had actually returned from the Tianqian martial school. It was said that he had already stepped into the 7th level martial body realm. Qin Jingfeng and Qin Feng's mother were cousins and they had an extremely good relationship. Therefore, Qin Jingfeng and Qin Feng's relationship was not bad. Just as the news spread, someone shouted, "The crown prince of Tianqin is here." Qin Yun stood on the battling platform and saw many people walking in from the other side of the door. The person walking at the very front was wearing a purple gold jade crown, a golden cloak, and a golden red armor. He looked extremely arrogant and radiated a sharp aura. This was Qin Jingfeng, the crown prince of Tianqin. When Qin Yun saw Qin Jingfeng, he was infuriated. One of the spirit veins that had been extracted from him was in Qin Jingfeng's body. Qin Jingfeng was the crown prince and was about to be engaged to Xiao Yuelan. His martial talent was number 1 in Tianqin and he was fully deserving of being the future emperor of Tianqin. Therefore, many of the disciples of the famous sects in the Tianqin Empire came forward to greet him when they saw him arrive. In terms of talent, Qin Jingfeng was slightly inferior to Xiao Yuelan. However, there was no need to worry. After all, the Tianxiao Empire had already decided on the marriage. There definitely wouldn't be any mistakes. As soon as Qin Jingfeng arrived, someone brought over a luxurious chair for him to sit on. He wanted to watch the battle from below the main battling platform. Xiaolang and the others who were in the VIP room also walked down and chatted with Qin Jingfeng. Only Xiao Yuemei and Meng Feiling did not come. Qin Jingfeng smiled and pulled out his sharp sword from its scabbard, producing a crisp sword cry. One look was enough to tell that this was a good sword, a spirit artifact. He handed the sword to Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Second brother, this sword is called the Jade Wolf Sword. It's the prize I obtained from the Xianxia martial school. It's a low-grade spirit artifact and is ranked 30th on the Xian level martial school's sword list. I'll lend it to you now. Qin Feng revealed a look of pleasant surprise. After receiving the Jade Wolf Sword, he hurriedly thanked him. This was a low-grade spirit weapon and it was also very famous. It could unleash an even stronger power during a martial arts competition. Seeing Qin Feng obtain the Jade Wolf Sword, everyone was secretly envious. A famous low-grade spirit weapon was extremely rare. One had to know that many disciples of famous sects only had a half-spirit weapon. This is the first spirit weapon to appear in the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition. This sword is really beautiful. The masked man is going to be out of luck. Haha, he's really unlucky. Previously, he was so arrogant to provoke Qin Feng. Now that Qin Feng has a spirit artifact, let's see how he can resist. Although he has a storage spirit artifact, it can't be used in martial arts, so it's not of much use. Qin Jingfeng smiled faintly. Royal brother, with the help of this sword, you will definitely be able to take first place on the Hidden Dragon list. Thunder Roar. Qin Feng had a spirit artifact. Not only did Qin Yin feel pressured, Xiao Lang also felt pressured. If Qin Feng were to continue fighting, he, Xiao Lang, would eventually have to face Qin Feng. Although Xiao Lang was the second prince of Sky Hell, he did not have a spirit artifact. In such a large power, spirit artifacts had to be fought for by oneself. On the battling platform, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with anger. His wrist had been injured by Qin Yun and he had suffered a great loss. In order to take revenge, he did not hesitate to let his ranking drop. Furthermore, he wanted to obtain Xiao Yuemei's appreciation. Qin Feng lightly shook the Jade Wolf Sword, producing a light sword hum. The spirit inscriptions on the sword's body flickered with a white light and could be seen clearly. From the complexity of the spirit inscriptions, they were mid-grade spirit inscriptions. He looked at Qin Yan's ice-cold black mask and said coldly, I want to break your mask and see what you have to hide. Begin. The referee shouted. At the start of the match, Qin Yan was the first to attack. He used the ghost head saber to slash out. Flame inner force surged into the saber, causing the blade to turn red and the heat to be oppressive. Swoosh, the ghost head saber slashed down, producing a whistling sound as it pierced through the air. The saber chi that shot out roared again and again. Such a head-on slash was imposing and without any hesitation, causing everyone to cheer loudly. Qin Feng's face was filled with disdain. His snow wind martial spirit could release snow wind inner force. When it was injected into the Jade Wolf Sword, it could release a bone-piercing blizzard. He gently waved his sword to meet the incoming scorching saber chi. Everyone held their breath and stared. Bang! The sword and saber clashed, ice and fire clashed, and the battling platform was instantly filled with ice and fire. The huge battling platform was enveloped in cold air, forming a layer of frost. The mist dissipated and Qin Yun was forced back dozens of meters. His entire body was covered in ice and snow and the ghost head saber was covered in a thick layer of frost. It had to be said that Qin Feng was still the strongest in terms of inner force. After all, he was at the 6th level martial body realm. Furthermore, his inner force had increased by a lot through the Jade Wolf Sword. This was the power of a spirit weapon. Crack, the ice on the ghost head saber suddenly cracked, and then the blade shattered along with the ice and fell to the ground. One had to know that the ghost head saber was also a half-spirit weapon, yet it had turned into many small pieces. When the people below the stage saw this, they immediately let out exclamations of surprise, wishing that they could also have such a spiritual sword. This is the power of the Jade Wolf Sword. As expected of a spiritual weapon. If only I had one. That was obtained by the Tianqin Crown Prince himself. If he wanted to buy this kind of famous sword, he would need to prepare at least 1,000,000 crystal coins. Other than being envious, everyone could only be envious. Qin Jingfeng enjoyed the envy of others. He laughed loudly and shouted, "Royal brother, take this opportunity to kill him now." Qin Feng immediately flew over. With a wave of his hand, a snowy sword beam enveloped Qin Yun, forcing him to dodge repeatedly. Now that Qin Yun had lost his weapon, the situation became clear. Everyone believed that the outcome was already decided. They just wanted to see how Qin Yun would lose. Qin Jingfeng smiled proudly and said, "Everyone, watch carefully. My second brother is preparing to use our Tian Qin's most powerful sword technique, the Qin Spirit Sword Technique. This is a high-grade spirit-level martial art. High-grade spirit-level sword techniques were very rare, but there were quite a few fist techniques or leg techniques. Weapon-type martial techniques, especially sword techniques, were extremely rare. After Qin Feng used the Qin Spirit Sword Technique, his entire body suddenly became agile. Whether it was his speed or inner force, they had all increased by a lot. Hua! With a thrust of his sword, the sword hummed like a wolf. Light and shadows flew everywhere as the wind and snow howled. It could be said that he had used the Jade Wolf Sword and the Qin Spirit Sword technique to the extreme. Even Qin Jingfeng praised him loudly. Many of the seniors below the stage also cheered. Qin Yun was enveloped by the snowstorm of sword shadows. It was impossible to dodge such an attack. Qin Feng continuously used the Qin Spirit Sword technique, turning the dueling platform into a world of ice and snow. It was difficult to see the situation inside. The outcome has been decided. Xiao Lang smiled slightly. Qin Feng is indeed powerful. If I were to fight with him, I wonder what my chances of winning are. Brother Xiao, you don't have to be too modest. The masked man was only at the 5th level martial body realm. Furthermore, his martial skills were ordinary and he did not have a good half-spirit artifact. Naturally, he was suppressed. As for you, you are one of the best in the 6th level martial body realm. The martial skills of your Tian Xiao imperial family are the best in our 3 countries. Qin Jingfeng chuckled, I am looking forward to your match with my royal brother. Just as he finished speaking, the crisp sound of weapons colliding could be heard from the battling platform. Crash! The snowstorm that enveloped the battling platform was torn apart by a wave of heat. The frost on the ground quickly melted. Qin Yun held a flaming forging hammer in his hand as he blocked the fatal sword strike that was aimed at his throat. The masked man actually had a weapon. It was a forging hammer. To be able to block such a powerful strike, it could be seen that the forging hammer was not an ordinary item. It was a forging hammer forged by Qin Yun using low-grade bone steel. Its strength was in no way inferior to the Jade Wolf Sword. When Xiao Lang saw that the masked man had not been defeated, he was secretly delighted. He said, the masked man is a blacksmith from the Divine Inscription Palace. It's not surprising that he has a pretty good forging hammer. Qin Yun swung the forging hammer fiercely. Like a thunderclap, the hammer smashed down, causing a thunderous explosion. With a single glance, one could tell that this was a high-grade hammer technique. The 6th-style forging dragon was modified from the high-grade spirit-level wind slasher art. It could also be considered a high-grade spirit-level martial art. It was in no way inferior to Qin Ling's sword technique. Qin Feng was already shocked by the thunderous aura. While he was alarmed, he instinctively swung his sword to block. Boom! When the forging hammer landed on the Jade Wolf Sword's blade, a large amount of sparks flew out. It was as if it was forging red iron. The sound of the hammer striking was even more muffled like thunder. Qin Feng's hand that was holding the sword was in pain from the impact. He was shocked to the extreme. He had never heard of such a ferocious hammer technique. This was the thunderclap style, the first style of the forging dragon. In order to conceal his vibration martial spirit, Qin Yun did not use his vibration inner force. He only borrowed the inner force of his second inner yuan. With his vigorous inner force, it was enough to display this move to its fullest. Forging Dragon second style, roar. The second strike was like a raging thunder roaring with a majestic aura. The complicated alchemy patterns at the bottom of the forging hammer were even more dazzling and scorching. Boom! A burst of flame splashed out like a blossoming spark. The Jade Wolf Sword was actually bent. Seeing this scene, Qin Jingfeng's expression suddenly changed. Everyone was as shocked as stone statues. The bent part of the Jade Wolf Sword was slightly red, as if it had been burned red. Thunderclap style. Qin Yun swung his hammer again. In his panic, Qin Feng could only use the slightly bent Jade Wolf Sword to block. Boom! Another thunderous roar that shook the souls of people erupted. After the forging hammer fell, it created even more sparks. The Jade Wolf Sword was completely broken, and the broken part was burned red. After the forging hammer in Qin Yun's hand broke the sword, it struck straight at Qin Feng's chest. After Qin Feng's chest was hit, he screamed loudly. A smoking brand appeared on his chest, and his clothes were set ablaze. That's an alchemy mark. Is it the kind of spirit inscription that can absorb fire inner force and double the heat? That's a half-spirit artifact forging hammer. It has the inner force to forge a low-grade spirit artifact. The alchemy inscriptions are too terrifying. Animal skin spirit talisman, don't be arrogant. When Qin Jingfeng saw that his jade wolf sword had been broken, he was infuriated. His expression became gloomy and frightening. He looked very much like the vicious queen. He immediately leaped up and punched Qin Yun. All of this happened so fast that the referee couldn't stop it in time. Qin Jingfeng's fist force attacked, causing the stone bricks on the battling platform to shatter. When Qin Yun sensed it, he turned pale with fright. He hurriedly punched at Qin Jingfeng, who was in the air. At the same time he punched out, he quickly activated the lightning pattern wristband and shot out a thick bolt of lightning that ferociously struck Qin Jingfeng's fist. Ah! Qin Jingfeng shouted angrily. His arm was struck by the lightning until his flesh was lacerated and smoke was coming out. It was a tragic sight. Qin Yun was also struck by Qin Jingfeng's fist. He suffered internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you break the rules? Duan Qian's angry voice was accompanied by a threatening aura. Duan Qian sent out a wave of qi from afar, striking Qin Jingfeng's body and sending him flying out of the Hidden Dragon Martial Field's main gate. Following that, Duan Qian, whose face was filled with anger, slowly landed on the battling platform. He hurriedly took out a shining spirit pill and placed it into Qin Yun's mouth. No one dared to breathe loudly. To be able to send the Tianqin crown prince flying, he must be extremely powerful. Many people recognized that this was the general director of the Divine Inscription Palace, Duan Qian. The seriously injured Qin Feng was taken away by Duan Qian. After Qin Jingfeng was sent flying out of the door, he left in a sorry state. He had lost all his face and even lost the jade wolf sword. He hated the masked man to the bone. An old man announced loudly, 2 long wins, advancing to the 6th rank of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Only when everyone saw Duan Qian leave with Qin Yun did they dare to speak. Qin Jingfeng is not injured, he was only sent flying. After all, he is a genius student of the Tianqian Martial School. Even the general director of the Divine Inscription Palace has some misgivings. Even so, it's still very embarrassing, and his jade wolf sword was destroyed. I have to say, the masked man is really powerful. Maybe he's an old blacksmith with amazing hammer skills and an alchemy hammer. Alchemy inscriptions were the rarest among spirit inscriptions. It was said that there were very few inscriptionists who knew alchemy inscriptions. Even Master Wei needed to hire someone to help him inscribe alchemy inscriptions. Duan Qian was most shocked by Qin Yun's alchemy runes. The higher the grade of a spirit rune, the more powerful it was. If the hammer could break the jade wolf sword, it meant that the grade of the alchemy pattern was very high. In just a few days, the Hidden Dragon list had changed a lot. From 1st to 6th, they were Xiao Lang, Xiao Yuemei, Meng Fei Ling, Yi Chenlei, Qi Shui and Qin Yun. The happiest person was none other than Xiao Lang. Qin Feng, who originally possessed the jade wolf sword, was his greatest threat. But now, he was heavily injured and the jade wolf sword was destroyed. However, right at this moment, a blue-clothed young lady wearing a white mask suddenly announced that she wanted to challenge the number 1 Xiao Lang. Only Xiao Yuemei, who is ranked 2nd, has the qualifications to challenge 1st place. Xiao Yuemei has always been wearing a mask, this is known to all. It also made everyone feel very regretful that they could not see this genius girl's beautiful appearance. Xiao Lang is not happy now, he almost forgot that there is still Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei is only 14 years old and she is already at the 6th level martial body realm. Furthermore, her martial spirit is extremely mysterious. Everyone was overjoyed. There was another good show to watch. In the suite of the Divine Inscription Palace, Qin Yun sat by the bed and looked at the pitiful Qi Milan. With Yangshu's internal energy healing, her injuries had already stabilized. Brother Yun, I'm fine. Qi Milan's haggard face revealed a sweet smile. To be able to see you again is the happiest thing that has happened to me in all these years. Qin Yun smiled and caressed her cute face. He said softly, I'm very happy to see you too. When Qi Milan heard Qin Yun's low and powerless voice, she immediately frowned and asked worriedly, Brother Yun, are you injured? Qin Yun immediately smiled and raised his voice, I suffered a small injury, it's nothing. He ate the spirit pill that Duan Qian had given him and recovered very quickly. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yuemei is challenging Xiao Lang. Are you going to watch? Both of them will be your opponents. What's Brother Yun's rank now? Qi Milan's cute little face was filled with worry because she knew the cruelty of the martial stage. Qin Yun said with a smile, 6th. Little Mei Lian, rest well. I'll go to the Hidden Dragon martial field to take a look. Soon, I'll be able to challenge the 5th-ranked Qi Shui and avenge you. Xianxia sat by the bed and gently stroked Qi Milan's hair. She said, after a few more rounds of healing, you'll be able to recover. Don't worry. Teacher, thank you. Qin Yun could only remember this kindness in his heart. Why are you being so polite with me? Hurry up and go to the Hidden Dragon martial field to take a look. Xianxia said with a gentle smile. The Hidden Dragon martial field was not too far from the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yun quickly arrived. The moment he entered, he saw the two people on the main battling platform. They were Xiao Lang, who was riding a snow lion, and Xiao Yuemei, who was wearing a mask. Riding a demonic beast is fine? If the referee doesn't stop it, then there's no problem. Motherf *Ker, having a good family background is so willful. You can even ride a demonic beast. This is too unfair. This Hidden Dragon martial arts competition was originally held for them. They are all students of the Black Level Martial Arts Academy, so the rules are naturally biased towards them. Qin Yun was also secretly surprised because Xiao Lang's snow lion was a rank 7 demonic beast. It was extremely powerful. I admit defeat. Xiao Lang suddenly shouted. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to the martial arts competition. Unexpectedly, the first-ranked Xiao Lang admitted defeat without even fighting. However, no one said that Xiao Lang had stage fright. After all, he was very strong and had a snow lion. However, his opponent was Xiao Yuemei, his little sister. If he were to accidentally injure Xiao Yuemei during the martial arts competition, not only would the Tian Xiao imperial family pursue him, even his twin sister, Xiao Yuelan, would not let him off. Qin Yun had just arrived when he saw that the match had failed. He quickly returned to the Divine Inscription Palace. He let Duan Qian use an hour to help him recover from his injuries and then began refining fire and lightning talismans. Sooner or later, he would meet Xiao Lang. His opponent had a snow lion, which was extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, he had to be fully prepared. Duan Qian came to Qin Yun's talisman crafting room and said, You have mastered high-grade spirit inscriptions. You can use beast skin to craft talismans and the power will be even stronger. Will it be difficult to use beast skin to craft talismans? Qin Yun had always wanted to give it a try, but he was worried that it would take a lot of time. He had quite a few beast skins. Duan Qian took out a talisman made from beast skin and said with a smile, If you can use a carving knife to craft talismans, it will be much easier to make beast skin spirit inscriptions. When Qin Yun saw the beast skin talisman, his heart began to stir. Try making one yourself. If you feel that you can't achieve the desired effect, you can make another paper talisman. The fury of the waves. Qin Yun successfully created a beast skin talisman. It took slightly longer than paper talismans, but the power of the beast skin talisman was much stronger than paper talismans. The beast skin needed to be processed before it could be inscribed. This was all done by Xianxia. She used the inner force of the 9th level martial body to process the beast skin. The effect was the best. Teacher, what is Xiao Yuemei's martial spirit? Qin Yun asked. Xiao Yuemei is a great threat. If he could understand her, it would be more or less helpful. The sisters' martial spirits are very mysterious. It's said that even their parents don't know. Xianxia shook her head and said, If I didn't expose myself, most people wouldn't know about my martial spirit. Qin Yun's vibration martial spirit was also hidden. Others did not know about his martial spirit, so he could catch them off guard in battle. Xiao Yuemei's talent is also very terrifying. Why wasn't she directly chosen by the Black Level Martial Arts Academy? Qin Yun had always been puzzled about this. Xianxia handed Qin Yun a stack of beast skins and sighed softly. She was directly chosen by the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. She needs to agree to the conditions set by the Martial Arts Academy. Perhaps she doesn't want to agree to those conditions. Qin Yan suddenly guessed that Xianxia might have been restricted by these conditions. Otherwise, she would not have come to the Spiritual Martial Academy to be a teacher. He asked in a low voice, "Teacher, did you get scolded by the Tianxian Martial School for exposing your martial spirit in front of everyone last time?" Xianxia stroked her hair flirtatiously and said with a smile, "I was told a few words. I have other matters to attend to when I go back. Focus on crafting talismans and don't ask any more questions." Qin Yan knew that Xianxia was very good to him, so he was very worried that she would face a bad situation. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to work hard to improve his strength as soon as possible. Qin Yan used 2 hours to make 4 talismans. He worked for 20 hours and rested for 4 hours. This continued for 3 days and he made a total of more than 100 fire and lightning talismans. They were all made from beast skins. Then, he refined a lightning wristband. This thing was very powerful, it could injure one of Qin Jingfeng's arms. Xianxia picked up the lightning wristband and said with a smile, "I'll help your lightning wristband accumulate internal energy. My internal energy is stronger." When Qin Yan heard this, he smiled and nodded. He also handed over the other thunder-patterned wrist guard. Since there were no restrictions on these things during the competition, it was better to equip as much as possible. Finally, he used the beast skin to make a set of clothes and engraved light patterns on it. The light rune was a type of spirit rune that could heal and detoxify wounds. It was as rare and precious as alchemy runes. It was also very complicated, and he had only recently mastered it. Duan Qian walked in with a solemn expression. "Qin Yan, if there's nothing wrong with your body, it's best if you quickly raise your ranking." Xianxia asked, "What happened?" Duan Qian nodded. Qin Yan's duel with Qin Feng caused a huge commotion, especially at the Tianqin Imperial Palace. In order to fight for their honor, they had to treat the heavily injured Qin Feng at all costs. He should be able to recover very quickly. At that time, he will definitely challenge you. If the heavenly Qin Imperial family was willing to pay the price, they would definitely be able to equip Qin Feng with a spirit artifact. The Tianqin Imperial family also had this ability. Duan Qian looked at Yan Shiyu and continued, "Qin Jingfeng's connections in the Tianxian Martial School are very wide. He will definitely be able to get help from some people in the Tianxian Martial School." After Yan Shiyu heard this, she frowned slightly and looked at Qin Yan. She said, "Go challenge the 5th-ranked Qi Shui now and take first place as soon as possible." "Alright, I'll go now." Qin Yan nodded. The moment Qi Shui received the news that Dragon Slaying had challenged her, she immediately rushed to the main battling platform. Everyone knew that during the duel between Dragon Slaying and Qin Feng, he had been severely injured by Qin Jingfeng, who had broken the rules. Even if he rested for a few days, he would definitely not be able to recover. Now, in the Tianqin Imperial City, there was news that Qin Feng had recovered. Therefore, everyone believed that Dragon Slaying was worried that Qin Feng would take revenge on him, which was why he immediately challenged Qi Shui. On the battling platform, Qi Shui was wearing red tight clothes. Her eyebrows were raised as she arrogantly said, "I heard that you are an old blacksmith. You saved that little slut Qi Milan, did the two of you have some sort of affair?" When these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Qi Milan had been saved by the masked man and brought to the Divine Inscription Palace. She had never come out. When Qi Shui saw the crowd laughing, she also laughed loudly and continued, "Maybe she's already been scared crazy by your ugly and old face under your mask. Thanks to you, she was demoted to a commoner. A dignified princess of a country actually had an affair with someone else. Humph, she's the same as her slave mother." Qin Yan listened quietly to her words and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Your stinky mouth is too stinky. I'm afraid it'll dirty my hands." It was also because Meng Feiling did not have the chance. Otherwise, she would definitely tear Qi Shui's mouth apart. "Let the match begin." The referee shouted. Qi Shui was already gritting her teeth in hatred. At the beginning of the match, she released a few ice swords of inner strength towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan let out a muffled roar and stomped on the ground with great force. A deep footprint appeared on the stone bricks. However, the stone bricks did not shatter. His inner force could melt stone, causing the hearts of many old martial artists to tremble. Qi explosion technique, wave wave. Qin Yan opened his arms and pushed out with his palms. A wave of energy surged out like a tsunami. The Qi explosion technique of the Xian level martial art was extremely powerful. Qin Yan had cultivated the Qi explosion technique to the small success stage and was now using it with all his might. The power of the explosion was unstoppable. In an instant, it completely crushed Qi Shui's ice sword-like inner strength. The shockwave from the explosion held towards Qi Shui. Qi Shui's body was ruthlessly struck by the shockwave. She let out a blood-curdling scream and flew out, heavily crashing into a large wall of the martial field. It was as if she had been pressed into the wall by an invisible giant palm. Qi Shui's bones were shattered and her body was covered in wounds. She had already fainted, her entire body was embedded into the wall, so her injuries must be very severe. The people of the Tianqi Empire pulled her down from the high wall and hurriedly healed her. Another top 10 person was carried away. Furthermore, this time, he was in an even more sorry state. He had actually been defeated in a single move. The martial artists in the martial field felt their hair stand on end. If they were to face this move, they might even be torn to shreds. You're lucky. As long as you're alive, I won't let this matter rest. Qin Yan looked at Qi Shui who was being carried away and clenched his fists tightly. The anger in his heart had yet to dissipate. That must be a Xian-level martial skill. Look at Dragon Slayer's breathing, it's no longer that stable. It can be seen that the move just now consumed a lot of energy. Xian-level martial skill. Even many great families don't have it. High-grade spirit-level martial skills are already very precious. What is the background of the masked man? In order to avenge Qi Malian, Qin Yan had used the Qi explosion technique. This was also the strongest martial skill he currently possessed. Dragon Slayer wins and advances to 5th place. He continued to challenge Yi Chenlei, who was ranked 4th. A battle of great disparity as everyone expected. Yi Chenlei did not fight this match. In this way, Qin Yan's ranking rose again to 4th place. Immediately after, he went to challenge the 3rd-ranked Meng Feiling. Just as everyone was looking forward to this match, Meng Feiling did not fight and directly admitted defeat. She said that she wanted Dragon Slayer to maintain his best condition so that he could challenge the 2nd-place Xiao Lang. The reason was that if Tu Long was able to defeat Xiao Lang, who was ranked 2nd, his strength was not something that she could contend against. If she couldn't, Tu Long would definitely be injured after his duel with Xiao Lang. It wouldn't be too late for her to return the favor. Furthermore, the 2nd-place Xiao Lang might end up fighting Tu Long to the point where both sides were heavily injured. At that time, it would be much easier for her to challenge him. Many people couldn't help but admire her intelligence. Demoness Meng, that slut. What a good scheme. Xiao Lang, who was in the VIP lounge, was furious. He had thought that Meng Feiling would be able to block the masked man, but he never expected that the masked man would actually fight him to the death. Of course, Meng Feiling knew that the dragon-slaying masked man was Qin Yan, so she would not fight with him. She is very confident in Qin Yan's strength. After Qin Yan advanced to 3rd place, he immediately challenged the 2nd-place Xiao Lang. Now, everyone could finally relax. They were all filled with anticipation, because this time, they were finally going to fight. Qin Yan won 2 consecutive challenges without a fight. And this time, he had to fight with Xiao Lang. It was a match worth looking forward to. After Qin Yan issued a challenge to Xiao Lang accepted the challenge within an hour. In the Hidden Dragon martial field, everyone was looking forward to it. They were discussing noisily, as if they were already boiling over. Xiao Lang wore a golden-red battle armor and rode a mighty white snow lion. He slowly walked out from the main gate. Just his aura alone far surpassed Qin Yan's. At the Hidden Dragon martial field, there were the most people at the 6th level of the martial body realm. Most of them felt that if they were to face Xiao Lang's snow lion, they would not have the slightest chance of winning. Not to mention, there was also Xiao Lang, who was at the 6th level martial body realm. Xiao Lang possessed 4 meridians and was a platinum sword martial spirit. His strongest point was that his sword martial spirit could release a very strong sword chi. After fusing with a half-spirit artifact sword, it was equivalent to having a spirit artifact sword. Roar! The snow lion roared and jumped onto the stage with Xiao Lang on its back, causing the stage to tremble slightly. I heard that there are teachers from the Black Level Martial Arts Academy here to watch the battle. They are only hiding in the shadows. Qin Feng lost so miserably. The masked man has attracted the attention of the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. The Hidden Dragon Martial Arts Competition is held for the students who have entered the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. Now that it has been ruined by a masked man, of course they have to come and take a look. To be able to defend the first place of the Hidden Dragon list, one would be able to obtain the Profound Heart Grass. The mysterious heart grass could allow a martial artist to cultivate the powerful mysterious Yellow Heart Sutra. It was said to be a mystical mysterious grade medicinal herb, far above the spirit medicine. Rumor had it that the Profound Heart Grass was cultivated by the 3 Profound Level Martial Academies. If it was taken away by an outsider, it would be a huge loss. Xiao Lang sat on the snow-white lion and looked down from above. His face was filled with cold arrogance as he looked down at Qin Yun. He smiled disdainfully and said, "You should just stay in 3rd place. You're just asking for trouble by challenging me. If you lose, you'll become Big White's food." His indifferent tone showed that he didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. Everyone thought that this was nothing. After all, he had a rank 7 demonic beast and his own talent was extraordinary. The snow lion roared loudly. Its body emitted a cold aura as it revealed its sharp and terrifying teeth. Its eyes were filled with a brutal light, as if it wanted to intimidate Qin Yun. "Begin." After the referee shouted, Qin Yun took out his forging hammer. Xiao Lang leaped up from the lion's back and stabbed forward with his sword. The snow lion hurriedly ran to the side and opened its mouth wide. It spat out a cold and threatening ice sword at Qin Yun. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. That ice sword was inner strength. A 7th-level demonic beast was like a 7th-level martial body. It could also release inner strength. Qin Yun was equivalent to fighting 1 against 2. This was not fair at all. However, there was no other way. This was the reality. The ice sword that the snow lion spat out quickly flew over and was blocked by Qin Yun's scorching flames. And the most terrifying thing was that Xiao Lang's sudden stab seemed to have become one with the sword. Qin Yun's throat was locked onto by the tip of the sword. He felt as if his Adam's apple was being held up by the sword qi, making it difficult for him to swallow. In his panic, he suddenly swung his forging hammer and struck the sword from the side, executing the thunder tremor style. Clang, sparks flew in all directions. However, the sword in Xiao Lang's hand continued to stab forward in a straight line. It was not deflected. At that moment, Qin Yun felt the aura of death. A chill spread throughout his body as he constantly retreated. Xiao Lang's firm sword intent did not waver in the slightest. The tip of his sword locked onto Qin Yun's throat and followed closely behind. Qin Yun instinctively waved his forging hammer. Like a flash of light, it struck Xiao Lang's sword with a flaming tail, producing a crisp bang sound. The sword trembled and a wave of air surged. The sword intent that Xiao Lang had condensed had been dispersed. It was that move, the 3rd style of the forging dragon, the flowing light style. This move focused on speed and could produce a very strong penetrating force. Roar, the snow lion roared as it spat out a ball of white mist from its mouth. It emitted a deep cold air as it covered Qin Yun. Qin Yun was so shocked by Xiao Lang's sword technique that he forgot that there was a 7th stage snow lion beside him. He could not help but sigh in his heart, "I'm not his match." Facing Xiao Lang's terrifying power, he was truly powerless. Even when he was competing with Qin Feng, he had never felt this powerless. If he was at the 6th level of the martial body realm, he might still have a chance. After being struck by the snow lion, Qin Yun's entire body was ice cold. He had already been sealed in ice and was sent flying by the impact. Xiao Lang suddenly took out more than 10 fire talismans and threw them at Qin Yun. Boom. Boom, the fire talismans continued to explode as waves of flames enveloped Qin Yun. Complete suppression. The masked man is finally going to lose. Xiao Lang is indeed worthy of being the 2nd prince of Sky Hell. The talisman in his hand should have been given to him by a teacher from the Tianxian martial school. He's willing to throw it out. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Lang took out another 5 lightning talismans and threw them over. With a crash, a few bolts of lightning surged forward and struck the sea of fire. In an instant, fire and lightning intersected. Everyone felt that if Qin Yun could survive, it would be the greatest victory. Xiao Lang had fought Qin Yun in close combat just now and had also felt that it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, once he seized the opportunity, he threw all the talismans that the teachers of the Tianqian martial school had given him. The lightning and fire disappeared. Qin Yun was still standing there. His entire body was burning with flames. The beast skin clothes on his body were burning with flames, overflowing with waves of mystical white light. That's light inscriptions. His beast skin clothes have light inscriptions engraved on them. They are quickly healing his injuries. An old man cried out in surprise. Light inscriptions were extremely rare and were only in the hands of a few powers. However, they were now engraved on clothes. To an inscription master, this was simply a reckless waste of heavenly resources. The serious injuries that Qin Yun had suffered earlier were being rapidly healed by the light inscriptions. Are you trying to compete with me in talismans? Qin Yun was infuriated. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he took out a stack of talismans. They were all made of beast skin and there were dozens of them. When Xiao Lang saw this, his expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked and hurriedly circulated his inner force to block. Qin Yun scattered the stack of beast skin talismans in his hand. Like shredding paper, it enveloped Xiao Lang and the snow lion. Boom. Boom. Boom, wave after wave of flames rose and exploded, like a flaming purgatory. When the teachers of the Tianqian martial school saw this, they were alarmed and anxious. They did not dare to jump onto the stage because Duanqian was nearby. Lion Slayer. The first stage was very big, but more than half of it was covered in flames. The entire Hidden Dragon martial field also became very hot. Everyone stared at the flames without blinking, waiting for Xiao Lang to come out. However, at that moment, Qin Yun took out a large stack of beast skin spirit inscriptions and threw it out. Did this guy's spirit talisman fall from the sky? I picked it up for free. Even if I picked it up for free, I can't bear to use it like this. Beast skin spirit talismans, even if they were low-grade ones, would cost 700 to 800 crystal coins each. Furthermore, there's no market for it, so it's not easy to buy it. There are about 80 of them, which is worth 100,000 crystal coins. The masked man has put in a lot of effort in order to win. The talisman that Qin Yun threw out exploded with flashes of lightning. It constantly shocked everyone and made them speechless. Roar! A bestial roar rang out, and the snow lion suddenly rushed out of the sea of fire. The people of the Tianshao Empire suddenly felt relieved. It could be seen that Xiao Lang and the snow lion were wearing decent armor. For the snow lion to be able to withstand so many fire talisman attacks, it could be considered very powerful. It rushed out of the sea of fire and charged at Qin Yun. Suddenly, the snow lion's majestic body spewed out a pale golden cold chi. This meant that the snow lion's martial spirit was gold rank. It could be considered a very high rank martial spirit. The snow lion's attacks were very strong. The large number of fire talismans did not cause any damage to it, but they were able to delay Xiao Lang. Qin Yun looked at the snow lion that was charging at him and was secretly alarmed. This is a rank 7 demonic beast and I am only at the 5th level of the martial body realm. I haven't even cultivated the Heart Sutra yet. There's a huge disparity in strength. I definitely can't clash head-on with this beast. Immediately, he made a decision and threw out a large number of talismans, including thunder talismans and fire talismans. He threw them at the snow lion. There were at least 50 of them. A large expanse of flames surged forward like clouds. Numerous dancing electric snakes bared their fangs and brandished their claws, enveloping the menacing snow lion. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw him wildly throwing out thunder talismans and fire talismans. This was simply too wasteful. I must get rid of this bastard first. Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat Xiao Lang. Qin Yun's expression was solemn as he looked at the throbbing flames. He did not dare enter. On the other hand, the people from the Tianshao Empire and the Black Level Martial Arts Academy were very calm because they knew how powerful the snow lion was. A moment later, another fierce roar was heard. The snow lion had charged out. Qin Yun took a few steps back. His heart was heavy. The might of a 7th-rank demonic beast made him feel powerless. He had already thrown out so many talismans, but the snow lion was still ferocious. the snow lion's speed was slower than before, which meant that it was injured. When everyone saw Qin Yun clench his teeth and his expression turn grim, they knew that he had used up all the beast skin spirit talismans in his hand. For a person at the 5th level of the martial body to be able to last until now against such a 7th level demonic beast, it was enough to be proud. This is too unfair. Xiao Lang's demonic beast is so powerful. He doesn't even need to make a move to win. The masked man is going to admit defeat. He must know his situation very well. Just as everyone was waiting for Qin Yun to admit defeat, he suddenly punched out, thunder pattern wrist guards. Qin Yun's wrist suddenly flashed with electricity. Boom! The lightning pattern wristband was activated, and a thick electric snake leaped towards the snow lion that was more than 10 meters away. The snow lion's head was struck and it let out a deafening roar. Qin Yun held his breath and felt relieved. He thought that he had succeeded, but he did not expect the snow lion to roar again and again as it charged at him even more crazily. The snow lion was beaten to the point that it was covered in cuts and bruises, and its head was even split open. This caused it to become even more berserk, and it erupted with an even more brutal bestial nature. Again. Qin Yun had no choice but to use the other lightning pattern wristband. Boom, the snow lion was struck in the head once again and finally fell. Beast, die. Qin Yun took a big stride forward and brandished his sledgehammer. He executed the thunder tremor style and roar style of the 6-style forging dragon. In the blink of an eye, he had executed 2 styles. Such a fast attack did not reduce its ferocity in the slightest. It heavily struck the snow lion's head and produced a loud bang. The snow lion's huge head instantly shattered, turning into many pieces of fire that splattered everywhere. The snow lion was dead, its head was shattered and its body was burning with flames. Everyone looked at the intense flames on the snow lion's body and fell into a state of fear. To be able to kill a rank 7 demonic beast with a cultivation at the 5th level of the martial body was unprecedented. In the crowd, Xianxia, who was wearing a mask, could not help but smile. Meng Feiling, who was in the VIP room, was smiling so much that she could not open her charming eyes. The few old referees present were all moved. The teachers from the Black Level Martial Arts Academy also had faces full of disbelief. The few elders of the Xianxia Empire were shocked and furious. The snow lion had been domesticated for many years and a large amount of resources had been invested in it to become so powerful. Now, it had been killed by someone. This was a heavy loss. He used up all his equipment, right? Even so, it's worth it to be able to take down a rank 7 demonic beast. That's right. The masked man's items are worth around 150 to 60,000. However, the corpse of a class 7 demonic beast is worth more than 500,000 or even more. It's a pity that he can't take away the snow lion's corpse. Just as the man finished speaking, he saw Qin Yun store the snow lion's corpse into his storage spirit artifact. Everyone was taken aback as they immediately looked at the elders of the Xianxia Empire. They were so angry that their faces turned green. Masked man, hand over the snow lion's corpse. That belongs to our Xianxia Empire. You are openly robbing us. The consequences of stealing from our Xianxia Empire are severe. The few elders of the Xianxia Empire began to shout in anger. Qin Yun ignored them. Instead, he looked at the flames on the battling platform. Xiao Lang was still inside. If you kill my pet beast, you will have to accompany it in death. Xiao Lang's angry roar suddenly came from within the flames. Xiao Lang's body flickered with a golden light. The golden red battle armor blocked the attacks of a large number of fire and lightning talismans. He only came out after the fire weakened. It was because he was channeling his inner force into the armor that he was able to resist such a strong flame. This was at least a low-grade spirit armor. When Qin Yun saw that Xiao Lang was full of energy and was unharmed, he could not help but frown. Xiao Lang's furious sword suddenly stabbed forward, the terrifying sword force burned with killing intent. The humming of the sword was like the sound of death, causing Qin Yun to fall into endless fear. Hammer of Fury. Qin Yun felt his entire body turn cold. This was caused by the mental pressure. It could only be said that Xiao Lang's sword force was too terrifying, it could directly affect one's mind. He bit the tip of his tongue and allowed the pain to wake himself up, narrowly dodging the sword strike. Xiao Lang's sword force can affect my mind. I have to maintain my clarity of mind and not be affected again. Otherwise, I will die. After Qin Yun dodged the sword strike, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. Just as he caught his breath, Xiao Lang's sword ferociously chased after him again. It slashed at his neck, bringing with it a gust of cold wind. Just as Xiao Lang was about to succeed, he saw Qin Yun lean back a little and narrowly dodge it. Qin Yun felt a slight pain in his neck. The sword energy had cut a bloody line and his throat was almost cut open. Xiao Lang roared angrily and released waves of powerful aura. He brandished his sword and continuously attacked Qin Yun. All of them were vital points. As long as he was stabbed by the sword, he would definitely be severely injured. Qin Yun could only dodge now. Xiao Lang's sword technique was too fast and mysterious. Even if Qin Yun used his forging hammer to block, it would be useless. He might even be hit by it. In the sword arts, there were moves to deal with all kinds of weapons. Sometimes, he could even take advantage of others' attacks to counterattack. Therefore, Qin Yun would not attack unless he was completely confident. Masked man, stop dodging. It's best if you end things with me, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. I can tell that you are very concerned about that little slut Qi Milan. If you don't end things with me, I will definitely make her suffer a fate worse than death. Ha ha ha. As Xiao Lang constantly stabbed with his sword, he laughed sinisterly at Qin Yun in a low voice. He was deliberately provoking Qin Yun to counterattack so that he could use his sword technique to counterattack. When Qin Yun heard these words, an unprecedented killing intent surged in his heart. Qi Milan was so pitiful, yet she was targeted by Xiao Lang. He did not doubt Xiao Lang's words at all. This kind of person could do anything. She's innocent. Qin Yun's hoarse voice seemed to be roaring. So what? She's just a little slut. Killing her is like killing a chicken. Xiao Lang laughed sinisterly in a low voice. However, Qi Shui promised me that she would think of a way to give this little slut to me to enjoy. Hearing this, Qin Yun was so angry that he was stunned. He was also stabbed in the right side of his chest by Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang succeeded. Everyone let out a clamor. Xianxia frowned secretly. She could tell that something was amiss with Qin Yun because he could have completely avoided it. Haha, you're just a broken blacksmith. Xiao Lang laughed out loud. You're actually distracted by a lowly servant like Qi Mei Lian and lost your life. This is too laughable. She's just a lowly servant, is there a need for this? Everyone was enlightened. They understood why Qin Yun couldn't dodge that strike. It was because he was distracted by words. Although Xiao Lang was extremely despicable, Qin Yun's lack of willpower was a great taboo in a martial arts competition. He could only blame himself for being careless. Xiao Lang, who was laughing loudly, wanted to pull out his sword but he discovered that the sword was tightly gripped by Qin Yun's hand. He was alarmed as he looked into Qin Yun's eyes. His laughter came to an abrupt halt. Qin Yun's eyes were completely pitch black, and the whites of his eyes could not be seen. Just like the vibration martial spirit he had awakened, it was terrifyingly black. Little Mei Lian is so innocent and pure. I don't think I'll allow a beast like you to tarnish her. Qin Yun roared. He waved the forging hammer in his hand and struck out with the flowing light style. It contained a crazy vibrating power. The forging hammer was as fast as a stream of light. It struck Xiao Lang's chin and emitted a blinding explosion. Xiao Lang's entire body was filled with pain. He let go of the sword hilt and flew out. If it was only fire inner force, with Xiao Lang's cultivation, the inner force flowing under his skin would definitely be able to withstand this attack. However, Qin Yun's attack was a vibration inner force. It directly broke through the inner force beneath Xiao Lang's skin and broke through his defense. Xiao Lang's mouth had already been smashed and he was sent flying. Qin Yun chased after him like a bolt of lightning. He grabbed Xiao Lang's foot and threw him to the ground. When the forging hammer rose and fell, it was like a thunderbolt. The tremor thunder style was like a thunderclap. The forging hammer produced an explosive sound as it smashed into Xiao Lang's back. The vibrating power poured into Xiao Lang's body. The vibrating power spread out like ripples, crushing all the bones in his body and emitting a series of crackling sounds. Hearing the sound of bones shattering like firecrackers, the people around the stage felt their scalps go numb and they couldn't help but tremble. Ah! After that, Qin Yun quickly hammered down again. The roar stance was like the roar of angry thunder. A wave of qi shot out through the air and covered Xiao Lang's entire body, tearing apart all the meridians in his body. Xiao Lang shouted until his throat was hoarse. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred and fear. He was extremely unwilling in his heart. He was at the 6th level of the martial body realm, and the snow lion was a rank 7 demonic beast. He had actually lost to a masked man at the 5th level of the martial body realm. Qin Yun raised the forging hammer and was about to strike down when he felt a pain in his chest. Only then did he remember that he had been stabbed by a sword. He immediately pulled out the sword that was stabbed into his chest, and then stabbed it into Xiao Lang's body. At this moment, a few elders from the Tianshao Empire and 2 teachers from the Black Level Martial Arts Academy rushed over. Duan Qian also flew down from the VIP room in the distance. Qin Yun roared as his final hammer strike landed, causing Xiao Lang to sink into the thick stone bricks. His flesh and blood were mangled to a horrible sight. Duan Qian came in front of Qin Yun and announced loudly, "Qin Yun wins and advances to 2nd place." With that, he hurriedly carried the fallen Qin Yun and let out a long sigh before leaving with Qin Yun. Previously, Duan Qian had dared to attack the Tianqing Crown Prince, but he could not attack the teachers of the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. Xiao Lang's injuries were so severe that even with spiritual medicine, it would take him a few years or even a dozen years to recover. It could be considered to have been destroyed. To many martial artists at the 6th level of the martial body realm, this match could only be described as shocking. Xiao Lang and Qin Yun were no longer on the dueling platform, but no one went up. They looked at the damaged dueling platform and passionately discussed the battle that had just happened. The masked man's martial arts had always been so shocking. Many people hoped that he would recover and challenge the number 1 Xiao Yuemei. This match was truly a lose-lose situation. The 3rd-ranked Xiao Lang no longer had the strength to fight, and the 4th-ranked Meng Fei Ling was very strong. She would definitely challenge Xiao Lang next to increase her ranking. Everyone had no choice but to praise her for her good plan. When Qin Yun challenged her, she immediately admitted defeat and allowed Qin Yun to challenge Xiao Lang. Now, Xiao Lang and Qin Yun were both injured. She, who was originally in 4th place, could easily rise to 3rd or even 2nd place. Qin Yun was sent back to the Divine Inscription Palace by Duan Qian. He had been stabbed by a sword. Although he had lost a lot of blood, it did not affect him much. He had soaked in the celestial lion pool for 10 days and often used the power of the blood soul, causing his blood to be tempered. As long as the bleeding was stopped and he was nourished, he would be able to recover quickly. What was more troublesome was the sword energy that had entered her body. Xianxia, you spent 2 days to force out all of the sword energy. In these 2 days, Meng Fei Ling had challenged Xiao Lang. Because Xiao Lang was seriously injured and unconscious, he could only withdraw from the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition. What made many people curious was that Meng Fei Ling did not challenge the 2nd masked man. Furthermore, Qin Feng, who had been defeated by Qin Yun, had recovered from his injuries at an astonishing rate. He had actually caught up. Qi Shui, Yi Chenlei, and Xiao Lang, who were above him, no longer had the strength to fight. If they met him, they could only forfeit. As for the others, they did not dare to enter the top 10. After all, the top 10 all had deep backgrounds and could not be offended. Challenge number 1, Divine Inscription Villa. In the main hall of the Divine Inscription Villa, Duan Qian came to Qin Yun's room and felt relieved when he saw that his complexion had improved. He walked to Qin Yun's bedside and said, "Just now, there were 3 upper echelons of the Black Level Martial Arts Academy who asked me about your background, but I did not tell them. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Chenlei and Qi Shui's injuries will recover very quickly. Furthermore, there will be many equipment and talismans." Qin Yun got off the bed and frowned. "I have to challenge Xiao Yuemei as soon as possible. As long as I win against her, it will be difficult for those people below to come up." Xianxia, you said, originally, the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition was the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. They wanted their freshmen to compete with each other and see who is stronger. I never thought that a large number of them would be injured. I was wondering why so many people entered the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. It seems that most of the students have signed an agreement with the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. Now, in order to stop you from obtaining the Dragon Heart Grass, they have put in a lot of effort. Qi Shuehe and Yi Chenlei's injuries were rather severe. If they wanted to recover in a short period of time, They would have to use extremely expensive pills. Duan Qian stroked his beard and said with a long laugh, I never expected Qin Yun to be so powerful. Qin Yun, you just need to stay in second place. Meng Feiling is your friend, she will definitely help you block the people below. Qin Yun shook his head and said, the profound heart grass is very important to me. I want to challenge Xiao Yuemei and see if I can defeat her. When Duan Qian saw Qin Yun's determination, he did not say anything else. He asked, do you want to refine a talisman? I can provide you with beast skins. Qin Yun shook his head and said, with Xiao Yuemei's talent and with Xiao Lang's precedent, she will definitely be on guard against me in all aspects. He took out the forging hammer and gripped it tightly. I can only rely on my own strength. Duan Qian nodded and said, don't force yourself. Just treat it as training. Xianxia Yu sent Duan Qian out and closed the door, appearing extremely careful. She asked softly, Qin Yun, did you expose your vibrating inner force during your duel with Xiao Lang? Qin Yun nodded slightly. Xianxia Yu had already seen through it before and just wanted to confirm it. She said, Xiao Lang won't wake up for a while, but once he wakes up, he will definitely know this secret. You don't have to worry. Even if you are exposed, it's fine. At most, the Empress and her group will deal with you even more. You better quickly step into the 6th level of the martial body realm and enter the Star Xian Wu Academy as soon as possible. N. Qin Yun nodded. Meng Feiling did not continue to challenge the injured masked man. This made many people feel strange. In fact, this was to reduce the pressure on Qin Yun. This could block Qin Feng, Yi Chenlei, and Qi Shui who had recovered. 2 days later, Qin Yun's injuries were completely healed. He came to the Hidden Dragon martial field and announced his challenge to Xiao Yuemei. There is no need to doubt Xiao Yuemei's strength. It is said that every time she competes, she does not even need to use the third move to win. As soon as Qin Yun issued the challenge, Xiao Yuemei immediately agreed to accept the challenge within an hour. After hearing the news, Qin Feng and the others who had been recuperating all rushed to the Hidden Dragon martial field, even Qin Jingfeng and Qin Tianyi came. Most of the disciples from the famous sects in the Tianqin Empire dared to come in a hurry. The main reason was that after Xiao Lang was severely injured by the masked man, it caused a huge commotion. And this time it would be a duel between the masked man and Xiao Yuemei. Qin Yun stood on the dueling platform and looked down. He saw many familiar faces. Yan Yun, Wei Xuanquan, Yuan Yening, Jiang Lang, who possessed the legendary sound wave martial spirit, and so on. Many teachers and students of the Hualing Wu Academy were here. Many old officials of the Tianqin Empire had also come. They were all here to cheer for Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei's sister was the future crown princess of Tianqin, so they had to come. There were many great figures gathered at the scene. It was extremely rare. This martial arts competition is really something to look forward to. The masked man at the 5th level of the martial body realm has advanced triumphantly. Those talented geniuses have all suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Xiao Yuemei's talent is much higher than Xiao Lang's. Her own strength is also very strong. She should be able to end the masked man's winning streak. Xiao Yuemei's martial spirit is very mysterious. No one knows about it. It should be very powerful. Furthermore, she is only 14 years old and is already at the 6th level of the martial body realm. Xiao Yuemei is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. The people who were discussing immediately quietened down. They looked around and soon, they saw a young girl slowly walking over. She wore a white tight suit and a gray mask on her face. Xiao Yuemei had always been wearing a mask, so no one was surprised. But this time everyone was very disappointed. Everyone thought that she would take off her mask in such a big scene and with so much attention on her. What was funny was that this would be a martial arts competition between 2 masked men. However, the identity of the male masked man was very mysterious, while the female masked man was the well-known Princess Yuemei. As Xiao Yuemei walked over, the great figures of Tian Xiao and Tian Qin all greeted her. However, she did not say a word. She did not even look at them. She did not give them any face at all, causing those great figures to feel somewhat embarrassed. Qin Jingfeng also went to greet her, but she acted as if she did not see him. She was very cold. It was fine if it was the others, but Qin Jingfeng was the crown prince of Tianqin. Qin Jingfeng could only laugh awkwardly, but he was secretly angry in his heart. Xiao Yuemei finally walked onto the dueling platform and stood 50 meters away from Qin Yun. Qin Yun was currently very close to Xiao Yuemei. He was extremely astonished. This was because he could not sense Xiao Yuemei's aura. There was no fluctuation of inner qi at all. Her beautiful eyes were also emotionless, and it was impossible to see any fluctuations in her emotions. Qin Yun secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. A 14-year-old girl had such a deep pair of eyes. It made one feel an inexplicable sense of fear. She's shorter than Xiao Yuelan by a head. Her eyes are very similar to Xiao Yuelan's. As expected of a blood sister, I wonder what she looks like. Qin Yun looked at the pair of eyes. In order to relax, he thought about other things. He comforted himself that even if he lost, it didn't matter. He was still the most famous person in this hidden dragon martial arts competition. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the martial body realm, no one would laugh at him for reaching this step. There was only respect. With so many great figures supporting Xiao Yuemei in this martial arts competition, everyone believed that she had obtained a storage spirit artifact and a large number of powerful spirit talismans. This was because she was currently empty-handed and wearing tight clothes. It was impossible for her to hide any spirit artifacts or talismans on her body. Therefore, everyone was even more certain that Xiao Yuemei would definitely win. Just the large amount of equipment and talismans alone was enough to suppress her opponent. Qin Yun closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He told himself that he had to do his best to fight this match. Begin. As the referee's voice faded, Qin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to attack, he saw a white shadow flash in front of him. In an instant, Xiao Yuemei had leaped 40 meters and raised her fist to strike. At this speed, not only did Qin Yun's expression change drastically from fright, many of the elders at the 7th or 8th level martial body realm were also moved. This was too fast. After Xiao Yuemei came over, she actually used her delicate jade-like fist to strike Qin Yun. Everyone was alarmed because she wanted to fight barehanded and did not use a spirit artifact. The proud daughter of Heaven Qin Yun was even more surprised. Originally, he was planning to take out his forging hammer, but he saw that Xiao Yuemei did not use a spirit tool. Since the other party did not use it, he did not use it either. He hurriedly moved his body to avoid the strange fist power. Although Qin Yun dodged it, his left arm was still grazed by the strange fist power, causing a burning pain. He was only lightly grazed, but the clothes on his arm were torn to shreds. His robust left arm looked as if a layer of skin had been rubbed off. It was completely red and overflowing with blood. The most terrifying thing was that from beginning to end, he did not feel a single trace of airflow. This kind of power was simply strange. Furthermore, Xiao Yuemei's speed was extremely fast. It was impossible to see through her movement technique. It looked like she was just casually running and jumping. At the scene, no one could see through her martial arts. The seniors were also very puzzled. Everyone suddenly felt that Xiao Yuemei was as mysterious as the masked man. After Qin Yun dodged the punch, Xiao Yuemei quickly approached again. When she was a few meters away from him, she sent a palm strike through the air. It's coming. He knew that it was that strange power again. This time, the other party quickly sent out a few palm strikes. The invisible palm energy surged over like a huge wave. Xiao Yuemei's attack was still silent, but it was filled with oppression. Even if Qin Yun used his mental power, he could not sense the aura of the power. He did not know where it came from, so he could not dodge. He could only randomly attack with his fists. He used the 6th-style Forging Dragon's Thunder Tremor style and randomly blasted away the strange inner force that was coming at him. Then, he quickly moved forward and struck out with the 10,000 horse palm, followed by the Qi explosion wave. The two moves were executed in succession, smooth and fast. The power was also very impressive. Just as everyone was about to cheer, they saw Xiao Yuemei wave her jade-like palm and easily neutralize the two moves. What's more frightening is that the strange power it unleashed hit Qin Yun. Qin Yun felt pain coming from many parts of his body. More than 10 bloody wounds appeared on his body. He looked at Xiao Yuemei and stared at her expressionless bright eyes under the mask. He was secretly alarmed. What kind of power is this? I am not her match at all. However, even if he was not her match, he could not lose in such a cowardly manner. Xiao Yuemei arrived like the wind and arrived in front of Qin Yun in the blink of an eye. Her jade-like palm struck Qin Yun's chest. It seemed to be powerless, but it sent him flying to the edge of the stage. Qin Yun sprawled on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was overwhelmed with shock as he thought to himself, "That's not the power of my inner Yuan, but the power of my body. How is it possible that she can become so powerful without relying on her inner Yuan and inner force?" Suddenly, he sensed a faint movement and rolled on the ground. Xiao Yuemei leaped down and landed on the ground. All the stone bricks within a radius of 20 meters turned into small pieces, creating a huge crater. Qin Yun endured the pain in his body and got up from the ground. When he saw the crater from before, he felt a lingering fear in his heart and was extremely alarmed. Not only him, but everyone else was dumbfounded. Xianxia was also constantly signaling Qin Yun with her eyes, telling him to hurry up and come down. What is admirable is that in this competition, Qin Yun did not use that forging hammer, because Xiao Yuemei doesn't need it, he doesn't need it either. This is the spirit of martial arts. I can't accept this. I'm very close to first place now. As long as I defeat her, I will be able to obtain the profound heart grass. After cultivating the Heart Sutra, I will be able to quickly step into the 6th level martial body realm. Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yuemei, who was flying over, and a sense of fear immediately surged in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, this fear was suppressed by his will to win. Boom, he smashed out with both fists, using his fists as hammers, executing the first style of the forging dragon. The moment the tremor thunder style was unleashed, it was accompanied by a mighty shockwave that pushed Xiao Yuemei back more than 10 meters. Xiao Yuemei's calm eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. It was as if she had discovered Qin Yun's vibrating power. Qin Yun took advantage of the situation to move forward. His footsteps were like lightning as he punched out again. This was the roar style. The power of thunder roared out mightily, accompanied by the explosion of air. Xiao Yuemei, who was about to attack, was once again pushed back more than 10 meters. As long as he could knock her off the stage, he would win. Xiao Yuemei's defense was terrifyingly strong. She was not injured in the slightest after being struck by the 6th-style forging dragon. She did not expect Qin Yun's strength to suddenly become so powerful that he would attack her one after another. Flowing light style. Qin Yun consecutively executed the 3rd style. Mountain crumbling style. This was the 4th style of the forging dragon. With this punch, the martial stage violently shook, as if it was about to collapse. This was executed by Qin Yun using the power of vibration. Its power was extremely terrifying. This time, Xiao Yuemei was forced back more than 30 meters. There's still more than 100 meters. Everyone was shocked by the masked man's power, especially that move just now. Qin Yun panted heavily. He was already injured and, although the later moves of the 6th-style forging dragon were powerful, they also consumed a lot of internal energy. This was the first time he used the power of vibration with all his might. In order to win, he was not afraid to expose his vibration martial spirit. At most, only Duan Xian and Meng Fei Ling knew of his current identity as the masked man. In order to reduce the consumption of energy, Qin Yun started from the first move and executed the tremor thunder style. Xiao Yuemei was also unable to retaliate because Qin Yun's attacks were too fierce and fast, as if he did not care about his life. Especially that vibrating power, it shocked her the most. After a period of time, Xiao Yuemei was still 30 meters away from the edge of the stage. She was about to fall off the stage. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they earnestly watched the match. It was extremely quiet. The people from Tianqin and Tianshao were not worried that Xiao Yuemei would be injured because with her strength, she would not lose a single hair. They just didn't want her to be knocked off the stage. Of course, even if she was knocked off the stage, with her strength, it would be very easy for her to take back first place. I'll use the mountain crumbling style again and knock her off the stage in one breath. Qin Yun gritted his teeth. The moment he used the mountain crumbling style, the martial stage shook once again. However, this did not force Xiao Yuemei to retreat. She did not even move her feet. Suddenly, a scorching wave of inner qi surged over, engulfing the entire hidden dragon martial field. It was Xiao Yuemei's inner force aura. She had finally used her inner yuan, This inner force was actually so terrifying, and it was even a fire attribute inner force. It could be seen that her martial spirit was of the fire attribute. Humph. She snorted lightly and waved her jade-like hand, releasing a purplish gold flame that swept towards Xianxia like a raging storm. The flames she released were purplish gold flames. It was certain that her martial spirit was a purplish gold martial spirit. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Xiao Yuemei's martial spirit had finally been exposed a little. It was just that he did not know what kind of fire martial spirit it was. Not only the flames, but the strange power from before was also extremely shocking. Xianxia's body had been cut by that power, leaving behind many bloody scars. And now, Xiao Yuemei had mixed the two powers together. I'm definitely going to lose. Xianxia hurriedly tried his best to resist. He was extremely shocked as his body was enveloped in raging flames. He hurriedly took off his mask. Otherwise, if the iron mask were to melt and seep into his face, it would be disfigured. When everyone saw the masked man enveloped in raging flames, they knew that the outcome was decided, and they secretly sighed with emotion. This was because previously, the masked man's flame inner force was also extremely terrifying, but now, it was being suppressed by the flame inner force. Xianxia, who was resisting the flames, suddenly sensed the fluctuations in the flames around him. He said in alarm, "She's attacking, I'll go all out." Forging Dragon 5th style, Falling Star style, with a loud roar, his fists fell like stars, flashing with flames as he charged towards Xiao Yuemei. At this moment, he suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his arms, as if they were about to be torn apart. This was because the force of the impact was too strong. Only inner strength could have such a strong power. Hidden Dragon First Xiao Yuemei rushed into the wave of fire and suddenly felt a wave of inner strength coming at her. What surprised her was that such a strong inner strength was actually produced by someone at the 5th level of the martial body realm. Boom! Xianxia punched out with both fists, activating his inner strength. Like two falling stars, they struck Xiao Yuemei's body, forcing her to take a few steps back. Did I succeed? Xianxia's arms were in excruciating pain as he sat paralyzed on the ground. His surroundings were still filled with raging flames. No one could see Xianxia within the flames. They could only wait for the flames to dissipate. The purple gold flames released by Xiao Yuemei were extremely fierce, causing Xianxia to feel extremely hot. Xianxia also cultivated fire and possessed the purple gold fire martial spirit. Therefore, he could use his fire elemental inner force to resist the flames. Otherwise, he would have been burned to ashes long ago. He could not see what was happening outside, and the people outside could not see him either because there were flames all around him. Xianxia's arms were in excruciating pain. He did not want to move. All he wanted to do was sit there quietly and wait for the final result. With a whoosh, the flames began to tremble violently again. Xiao Yuemei had attacked again. This caused Xianxia's heart to skip a beat. Although the attack just now was very powerful, it did not injure her. Within the flames, Xianxia looked at the white-dressed girl who had entered. When he saw her face, he could not help but be stunned. The mask on the girl's face was shattered. When she entered and saw Xianxia's appearance, her jade-like face, which was filled with anger, was also filled with surprise. Xianxia's falling star style did not injure her, but it had shattered her mask. It was a beautiful face that he was familiar with. Xiao Yuelan. This woman was actually Xiao Yuelan. However, Xianxia was very certain that Xiao Yuelan was not that short. She was slightly taller, and other than that, she was exactly the same as Xiao Yuelan. Not long ago, Xiao Yuelan had secretly entered the Hualing Wu Academy and met him once, so he remembered her very clearly. "It's you." Xianxia and Xiao Yuelan said in unison. "You're not Xiao Yuemei." Xianxia took a deep breath and said in surprise, "You're Xiao Yuelan." He could not understand why Xiao Yuelan would appear here. However, this could explain why he could not injure the other party even with all his might. This was because Xiao Yuelan, who was competing with him, was a martial artist at the 8th level martial body realm. Little sister doesn't want to fight. I just happened to come to see her, so I'll fight in her place. Xiao Yuelan said coldly, I used the bone shrinking technique, so my body is the same as my sister's. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly. Xiao Yuelan, who was at the 8th level martial body realm, was fighting for her sister. No one knew that she was wearing a mask. Since they were sisters, they could also pass the blood test when they went on stage. Alright, you win. Qin Yun sighed powerlessly. Now, he knew that his opponent was Xiao Yuan, who was at the 8th level martial body realm. He could only accept his fate. Xiao Yuan took out another mask and put it on her face. She said, "Take care of yourself." Qin Yun felt that these words were inexplicable. Just as he was about to say something, he realized that the flames around him had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, everyone could see his true appearance. Many people present had seen him before, and after seeing his face, they were all shocked. Isn't that Qin Yun? It's Qin Yun. Tu Long is actually Qin Yun. The hidden dragon martial field was instantly in an uproar. It was instantly filled with surprised and noisy voices. It could be seen how surprised everyone was shocked. Qin Jingfeng and Qin Feng looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise, especially Qin Feng. At the same time that he was surprised, his heart was filled with jealousy and hatred because he had suffered a crushing defeat at Qin Yun's hands. Qin Jingfeng also clenched his fists tightly. He knew about Qin Yun, but he had never seen Qin Yun's strength with his own eyes. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he never expected that this destitute prince who had his 4 spiritual veins crippled a few years ago was actually the dragon slayer, masked man who had shaken the entire imperial city. It's this damned fellow again. Wei Xuanquan cursed in a low voice. Princess Yumei, quickly kill him. Yan Yan's face was filled with resentment as she shouted loudly, don't give him the chance to admit defeat. Quickly kill him. Qin Tianyi also rushed to the side of the battling platform and shouted, it's this guy who seriously injured Xiao Lang. Quickly avenge your royal brother. Yumei, hurry up and finish him off. This person cultivates demonic arts, he is a scourge. Qin Feng shouted, furthermore, he was once your sister's fiancé. If we don't kill him, he will be a stain on your sister's life. Many disciples of famous sects were already extremely jealous of Qin Yun. Now, in order to curry favor with the Tianshao and Tianqin kingdoms, they all shouted loudly for Xiao Yuanmei to quickly kill Qin Yun. Qin Yun sat on the ground, naked. The skin on his arms had split open and was hanging to the ground. His injuries were not light either. He didn't have any strength left and couldn't even speak. He was waiting for Xiao Yuan's next attack. The seniors were shocked to the extreme. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Qin Yun had such strength, especially in the match between him and Xiao Lang. The beast skin spirit talismans that he had thrown out were definitely refined by himself. Furthermore, that hammer technique was also unfathomable, able to defeat Xiao Lang. Such talent was comparable to many of the students who had been specially recruited into the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. Xiao Yuan stood proudly, her eyes beneath the mask staring at Qin Yun who was sitting on the ground. Everyone found it strange. Why hadn't she made a move yet? With just a casual move, she could kill Qin Yun and make a name for herself. Of course, only Qin Yun knew that she was Xiao Yuan. Suddenly, she made her move, everyone immediately went into an uproar. She grabbed Qin Yun's neck and easily lifted the scarred Qin Yun up. If you don't want to die, then don't tell anyone about me replacing Yuanmei. Xiao Yuan's voice was like a thread as it entered Qin Yun's ears. Then, she put him down and turned to walk down the battling platform. Xiao Yuan had actually walked down the battling platform. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Walking down the battling platform meant admitting defeat. She had actually given up the victory that was right in front of her. Why was this happening? Everyone was stunned by her actions. Even Qin Yun himself could not believe that this was true. He had always thought that Xiao Yuan hated him very much. Because he was once Xiao Yuan's fiancé, a woman was extremely concerned about her reputation and his reputation was in disarray a while ago. It could be said that this was a stain on her, a daughter of heaven, but at this moment, Xiao Yuan had actually given him the first place. Qin Feng and Yi Chenlei gritted their teeth as they looked at Qin Yun. Their eyes were red with jealousy. This was because they heard many people discussing in low voices. They said that Xiao Yuanmei admired Qin Yun, which was why she had given up first place to him. Dragon Slayer wins and advances to first place on the hidden dragon list. After the referee recovered from his shock, he shouted. A person at the 5th level of the martial body realm had actually reached first place on the hidden dragon list. Right now, the second place was the powerful Xiao Yuanmei. No one dared to challenge her. As long as this continued, the first-place position would be hard to shake. Xianxia was astonished as she walked onto the battling platform and helped Qin Yun away. The old officials of the Tianqin Empire could only watch helplessly as Qin Yun was taken away. Back then, they had personally crippled the crown prince. At this moment, his talent was no less than Qin Jingfeng and Qin Feng's. This meant that in the future, it was extremely likely that he would become a powerful martial Dao Grandmaster or even a Grandmaster Inscription Grandmaster. This made many people worried. Could it be that Xiao Yuemei has taken a fancy to Qin Yun? Although Qin Yun's strength is inferior to hers, his talent is not bad either. He is also the youngest talisman master and he even possesses a purple gold fire martial spirit. Xiao Yuelan marrying the crown prince and Xiao Yuemei marrying Qin Yun. That's not bad either. This is going to be fun. The Tianqin Empress will definitely not have a good night's sleep. Everyone was discussing with relish. Qin Jingfeng, Qin Feng and Qin Tianyi, the three princes of Tianqin, had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Invitation: the rankings of the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition had undergone a huge change. Many people were looking forward to Xiao Yuemei challenging the first-ranked Qin Yun. They all believed that she might be pressured by the Tianxiao royal family or the Black Level Martial Arts Academy to challenge Qin Yun and regain first place. Qin Yun's injuries mainly came from his arms. Because he had used the falling star style to produce inner strength, his arms could not withstand it and his muscles were torn apart. Fortunately, his physique was very strong and he had received timely treatment later on. His injuries had also stabilized. My luck this time is pretty good. If Xiao Yuemei was that kind of ruthless woman, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianxia carefully wrapped Qin Yun's arms with gauze. There were crushed spirit herbs inside. Qin Yun had previously promised Xiao Yuelan that he would not reveal the matter of his replacement, so he did not tell Xianxia the inside story. Xianxia looked at the dazed Qin Yun and said with a sweet smile, "What are you thinking about? You're very popular with girls right now. Before, there was Qi Meilian, Meng Fei Ling and now there's Xiao Yuemei." Qin Yun smiled awkwardly and said, "Teacher, I only treat little Meilian as my little sister. Senior Meng is my friend, there's nothing between us. As for Xiao Yuemei, I don't know what's going on either." Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door from outside. Duan Qian shouted softly, "Qin Yun, someone wants to see you." Xianxia immediately opened the door and could not help but be alarmed. Other than Duan Qian, there was also a masked woman in a white dress. It was Xiao Yuelan, who was pretending to be her sister. "I'll be taking my leave first." Duan Qian left after saying that. "Please come in," Xianxia said softly to the masked woman. The moment Xiao Yuelan entered, she took off her mask, revealing a cold and arrogant face. When Xianxia saw it, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Xiao Yuelan came to Qin Yun's side and looked at his arms. She said coldly, "It's not crippled, right?" Qin Yun looked into Xiao Yuelan's eyes and shook his head. Xiao Yuelan coldly snorted and said, "Even if it's crippled, it has nothing to do with me." This was indeed Qin Yun's own injury. Xiao Yuelan sat on a chair and crossed her legs. She used a pair of ice-cold, bone-piercing eyes to examine Qin Yun. Qin Yun felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. He looked away and asked in a low voice, "Won't you be blamed for giving me the first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking? This is my business, you don't need to worry about it." Xiao Yuelan looked at Xianxia and asked coldly, "Do you know about his martial spirit?" Xianxia sat down, thought for a moment and said, "About the vibration martial spirit? I know." After Xiao Yuelan heard this, she put on her mask, stood up and walked towards the door. With her back facing Qin Yun, she asked in a deep voice, "Who else knows about this?" "Xiao Lang." Qin Yun said, "When I was fighting him, I had no choice but to use it." Xiao Yuelan walked to the door and her tone became low. She seemed to be solemnly exhorting Qin Yun, "You have to reject the invitation of the Tianxian Martial School. If you want to enter the Xian level martial school, then choose the Star Xianwu Academy." She paused for a moment, then said, "Also, the next time you expose your vibration martial spirit, don't leave anyone alive. I'll see if I can help you take care of Xiao Lang, since he's already crippled." With that, she opened the door and left. Qin Yun could not help but shiver. Then, he looked at Xianxia and saw her lowering her head slightly. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, as though she was thinking about something. "She seems to be helping you," Xianxia said. Qin Yan could feel it as well. However, he could not understand why she would do so. Time flew by and the hidden dragon ranking was finally sealed. During this period of time, Meng Feiling came to visit Qin Yan a few times. Qi Malian's injuries had also healed. She bid farewell to Qin Yan with great reluctance and embarked on the road to the Star Xian Wu Academy with her teacher. Because Xiao Yuelan was guarding second place, no one could pass her trial. Therefore, Qin Yan was certain to take first place. Those who entered the top 10 would receive their rewards on the main battling platform of the Hidden Dragon Martial Field. Everyone in the audience envied Qin Yan for being able to use the profound Heartgrass Heart Congealing Sutra. This was because according to the legends, the profound heartgrass could condense a very special and powerful heart sutra. It would be of great use to him in the future. Qin Yan took the small jade box from Duan Qian and opened it to take a look. Inside, there was a white crystal-like grass that emitted a sparkling glow. The others also received rewards, but they were only pills and crystal coins. Qin Yan looked at the masked Xiao Yuelan. She was still as cold as ever and her killing intent was overbearing. He suddenly felt that with Xiao Yuelan's personality, she would not easily agree to marry Qin Jingfeng. However, Xiao Yuelan had already confirmed her engagement to Qin Jingfeng. When he thought of this, his heart felt inexplicably stifled. Qin Feng said in a low voice in displeasure, "What's the point of obtaining first place by cultivating demonic arts?" Not only was Qin Feng unhappy, there were a few people in the top 10 who thought the same. This was because the profound heartgrass was originally prepared for them but now it had been snatched away by an outsider. Furthermore, it was a person at the 5th level of the martial body realm. Meng Feiling said with a charming smile, "You can only use this excuse to cover up that your strength is inferior to Qin Yan's. You cowards don't even dare to challenge second place." Qin Feng and company had challenged Meng Feiling but they could not beat her. Meng Feiling had also challenged second place but after a few rounds, she admitted defeat. Qin Feng, Yi Chenlei, and Qi Shui were all unconvinced. The powers behind them had spent a large amount of resources to help them recover from their injuries but in the end, they did not meet with Qin Yan. It was equivalent to a waste of time. Suddenly, a few people walked up from below the battling platform. They were all middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. When Qin Feng and the others saw them coming up, they revealed looks of pleasant surprise. They knew them. Xianxia also hurried over. She seemed to recognize these middle-aged men. With Duan Qian by his side, Qin Yan was at ease. He was not afraid that someone would cause trouble for him. "Qin Yan, I'm a teacher from the Tianxian Martial School. My name is Lu Ning. You don't have to be nervous." A middle-aged man with a thin face wearing blue clothes said with a smile. His attitude was very good. The teachers of the Tianxian Martial School were definitely not weak. Qin Yan immediately recalled Xiao Yuelan's warning not to accept the invitation of the Tianxian Martial School. "What's the matter?" Qin Yan asked. "You being able to obtain first place on the Hidden Dragon list with your cultivation at the 5th level of the martial body realm is enough to prove your talent. We have decided to invite you to join the Tianxian Martial School," Lu Ning said with a smile. No one was surprised at all. Qin Yan had the qualifications. Lu Ning gave Xianxia a look, as if he wanted her to speak. Qin Yan smiled faintly and said, "I appreciate your good intentions." He rejected it. Qin Feng and company's faces were filled with surprise. If it were them, they would definitely agree immediately. One had to know that not only had they gone through a cruel test, they had also agreed to some conditions in order to enter the Tianxian Martial School. However, Qin Yan had rejected such an invitation. Many warriors also felt that Qin Yan had gone mad. Lu Ning frowned slightly and said with a smile, "Qin Yan, you have to consider it carefully. This is a rare opportunity. If you are willing to join our Tianxian Martial School, your future will definitely be limitless. If you want to pass the examination and enter the Martial Arts Academy, it will be extremely difficult." Qin Yan had guessed that entering these black-level martial academies would definitely require him to agree to some conditions. Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing? Giant Spirit King Hammer. When Lu Ning saw Qin Yun hesitating, he said with a smile, "Your teacher, Xianxia, came from the Tianqian martial school. For her to be so outstanding, our martial institution's nurturing cannot go unnoticed." "Xianxia, persuade him." Xianxia looked unhappy. Her face darkened and she said coldly, "The choice is his, it has nothing to do with me." Her answer caused the expressions of Lu Ning and the other middle-aged men to change slightly. A trace of viciousness flashed in their eyes. When Qin Yun saw this, he was secretly alarmed. He was even more determined not to go to the Tianqian Martial Arts Academy. "I think it's pretty good inside the Divine Inscription Palace." Qin Yun moved out the Divine Inscription Palace to tell Lu Ning and company that the Divine Inscription Palace was protecting him. Lu Ning smiled. His smile was a little stiff, and his eyes were strange. His tone became much colder. "If that's the case, then we will respect your decision." He looked at Qin Feng and company before saying to Qin Yun, "The profound heart grass is very important to the students of the Martial Arts Academy. I wonder if you will give them a chance to reclaim the profound heart grass?" "Of course, I won't mistreat you." Just as Qin Yun was about to refuse, Lu Ning said, "How about this? You will compete with Qi Shui, Qin Feng and Yi Chenlei. You will fight 1 against 3 and you are not allowed to use weapon spirit talismans. If you lose, give the profound heart grass to me. If you win, I will give you the blueprint of the Giant King Spirit Hammer. You will become an inscription master in the future, and the Giant King Spirit Hammer is a royal grade spirit artifact. Royal grade spirit weapon. Although it was only a blueprint, it was extremely precious and could be said to be priceless. It was common for spirit tools to be divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. On the other hand, top grade and king grade were extremely rare and required blueprints to refine. The Giant King Spirit Hammer is the ultimate treasure of our Tianqian martial school. Lu Ning said with a smile, "If you don't believe me, ask Chief Supervisor Duangan. He definitely wants it very much." Qin Yun had also learned about the Giant King Spirit Hammer from the books, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. If he wanted to refine a royal grade spirit artifact in the future, he would have to obtain this blueprint. In addition, he hated Qi Shui and Qin Feng, especially Qi Shui. In the future, he would definitely think of ways to take revenge on Qi Meian. He must get rid of her. As for Qin Feng, he would definitely become Qin Jingfeng's trusted aide and had to be eliminated. Qin Yun glanced at Xiao Yuan. When he made eye contact with her, he was alarmed. Her eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. "Fight!" Xiao Yuan's voice suddenly transmitted over. Only Qin Yun could hear it. When he heard this word, he secretly took a deep breath. If he lost, he would have to give the mysterious heart grass to someone else before it could even warm up, so he needed to consider it carefully. "All right." Qin Yun clenched his fist and shouted. In the end, he still decided to fight Qin Feng and the other two. Seeing Qin Yun agree, the onlookers immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone had always felt somewhat regretful because after Qin Feng and the others recovered from their injuries, they did not fight with Qin Yun. And at this moment, the 3 of them are beating up Qin Yun. This immediately caused the people who like to watch a good show to boil over. Xianxia did not stop him. It was clear that she was confident in Qin Yun's strength. In fact, although Qin Feng, Qi Shui, and Yi Chenlei looked fine, how could they recover from serious injuries so easily? Qin Yun was only at the 5th level of the martial body realm, but he had the purple gold fire martial spirit. It allowed his inner force to be comparable to a 6th level martial body. In addition, he had an extremely good grasp of martial skills and was able to unleash the power of his inner force to the extreme. However, in the eyes of many people, it was difficult for him to win against 3 extremely strong 6th level martial body cultivators. In fact, Qin Yun's strongest point was not his twin martial spirits but the inner qi cultivated from absorbing the 9 sun spiritual energy. Qin Yun fought 1 against 3. He, a 5th level martial body cultivator, was going to fight against 3 6th level martial body cultivators. If it was any other time, everyone would definitely think that a 5th level martial body cultivator would definitely lose. But now, many people did not dare say that Qin Yun would lose. That was because everyone had seen his strength on the dueling platform. Apart from the 4 people competing, everyone else walked off the dueling platform. Qin Yun and company stood at 4 different points, 10 meters apart from each other. Qi Shui's eyes were filled with resentment as she said to Qin Yan with a sneer, "Do you have a good relationship with that girl, Qi Malian? She has always been talking about you." Unfortunately, even though she has been demoted to a commoner, she still has to be arranged by our Xianxia imperial family. We have already married her to Qin Feng as a concubine. When Qin Feng heard that, he smiled proudly and said, "Qin Yan, I will teach this little sister of yours well." Ha ha ha, Qin Yan clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. He gritted his teeth in anger as killing intent surged. Seeing Qin Yan's furious expression, Qi Shui smiled proudly and said, "When Qi Malian found out that you were crippled, she cried very sadly for more than a month. If she marries Qin Feng, you are also a family. I suggested this to my royal father, you have to thank me." Qin Feng also laughed lewdly. He knew that he was unable to catch up to Xiao Yuemei, but to be able to obtain Qi Malian and provoke Qin Yun was also a very satisfying thing. Qi Shui's previous defeat to Qin Yun had already harbored hatred in her heart. Furthermore, with Qi Malian and Qin Yun's good relationship, she was even more jealous. When she saw Qin Yun's anger, she could not help but feel much more comfortable. "Let the martial arts competition begin." Lu Ning smiled slightly. Getting angry before the martial arts competition was a huge taboo. However, he was soon unable to smile anymore. Qin Yan's feet suddenly exploded as a strong flame inner force surged out. It produced a very strong force that caused him to fly towards Qi Shui like an arrow. Qi Shui did not even have time to react before her abdomen was struck by a hammer-like fist, the flowing light style of the six-style forging dragon. Boom. Ah, Qi Shui let out a heart-wrenching scream as a red light pierced through her back. Her body had been penetrated by Qin Yan's inner force. With such a serious injury, her inner Yuan energy would definitely be crippled. After Qin Yan finished beating up Qi Shui, flames burst out from beneath his feet. The explosive force combined with the fire cloud steps made his speed even faster. In an instant, he arrived beside Yi Chenlei and directly used the mountain quaking style to attack, causing Yi Chenlei to fall to the ground. Then, he used the fourth move of the six-style forging dragon, landslide. His fists were like hammers as they smashed down, producing a mountain-like roar. Yi Chenlei, who was lying on the ground, was struck and vomited blood. After he finished beating up Qi Shui and Yi Chenlei, it was only a matter of a few moments. When Qin Feng saw Qin Long attack Yi Chenlei, he quickly attacked. He did not expect Qin Yun's speed to be so fast. Just as he went over, he saw Yi Chenlei fall. Qin Yun's anger did not subside. His hands were like blades as he attacked Qin Feng with the six-style wind slayer. His wildly dancing saber chi was like a tornado that swept away the clouds. It was unstoppable and like a stormy sea, it constantly struck Qin Feng, producing a shocking hua-hua-hua sound. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's body was covered in wounds. He knelt on the ground with a face full of fear as he looked at Qin Yun, who was like a demon god. Lu Ning suddenly reacted. Just as he was about to go on stage, he was stopped by Xianxia. Qin Yun clenched his fists and punched at Qin Feng. Suddenly, the battling platform rumbled, thunder tremor, thunder roar, flowing light, landslide. 4 moves were used in succession. Qin Feng was sent flying to Qi Shui's side. The two of them screamed in pain from Qin Yun's chaotic punches. When Lu Ning saw this, he glared at Xianxia with incomparable rage. When Qin Yun saw that it was about time, he let out an explosive roar. His fists flickered with flames like thunder and lightning. Like a falling meteor, he struck out with boundless flame inner force that pressed down on Qin Feng and Qi Shui. This was the 5th style of the forging dragon, falling star. Boom. After Qin Yun's fists landed, 2 waves of flame inner force appeared, like a fiercely burning fireball. The battling platform shook violently as the fierce purple-gold flames melted the shattered rocks. End of chapter 74. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.